2 months after she arrived in a prison van for the start of her Supreme Court murder trial, Erin Patterson is leaving Morwell, a convicted triple murderer.
What Erin Patterson had to say.
How's she feeling, Colin?
Expecting to appeal.
The jury deliberated over 6 days, returning just after 2 p.m. today to deliver their unanimous verdict. Erin Patterson showed no emotion as all 4 charges were met with the word guilty. Several members of the public sitting in the court broke down in tears, while outside the court, one supporter spoke of her disbelief.
I'm saddened, and it is what it is.
Police congratulating the prosecution and detectives.
I think it's very important that we remember that we've had 3 people. 3 people have died, and we've had a person that nearly died, and that has led to these charges.
Today's verdict comes nearly 2 years after Erin Patterson invited her estranged husband's relatives to a special meal. The guests started feeling unwell late that night, going to hospital the next morning. A week later, sisters Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson died within hours of each other. Don Patterson died a day after his wife of nearly 50 years. 7 weeks later, the sole surviving guest, Ian Wilkinson, was discharged from hospital. In November, Erin Patterson was arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Exhibits released by the court today showing photos of the deadly meal. CCTV showed Patterson's movements in the days after the lunch as she discharged herself from Leongatha Hospital against medical advice. Also heard by the court, the 000 call by Dr Chris Webster to police requesting their assistance to bring Erin back to hospital.
The meal was consumed by 5 people, and 4 of those people are now hospitalised, and Erin presented this morning.
A doctor took photos of the leftovers of the beef Wellington meal. Photos of the police investigation showed the table where the deadly lunch was served. Ian Wilkinson's writing showing the seating arrangements, as Erin handed over a phone to police, with plates and cooking equipment scattered around the kitchen. Despite attending almost all of the 2-month hearing, no family members of the victims were in court for the verdict. Ex-husband Simon Patterson seen leaving his home late this afternoon. He has not spoken to the public. Erin Patterson's prison transport departing Morwell earlier this evening. She'll be sentenced at a later date. But for now, this chapter in a case that has captivated the world is over. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior?
Are they evil, or are they damaged? Are they both?
Join me for Criminal Psychology, a special series diving into some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Lies and more lies, a quicksand of them. The things Erin Patterson did and said to deflect suspicion and blame. I'm the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. This is the final instalment of a 5-part series that takes you back through the whole story that started with a homemade meal and ended with a triple murder trial.
In this episode, the cover-up.
Welcome to the case of the mushroom lunch.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
In the week following Erin Patterson's Beef Wellington lunch. She lied a lot. In an attempt to cover up her crime, she misdirected and made up stories, even as the evidence mounted against her. And in this episode, we're going to walk you through each one of these.
Yes, Stocky, and as her guests are lying in hospital for what will be the last week for most of them of their life, Erin has a week of cover-ups. And these lies start almost immediately after the lunch. She says she was also sick, but clearly not as sick as her guests.
Right. And I mean, while the focus of the kind of 29th, 30th of July is on the Beef Wellington meal that she cooks and serves to Don, Gail Patterson, Ian and Heather Wilkinson, there's another meal that weekend that will later come under scrutiny, and that is what Erin Patterson feeds to her children on the Sunday night.
That's right. She says she fed them the leftovers from the lunch, but that she just scraped off the mushrooms because her kids don't really like mushrooms all that much. But then, Stocky, as you know, we've had heaps of questions about that. Why, knowing that a lunch that you've cooked the day before has made so many people sick, why would you give these leftovers to your children?
I mean, her son did say this was the best piece of meat he has ever eaten. And this I find kind of strange because that's despite Erin's claim that she microwaved what, at this point, would have been a day-old meal. And again, like you say, it's also kind of hard to believe that after learning how sick everyone else is, that she wouldn't, immediately want to bring her children into the hospital. It took, Dr. Webster, the guy who's looking after folks at Leongatha Hospital, basically shouting at her, they can be alive and scared or dead, to kind of get her across the line to bring them in for healthcare after she supposedly fed them the leftovers.
And one of the other early misdirections, also with Dr. Webster, is the source of the mushrooms. So he'd been treating the lunch guests, Heather and Ian Wilkinson. He'd got that crucial call at 7 o'clock in the morning from Dandenong Hospital saying, we think it's death cap poisoning. So when Erin Patterson arrives, he knows these guests are seriously unwell. Here's the cook. She might be sick too. He asks, where did you get the mushrooms from? And she says Woolies.
There was no doubt in my mind from the moment she said Woolworths that she was guilty of deliberately putting these poisonous mushrooms in the meal.
Erin leaves hospital immediately following that conversation. And, there was a question about whether or not the question was, where'd you get the mushrooms? Where did you get the ingredients for the meal? I mean, knowing that Dr. Webster has come straight from hearing that this is death cap mushroom poisoning.
An hour earlier,
you can see how that would be the question he asks. But yeah, Erin Patterson disappears after that. And when she returns, she has a different story to just Woolies.
She does. When she comes back to the hospital, she gets a call from her estranged husband, Simon's brother, Matthew Patterson. And this happens at 10:30. And he asks the same question, where did you get the mushrooms from? And she says Woolies, and she adds something, and dried mushrooms from a Chinese grocer in the Oakley area. And she tells this to other people too, hospital workers, a paramedic, a child protection worker. And so this news gets to the health department and a search starts because if this is true, there might need to be a recall. It's public panic, it could be. So someone is assigned from the Monash City Council, Troy. He hits the road, wears down that boot leather, tries to scout out all the Asian grocers in Oakley, Clayton, Mount Waverley with a trusty spreadsheet.
Yeah. He's been given a bit of information. At this point, the health authorities have had a quick chat with Erin Patterson. She's given them those suburbs that you've run through, Rach, and this search gets underway. And yeah, the scale is pretty massive. As well as Troy going around to all the Asian grocers, the police are also having conversations with Woolies about where they're getting their mushrooms from because, they don't want Woolworths, one of the biggest retailers in the country, to be selling poisonous mushrooms to people. They quite quickly kind of clock that actually that's not something that's going to happen, so they don't worry about that. But this Asian grocer search continues. You got Troy rolling through different grocers. He's finding little plastic bags. This one's got a white label on it. It's a clear plastic bag, like what Erin Patterson had said her bag looked like. And he's sending those photos to someone at the health department. And she's trying to get in touch with Erin Patterson to be like, hey, is this the bag? Like, is this what you've got? Trying to get more details. But Erin Patterson, not super cooperative. She's not answering the calls from the health department who are trying to track this down.
Yeah, Erin at times replies, look, I've been busy looking after the kids, I've been at hospital. And so the woman from the health department running this search, Sally Ann Atkinson, she gets a call from a child protection worker who is going to be looking after the safety of the children. This worker's planning a visit to Erin Patterson's house on Wednesday at 1 p.m. So Sally Ann Atkinson, very resourceful, thinks, here's an opportunity. So she says to the child protection worker, can you call me when you're at Erin's house, and put her on the phone? So pretty ingenious way of getting hold of someone.
Very clever.
And on that phone call, Sally Ann finally gets to talk about packaging and sizes and labels. And it's on this call on the Wednesday that Erin throws Glen Waverley into the mix.
Adding another suburb that, maybe the Asian grocer was here.
Correct. So Sally says she passes this information on to Troy, who's probably sick of mushrooms and mushroom shops by now. So she says she passes it on. He says, I've no memory of that. And by the end of the week, he's pretty much exhausted his search and he doesn't look at any Asian grocers in Glen Waverley.
Yeah. The search kind of peters out. I found this really interesting, actually. Like, I really wanted a resolution to this part of this story, but there isn't one, There's a bit of information on one side that doesn't seem to get passed across. Someone doesn't continue a search, and then there's no will to really, encourage them and continue the push. I mean, I do wonder if maybe all these people collectively were like, I really don't think there's much in this, so we can let that go.
It's also why this was ended up being put down to a wild goose chase.
Totally, yeah. And the thing I find so interesting about it is that, Erin's kind of apparent lapses in memory around where she got these dried mushrooms from. There's a strip mall, there's a big busy shopping arcade, it could have been a tiny little shop here, maybe it was in this other suburb. I mean, you need to remember that Erin Patterson owns a house in this area. She worked for the Monash City Council, and this wasn't a really long time ago. We are at this point, we're in early August. She says she bought these mushrooms in April. So we're not like several years down the track. We're only a number of months down the track. And, we also see in other occasions that Erin Patterson has, this incredible recall, that she has an incredible memory and can remember all sorts of details over such a long period of time. So, yeah, I find it strange that she wasn't able to clearly identify this place and help the people that were looking for this.
And that's why people start thinking, is this a wild goose chase? Is this classic magician misdirection? Instead of looking over here, look over here. Look over here. And was she trying to distract authorities? Because potentially she's surprised when death cap mushrooms comes up so early in the piece as a potential reason of poisoning. I'm not sure that would be my first thought if someone said they've had food poisoning. You'd think about the beef, and I think that's where doctors' minds did go. So this came up pretty quickly, which is perhaps a reason why she leaves the hospital and comes back with a new story. But she needs to keep alive an alternative source of death cap mushrooms that wasn't her fault. But her hope that using this as a distraction doesn't work, because police are told by doctors that there's concerns she mightn't have been as ill as the other patients.
In air quotes, basically.
So suspicious. So police start keeping an eye on Erin.
Yeah, they go as far as keeping an eye on her bank transactions, in fact. And while they're looking through where she's spending money and what she's doing, they notice that she spends $13.50 at the local tip on the Wednesday morning. So they head down there and they discover that just before Erin Patterson was meeting with the child protection worker, just before she got on the phone to Sally Ann Atkinson to talk about the mushrooms, she was at the tip dumping the dehydrator. Why?
Well, she knows death caps are suspected, and she must fear that remnants of them might still be in her dehydrator. She knows child protection's visiting that day. She knows this dehydrator will make her look guilty, and she fears, and I think genuinely feared, losing the kids. So Wednesday morning, she's just out of hospital. She's just dropped the kids at school. Child protection worker's due at 1 p.m. So that morning she has work to do. and she dumps the murder weapon. But police find it and later test it, and sure enough, alpha and beta amanitin, so the death cap toxins, are detected in her dehydrator.
It seems strange that she wouldn't realise following this lunch that she would be a suspect.
Well, like I said, with food poisoning, death caps aren't the first thing that you think of. Maybe she thought, oh, people are just going to think everyone's got gastro and it's affected them worse because they're older.
And in that conversation with Dr. Webster on arriving to hospital, that's the kind of alarm bell that starts to ring. And the police interest and, I mean, even Erin's cover-up does not end at this point. Exactly a week after the lunch, police are knocking on the door to her house.
They tell her that 2 people have died following the lunch, and Erin says this is the first she's heard of it. She says, no one's been telling me anything that's been going on and it's been really hard. They search her home, they're looking for anything, devices, books, whatever they could find, USBs. They ask for her phone and she gives them one, but later police will realise it's been reset earlier that day, and this phone will also be reset later back to factory settings when it's sitting in a police locker. So that's phone B, and police realise that's a dummy phone, because this phone, this dummy phone that she gives police, isn't the one that she's been using for most of the year, and that's the one that the prosecution says would have implicated her in deliberate poisoning.
One of my clearest memories is the video of Erin Patterson giving the phone to police. She's sitting around her kitchen table. She's been sitting in or around that space the whole time they've been searching her house. This is a process that goes for hours. It's not a quick thing. They're in her house for hours looking for all these various bits and pieces. And yeah, at the end, she is sitting at the table and there's a video of a police officer asking for her to hand over her phone, and she puts a phone on the table and hands it over. And the police officer says, does it have a passcode? And she says, yeah, I think it does. And he says, oh, is it 4 or 6 digits? And she actually doesn't know if it's 4 or 6. And then as he opens the phone to slide it up, it opens without needing a PIN, just like a recently factory reset phone would. And then Erin Patterson heads off with the police to sit down for a chat, have an interview, and she just continues to lie.
She does. So police say, do you own a dehydrator? She's like, no, don't have one. I think I might have had one years ago, but no, I don't have one.
This I find incredible, right? So, during the search, police find, manuals for a dehydrator. But, we know that they know that she owns a dehydrator because they have her dehydrator that they have recovered from the tip. And it is incredible that they are sitting there with a straight face, just kind of giving her the rope. And they just keep giving her the rope.
I've thought about that a lot too, Stocky, and that incredible poker face from the informant, Stephen Eppenstall, ex-army. Maybe that's helpful, but just imagine knowing that information and hearing, no, never owned one, and him having to go, okay, next question. Have you ever foraged before? And Erin says, nah, never.
And this lie, have you ever foraged before? No. This ends up being this is a pretty big one.
A big one, and one that gets flipped 180. So Erin Patterson is arrested in November 2023, and when she gets to trial, it goes from a woman who has never foraged before to foraging becoming her key defence. It needs to be, right, if she's going to argue it was an accidental poisoning.
We hear all about the walks she would take during COVID, the places that she would often forage for mushrooms from, all places that she says she foraged for mushrooms from, mind you, on her property, the Botanic Gardens, all those sort of places.
And foraging is the reason why Erin Patterson had to get in that witness box. And as you and I know, it's risky. It's not advised. You open yourself up to cross-examination, but she did it. She took the stand because no one else could tell that story but her.
Yeah, but even at this point, Rach, there are still holes in her story. For example, she does not get as sick as the other lunch guests. She also gets sick at a different time to the other lunch guests. According to her, she is sick earlier in the evening when the guests aren't sick until later on that Saturday night, on the 29th of July. But we end up being told a story that perfectly fits those holes, almost too perfectly.
Yeah, that's right. So on the day of the lunch, an orange cake was brought for dessert. Erin Patterson says that once the guests left, she ate the rest of the cake, so 3/4 of the cake, and then threw it up. So we're all thinking, is that her reason for not getting as sick, i.e. the toxins wouldn't have absorbed into her body? And then why did she get sick earlier than the lunch guests? Well, there was an answer for that too. Her lawyer said that she was tasting the Duxelle early in the morning, so tasting that mushroom paste. So 2 things that very neatly plug some of the gaps.
And it didn't end there. We also got, like, the 11th hour of the trial, Rach, the story of this weight loss booking that Erin Patterson said she had in the months following the lunch. I think it was in September 2023. She was supposed to be going to this place called the Enrich Clinic. You know, she's talked about how she had long struggled with disordered eating, that her mum used to weigh her, and that she was booked in for gastric band surgery at this clinic. And this moment was kind of wild because the lead informant, Stephen Eppenstall, left the room once this was revealed, obviously going to investigate the claim, and then came back a couple of days later with further questions, with details from this clinic, challenging this story that Erin Patterson had just told the jury in the witness stand. Incredible to see all of that happening kind of in real time. Again, this like very convenient story that is filling in all of the little gaps that exist in the case against Erin Patterson.
And it's rare for investigations to be going on during a trial. You know, it's rare for an accused to drop new stories in the witness box. But the jury must have decided these were just that, just stories, just lies, even during her trial. And we've had a lot of questions, Stocky, about whether she did herself any favours by deciding to give evidence.
There are so many questions without Erin Patterson standing in the witness box that remain unanswered. But, you know, I do wonder if she hadn't been in there and told that story, that maybe the jury would have ended up with kind of enough doubt over some other parts of her story.
Yeah, I think that too, because without her answers, there's no explanation about how any of this could have been an accident. The jury would have had to make too many mental leaps on their own, you know, and we've talked about clearing that bar of intent for 12 people, beyond reasonable doubt, hard thing to do. So perhaps there would have been too many gaps to fill. So her getting in the witness box allowed these gaps to try to be filled with various stories, but the jury didn't buy it.
Clearly not. You know, of all of the lies and the stories and the misdirection and the ruses and all the other words you can think of for the various distractions of Erin Patterson, they weren't swayed by them.
Maybe, Stocky, they just stood back and looked at all of it and thought, well, yeah, you've explained away this and explained away that and explained away this, and each of those components make sense. But when you look at it as a whole and the sum of all its parts, it's suspicious.
And after 6 days of deliberations, they found Erin Patterson guilty on all counts of 3 counts of murder for Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and 1 of attempted murder for Ian Wilkinson, the guests that went to her house on the 29th of July 2023 to sit down for a beef Wellington lunch.
And Stocky, we know so much about what happened. We've detailed it all through this series. But there's something that we don't know, which is why. That's what I'm raising. Ja, op zo'n miljoen als was mijn xas wel het serven nips nes en gewoon niet en nes dat mijn mouse net video maar ook de venue.
So many of you have told us how this podcast has opened a window for you into the justice system. And we want to keep being that window. So I'm excited to say that we're here to stay. Twice a week, we'll be bringing you recaps from some of the most fascinating trials that are happening around Australia. And our first new trial will be kicking off very, very soon, within a week. So to find out what that is, make sure you are following this podcast. Very soon it will be called The Case Of, as we've been teasing, and it will look a little bit different.
The Case of the Mushroom Lunch is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and supervising producer and researcher for this recap series has been Yasmin Parry. Many thanks to Audio Studios manager Eric George and our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior?
Are they evil or are they damaged? Are they both?
Join me for Criminal Psychology, a special series diving into some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The rapid and deadly decline after Erin Patterson's beef Wellington lunch. I'm the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. This is the fourth episode of a 5-part series that takes you back through the whole story that started with a homemade meal and ended with a triple murder trial.
In this episode, what happened to the people who sat around Erin's table?
Welcome to the case of the mushroom lunch.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
I want to take us back to immediately after the lunch at Erin Patterson's house, the afternoon of Saturday, the 29th of July, because there are kind of dueling timelines of Erin Patterson's sickness compared to that of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. So in this episode, we're going to step you through the experiences of these people day by day, in some cases hour by hour. So following the lunch, Saturday afternoon, Erin Patterson says she started feeling sick around 4 p.m. or so, just an hour after lunch guests have left her house. And by that evening, 7 p.m, she says she was experiencing diarrhoea every 20 minutes or so.
So on Saturday afternoon, the lunch guests feel fine immediately following the lunch. Ian's having a meeting with folks from his church. Heather's raving about the meal. Don and Gail speak to their daughter Anna around 5 p.m. and don't mention anything about being unwell. They don't start getting sick until around midnight or 1 a.m. So very early Sunday morning, we're in now, everyone's experiencing vomiting and diarrhoea. They're up most of the night. Don and Gail get an ambulance to the hospital early in the morning. Heather and Ian are driven to hospital by Simon Patterson. And they arrive at Leongatha Hospital around 11 a.m. Sunday morning with vomiting and diarrhoea.
At around this time, Erin Patterson is sitting at her kitchen table drinking out of a coffee cup. She doesn't go to church this morning. She skips it because she says she wasn't feeling that well. Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, gives her a call asking if she went to church. She says no, she's not feeling well. And they talk a bit about how the lunch guests aren't feeling well either. This is about a 6-minute phone call.
Late Sunday morning, Simon Patterson sees his father, Don, for the first time. And Simon says he's really struggling. He's lying on his side, hunched quite noticeably. He's got a really discoloured face. Speaking is an effort. His voice is strained in a way that He just wasn't right inside. He was feeling pain. And by the afternoon, Don's blood tests are extremely abnormal.
On Sunday afternoon, Simon Patterson calls Erin again, about 2:30 p.m. He talks about his parents and Heather and Ian being sick. After this call, Erin Patterson has to take her son to a flying lesson. This was scheduled for 2 p.m. but was delayed until 4 p.m. because of bad weather. She still says she's experiencing diarrhoea at this point, and it's a 2-hour round trip, and despite that, she gets in the car and starts heading in that direction. She says that she had to stop on the way to the flying lesson because she was experiencing a burst of diarrhoea. She says she took herself behind some bushes on the side of the road and relieved herself there. She says she cleaned herself up with some tissues that she had in her bag and put them into a dog poo bag and then put that into her bag, getting back in the car and continuing the drive. She then stops at a service station on the way. And this we know happened because we see CCTV footage from this. She goes into a bathroom for 9 seconds, comes out and buys some food to take back to the car. In this video, we see Erin Patterson wearing a pair of white pants while she says she's experiencing diarrhoea. A lot has been made of those pants. Despite this, she gets back in the car and continues the drive to the flying lesson. When she gets there, she finds out that it's actually been cancelled. She gets a call about 10 minutes before the lesson's about to start from instructor Ulysses Villalobos, who says the weather's no good and he can't take her son up. Erin Patterson is frustrated with this. It's been an hour drive out there and she now has to make the hour drive back home. She turns the car around and on the way home stops at a donut van in Kui Rup. Her son gets out, buys her a coffee. Erin Patterson says she stayed in the car. They then get back to her house in Leongatha.
So we're at Sunday evening, 5 p.m. Don Patterson's not doing well at all. He's got a high lactate reading, so that shows a metabolic disorder, liver failure, sepsis. The decision's made to transfer Don and Gail to Dandenong Hospital.
As the lunch guests are all experiencing pretty similar conditions on Sunday night, Erin Patterson says she's feeding the leftovers from that meal to her children. She's spoken to Simon Patterson at this point. He has told her that the lunch guests are unwell. She herself says that she is unwell. Yet she says she scrapes the mushrooms off of these parcels and feeds them to her children. And the question that has been asked a lot of times and was asked in court was, if everyone who has eaten your lunch is feeling sick, would you feed that meal to your children?
All through Sunday night, Gail Patterson's condition worsens. Her liver starts to give out. Her daughter Anna stays with her, taking her to the bathroom again and again. She joins her husband Don in the intensive care unit in the early hours of Monday morning. So we're now the 31st of July. And before dawn breaks, Ian Wilkinson can't keep down water or ice. His wife Heather's vomiting and having diarrhoea. Her loose bowel movements are foul-smelling and pink.
Erin Patterson is getting her children ready for school. She's packing the bags, she's making the lunches, she's taking them to the bus stop.
It's around 7 a.m. and this is when the call comes from Dandenong Hospital to Dr. Chris Webster at Leongatha, telling him there's a high level of concern that Don and Gail Patterson have been poisoned with death cap mushrooms.
As Dr. Webster returns from that conversation, Erin Patterson arrives at hospital. He talks briefly to Erin Patterson, hands her over to nurses, and Erin Patterson, when talking to those nurses, refuses to come into a patient bay. She's told that her in-laws are sick, that she needs treatment, that she might need high-level care, but she says she can't stay, that she needs to get things prepared. She signs a discharge against advice form and drives home. She was only in the hospital for less than 5 minutes.
When Dr. Webster finds this out, he is ropeable. He calls her, she doesn't answer, he leaves a message, calls again, leaves another message. And the third message, he says, he's really sorry, but for her own health and safety, he's going to have to call the police to come and find her. Now, treating a patient against their will is pretty serious, but he's so concerned. So he calls 000 to try to get her back.
Emergency Services. Hello, what address do you need the police? This is Dr. Chris Webster calling from Leongatha Hospital. I have a concern regarding a patient that is potentially exposed to a fatal toxin from mushroom poisoning.
In the period Erin's away from the hospital, Ian and Heather Wilkinson are moved to Dandenong Hospital. They need urgent care. Ian's vomiting constantly. He gets in the first ambulance. Heather gets in the second one. Dr. Webster, as he's putting Heather in the ambulance, hears 6 words that will haunt him for life. She says to him, "Thank you for looking after me." And Dr. Webster tells a newspaper, "These words stick in my brain and will haunt me because I knew she was going off to her death." He said Heather was one of the greatest souls, the kindest person. Her liver's falling apart inside her body, and the thing that she makes sure she does before she leaves the hospital in an ambulance is to thank the doctor.
At this point, Erin Patterson says she's at home, packing a ballet bag for her daughter, feeding her dogs, and moving the lambs from her property into a shelter so they're safe from the foxes. She also says she had to lie down on the floor for a bit. She does come back to the hospital, though, at about 10 minutes to 10, an hour and a half after leaving, and Erin Patterson agrees to treatment. She's given some fluids via an intravenous drip, but she keeps asking why she needs treatment for death cap mushroom poisoning and is really reluctant to receive a lot of this. She's also really reluctant to get her children to the hospital. She doesn't want to pull them out of school. She says she doesn't want to scare them. Dr. Chris Webster puts an ultimatum in front of her. He tells her that her children can be scared and alive or dead. Erin Patterson agrees to bring her children in for treatment. She calls their father, Simon Patterson, to go and get them. And the police that Dr. Chris Webster had called when Erin had left the hospital arrive at her house. They call Dr. Webster, they let him know that they're there, and he says that Erin Patterson has arrived at hospital. But thinking quickly, he asks if they can recover the leftovers from the meal. They go through Erin Patterson's bin and take out a Woolworths bag.
By the Monday afternoon, Don Patterson has been transferred to the Austin Hospital. He's critically ill, multiple organ failure. He's on life support with a tube down his windpipe.
At the same time, Erin Patterson is being taken from the Leongatha Hospital by ambulance to the Monash Medical Centre. She's given fentanyl in the ambulance because the alternative pain relief could react badly. She's calm and chatty along that drive, according to the paramedics that drove her. Once she arrives at Monash, Simon Patterson brings her kids to join her there. And he has a conversation with Erin. The dehydrator comes up, and Erin Patterson says that Simon said, "Is that how you poisoned my parents, using that dehydrator?" Simon Patterson denies ever saying this.
Monday night, Gail Patterson joins her husband Don at the Austin ICU. She's also intubated. Her liver isn't working, but she's too sick for a transplant. So we're now into Tuesday, the 1st of August. This is 3 days after the lunch. By late Tuesday afternoon, all 4 lunch guests are in the intensive care unit at the Austin Hospital in Melbourne, all in advanced states of organ failure. Basically, all their organs are shutting down. They're in horrendous pain. Stocky, we heard about just what Amanita poisoning does to the body, and I'd never heard anything like it. So you start with gastrointestinal symptoms like severe diarrhoea, and that can persist for a period of time. But then here's where it gets tricky. It's followed by what may feel like some improvement for a patient. So I guess this climate of kind of the eye of the cyclone, you think you're out of the woods. And then a relentlessly progressive and quite frightening rapid deterioration into multiple organ failure happens, where the body's different organ systems essentially just start shutting down.
Erin Patterson on Tuesday afternoon is discharged from hospital after receiving some fluids. She's sent home with no clinical or biochemical evidence of Amanita poisoning and no liver damage.
The lunch guests continue to decline. As I said, with Amanita poisoning, their organs start to decay. And Amanita poison is internally recycled by the body. So it causes persistent injury to the liver. And that's why they were given activated charcoal to try to remove Amanita from their bowels, because this toxin just recycles and recycles. But to no avail. Heather and Gail pass away on the Friday.
Erin finds out that Heather and Gail have passed away the very next day, on Saturday, exactly 1 week on from the lunch. Police come to her door at her house in Leongatha to search her house and interview her. And before they come in, they tell her that Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson have died. What happens during that search and what Erin Patterson tells police, we'll get into more in our next episode.
And later that day, late on Saturday night, Don Patterson passes away. So as you said, that's a week after the lunch. Ian Wilkinson is still in an induced coma that he won't be pulled out of for another week and a half. And he won't be discharged for another month. So he's fighting for his life, and 3 have lost theirs.
Rach, I remember kind of putting together this timeline and kind of realising how far apart the experiences of the people involved in it were.
Yeah, Stocky, this was a really visceral juxtaposition for me, these very different timelines. And up until now, there's a lot of things that Erin Patterson tried to explain away, and we'll hear some of them next episode. But just how these people's bodies reacted, which was so different to Erin's, just can't be explained away. But incredibly, as this situation becomes a national news story, Erin decides to try and set the agenda with an impromptu interview to the media on the Monday after Don, Gail and Heather had died. And Channel 9 and Herald Sun had been waiting outside her house for days, hoping for anything, I guess, vision, a soundbite from Erin, anything. So I imagine they were probably very shocked when she stopped and gave them this interview.
It's a tragedy what's happened.
Can you tell us about the meal that you cooked?
I'm so devastated by what's happened, by the loss of Don. Don is still in hospital, the loss of Ian and Heather and Gail. They were some of the best people that I've ever met. Gail was like...
Take your time.
Gail was the mum that I didn't have because my mum passed away 4 years ago. And Gail's never been anything but good and kind to me. And Ian and Heather were some of the best people I've ever met. They never did anything wrong to me, and I'm so devastated about what's happened.
Can you tell us
and the loss to the community and to the families and to my own children who've lost their grandmother.
Can you tell us a bit more about the lunch?
What I can tell you is that I just can't fathom what has happened. I just can't fathom what has happened. That Ian and Heather have lost their lives, and Gail has lost her life, and Donna's still in hospital, and I pray that he pulls through, because my children love him.
And you must be pretty shaken up by this as well.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you kids?
I just can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
Can you tell us where the mushrooms came from? Were they picked from the property area, the mushrooms?
Ask him to leave me alone now, please.
Police say you're a suspect. Do you have anything to say about
Yes,
that?
I say I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone. And I hope with every fibre of my being that Don pulls through. That's
Where
what I
did
have
the
to say.
mushrooms come from? Were they picked by you, or where did they come from, Erin? Can you tell us? What meal did you cook them? Did you eat the same meal, Erin?
Everyone will end up talking about this interview and studying it. Her body language, her tears, are they fake? And much is made of her mixing names up. As you heard, she said she hopes Don will pull through when Don's already dead. And it's Ian whose life hangs in the balance. And the image of her standing in front of her car crying is etched into people's minds as the first image of this woman who served a meal to her relatives after 3 of them died.
I am amazed that Erin Patterson said anything to the people camped outside of her house to give any oxygen or anything to that story. I think just really surprised me in that moment.
But as we know, Stocky, the fuel was never going to come out of this story.
The people who went to lunch, Rach, at Erin Patterson's house, Don and Gail Patterson and Ian and Heather Wilkinson, these are people that were a huge part of their community.
Much loved members of Korumburra wear deep scars will always exist because of this lunch. For their families and friends, for Erin's children now too, with their mum in jail, I think about them a lot. Ian Wilkinson, we watched every day in Court Stocky, him listening to this case, this thing that for most of you is a story. This is his life, his waking nightmare, and he listened to every day of the court case about the decline of his best mate and wife Heather, his friends Don and Gail, and his own decline, Stocky. He was listening to doctors saying, we thought he was going to die. And he listened to this with a grace that I've never witnessed before.
In our next episode, we're going to detail everything that Erin Patterson did to cover up her crimes, from dumping the dehydrator to resetting her phones to lying to the police. You'll be able to listen to that episode, the final in this series, tomorrow. And everything you're hearing in this series is drawn from evidence presented during Erin Patterson's trial earlier this year. So many of you told us that Mushroom Case Daily opened a window into the justice system. We want to keep being that window. So I'm very excited to say that from very soon, we'll be bringing you recaps from the most fascinating trials around Australia twice a week. And our first trial is kicking off very, very soon. To find out what it is, make sure you're following this podcast, because very soon it will be called The Case Of, and it'll look a little different.
The Case of the Mushroom Lunch is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's true crime investigative reporter Rachel Brown, and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and supervising producer for this series is Yasmin Parry. Many thanks to Audio Studios manager Eric George and our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh for helping to make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Rain is setting in over parts of New South Wales this morning, with severe weather warnings in place as a powerful low-pressure system develops off the coast. 6-hourly totals of up to 120 millimetres are possible in some parts, enough to lead to flash flooding.
And the weather system is also set to bring damaging and locally destructive winds to parts of central and northern New South Wales from today. We are going to be live on the Central Coast a little later, and Nate will be here shortly to bring you up to date with all the latest warnings. But first, let's go to our reporter. Max Tillman is across it all for us, and he is in Sydney. Max, so what advice do authorities have for residents this morning as the weather worsens?
Good morning, James. Well, we're here on Victoria Road in Drummoyne, one of Sydney's main arterial thoroughfares, on a busy Tuesday morning. And as you were saying, a lot of Sydney-siders were preparing for potentially the first East Coast low to hit New South Wales in 3 years, but we've heard from the Bureau of Meteorology this morning that that's effectively been downgraded to a coastal low. Now, that still means we're expecting to see severe winds, strong surf and potential riverine and flash flooding across broad parts of the state, all the way from the south coast up to the mid-north coast of New South Wales. We've seen in only the last hour a watch and act warning has been issued for a broad swathe of the Hunter up into the mid-north coast, from effectively Newcastle all the way up to Forster. Now, here in Sydney, we are seeing impacts. There's currently an advice level warning for minor riverine flooding on the Georges River in southwest Sydney that effectively runs from Holsworthy all the way up to Cabramatta. But as I was saying, it does appear as though this system has been effectively downgraded from the worst predictions. Let's take a quick listen to what the Bureau had to say on that.
This low pressure system isn't going to stick around long enough to cause those really hazardous impacts. So if you think back to 2007, those winds and waves were strong enough to push the Pasha Bulker right onto the coast near Newcastle. Not expecting to see those sorts of high-end severe weather, but the message for those across New South Wales and Victoria is that we're still expecting severe weather, heavy rainfall, flash flooding and damaging to destructive winds for today and also tomorrow.
Now, Sydney Airport has borne some of the brunt of the weather this morning. We've seen multiple flights cancelled, 6 flights in the last hour, potentially 7 next hour, and there could potentially be cancellations throughout the day. We were warned by Sydney Airport, particularly Qantas, the major domestic and international carrier, that more cancellations were anticipated. It remains to be seen what some of these downgrades will do for those cancellations, but broadly across the state, there are already SES crews on the ground in some of the more high-risk parts of New South Wales. We've seen crews in Kiama on the south coast, crews in Auburn in Western Sydney, just to give you an idea of how broad these effects could be. And unfortunately for the people of Taree, who really only in the last few weeks have begun the clean-up effort from record flooding, there are also SES crews on the ground in Taree preparing for the worst. Now, it is important to remember SES crews across New South Wales are making sure that residents are taking heed of the warnings. So we know to secure or put away items around the house, particularly as these strong winds come through. That's a major warning from the SES. Keeping cars undercover and away from power lines. We've heard that roughly 8 metres away from a power line is the safest possible distance. Don't drive, ride or walk through floodwaters, and preparing an emergency kit with essential items for any eventuality. But the most important warning, James, is for people to monitor these conditions.
That is good advice. All right, Max Tillman reporting there from Sydney, thank you. And to keep everyone up to date with the conditions, here is Nate with your latest warnings.
We're already at triple digits in the gauges for some along the New South Wales coast. This has only really started developing overnight, and we're expecting to see a heck of a lot more rain. This is what the radars look like. You can see there's a big patch of heavy rain just sitting offshore at the moment that's about to start moving into the coastline there. But further south, down around Jervis Bay, is where we've seen some of the biggest falls over the last 24 hours. Here are the warnings, quite widespread from the south of Queensland right the way down to southern parts of New South Wales for that heavy rainfall, damaging to destructive winds. We could see gusts to 125 kilometres an hour. That's the kind of wind that will definitely bring down trees, could bring down power lines as well. It's going to be very woolly out there. This system is currently just sitting off the Hunter. It's a complex low, so even though I'm only showing one L here for the centre of circulation, there's likely to be several over the coming couple of days. Now, anywhere to the south of it is where we're likely to see the heaviest of the rain. That will continue through the day for essentially the same part of the coast. That's what's going to help those totals to really rise quite quickly. Flash flooding is a major concern, but riverine rises are also likely for parts of the east of New South Wales. And then I'm keeping an eye on the sea as well, because the winds will be from the same direction for a long time, helping to pick up some big surf conditions. Certainly hazardous, probably damaging. It could be talking some coastal erosion for some. It is very, very wild. Team, we'll keep you across the warnings right through the morning.
Thanks very much, Nate. Well, plenty happening this new financial year, including a change to the super guarantee, more pay for those on minimum wage and award wages, and also changes to paid parental leave. So we'll keep you up to date throughout the show. Some of those changes coming in, though, are for students in certain fields who are about to get payment for their mandatory school placements. Ariana Levy is across it all for us live from Brisbane. Ari, what does this mean for students who have to do quite lengthy prac subjects and go into hospitals and schools and the like to get their degrees?
Look, this is incredible news for so many students right across the country. Effectively, it means that anyone that's studying for a university degree in nursing, midwifery, teaching or social work will now get to have about $330 to their hip pockets. That is a payment from the federal government that is looking at curbing sort of the cost of living crisis. But we are in the 1st of July, and effectively crazy to think that it's already halfway through the year. There are just so many changes that are coming into into effect from today. So it's not just those practical payments for students, but we're also seeing the minimum wage increase. So that is increasing to about 3.5%. That means millions of Australian workers right across the country will get a pay rise from today. And this follows an annual review from the Fair Work Commission. On top of that, superannuation is another big one. It's something that you mentioned just before. That is also going up. Previously, the guarantee rate, which is the amount that an employer needs to pay into your superannuation, will be increasing from 11.5% now to 12%. And on top of that, we're also seeing paid parental leave increase. The amount that you can take has now increased to about 120 days. And that's for children that are either born or adopted from today onwards. So that is very exciting news. But of course, with all these increases to our hip pocket, that does also mean sort of increases to prices. We are also going to see power prices increase across 3 states. Now that includes New South Wales, South Australia, as well as southeast Queensland right here. And this is going to vary from state to state as well as provider, but the average residential customer that has a controlled load is looking at an increase to their power bill of about $70. So that is quite substantial. Now, we have heard from tax and super expert Susan Franks, who says that the easiest way to check that all these changes are coming to effect and working out correctly is to look at your payslip.
Well, the easiest way is to check your payslip and to make sure that the amount is being correctly calculated on the payslip. And then the second thing is always just double checking with your superannuation fund and also with the ATO as to whether the payments have actually been made.
Now, I know, Bridget, that was a lot of information to throw at you, but the easiest way to keep across all these new changes that are coming into effect from today is to keep across the ABC's website. There is a handy article on there that will help you sort of navigate all these changes and make sure you're across them.
Yeah, have a look at that one. Thanks so much, Ari.
And keep watching News Breakfast as well.
All of your ABC coverage is, of course, very comprehensive. Let's get some more news. Emma is here.
Thank you. The jury in the trial of accused triple murderer Erin Patterson will continue deliberating today. After 9 weeks of evidence, the jury is now deciding if Ms Patterson deliberately put death cap mushrooms in a beef Wellington lunch to kill her relatives. She maintains her innocence and insists it was a tragic accident. The South Australian government has conceded there's not much it can do to fix a toxic algal bloom plaguing the state's coastline. The bloom is now affecting metropolitan Adelaide beaches. The Environment Minister, Susan Close, says algae is proving very persistent, despite hopes winter weather would bring an end to the ecological disaster. Australia's house prices have continued to rise for a 5th straight month, with national values up 0.6% in June. According to Cotality, which is formerly known as CoreLogic, Hobart was the only capital city to see a dip in prices. Falling interest rates are being credited with the overall boost in market confidence. The Reserve Bank will meet again next week, with banks expecting an interest rate cut of 0.25%. Casino operator Star Entertainment is facing a fresh crisis as a deal for it to exit a major Brisbane development is on the brink of collapse. The group was set to sell its 50% stake in a Queen's Wharf hotel complex to its Hong Kong-based investment partners before the two firms issued a notice to terminate the deal. The notice is due to take effect in 5 days. The ACT today has become the first jurisdiction in Australia to raise the age a child can be responsible for a crime to 14. Instead of facing charges, young people will now be referred to a therapeutic support panel to help address the causes of their behaviour. There will be exceptions for the most serious crimes, including murder and specific sexual offences. Iranian state media has reported an increase in Iran's official death toll in its war with Israel, saying 935 people were killed during the 12-day conflict. It comes as Iran insists on its right to continue enriching uranium while also not allowing UN nuclear watchdog inspectors to visit its nuclear sites.
And on the financial markets this morning, ASX is steady this morning, Dow up a bit, and the Aussie dollar at 65 US cents this morning.
Now, if there's one thing people in the Northern Territory love, it is an explosive evening, and it will be one tonight, quite literally, because hundreds of tonnes of fireworks are set to go off for Territory Day. The director of tonight's display, Mark Killip, says more interstate visitors are heading to the NT to see it for themselves. He has even designed a special rainbow unicorn firework after his daughter commented that there was nothing with rainbows. There you go, Bridget. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I love a rainbow myself. I think that'd be beautiful to see. Just if you've got a dog, leave that dog inside. Make sure you check on your dogs, check on your vulnerable people, because it can be pretty intense.
We've both covered Cracker Night in the top
Yes.
end, and it is certainly an experience.
Good morning. Well, we're hearing from nurse Maureen Sespon. She is a nurse who says that she interacted with Erin Patterson in the days after this lunch, 2 days after, when Erin Patterson presented to Leongatha Hospital with gastro symptoms, complaining of gastro symptoms. And by this point, the guests of that lunch, the court has heard, were feeling pretty unwell. They were suffering vomiting, diarrhoea. And so I should just recap that Erin Patterson is accused of murdering 3 of her estranged husband's relatives by serving them a beef Wellington lunch containing death cap mushrooms. She's pleaded not guilty. Her defence says that she did not deliberately poison her guests. But today this nurse has given evidence that she observed Erin Patterson's bowel motions, and I apologise for the foul imagery to come, but she says that Erin Patterson passed liquid bowel motions, and we know in this case that there is a dispute between the prosecution in the defence as to whether Erin Patterson became genuinely unwell after the lunch. Her defence says she ate the same meal as her guests and she became unwell, just not as unwell as those guests. The prosecution says that she was feigning illness and that she did not eat the same meal. Now, yesterday we heard from Sharman Fox Henry. He's an IT analyst with Victoria Police, and he gave evidence that he examined a computer seized from Erin Patterson's home after the lunch in August 2023, and he ran the jury through records extracted from that computer. And he said that they showed a search for the term iNaturalist and a visit to the iNaturalist website. And he said that they also showed a visit to a page on the iNaturalist website that contained a reference to death cap mushrooms. And the iNaturalist website is a citizen science website. It's where people can document their observations about flora and fauna, and it's also where the court has previously heard there had been posts about sightings of death cap mushrooms.
Alex, thank you.
As a member of an online true crime group, Erin Patterson told of her love of mushrooms and was excited about getting a new dehydrator, according to her Facebook friends. 3 of those friends appeared today in Morwell at Ms Patterson's triple murder trial. One Facebook friend, Daniela Barkley, told prosecutors Ms Patterson sent a group message in the months before the lunch, saying, "I've been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything. Mixed into chocolate brownies yesterday. The kids had no idea." Ms Barkley telling the court cooking was a favourite topic amongst the group, and Ms Patterson had asked for advice on how to cook beef Wellington 2 weeks before the fatal lunch, which killed Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, while Pastor Ian Wilkinson survived after a long stint in hospital. Ms Barkley says she specifically remembered the conversation because she was mostly a vegetarian and didn't know what a beef Wellington was. Another friend, Jenny Hay, told the court she spoke to Ms Patterson after the lunch, who told her the mushrooms used in the beef Wellington were from an Asian grocer. Erin Patterson's relationship with her estranged husband was also raised in group chats. Ms Barclay told the court the couple's conflicting religious beliefs caused some tension in the relationship. Sometimes he put the church before her and his family. Another Facebook friend, Christine Hunt, told the court the accused described Simon Patterson as controlling and coercive. Earlier, Mr Patterson faced his third and final day on the witness stand. Defence lawyer Colin Mandy SC asked him about a conversation he had with Erin Patterson at hospital 2 days after the lunch in relation to the food dehydrator. "You said to Erin, 'Is this what you used to poison them?' To which Mr Patterson replied, 'I did not say that.' Ms Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges. The trial continues. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The trial of Erin Patterson is finally underway. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Mushrooms producer Stephen Stockwell, and you can't take 2 steps in Morwell at the moment without bumping into someone associated with this trial.
That's right. I mean, you just walk down the street and there's no shortage of reporters, camera crews, documentary makers, filmmakers, lawyers. And actually this morning, a huge jury pool was outside the courtroom, and that jury pool has been reduced down to a group of 15 who have been picked to serve on the jury for the Erin Patterson trial. Also, a big development, the jury was told that some of the charges that Erin Patterson is facing have been dropped.
Things are starting to move really quickly, so we're going to bring you up to speed in this episode, get you across all of that, and answer some of your questions.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria. 3 of them were dead.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
But Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I'm so devastated. I love them.
So today was the last of the trial preparations. We had the jury pick today, which we'll get to shortly. But you mentioned earlier there was some really big news around some of the charges that Erin Patterson had been facing.
That's correct. So Justice Christopher Beale told the jury today that Erin Patterson had previously been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder in relation to her estranged husband, Simon. The judge told the jury those charges had been discontinued, i.e. dropped. And he said, put that out of your mind when you consider the evidence in this trial. So just to clarify, Erin Patterson is still facing charges of murder and attempted murder in relation to the beef Wellington lunch. She's facing 3 murder charges and 1 attempted murder charges. That is all still going ahead, and that is the subject of this trial.
Is it unusual for a judge during the jury directions to say something like that, to outline that or point that out?
Well, I think given the huge public interest and widespread knowledge about the background of this case, he was kind of calling out a bit of an elephant in the room by saying that these attempted murder charges are no longer proceeding. And he was also demonstrating the trust that he's placing in this jury to follow his instructions. He's told them, put this out of your mind, do not consider it. He's not treating them like children. He's being upfront and clear with them.
That's usually how a judge would work, or do sometimes they're a bit more pointed in what they expect of a jury?
I think sometimes in trials things are delicately omitted, but in this case, Justice Beale is being expressly clear about the state of play and what he expects.
Yeah, and all of this was happening today. As you mentioned earlier, the jury was picked, and all of this was happening during what are called jury directions, where they're kind of told what they're supposed to do. Can you tell me a bit about what the jury directions are and what that process is about?
Yeah, the jury directions, essentially, I like to call it the judge's pep talk. I mean, most people who serve on a jury haven't done this before, and safe to say, none of the jury members in this case have ever served on a trial that is as massive as this. That is obvious. So, as part of this pep talk, the judge goes over the jury's responsibilities. He's told them that they are the only deciders of the facts in this case. Don't go and look at the media. If you see something on the news, change the channel, is what he said. If you see something in the paper, flip to the next page. Don't be influenced by what family and friends have to say. Block that out. It's all about what they hear and the decision that they reach independently.
Is this like quite a serious, really kind of like overbearing talk that the judge gives at this point?
No, it's not. It's what we hear in every trial, but I think the point really needs to be made when you've got a trial of this magnitude.
Yeah. And how descriptive or direct does Justice Beale get, or does a judge usually get, when they're going through and explaining what the expectations of a jury are?
With what Justice Beale said today, he explained a little bit of the trial process, that, there's going to be the openings first and then the evidence, and then they'll go away and decide and then come back with a verdict. But he also talked about how they should assess the evidence. And he said to them, and I quote, "You should dismiss any feelings of sympathy or prejudice you may have in relation to Erin Patterson. You must dispassionately weigh the evidence. Use your head, not your heart." So very clear instructions. And again, the focus on what the evidence is presented to the trial and blocking out that external noise.
Yeah, right. Okay. And was this, overall just like a pretty kind of like strict, tense, terse exchange?
Justice Beale, I think today showed that he can deliver some strict instructions, but there's also some moments of warmth. I don't think he wanted to put the fear of God into the jury panel today, which is probably a smart thing. He even cracked a bit of a joke, and there was some smiles and laughter in the courtroom when he was talking about the court sitting hours, which are going to be roughly from about 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. each day, with a 1 hour lunch break. Now, he joked that some people think that that's pretty slack. But he said, "I think you'll find it very demanding, and that the decisions they have to make are so important, and the attention they have to give to these witnesses is so intense." And he sort of laughed and he said, "You'll be grateful when the afternoon bell rings." And it was nice to see, even though we're in a triple murder trial, just a moment of warmth and humanity, and acknowledging the situation that these jury members are going to find them in for the next 5 to 6 weeks. Another thing he said, which got my attention, was that he told the jury that once they've heard all the evidence over the next few weeks, that when it comes time for them to deliberate for the final time, they'll be sequestered. And
so like put in a hotel or something?
The arrangements weren't detailed, but what sequestered means is they'll be isolated. They'll be taken away from their family, their friends. They'll be kept together. I don't know if you've seen the Amazon comedy Jury Duty. I don't think it'll be like that, but if anyone has seen that show, you can get a bit of a glimpse as to what life could be like for the jury members.
Who did we have in the room today? I mean, you mentioned yesterday that Erin Patterson was in the room. Was she back in the court today?
Most importantly, Erin Patterson was in the dock. She didn't need to say anything today. She sat silently listening to all of the proceedings. Everyone will be curious to know, what was she like, or what did she look like? So I'll try to give a bit of a description. Erin was dressed in a striped pink and white button-up shirt. During the jury instructions, she appeared pretty calm. She was listening intently, and the courtroom was filled largely with reporters today. I think the public probably well aware that jury instructions may not be the most interesting part of a trial. So I think from tomorrow we'll see that demand for seats in the courtroom will be very high. Also in the court today, the bar table was also full with lawyers from both sides. Colin Mandy SC is the lead barrister for the defence, and Nanette Rogers SC is leading the prosecution team. And surrounding them are several other lawyers as part of that team.
Now, as we mentioned in our last episode, we have had a lot of emails that have been sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, including a slight avalanche overnight after our episode yesterday, where people have reached out with questions. A lot of those questions last night wanted to know about the attempted murder charges, which we spoke about at the start of the episode. We've answered them for you. We do have one from my dad, actually,
right.
of all people. He says, "Thanks to Christian for your knowledge and to Stocky for your layman's lack of it. Thanks, Dad. If the public can attend hearings, what happens if a heap of people turn up? Is it like a first-come, first-served basis? Or do you book by something? Do they provide crowd control? And what happens if the public behaves inappropriately, like shouting or demonstrating or carrying on?"
Well, great question. So firstly, in terms of the courtroom layout, there's about, 35, 40 seats that are reserved for members of the public and reporters and other lawyers and security guards as well. So seating is pretty limited. I don't know the exact number of seats that will be made available for the public tomorrow when the openings get underway, but you probably count it on two hands.
Yep.
It's going to be tough for anyone who's really keen to get into that courtroom, but I think if you're in Morwell and you want to come along, the best way is just to come to court, line up and chance your arm.
Yeah.
As for the reporters, only 6 seats each day are going to be allocated to the reporters to cover the trial. Other seats will be reserved for family members and things like that.
Yeah.
So pretty tough to get in. As to crowd control, yes, there are some police, security guards in the court. From my previous experience, if people misbehave, that is not tolerated at all by the courts. I'm sure we won't see it in this trial, but I have seen in previous trials, if people carry on or try to pull a stunt, they're kicked out of the courtroom pretty quickly.
Yep. And we have another email here from Ruby, who has written in to correct us on our pronunciation, which I very much appreciate. So if you are listening and we're getting something wrong, just please get in touch. We're very responsive. Ruby is highlighting that we are pronouncing Korumburra wrong. So I think I might have said at some point Korumburra.
I think I may have said that too.
Yeah, look, we're probably both guilty of this. But it is Korumburra with a U. And this is a real point of discussion at the moment in Morwell, where we are at the moment. While we were having dinner last night, there was an email passed around correcting our pronunciation of Morwell. We should be saying Morwell, not Morwell.
Morwell.
Yeah, so Morwell was the recommendation. Much discussion around the table as to whether or not that advice was correct. But if you have thoughts, get in touch with us. And our final question for today's episode is from Joanne. It's a really interesting one, actually, that I've never considered, I'd never thought about, which was quite surprising. She's asked, "My friend and I really want to know what was for dessert." This is talking about the lunch. Beef Wellington, followed by what?
Great question, Joanne. Hopefully we'll hear that tomorrow. Great segue to what's coming up tomorrow. The trial openings will get underway, and that's when the prosecution will lay out their case. We know some of the background of this story, obviously, but the prosecution is going to give a detailed overview of the case they're putting against Erin Patterson. Whether that includes the dessert, I guess we'll find out. But if it is mentioned by prosecutor Nanette Rogers, we'll definitely include that in the details, because I'm also keen to know.
Tomorrow, one of the biggest days with the opening statements. And Christian, you'll be in the room for that?
Absolutely. I was one of the lucky reporters to win the ballot. It's like Willy Wonka's golden ticket. So that is great. And what I hope to do is describe the atmosphere in the court there. So the prosecution and defence will both get up to give their opening statements. This is a key moment in every trial. A big episode tomorrow.
Yep. Make sure you are following Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app. Get that app if you don't have it. Make sure you follow Mushroom Case Daily. That way you won't miss an episode. We'll bring that to you as soon as Christian's out of court and we can get back into our little studio here and record that and get it up for you. So, yeah, make sure you're following along.
This has been a long time coming, so it's pretty momentous that this is finally getting underway. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and props to Christian's boss, Sarah Jench, and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. Thanks also to our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
This morning, detectives arrested a 49-year-old female in relation to this incident, and a search warrant was subsequently executed at her residential address. This search is currently ongoing, and we are being assisted by the AFP's technology detector dogs. Homicide Squad investigators have previously interviewed this woman in relation to an incident that occurred on the 29th of July where 4 people fell ill following taking part in a meal at a private residence there in Leongatha. 3 of those people, Heather Wilkinson, Gail Patterson and Don Patterson, unfortunately passed away in hospital following taking part in that meal. The 4th person, Ian Wilkinson, was released from hospital in late September, and I understand that he continues to recover. Once the search of the premises is complete today, the female will be interviewed by Homicide Squad investigators. We will provide updates as the day progresses. Over the last 3 months, this investigation has been subject to incredibly intense levels of public scrutiny and curiosity. I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest, not only here in Victoria, but also nationally and internationally. I think it's particularly important that we keep in mind that at the heart of this, 3 people have lost their lives. These are 3 people who, by all accounts, were much beloved in their communities and are greatly missed by their loved ones. These deaths also continue to have a significant impact on the media, on the immediate families of those involved, and I ask that people are particularly mindful of this over the coming days. In smaller communities such as Leongatha and Curramborough, a tragedy such as this can reverberate for years to come. I know people have many questions in relation to this matter and will be hopeful that I can provide answers to them today. However, it's not that simple. Today's arrest is just the next step in what has been a complex and thorough investigation by Homicide Squad detectives, and one that is not yet over. While we do want to provide timely updates about this matter, it is critical that doing this does not adversely impact the current investigation or any future processes. I encourage people to be particularly mindful of unnecessary speculation and the sharing of misinformation. While police are doing everything we can to ensure this investigation is not impacted by this, again I stress at the heart of these matters are the recent deaths of 3 people and families and loved ones who are trying to come to terms with this. Finally, I'd like to thank members of the public who have reached out and provided information in relation to this incident. I'll again ask if there is anyone out there that has relevant information in relation to this matter, that they contact Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000 or contact their nearest police station. Thank you.
Right, that is Detective Inspector Dean Thomas of the Homicide Squad in Victoria making a statement there. They had foreshadowed that they would not be taking questions from journalists at this media event. But there, Dean Thomas did confirm that search warrant had been executed of Erin Patterson's property. That search is still going. The police are using technology detector dogs in the search. Once the search at the property is completed, Dean Thomas there said that Erin Patterson will be interviewed by the homicide squad investigators. That's expected to happen later today. Police say they will provide more updates, but they have noted the intense media and public interest in this incident nationally and internationally, calling it a very complex and thorough investigation, saying they're being very careful not to adversely affect their work, and I think for that reason they're not taking questions. Erin Patterson, of course, has always maintained she did nothing wrong. She told police through her lawyer that she bought the mushrooms at the centre of this fatal meal at a supermarket and Asian grocer in Melbourne.
Homicide Squad detectives have charged 49-year-old Erin Patterson as part of their investigation into the deaths of 3 people following a lunch in Leongatha in July this year. Erin Patterson was arrested this morning and interviewed by police at Wonthaggi Police Station for several hours. She's subsequently been charged with 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. She was remanded in custody to appear at Morwell Magistrates Court tomorrow. The murder charges and 2 attempted murder charges relate to an incident on the 29th of July where 4 people were taken to hospital and fell ill following a meal at the private residence in Leongatha. A 70-year-old man, a 70-year-old woman and a 66-year-old woman, all from Currumbara, subsequently passed away. A 69-year-old Currumbara man was released from hospital on the 23rd of September. The further 3 attempted murder charges relate to 3 separate incidents in Victoria between 2021 and 2022. It's alleged a 48-year-old Currumbara man became ill following meals on those dates. The ABC understands that man is Erin Patterson's ex-husband, Simon Patterson. Arrested and under escort, Erin Patterson makes her way into a police station ready to face investigators. Earlier this morning, as the investigation entered its 4th month, detectives raided the 49-year-old's home in Leongatha. She waited inside as police took apart her car and combed through her shed, while outside special technology detector dogs, on loan from the Federal Police, were taken through the property, looking for electronic devices like phones, SIM cards and USB sticks. The mother of 2 was then taken to Wonthaggi Police Station, where she was interviewed by the Homicide Squad.
Today's arrest is just the next step in what has been a complex and thorough investigation by Homicide Squad detectives, and one that is not yet over.
That lunch has been under intense scrutiny. On the 29th of July, Erin Patterson invited her in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, over for lunch, along with Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and her husband, Ian. On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pâté made of mushrooms. But by the next day, all 4 guests were admitted to hospital with gastro-like symptoms. Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson died on the 4th of August, followed by Don Patterson the next day. Ian Wilkinson, the local pastor at the Corumburra Baptist Church, was released from hospital after more than 7 weeks. In a written statement to police, Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier. It was the first time her account was publicly aired.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened.
This lethal lunch has thrust this tight-knit community into the limelight and sparked widespread speculation, something investigators are warning against.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest, not only here in Victoria, but also nationally.
But local residents and loved ones of the 3 people who've died just want answers. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Wonthaggi.
A public health worker giving evidence in the trial of accused triple murderer Erin Patterson is being quizzed about a Department of Health investigation into the mushroom poisonings. Alexandra Alvaro is at the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court for us now. Hi, Alex. So what happened in court this morning?
Morning, Ros. Well, Sally Ann Atkinson is that public health worker. Her evidence just wrapped a very short time ago, and she says that she interacted with Erin Patterson in the days after that beef Wellington lunch as part of the Department of Health investigation into the mushroom poisoning. She says that she was worried about poisonous mushrooms potentially floating around in the supply chain and the risk to public health. Now, Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the murder of 3 of her estranged husband's relatives by serving them a beef Wellington meal containing poisonous death cap mushrooms. Now, Sally Ann Atkinson has told the court that when she spoke to Erin Patterson, she told her that the mushrooms from that meal had come from an Asian grocer, dried from an Asian grocer in Melbourne's southeast suburbs and fresh sliced from Woolworths. And she gave evidence today that the Department of Health report concluded that the Leongatha lunch incident was isolated, the risk to public health was low, and that there wasn't anything wrong with the mushrooms being supplied to Woolworths. And she also gave evidence yesterday that there were inconsistencies in the story that Erin Patterson had told her. For example, she said that Ms. Patterson initially told her that the mushrooms from the meal had been purchased on a Friday, but she said that that story then changed. Now, Erin Patterson's defence barrister, Colin Mandy, has questioned her over those what she called inconsistencies. He put to her rather that a date for purchasing the mushrooms had never been pinpointed originally, according to Ms. Atkinson's original notes. But Sally Ann Atkinson said that she doesn't note everything in detail when she takes scribble notes, and that her understanding was that originally the majority of the ingredients for the lunch had been purchased on a Friday. Now, as I say, Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty. She says that she did not deliberately poison her lunch guests. Currently, we're hearing from Detective Sergeant Luke Farrell. He's just headed in, so I'll head back into court and bring you more updates throughout the day.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Erin Patterson, a triple murderer.
And after dozens of episodes of this podcast, we'll tell you what we really think.
I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
I'm court reporter Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
It has been almost 2 years since Erin Patterson murdered Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson with a beef Wellington at her lunch in Leongatha and attempted to murder Ian Wilkinson. A jury made that decision on Monday after 9 weeks of evidence and a week of deliberations.
Stocky, until now we've been told it was a court of law, not a court of morals, but now we can finally talk about the latter.
Could say it's a Mushroom Case Daily Unchained.
You could. This was a huge trial. It ran for twice as long as we expected. It was held in the regional Victorian town of Morwell. And for almost a quarter of a year, we have been following these proceedings. And today we're going to highlight our key moments, look at some of the turning points in the case, talk through some legally blonde moments, and tell you more than you thought you'd probably ever know about what we think. As you can tell, we brought back Christian Silver for this episode because he's such a big part of the pod. Christian, I want to start with you. Were you surprised by the verdict?
Well, thanks for having me back. No, I wasn't, in short. I thought the prosecution presented a case with quite a lot of strong evidence. I thought that Erin Patterson was unable to create the doubt in the jury's mind. And ultimately, even though it took a while, I wasn't surprised that they found her guilty based on that evidence.
How about yourself, Rach?
I was surprised, Stocky, and a lot of the people that I've been talking to this week said they expected a not guilty verdict, but they also add that they suspect the jury has got it right. So we're not today going to talk about whether we think she did it or not, but in terms of the verdict, I was expecting a not guilty verdict because of the high bar of intent that jurors have to clear.
In the moment outside of court, when I heard the verdict kind of repeated by the TV journalists who were crossing into various programs, I was surprised by a guilty verdict. Like Rach, like you, I wasn't sure that the jury would, kind of get to the point where they were comfortable and could do this beyond reasonable doubt. As I've thought more about it, though, I'm less and less surprised. There was a moment, quite a strong moment in the prosecution case where Dr. Nanette Rogers SC, spelt out a timeline of how sick Erin Patterson was compared to the lunch guests, and it was a really stark difference. Colin Mandy SC, the defence barrister, explained parts of that, saying that, Erin Patterson tasted the Duxelle, which is why, you could assume that she would get sick slightly earlier. She also purged that meal following it, which is why she didn't get as sick as the other lunch guests. But if the jury doesn't buy that argument, then it's a reasonably short journey to understanding and, kind of breaking down a few of those moments in there. And I think that's where I want to kind of go to next as well. It's like I'm wondering sort of what you think would have swayed the jury. Like, we're never going to know what moments swayed the jury. They're the only ones who know that and can be confident in their mind around, what actually, what led their decision. But Rach, what do you think were kind of some of the key moments of the prosecution case that would have swayed them?
I think the prosecutor, Dr. Rogers, made a strong play towards the end about lying. And I was wondering what the jurors were going to do with that. The Enrich clinic that she said she went to for gastric banding surgery, which turns out they don't offer gastric banding surgery, she made a strong case that, this is another example of Erin lying, and she's lied to you, ladies and gentlemen, in the witness box. So I wasn't sure how that would play out. I also would have liked to hear from a toxicologist or a doctor about her claim that she threw up after the lunch. And if she'd thrown up earlier, would that have decreased the chances of the toxins going into her system? But it was more for me the absence of certain things that I feel like maybe was weighing on the jurors' minds.
How about you, Christian? What are some of the key moments you think potentially swayed the jury?
Well, I think after seeing Erin Patterson on the stand for 8 days, the jury got to see firsthand the fact that Erin Patterson is a liar. And her own barrister, Colin Mandy, did say that she had told some lies. But then when you see it firsthand, the way that the story kept growing new legs, it almost seemed a little bit too good to be true. And the fact that a lot of things were not mentioned by Mr. Mandy in his openings. We then heard a whole bunch of evidence from a whole bunch of witnesses of different expertise. And then Erin Patterson tells a story that just neatly fits into every hole of every expert's evidence. It just seemed too good to be true. And I think that may have been a problem. The kids didn't fall sick. I think that's a major factor as well. Erin Patterson says she's sick. That's debatable. Obviously, 4 lunch guests fall very ill. These kids supposedly eat the same leftovers. She scrapes off the mushrooms, but miraculously, no traces end up in the meat, and the kids are completely fine. I think that's very difficult to ignore. You've got the phone towers, putting her in the locations where death cap mushrooms are growing one day after Tom May makes a post on iNaturalist, a website that she's familiar with. To me, off the top of my head, those are just like a few examples, and there's more.
Do you think it was a strong case?
I think the prosecution put forward a strong case. And I say that we don't know what was going through Erin Patterson's mind. I don't think it's right for us to say that we know that she did it, but we can analyse what the prosecution put forward. And it was, in my view, pretty strong, having sat through a whole bunch of cases. It had many facets to it. It had technology, it had science, it had those human accounts from Ian Wilkinson and Simon Patterson, direct observations about grey plates and whatnot, and orange plates. So I think the overall picture was pretty strong, and Erin Patterson had that chance to inject that doubt, and I just think she didn't do that.
Yeah, with did it make its case, there were lots of gaps for me, especially with the forensic evidence and whether that was enough to show intent, because you look at her eye naturalist visit in May 2022, which is a year before the lunch. So there's only one record of that, and it only lasts for 3 minutes. There's no evidence that she saw these two posts by Funky Tom May and Christine McKenzie. But again, the gaps for me are problematic because there's obviously things we're not seeing. We heard the analogy over and over and over about the puzzle piece, and you need to zoom out to look at all the pieces. We were missing so many pieces. And I think the prosecution case, no offence, Dr. Rogers, it was missing a lot, but not for the fault of Victoria Police. I think that just there were things that couldn't be found. Maybe Christian, we had this conversation before, you might argue, well, maybe she did make other eye naturalist searches on phone A and police never found phone A. So there's a lot that the jury, I think, still doesn't know.
And phone A never being recovered, I think, is, might help answer some of the questions that we've all got. This is the phone that police say was Erin Patterson's primary phone in the kind of, 6 to 8 months leading up to the lunch. It was never recovered by police. And thinking about the phones, this is something I thought a lot about in the moment. And there's moments where you start to doubt or question the stories that you're hearing or what's being told. And, the phone resets of phone B, while police are searching Erin Patterson's house, for me, don't paint a positive picture. Her handing over that phone, this video of her at the kitchen table with the police asking for the phone across the table and them saying, oh, is there a PIN? And she's like, yeah, it's either 4 or 6 digits. And she hands it over and goes to swipe up on the phone to put the PIN in, and it just unlocks as it's being handed over. And, there's also her saying that she, took Imodium before going to hospital because she was experiencing diarrhea. She wanted something stronger, basically, was the reason that she went to hospital. Going to hospital, she never mentioned she takes this medicine to anybody at the hospital when she's looking for other treatment. Rach, were there any moments in the case like those that kind of gave you pause or inserted doubt over Erin Patterson's version of events?
I just really struggled with, we've talked about the gaps and a lack of a motive. Like that really, I couldn't grapple with that and I couldn't hold those two things at the same time. We heard that she was a devoted mother. I heard nothing to make me doubt that. Very generous. She gave her siblings-in-law sizable loans, up to $400,000. Devoted daughter-in-law, we heard that she loved Don and Gail, that they loved her children, that she didn't have parents of her own still alive, so she looked to them as parents. So there was nothing I could latch on to try to rationalise why Erin Patterson would do something like this. But then I come back to maybe I don't know all the pieces of her mind and I don't know her reasons, and there are obviously things that we haven't been hearing, but I struggled with that a lot because in the early days of this trial, even outside, in cafes and at family barbecues and things like that, people would be like, oh yeah, but she dumped the dehydrator. And I said it to both of you. I'm like, yeah, I can kind of understand that though. Like maybe I would do that out of panic, even if I hadn't committed murder. I could understand that, and people do things out of panic. But then we heard so many, phone A, this lie, that lie, and then it starts to build up and you've got this almost tens and tens of things that you've realised you've tried to rationalise, and that gives you pause for thought.
And I think Erin Patterson is not someone that thinks like most other people, and it may be an impossible task to try to get into her mind to figure out what exactly she was thinking. Again, it goes back to the four elements of murder. Motive isn't one, and I think for good reason, because with a lot of these killers, their rationale doesn't make a lot of sense to normal people. And there is still, I think, a long way to go for the community to understand Erin Patterson, to understand what she may have been thinking. And I know in the last few days, a lot of people have been pretty forceful with their opinions about her or theories about why she did something. But I still think there's a lot that we don't know. That may come out over the next few months, but realistically, there's a good chance that it won't. And the only person who may know the truth is Erin herself. What is clear is that she's a liar. She's someone who very happily will just lie straight to someone's face. Saw this with the cancer thing. Saw this with lying to the police repeatedly. And seemingly, in the view of the jury, lying directly to them, as Dr. Rogers pointed out, the fifth deception, which she mentioned in her closing arguments.
Yeah, and I mean, what were some of the moments that you saw in court, as evidence was presented that kind of, gave you doubt or really made you question Erin Patterson's versions of events?
Well, it was really the inconsistent memory that she had on the stand. And we know that memory is not a perfect science. I can't remember what I ate for breakfast yesterday, but I remember, some random meal that I ate on a trip to Italy 7 years ago. I get that. But it was the fact that she was so precise with some things and then would have gaping holes in her memory. The Asian grocer thing to me was utterly incomprehensible. It just made no sense to me that she could not remember the details.
What do you mean? How come?
Is this because you feel your suburb has been marred?
No, Rach. It was just the fact that it was just too hard to believe. And I do have a bit of a personal connection to Glen Waverley, one of the suburbs that was a possible location of where the mushrooms were purchased from this so-called Asian grocery. And Kingsway was a location that was floated. And whether this kind of wasn't fully appreciated by the jury, I'm not sure, but anyone who's been to Kingsway knows that you don't forget a trip there. It's off the main road. It's a massive strip of shops. It's an absolute nightmare to get a park, right? And you do not forget a trip to Kingsway for all of those reasons. It's a bustling area. It is not something that you can just confuse for a little strip of shops on a main road. This is a destination in that suburb, and I just found it hard to believe that despite offers by the toxicologist who spoke to her on the phone to help prompt her memory, she just didn't want a bar of it. And I think that was a sign that it was quite possibly a furphy.
I've been thinking a lot about Erin Patterson's memory and recollection over that time. There were moments where her memory was so sharp and she was able to correct the Crown Prosecutor, Nanette Rogers, Dr. Nanette Rogers SC, on, a day that she got wrong. I mean, I wonder a lot about whether Dr. Nanette Rogers did that deliberately got the name wrong to draw Erin Patterson out to correcting her.
I don't know if she deliberately got it wrong, but then when she saw the reaction, she wanted to capitalise on it.
Yeah.
And it is interesting because she remembers the packaging of the mushrooms that she says she got from the Asian grocer, the white label, handwritten, and the weight of that packaging. But yeah, she couldn't remember what shop or even what suburb.
And I've thought a lot about that basically because, this wasn't a long time before the lunch. This is only in the months before lunch. It's not like this is something that she bought 2 or 3 years ago and has sat in a pantry for years at this point. It was something that was purchased a couple of months beforehand, opened, smelt too strongly to use in the dish that she said she was going to use it in, and put into a Tupperware container that was then taken from that house to a house in Leongatha. And then at some point in between that, she has dehydrated other mushrooms, she says, and then put them into that same container. That's where she says the mix-up around the death cap mushrooms occurred. I just think in that time frame, it is unlikely that you would not recall what was in what container and what would be in your pantry. Sure, there's stuff in my pantry that's been there for years and years that, I don't recall the exact location of, but, we're talking basically the length of this trial is the distance between when she purchased them to when they were used in this dish. It's a few months, and I can kind of place anything I've bought in my pantry over the last kind of 3 months. So that was something for me that that did make me question this. And there were lots of moments like this that people actually got in touch with us about on the pod. So we were getting emails all the time to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And this is what I was talking about when I mean our legally blonde moments, because we had Mushroom Case Daily listeners who were getting in touch with questions like this one from Clementine in Lutruwita, Tasmania. Clementine's email says, "There's this moment in Legally Blonde where Elle cracks the case because nobody who's just had a perm would take a shower because science. On a sartorial note, no one who's had diarrhea would wear white pants and drive a 180-kilometre round trip."
Yeah, this is definitely the everyman's question. We were all thinking it as well, but for reasons that I don't quite understand. It was never brought up in evidence. Maybe Dr. Rogers and Mr. Mandy were above all that. I don't know. But you would have thought there could have been a subtle way to ask that question without doing it in a way that was kind of like shaming her. But look, it wasn't addressed. Whether the jury considered it or questioned it themselves, I guess we'll never know. What was the final makeup of that jury?
7-5.
7 and 5.
7 men.
Probably a question that more women have been considering, but 5 women on that jury, maybe one of them thought of it at least.
Do you think about why that question wasn't asked, Rach?
I do, actually, and this is where we go back to court of law versus court of public opinion. We had a lot of emails about the white pants, didn't we? And someone actually said, should you just like whisper in Dr. Rogers' ear? Like, should you maybe ask her to ask this? And I didn't. I answered this question at the time very carefully, Clementine, but I can tell you a bit more now. I have done this in the past, and it did not go down too well.
And I can imagine Dr. Rogers specifically would not have taken well. She wasn't too fond of us. I don't mean that she disliked individuals. It was more, at times, I think she found the media presence a little bit frustrating, a little bit distracting. She was unhappy about the clackety-clack-clack of our keyboards in the back of the room, and before the trial started actually said it was unworkable and gave a bit of a grandiose speech, and Justice Beale calmed the situation quite well and asked the guilty parties to try to silence their keyboards a bit, and we never heard about it again. So I'm guessing that it was okay.
Yeah, just to clarify, Dr. Annette Rogers SC, not a fan of Mushroom Case Daily, just journalists more generally, so it's not an individual thing against us. And Rach, before you were saying, you've raised this previously, well, what do you mean by that? You've gone to prosecutors and said, hey, I think you need to ask this question.
Yes. Not in this case. I think Dr. Rogers knows exactly what she's doing. When I was a bit younger, not a lot younger, in a case, I had a lot of questions that I thought should have been put to the accused. And so I asked that of the prosecutor. And I mean, it sounds impertinent now when I say it out loud, but it was bugging me because it's like these things, like if we knew these things, God, this would help the jury so much. And so I rattled off like 2 or 3 things. And the prosecutor said, oh no, of course I've thought about this. We have strategy meetings. If I haven't asked it, there's a reason why I haven't asked it. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Because sometimes they would rather have a question hanging in jurors' minds that's not answered, like that's more helpful than the jury actually getting the answer. And then on the other side, the defence mightn't ask it because they don't know the answer. And rule number 1, don't ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So often muddiness can actually help either party, and that's why questions aren't asked, because there was a lot of, I think you feel the same, Christian Stocky, a lot of things, a lot of questions in this case that I desperately wanted the answers to weren't asked. I really wanted to know, was she in lock and outram the days that the prosecution said she was? Because I thought, well, maybe she was there, but she could say, oh, I was having my hair done. But the defence never asked her, and the prosecution never asked her either. What about you, Christian? Was a big question mark hanging over something for you?
There was, and I don't know whether there was an appropriate witness for this, but a really bleedingly obvious question to me was, if by Erin's account you scrape off the mushrooms and serve leftover meat to your kid, can you eliminate the toxins? That was never asked. And I don't know whether the VIFM toxicologist was the right person or whether there's some other person out there who may have been appropriate to ask. But to me, a big glaring question that wasn't asked.
And, we've had, a number of things that, again, people were surprised kind of didn't come up. Emailed to us, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and also some clarifications around things that happened in court as well. Like we heard the story of Erin Patterson's eating disorder, her binging and purging habits that, were presented when she got on the stand. And there was this exchange between Erin Patterson and Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, at one point where Dr. Nanette Rogers asked Erin Patterson what she saw in the toilet after she had purged the orange cake and the beef Wellington following that lunch. And Erin Patterson said, "Oh, I don't remember what I saw. You can't usually see like peas and beans and things like that in that." And we actually had an email from someone, from Jess, who said, "Look, love the pod, think you guys do a great job. Found it intriguing that Erin stated you can't see what food is in vomit. I'm certain this isn't always correct. The corn and beans comment was strange, and I believe she was thinking of what you can see at the other end." And it was interesting observation around someone who says they'd had an eating disorder for a very long time, but couldn't remember what they saw in that, or said you couldn't usually see. And Rach, you were really kind of interested in the kind of the story around the Enrich Clinic and Erin Patterson's eating disorder kind of dropping so late in the piece.
Especially because I was in the overflow room that day, and when this came up, the idea of purging, the whole room went, "Oh," as in that's what Erin's going to try to use to explain why she's not as sick, because that was the big, that was the big difference between her and those who died, right? The timing and how sick they were.
Yep.
So for me, I was really interested in that and why it was so late. And because it was so late, this is the gap that I mentioned before. They didn't end up testing it. They didn't go to an expert and say, how would that reduce the absorption rate depending on what time she threw up. And she said she couldn't remember what time she purged.
And Rach, to really hammer home the point of how late this eating disorder story came up in the piece, we never heard any medical expert say that Erin described that to her. Obviously never said that to the police. In the weeks after the lunch, Erin Patterson actually made a fairly lengthy written statement which found its way into the media, and the ABC reporter Dan Oakes was actually the first reporter to break this story. It was a lengthy document written by Erin Patterson about supposedly what happened that day and in the lead up. No mention of vomiting anything back up then. Never heard about it in Mr. Mandy's openings, acknowledging that those openings from the defence can be somewhat limited. So you hear about this, 4 weeks into the trial for the first time, just seemed a bit too good to be true.
Obviously a surprise to the prosecution, although they did act very quickly, chasing up the clinic, finding details from that. I recall the lead informant on the case, Stephen Eppenstall, as soon as the clinic was mentioned, up out of his seat, out of the room, presumably on the phone to the clinic itself or someone back in the office to start chasing up details of that.
And the weird thing was that there actually was some sort of appointment booked, which made me think, is this going to be the little point of doubt? It doesn't quite make sense because that clinic doesn't do gastric bypass, but it does some kind of weight loss thing. But evidently it didn't carry weight.
Yeah, it used to do liposuction, didn't it? And so then the case they tried to make was that was part of her potential weight loss journey in the future.
But again, when this clinic story comes up, it just really shows you the depth of the lies she's willing to make. She's admitting that she's going to tell people that she's got cancer or potential cancer because she wants to have weight loss surgery. I mean, that's pretty extreme. And we know from daily life, cancer is a disease that impacts so many people. Australians donate millions and millions of dollars towards cancer research, and we frown very heavily upon cancer cons.
One of my girlfriends actually reached out and said that's the bit about the case that's made her the most angry. That very thing.
talking about some of the, the behaviour kind of inside the courtroom, things that, happened in that room as certain things were being presented. Also things that we saw around the court, in breaks, in things like that. There's things that kind of stick with us. Christian, is there a moment for you that you think back to?
Yeah, there's one key moment. And during the trial, when the jury was out of the room, Erin certainly rode a wave of emotions. And look, that's understandable. She was on trial for a triple murder and an attempted murder. There were times when she was crying. There were times when she seemed pretty calm. Moments when she would seem a bit more lighthearted. I get that. She's a human being. But one moment really disturbed me, Stocky. And this was very shortly after the evidence of Dr. Stephen Warrilow. So he was the ICU expert from the Austin Hospital, and he had systematically taken the court through the deaths of Don, Gail and Heather and described Ian Wilkinson's dramatic recovery. This was a really heavy day of evidence. He was literally describing the deaths of these people. He finishes his evidence. Justice Beale calls a break. And I went into the courtroom and took a seat, and I could hear this sort of like heavy breathing coming from behind me, and it was Erin. And my first instinct was, she's broken down in tears because this has been so confronting to hear. So I turned around. She was actually doubled over, laughing hysterically with two of the prison guards. Someone had cracked a joke and she was doubled over. And I just thought to myself, my God, you've just heard this evidence about these people literally dying. And even on your version of events where it's all a tragic accident, you've caused this by feeding them these poisonous mushrooms. And within 5 minutes, she's able to block that out of her mind and is just laughing about a joke and not chuckling, like full body laughter. I just thought it was really disturbing, and I was quite put off by that.
Yeah. Rachel, there are moments that you saw around the court, in breaks or, in the hallways around that kind of have stuck with you and you think you'll kind of reflect on and think back on?
Yeah, and it's what we've said a couple of times in this series, that's the little moments of humanity and little glimpses into relationships that has no part in a courtroom, as in the testimony, but that's the stuff that sticks with me. Because in court cases, whether this is right or not, and Justice Beale said this isn't a boxing match, but unfortunately that's what happens. I mean, you probably see it all the time, Christian. So people who are there to support the victims sometimes unwillingly become pitted against those who might be there to support the accused. And in this case, family members of the Wilkinsons and Pattersons were there every day. The day of the verdict, there was only one representative there for them. And then there was a friend of Erin's who's been there for quite some time. And I just assumed that they would be pitted against each other. And the friend of Erin's was quite upset outside the courtroom after the verdict. And the representative of the Patterson family I saw go up and hug her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting that. And it's stuff like that that really stick with me. And also, of course, Ian Wilkinson in the witness box, this tiny moment of levity for this poor man who's lost his best friend, Heather Wilkinson. When you'd remember when his chair started to sink and Justice Beale, and he laughed, he chuckled, and Justice Beale said, we do this to all our witnesses. Those little moments of humanity that sneak into very serious court cases always stick with me.
I was just really taken aback by seeing Ian Wilkinson on the stand. I mean, the dignity of the man after what he'd been through. You could still see that his qualities shone through. Still a very personable, likeable man, and impossible to imagine what he's been through, but still clearly fulfilling his role as a leader, not only in his church, but in his family too.
Yeah, you rarely see that level of grace from
That's the word.
A victim. Yep.
Yeah, there were so many, really interesting moments of I guess resilience from so many people who we saw through this trial. There were so many lovely moments as well. Justice Beale, the judge presiding over this case, the moments of lightness and levity with the jury was something that I think I'll remember back and forward. I think there was one day where there was a number of legal arguments and they were, in and out of the room as those discussions were had. And he didn't even need to say anything at one point. There was a pause and one of them stood up and was like, we know what to do. And they just walked out of the room. I think a lot of that was quite deliberate. I think he knew that this would be a tricky case, and I think he knew that the jury was going to be asked to make a really big and difficult decision. So he went early to try and build this rapport in case he needed to, as the jury was deliberating, kind of ask a few times that you need to go back and make a decision. You need to go back and make a decision if they came back with questions or couldn't find their way to a verdict. He didn't need to do any of that, but there was still some in I guess the deliberation stage, which we saw for a week, some interesting situations emerging there, Christian.
Well, I guess he had to build the goodwill because this 6-week trial turned into an 11-week trial. And obviously we don't know what was going on in the jury room, but from what I gather and from what you guys have told me, it wasn't signs that jury members were whinging or complaining outwardly about this predicament. And also the other thing was that Beale sequestered the jury, putting them up in a hotel, cutting off all their communication with friends and family and the internet and news. And that's highly, highly irregular. It is something in the toolbox that they can use, but it's not something that gets done. So maybe getting in the good books early, knowing what he was going to do to them afterwards was a smart ploy.
Yeah. The sequestration wasn't without its complications, though.
Yeah, it's come out that this has not run as smoothly as it should have. This whole process is supposed to separate the jury from outside influence. And we know that this area, Morwell, Traralgon, Moe, another one of those nearby towns, this is not a big community. There's not heaps and heaps of hotels to stay at. And also they had to have presumably a booking for 12 individual rooms plus jury keepers and whatnot. So it's, fair booking there. But the fact that the jury ended up in the same accommodation as some of the police, some of the prosecutors and some of the media, that is not a good look. There's no suggestion that anything untoward happened. But what I was told by some people who were there, some pretty farcical scenes of people, ducking into corridors, shielding their faces to avoid contact. And it's just not a good look. And you'd think that the jury wouldn't have been put up in the nearest town. And given this jury pool is drawn from the area, while we don't know where they're from, it's quite possible that they were from this town that the hotel was in. You would have thought they would have been shifted a bit further away to avoid that exposure. So maybe that's something that will be reflected upon by whoever sequesters the next jury.
I think because there was one entry and exit, that's it. So that's a problem. If the informant and prosecution team is seeing jurors, the school holidays, I think, was an issue. As we know, even the reporters, we had a house booked a long time ago, but shuffled around between certain hotels because this trial went a lot longer than everyone thought. So I'm sure that's the reason, and there's nothing nefarious. But yeah, optically, not a great look. And I did hear, Christian, that you probably haven't heard, one reporter was being a bit too loud and got rapped over the knuckles by Dr. Rogers.
I did hear that.
One of the moments that I actually kind of rate around the sequestration of the jury was that they were working from Monday to Saturday and then they had Sunday off. And I was wondering what they would be doing on this Sunday. They can't, they don't have access to their phones. They can't watch TV. What are they going to be doing? They were taken on a little field trip out to a winery. They were kept separate from the public, but they did have a day out, which I really respect. To give them the break to have that moment of freedom and
We stayed that weekend, Stocky, in Morwell. You went to Wilson's Promontory. I went to Inverloch just to have a day. I needed to see the ocean and have a break. And I did think on my drive there, what if they're at the Inverloch pub? I'd have to walk straight out again.
And the story that I heard that the jury keepers were the ones who served the food so that they would avoid contact with
Mr. Hastings,
the
Master Chef.
A good little story there, and definitely a deserved break. I don't think any criticism at all should come to the jury for that. They've been working exceptionally hard, and one day off is entirely reasonable.
Yeah, we're coming to a verdict in the morning following that day off as well on the Monday. Speaking of the legal teams, the prosecution in the hotel with the jury in this instance, but while we're thinking of the legal teams, what do you think of, I guess, their kind of performance throughout this case, Rach? The prosecution and the defence.
Man, they worked incredibly hard, and we talked about how busy we were, but we could finish at 8 o'clock or whenever and go and get dinner. I've heard that some of them were working 2 a.m, 3 a.m, getting up at 5 or 6 a.m. and starting again. Both teams worked incredibly hard.
They did. And I think as well, and we've seen this through the entire legal process, not just the trial, it has been a team effort, and a lot of attention has come on Dr. Rogers because she's the senior counsel for the prosecution, sure. But we know for a fact that certainly Jane Warren, Sarah Lenthal, and some of the other OPP prosecutors were working around the clock. They did exceptionally high levels of work, and even on the defence side, there's no doubt that Mr. Mandy, Sophie Stafford and Bill Duke's team as well were working.
And Ophelia, we should add to that list too.
Yeah.
They all were working really hard, long days.
Yeah. Before we kind of wrap up this episode, I want to talk a little bit about sentencing in a moment. That's the kind of next stage here. I do want to give us a bit of space to admit when we're wrong. If there's things through the case you had you thought would come back, if there were things you expected would happen and didn't, I will start. In our first ever Friday Wrap episode, I talked about Dr. Danette Rogers SC immediately questioning Simon Patterson, Erin Patterson's estranged husband, about whether or not he had seen her air traffic controller certification, if he'd seen her business degrees, and him saying that he had. And in my mind, I thought, I wonder if Dr. Danette Rogers is going to bring this back, that Erin Patterson doesn't have these things. And I flagged that, look, that's something to watch. Never returned, never mentioned again, died at that moment. I was completely wrong in expecting that to return.
You thought she might have forged her air traffic control certificate, right?
I was wondering if that was going to be something that was presented, but it never came before the courts. Rach, what was the moment in this where, you got something a bit wrong or thought something would go a different way?
Intent. As I said earlier, I was just not sure that the jury would be able to reach that high bar of intent because there didn't seem to be any motive. And even from the outset, the prosecution said, we're not going to offer one up. And I know you don't need a motive to prove murder, but it does help inform intent. And these jurors, if they say guilty, they're putting Erin Patterson away for a very long time. For me, like I said, I feel like I'd want to cling to something as a reason for all this pain, and I couldn't find a reason for this pain, but maybe there is no sense. Well, of course there's no sensible reason.
For me, it was thinking that Erin Patterson would never testify because usually it's a terrible idea. And I think we saw after 8 days that Erin Patterson is not the most likeable person. That's not to say that she's terribly uncharismatic, but I don't think she's the type of person who's capable to win over 12 strangers. And so on the opening day, we heard the prosecution openings and we heard Colin Mandy's reply. And on reflection now, having been aware of some of the evidence that was going to come up in this trial, and when I heard Mr. Mandy's openings, there were a whole bunch of new things that I'd never heard before. And on reflection, it makes sense, of course. He was going to need to produce evidence, and Erin Patterson was the vehicle for that. So that was one thing in my head that I definitely got wrong. I never imagined that we'd see her on the stand, but so it was.
Rach, what did you think of Erin Patterson as a witness?
I thought she was very strong under questioning from Colin Mandy, SC, but of course she's in the safe hands of her legal team there. But I thought she was quite strong the first couple of days and then started to become a bit frazzled under questioning from Dr. Rogers. I know she got a lot of criticism about being pedantic, and even she called it out. Those were her last words, weirdly enough. Her last question, she said, I have been a bit pedantic. I have a habit of doing that, or something along those lines. And she has and was. But I didn't criticise her too much for that. A lot of people did, because I think, her life's on the line. You want questions asked in a very specific way. And this was her kind of personality and temperament, that she wanted not double-barreled questions or things like that. I know a lot of people thought that was evasive. I just thought, well, I'd probably want specificity too if I was on trial for murder. But we did notice, didn't we, Christian, that she did become more defensive as those days went on, and then she was sitting there a long time.
Yeah, this was, I thought, quite a smart ploy by the prosecution, was just to drag out this cross-examination. probably could have done it in a couple of days, but they dragged it out. They just gave her enough rope to keep saying more and more, and then turned around and told the jury that all those things were lies. And one thing that did sort of stick out to me was in all of those days of evidence, she didn't show a great deal of empathy for those victims. And even on her story, you know, she caused these deaths. And I just sort of think most people, if they were ever in such a horrific situation where they caused 3 deaths, would just be so guilt-ridden by it that it would just be the thing that they kept thinking about and a thing that they would keep referring to. But instead it just came back to her. And I don't know, I just didn't think it looked good after such a long time in the witness stand.
Erin Patterson found guilty of the murder of Don and Gail Patterson, of Heather Wilkinson, and of the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson. The next stage in this is her sentencing, when Justice Beale will decide how long she spends in prison for committing these crimes. Christian, you've been doing a bit of research to try and work out where this may go?
Well, there's no doubt that it's going to be a hefty sentence. The standard sentence for murder is 25 years, and here you've got not only a triple murderer but an attempted murder charge that's been proven as well. So it is going to be a complicated sentencing exercise for Justice Beale. He's going to hear arguments from the prosecution and defence about, why it should be higher or why it should be lower, or mitigating factors and all of that. But he's also going to have to look at comparable cases, and there's not really many cases like this. This isn't like a stabbing, which is quite a common form of killing, or a shooting. This is poisoning by mushrooms. It's pretty weird. So just thinking back to some recent cases which have got some similarities with this, there was a case of Rebecca Payne. This was a woman from Mildura, a regional town in Victoria, who actually laced biscuits with prescription drugs to kill her husband. However, this was a case where her husband was incredibly abusive, a horrible man by all accounts, who subjected Rebecca Payne to horrific abuse and torture, I would say. In that case, she got 16 years jail for a murder, which is pretty low on the scale of things. So that's a case where there's some similarity with this sort of, poisoning someone who had no idea it was coming. Another case, a very different method of murder, but one involving an ambush of 2 family members who never saw it coming, accused by the name of Chaptafage in Victoria. He essentially assassinated his daughter and son-in-law, shot them in the head at point-blank range. There was a family dispute. He was aggrieved, annoyed with his daughter and the son-in-law. He got a maximum of life in prison and a minimum of 35 years jail. So such a massive gap there between those 2 cases. But I guess that goes to show, the range that you can see. And I found another historical case, and definitely would be intrigued to do more research about this case. It's a case out of New South Wales. The woman's name is Caroline Grills, and this is dating back to the 1940s and 50s. And from what I've been reading, a very helpful article I read in the Daily Telegraph, a history piece, she killed 4 people using what I believe was rat poison in tea. And in that case, the jury apparently took 12 minutes to find her guilty.
12 minutes?
Yeah. She was sentenced eventually to life in prison, and Grills is now dead.
That is the next stage for Erin Patterson, is her sentencing. We'll keep you up to date on Mushroom Case Daily as we get closer to that stage. And, we'll learn more about Erin Patterson as we get to that point as well. Even at this point, Rach, though, there's a lot of people making an assessment of Erin Patterson. What are you kind of thinking at the moment?
I don't know. I mean that sincerely. I'm still struggling for a reason for all this pain. 3 people are dead. 1 man nearly died. Relationships and families have imploded. The town, hopefully not, but might suffer that stigma. And I can't find any reason for it. I'm really struggling with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the day after the verdict, Evil Erin was on the front page of one of the newspapers. I don't know if it's as simple as that. And I also think there's a lot of things that remain unclear at this point. We did mention in an episode earlier this week that there is still an interim suppression order which restricts us from talking about certain things, which may help us more accurately portray what we think of Erin Patterson. Also, with the sentencing hearing, the defence has the option of getting a psych assessment done. And if they do, who knows what that will turn up, and whether that will also alter the way that we look at Erin Patterson. And I think also, to try to summarise all of this, or to try to paint the picture of this case, people might rush to do this as soon as they can, but I think time is going to be the thing that places this case on so many levels. Where do we rate Erin in terms of the level of criminality? Does she go down as one of Australia's most notorious criminals? I think time is the judge of that, and it's not only what we think of Erin, but of this entire tragic case as a whole. There are cases from 50 years ago that still get talked about today. Is this going to be one of these? Time will tell.
When you think about, the number of mass murderers that we have in Australia, there's not a lot. The number of people that have killed 3 people in one instance, and this was, potentially a 4th attempted murder. Like there's not a lot of them in the history of Australia.
It could have been 5 if Simon Patterson had turned up.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see what happens from here. We'll keep you up to date on Mushroom Case Daily with any of the details and any court appearances that are coming up. The sentencing is the next stage of this. There is still, room for an appeal if the defence wants to appeal Erin Patterson's murder conviction. And yeah, if you want to keep up to date with all of that, make sure you're following Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app. We do actually have an exclusive ABC Listen episode up right now. If you can't access the ABC Listen app, if you're living overseas, jump onto the ABC Listen website. Just search Mushroom Case Daily in your favourite search engine. We know Erin Patterson used Bing, although she did say it wasn't her preferred search engine, but whatever you find yourself across, jump in there. And if you are using the ABC Listen app and you're following Mushroom Case Daily, make sure you got your notifications turned on in that app, then you'll get alerts every time a new episode drops. We are looking at answering some of your questions as well, so if you want to get in touch, send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au.
And Stocky, I've been impressed with the many ways that you find to subtly include that email address in all the questions, and also the thorough job you've done at convincing people to get on the ABC Listen app.
Look, it's a wonderful app. I've got it on my phone. You should have it on your phone. When your notifications are on, you'll be the first to hear about the summary series that we're producing on the trial of Erin Patterson, the details of what happened before the lunch, everything around the preparation, the meal itself, and what happened after as well. It's a 5-part series we'll be dropping in the next couple of weeks, so get on the app, turn your notifications on, and you'll be the first to know.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, Christian Silver and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry.
Thank you as well to senior lawyer Jasmine Sims for her legal advice every day, our legal queen, and also to the Victoria Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior.
Are they evil or are they damaged? Are they both?
After the stealing, they often will describe a sense of pleasure or gratification.
Join us on Criminal Psychology, a special series exploring some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Erin Patterson has been found guilty of murdering 3 relatives by lacing their meals with death cup mushrooms. Investigative reporter Rachel Brown from the ABC's podcast Mushroom Case Daily joins us now from Morwell. Rachel, can you tell us about the moment in the courtroom when the verdict was read out?
Of course, you could have heard a pin drop. The foreperson was asked if the jury had reached a verdict. She said yes. And then we heard the 4 verdicts. So first, on the count of attempted murder against Ian Wilkinson. He was the surviving guest from that lunch, and the verdict was guilty. And then for the 3 murder counts, first Heather Wilkinson, Ian's wife, and then Gail and Don Patterson, which was Simon Patterson's parents, and 3 guilty verdicts for them.
And Erin Patterson was in the room watching from the back of the court. How did she react?
She was just behind me. I turned to see her reaction and there was none. She remained quite stoic. I looked for flickers of, sadness or pain or confusion. There was none of that. And she's had a lot of people watching her for a long time. Maybe she's practiced in not giving anything away, but there was no emotions that I could see flicker across her face.
There have been Patterson and Wilkinson family in the court throughout this trial. Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving lunch guest, was there most days. Was there any family at the verdict?
No, they were there for the entire trial, which is 9 weeks, which is a lot, and it would have been an incredible toll on those 2 families to sit through all of that evidence. There was no one from the family here today that I saw. They have had a representative here. She was here today, a representative for the Patterson family. I don't think she made any comments outside court, but no, the family were not here today. It would be interesting to see in the coming days if they would like to make a statement or if they will call perhaps, and most presumably for their privacy to be respected.
There's been so much evidence over the last 10 weeks, 50 plus witnesses. She's been found guilty, which means the jury was convinced by the prosecution arguments. Can you remind us what those key arguments were?
Sure. The prosecution told the jury that Erin Patterson was not a forager, that she never mentioned it to friends or family, and then they told the jury that evidence of a search on iNaturalist was found on her computer. That's a citizen scientist website, and that's where 2 posts were found from a Tom May and Christine McKenzie, sightings of death cap mushrooms in Loch and Outram. So they say that these posts were on iNaturalist. There was evidence of an iNaturalist search, albeit back in 2022, and then Erin's phone allegedly pinged in Loch and in Outram in 2023, in April and May, and the prosecution alleged that she visited those 2 sites to find death cap mushrooms. The prosecution told the jury that Erin Patterson was duplicitous, that she was one person to the Patterson family, but to her Facebook friends, she would complain about them and say, I'm over this, I'm done with them, they're a lost cause. This animosity, the prosecution said, was sparked because of a child support payments between her and Simon, and Erin Patterson wanted Don and Gail Patterson to intervene and be mediators, and they were uncomfortable doing that. And then the prosecution made a case of 4 main deceptions. And that was that she lied about having cancer as a ruse to get the guests to come to the lunch, that she poisoned individual beef Wellingtons and kept hers poison-free. The third was that she feigned sickness to make it seem like she had ingested poison also. And then it said there was a sustained cover-up. Now this included saying things like her kids had also eaten leftovers, that she'd got the mushrooms from an Asian grocer in Melbourne, and then she dumped the dehydrator a few days after the lunch, and also gave police what they called a dummy phone, phone B, instead of phone A, the phone that she'd been using during the year. And then finally, of course, the prosecution says that she lied in her police interview and told police, I've never foraged, never owned a dehydrator, and I've been as helpful as I can to the health department.
So Rachel, what happens now?
There'll be a mention in early August, and that's to set that's a directions hearing, and that's to set a date for what's called a plea hearing or a pre-sentence hearing, and then we'll have a sentencing sometime, I think, in the next few months or so. That's how it usually works.
Okay, Rachel Brown in Morwell, thank you for that update.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Shuffling phones and SIM cards. The prosecution alleges Erin Patterson switched her SIM cards in her phones while police were in the middle of a search of her house. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 28th of May, and we've just finished the 20th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, it has been a kind of cold, cloudy day in Morwell, that is outside of the court, of course. Can you talk us through what happened inside the courtroom today?
Warm and toasty inside, and also a day of more interesting evidence. The lead police officer, Stephen Eppenstall, returned to the witness box, and a lot of today was spent looking at the phones that were allegedly linked to Erin Patterson and claims of a missing phone and a missing SIM card. We were taken through Erin Patterson's bank records and internet searches and her shopping receipts in the week leading up to the lunch. We also returned to the topic of Erin's health, and we remember that this was allegedly one of the key things that was brought up when the lunch guests went to her house on the 29th of July, 2023.
Thank you, Christian. As we go into this episode, I want to spend a bit of time talking about mobile phones. In court today, we basically had like a mobile phone shell game with different phones and different SIM cards under like little cups being spun around. Theoretically, of course, it's not that sort of circus in the courtroom. But yeah, being moved around, and it was a bit of a challenge to try and keep up with where things were going. But, you know, this was a really interesting exploration of the devices that Erin Patterson had used.
And to illustrate the point, there were a lot of detailed phone records being put up on screens and not explicit explanation about certain things. That's my reading of it anyway. We saw, rows and rows and rows of call charge records, dates, phone numbers, IMEI numbers, all these kinds of things being brought up and shown to the jury over the course of a couple of hours.
Yeah, and it was interesting kind of listening through all of this. You know, we were hearing these kind of like historical records from like 2022, 2023, and this is through the morning, and I'm trying to figure out what's important. What do I need to take notes on? And as we get further through the day, as we get closer to the lunch and we get past the lunch, the relevance of this becomes clear because we hear about what has allegedly happened in Erin Patterson's house as the police have been searching her home.
Yeah, so this is 1 week after the lunch took place, and what police say is that the SIM card that Erin Patterson was using in her primary phone has been changed over to a different phone, a Nokia.
Okay.
And according to police, there are records that in the days that followed, this same SIM card was used in the Nokia.
Right.
Now, what police also allege is that a different SIM card was taken out of a Samsung tablet that Miss Patterson had been using prior to the lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Police allege that SIM card from the tablet was put into another phone, the phone that we have nicknamed Phone B.
Right, yep.
Phone B is the phone that is given over to the police. This is the phone that police allege was repeatedly factory reset. So according to the police, what you have is an allegation that Erin Patterson has handed over a phone that has been wiped 3 times after the lunch, and that has been given to the police. And that phone contains a SIM card that has barely been used for the purpose of being a phone SIM card. It's been used as a tablet SIM card.
Yep.
So it's got data and maybe a couple of SMS records, but it's not a SIM card, according to the police, that has been used extensively for phone calls over a long period. According to the police, it doesn't reflect what a regular SIM card that's put in a phone shows, where you've got a mixture of phone calls and data and messages. It doesn't look like that, according to the records.
Right. Yeah.
I hope that makes sense.
It does. Yeah. So we've got a couple of SIM card swaps, and then the phone that is given to police, the one that we talked about yesterday with Erin Patterson sitting at the table and sliding that across. That has a SIM card in it that has come out of a tablet. And it's also not a phone that has been used very regularly. It's also a phone that's been wiped, a handful of times just before being handed over.
That's the allegation.
Yeah, right. Really interesting to kind of hear all of that detail through there. And, there's through this, Erin Patterson hands over a phone. There's another phone that she continues using through this period, we imagine, after that.
This is the Nokia phone.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting as well, as we were talking through this whole situation, and that's what I'm saying, you're talking about these different call records, all these different tables and things like that. All of that was shown earlier in the day, and it's like trying to figure out how that fits together. You hear this towards the end, and you're like, oh, now I understand why I've been shown all of these tables, all of these old records. It is to...
You've got to piece it together, yeah. And I think what we hope in any criminal case, from both sides, from the prosecution and the defence, is that when they come to their closing arguments, whatever it may be, that they sum it up for us, that they make it concise and that they make it clear. That's what we hope from lawyers from both sides of the bar table, because we just want to understand the facts as clear as possible.
Absolutely. And it was interesting, as we'd gone through all of this phone detail, all of this phone evidence, there were these photos that were shown towards the end. And this is introduced by Jane Warren, the prosecutor. There is one photo that is taken from CCTV, I think in the Leongatha Hospital. And there's another photo, which is a still from Erin Patterson handing the phone over to police. And the prosecutor kind of stopped short of really kind of describing much about what was there. It was sort of like left up to the jury.
Let me try and step you through it. And again, I think it's important to focus on the dates here.
Mm-hmm.
So the first photo that was shown to the jury was what appeared to be a screenshot from some security camera inside the Leongatha Hospital. And this is on the 31st of July, 2023. This is 2 days after the lunch. What you can see in that photo is Erin Patterson in what appears to be a hospital ward room.
Mm-hmm.
She's standing next to a bed, I think it is, and there's a small table at the foot of the bed, and you can see there what appears to be a phone case. Now, to me, this looked kind of browny, but I believe it may have been said that it was a pink mobile phone case.
Mm-hmm.
Then when we come to the second photo that was shown, this is the photo of Erin Patterson literally handing over a phone to a police officer in her house. This is on the 5th of August. So you're looking at, 5-6 days later.
Yeah.
And you can see the phone case there. Now, there was a question asked in the courtroom, is that phone case the same colour as the phone case that we saw in the CCTV from the hospital? And what Jane Warren, the prosecutor, said was, it's a matter for the jury what colour that case is.
Really leaving that open to, to kind of us trying to work out if it is... not for us to work out, I guess, for the jury to work out if that's the kind of primary phone of Erin Patterson. When we're talking about these phone swaps, we're talking about a phone that is like the primary phone that Erin Patterson has kind of been using, that police say is a primary phone that Erin Patterson has been using, that, they haven't recovered at the time of this search. Do they ever get their hands on this phone?
So police say they went to Erin Patterson's house in November 2023. So you're looking now, some 3 months after the lunch. And this is around the time when she's charged by police as well. And Stephen Eppenstall, the lead detective, says they were looking for that primary phone, but they say it has never been located by police.
Right. Okay, so never located a primary phone, and there is a kind of like, let's say, allegedly a secondary phone that has been handed over to police, when they've asked for it.
Correct. And just to complicate matters even further, there was a third phone which was found in the house, which was recovered by police as well.
And this is the phone we've spoken about before. This is a phone that had messages from late 2022 relating to Simon Patterson and his family and all of that. We spoke about that in our episodes towards the end of last week. Is that correct?
That's right.
Great. As well as the phone conversations
Terrible
today.
ad for Samsung, all of this.
The editorial policies of the ABC will be having there'll be a light going off in an office somewhere as we talk through this. But no, look, it's all in context. It's all in the message of a court proceeding. So I think we'll be fine. Speaking of brand names, I'd like to talk a bit about iNaturalist now, the website. We did see some searches of iNaturalist today. Stephen Eppenstall, the lead investigator in this case from the Victoria Police, was talking through this. He was asked a question at one point I found a little bit entertaining. He was asked by Jane Warren, are you familiar with the iNaturalist website? And he sort of smiled and says, I'm pretty familiar with it now, ma'am. And so we saw some pages of this. They were of death cap mushrooms. These are of links that were allegedly taken from devices in the Patterson home.
A computer
in the Patterson home. And this took us to a map of death cap mushroom sightings.
So Stephen Eppenstall said what he did was he took some URLs which were found from this report that the police had generated from this computer, and he literally copied the URL and pasted it into his browser of choice, which is Microsoft Edge. He pasted it into there and he said what popped up straight away was a world map showing locations of death cap mushroom sightings. Now, this was zoomed out a lot, like literally all the continents.
Right.
He said he then pasted in a second URL from this same report, drawn from the computer, and then he got a more zoomed in map focusing on the Melbourne area, and you can see a broad sort of zoomed out area of Melbourne. And then there was another URL which he's posted in there, and that is a specific death cap mushroom sighting. And this was around May 2022, so you're looking some 14 months before the lunch.
Right, and Justice Beale was pretty careful to remind the jury at this point that, these were pages that Stephen Eppenstall had visited later than when they were visited on the actual device recovered from the Patterson home, and so the page may have changed in some way around that, and to keep that in mind when they're looking at them. And also when we were looking at the search results, or what Stephen Eppenstall was going at, we then went from these ones to looking at the Corumburra Middle Pub, or the Middle Hotel, I think, one of the hotels in Corumburra, and a dinner order. When was that visited?
So according to the records, the search for iNaturalist happens like within a 5-minute span of this search for the pub. There's literally a search engine search for the pub, and then it appears that the computer user then clicks into the Corumburra Middle Pub website or some sort of ordering portal. The user of the computer has then purchased some dinner, and I can run you through the dinner order if you like. It was some garlic bread, 2 chicken parmas, a kid's burger and a kid's fish meal, and Coke, no sugar, 1.25 litres. All of this came to $82, and it was paid for on a Visa credit card. And we saw the receipt of this dinner purchase come up, and on the receipt you could see there was a reference not only to Erin Patterson's address at the time, but also the word Erin was used in a transaction ID field as well.
Yeah, right. It's interesting to me today as we were going through all the evidence that had been gathered by Victoria Police through the course of this investigation, just how much information they had gathered. Like there's all this phone data, there's all these other searches, there's details relating to like the cancer register and things like that. And we also got into Erin's shopping list and shopping history, even going to like the Woolies Rewards section and hearing basically what she bought in the week ahead of the lunch, which was, a couple of packets of phyllo pastry, some eye fillet, and a lot of mushrooms, like almost 2 kilos of mushrooms.
A lot of mushrooms. And Mr. Eppenstall has been the vehicle for a lot of topics of evidence. I didn't expect to see the homicide detective give the jury a rundown of how the Woolworths rewards point system works, but there you go. You've got to be very worldly to be a police officer. You've got to know about a lot of things. But I digress. We go to the week preceding the lunch because obviously police are interested to know what Erin Patterson has been buying in the lead up to this lunch. And we got to see the receipt. And it actually wasn't one receipt, it was 3 receipts. Several trips to Woolworths made in Leongatha near Erin Patterson's house. And there were some transactions which were highlighted, which the prosecution alleges are relevant to the beef Wellington meal. I mean, there was all sorts of shopping items on there, which pretty unremarkable. But there was a total over these 3 visits of 1.75 kilograms of mushrooms being bought. There was about roughly about 1.9 kilos of beef as well. And we're not talking the cheap stuff. This is eye fillet, good stuff there. And also a lot of pastry, in excess of 3 kilos as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that is a lot of pastry, actually. Christian, we ended the day with Stephen Eppenstall being cross-examined by Erin Patterson's defence, Colin Mandy. He started that conversation by getting Eppenstall to confirm that Erin Patterson had cooperated with police, pointing to the police interview we saw yesterday and we spoke about in yesterday's episode. He also talked through her medical history and some of the searches that, appeared on phones about a cancer diagnosis or, cancer diagnoses and things to look out for. Was there anything that stood out to you in that cross-examination?
So just for context, I think it's worth reminding the listeners about the lunch and what Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor guest from the lunch, said. And he said that Erin Patterson told the guest that she had been diagnosed with cancer. So Stephen Eppenstall was taken to a whole bunch of medical records and emails that doctors had sent as well, going back some years. And as well, he was also taken to some text messages between Erin Patterson and Gail Patterson, her mother-in-law. And according to these text messages, Erin Patterson tells Gail that she's got various medical appointments that she needs to get to. However, Mr. Eppenstall says that when he went to these hospitals and these medical centres to check up, there was no record of Erin ever attending. So according to him, it would appear that is untrue. He also said there was no diagnosis of cancer ever given to Erin Patterson. This is again backing up other witnesses in this case. He was under cross-examination, though, taken to some other text messages that Erin Patterson had sent her husband. This is going back to 2021, and we see some doctor's notes, I think they are, where a doctor says that Erin Patterson is worried that she's got ovary cancer, and that Erin Patterson is raising concerns that she's sick. On this report, there's also a list of Erin Patterson's ancestors, and it says that these people had cancer. That's what's on the doctor's report anyway. And then there's some messages between Erin and Simon, and this is sort of, I think it was late 2021, early 2022. So this is well before this lunch, where Erin Patterson is complaining about not feeling well. She's got concerns about her heart condition. She's got concerns about the medical providers and the quality of the service that they can provide. And she actually makes this comment to Simon saying that she doesn't want to deal with waiting times and public hospitals full of COVID patients.
So this is a point where COVID is still very present in everyone's mind, something that you're still thinking about, kind of helpful to help place it in the kind of the timeline of all of this as well.
Even though we've done our best to try to wipe it out of our minds.
You're reminded at the, just when you think you're the safest. Thank you for taking us through all of that, Christian. It's been incredibly helpful to help understand the day. I want to jump into some questions now. We are getting so many wonderful questions sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Some wonderful thoughts from you, some wonderful questions and really curious ideas coming from you listening to Mushroom Case Daily. And I want to jump into one from Emma from Curl in Sydney to start with, Christian. Emma says, "Hi guys, brilliant coverage of this case. Thanks." Thank you for listening, Emma. Emma's question is, does the prosecution need to prove motive at all, or just evidence that the crime occurred? Maybe I've missed something, but I haven't really heard why Erin Patterson would do this? And that is my biggest question in this case.
Thanks, Emma. It is a really great question. It is a topic that was addressed at the very start of this case when the judge was taking the jury through some instructions about what they'll need to consider in this trial. And he took them to the 4 elements of the charge of murder, and spoiler alert, motive is not one of them. So in answer to your question, the prosecution does not have to prove motive, but there are a bunch of things that they do have to prove. So let's go through them.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 elements to the charge of murder that the prosecution will need to prove beyond reasonable doubt for Erin Patterson to be found guilty. The first element is, did Erin Patterson cause the deaths of the lunch guests? If the jury is satisfied of that, they can move on to the second element.
Mm-hmm.
The second element is, did she do it deliberately? If they're satisfied of that, then they can look at, did she do it with an intention to kill them or to cause them really serious injury? And there's an emphasis on the word really there.
Okay.
If they're satisfied of that, we can get to the final point, and that's, did she commit the killing without a lawful justification or excuse? And a lawful justification or excuse could be something like self-defense. Evidently, that is not something that's relevant in this case. The judge has said that intent is definitely one of the key things that the jury will have to look at, and the defence, through their barrister Colin Mandy, pointed out to the jury in his openings that Miss Patterson did not deliberately poison the lunch guests with death cap mushrooms. So 2 topics there that the jury will definitely have to weigh up.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for your great question, Emma. Christian, do we know what we've got coming up tomorrow at this stage?
Well, the prosecution case is not over yet. The jury was told that Stephen Eppingstall, the lead detective, is the last witness. So it's coming close to the end, but Mr. Mandy's not done with him yet. The cross-examination only really started this afternoon, so I'm sure he will go to work, as you like to say.
That's how I like to describe what Colin Mandy does. He was going to work today, he'll be going to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just like we will when we bring you another episode of Mushroom Case Day. That'll drop into your feed tomorrow night. We've got some exciting news to announce in that episode as well. So make sure you grab the ABC Listen app so you can get that slightly before it drops on all the other podcast platforms. When you've got the ABC Listen app, follow Mushroom Case Daily. And if you're listening somewhere else, please leave us a review, give us a rating. It makes it much easier for other people to find us and for people that you can talk about Mushroom Case Daily with in your group chats.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, supervising producer, Yasmin Parry, and investigative reporter, Rachel Brown. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
After 7 weeks in prison as a convicted murderer, Erin Patterson looks to the skies as she prepares to confront those whose lives she changed forever. Family members today delivering emotional victim impact statements in the Supreme Court in Melbourne. The only surviving guest from the mushroom lunch, Ian Wilkinson, spoke of his enduring grief at losing Heather, his wife of 44 years. She was compassionate, intelligent, brave, witty, he said. Simply a delightful person who loved sharing life with others. Pastor Wilkinson, a constant presence at the trial in Morwell, described Patterson's actions as callous and calculated. Erin has brought deep sorrow and grief into my life and the lives of many others. Erin Patterson's estranged husband, Simon, has not appeared in public since the trial. Today, his words were read out by a family member as he grieves the loss of his beloved parents and laments the intense scrutiny of his children. Everyone else knows their mother murdered their grandparents. They've also been robbed of hope for the kind of relationship with their mother that every child naturally yearns for. Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson came from a large and loving family, and their loss is still being felt intensely across generations. The world seems colder and harsher, Ruth Dubois, Heather and Ian's daughter, said today. Don was a beautiful, honourable, caring man, shared his nephew, Tim Patterson. Martha Patterson, Don Patterson's 100-year-old mother, said, "The whole family is broken. I am broken-hearted." Erin Patterson watched intently from the dock and appeared to be holding back tears as she listened to her victims' family members share their devastation. Ian Wilkinson delivered his statement with purpose and determination, but broke down when he described the pain of losing his wife in horrific circumstances. "I only feel half alive without her," he said. The pastor ending with an emotional offer of forgiveness. "I am no longer Erin Patterson's victim. She has become the victim of my kindness." Compassion in the aftermath of tragedy. Sarsha Payne, ABC News, Melbourne. Accused triple murderer Erin Patterson faces a Supreme Court jury for the first time. The Leongatha woman is standing trial in Morwell, around 40 minutes northeast of the family home, where she served lunch to 4 relatives on the 29th of July 2023. By the end of the following weekend, 3 of her guests, her parents-in-law Gail and Don Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, had died. Heather's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, remained seriously ill, only recovering after several weeks in hospital. Ms Patterson is accused of deliberately serving them beef Wellington laced with poisonous deathcap mushrooms, an allegation she has always denied. Today, 15 people, all local, were chosen for the jury, a larger number than needed in case any fall ill during the trial. When it's time for a verdict, only 12 will be selected via a ballot to decide whether Ms Patterson is guilty of the charges. It was revealed today that 3 other attempted murder charges relating to Ms Patterson's ex-husband, Simon Patterson, were dropped. Justice Christopher Beale telling the jury, "Those charges have been dropped and you must put them out of your mind." Tomorrow, lawyers for the defence and prosecution will present their opening arguments. The trial is expected to run for up to 6 weeks. Sarsha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
It's a weekday morning at the Port Augusta Senior Citizens Centre.
She drops one and brings back 3.
And the local nursing home is a popular talking point.
You know, I don't want to go in if I can help it, not at the moment,
No.
it is.
People are looking at going out of town rather than going to the 2 nursing homes that are here.
Port Augusta is at the edge of the outback in South Australia. It's home to 14,000 people, but aside from a dedicated Aboriginal nursing home, there's just one aged care provider, Edenfield Family Care, which operates 2 facilities on either side of town.
It was clear that through being in this home, his physical state deteriorated to a point where he almost died.
Trish Wise's father, Eric, entered Edenfield's Ramsay home in August last year.
He's completely reliant on carers.
For decades, the now 80-year-old worked in manual labour in regional South Australia. He was diagnosed with a neurological condition in 2021.
Our hope for Dad was that he was going to a place that understood what was required to manage his condition.
After just 2 months in the home, Eric developed a potentially life-threatening bed sore. The wound was so deep, it reached his spine and required immediate hospitalisation. The photo is too graphic to show unedited.
Laying in bed in one position can create bed sores, and so every 2 hours he needs to be rotated from one side to the other. They didn't have enough staff to fulfil that need. The pressure sore grew and grew to an extent that it was a large wound where flesh was eaten away.
Eric was treated in hospital for the next 6 months. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission found the Ramsay home failed on every quality and safety standard. Staff told auditors they didn't always have enough wound dressings, hand towels, hand washing soap or gloves, and that there weren't enough workers to perform basic tasks like helping residents go to the toilet or meal service. Cheryl Dawson says her family was forced to buy incontinence pads for their mother Jean.
Yeah, so they're just in the second aisle.
The staff member just said, "Oh, geez, you're using a lot of incontinence pads here." It's a terrible cost to the nursing home. When I went to see my mother the next day, she was shaking all over and quite distraught and depressed and crying. That's when she told me she'd rather be out with my dad out of the cemetery. When you ring your bell and you have to wait 10 to 15 minutes before it's even answered to be taken to the toilet. And then over time, you become incontinent yourself. And you're just told you've got pads on. You just have to go to the toilet in those pads.
The Aged Care Watchdog found this home had no framework for preventing abuse and neglect. It found residents who were malnourished, dehydrated and chemically restrained, and staff who didn't have the skills to perform their job. Both Port Augusta's nursing homes were council-owned and operated before they were privatised in 2017.
Residents came out to fight for the town's nursing homes.
They can find money for other things. Well, why can't they find money for their nursing home?
At the time of the sale, the council held $3.5 million in cash bonds. That's the fee residents pay to enter the home and which can be used to improve facilities. Instead of transferring the cash to the new operator, the council struck a deal. Edenfield took on the liability for the bonds and the council kept the residents' money to pay down its own debts. The deal was approved by the federal government. Since then, families allege no significant work has been done to improve the home.
I mean, there were stages where they haven't had any hot water, no electricity for a day and a half, air conditioners that aren't working.
Edenfield has received almost $30 million in government subsidies since 2017 for its Port Augusta homes. It's not required to make its financial reports public.
This story affects residents in aged care homes across Australia, and it's really the canary in the coal mine here.
Grace Stokes' grandmother Amelia also lives at Edenfield's Ramsay home.
I don't have any visibility about how those taxes are being spent to support someone that I love. It's like my money goes into a black box and I never see it again.
Edenfield Family Care declined to be interviewed. In a statement, it said the home's engaged an external advisor and is working closely with the quality agency. Port Augusta's federal member is the Liberal whip, Rowan Ramsey. 7:30 showed him a picture of Eric Wise's wound.
Well, that's horrific, and it just can't be allowed. And it's clearly in breach of the rules of care. You cannot micromanage, oversee every nook and cranny of every organisation.
I hold the federal government accountable for the failings in the home. The federal government manages the structure which allows providers to exploit vulnerable people and vulnerable employees.
The Aged Care Minister, Richard Colbeck, did not respond to requests for an interview. In a statement, he said the government's strengthened the regulator's oversight capacity. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission says it's monitoring compliance at Edenfield. It's not been back for a site visit since November.
One of the big things when you get older is your dignity and your independence. Once that's taken away from you, it is so sad. They have given up everything to be going in there and expect to be looked after at least half decently.
Hi, I'm Lee Sales. Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to watch more of 7:30's stories, they are on the left of your screen. And tap on the button below to subscribe and get the latest from ABC News.
Well, the family of a Victorian man hospitalised after consuming what's believed to be poisonous mushrooms has issued a statement overnight saying they are hopeful he will recover. Reporter Stephanie Ferrier joins us now from Melbourne. Steph, good morning to you. What have the relatives said in this statement?
Good morning, Lisa. Yes, the relatives have issued this statement saying that Ian Wilkinson remains in a critical but stable condition, and they've thanked the community for their outpouring of support for him. Now, he, of course, was one of 4 people who fell ill after a lunch at Leongatha, that's about 135 kilometres southeast of Melbourne last month, where it's believed that they all ate poisonous mushrooms. Sadly, his wife, Heather Wilkinson, her sister, Gail Patterson, and her brother-in-law, Don Patterson, all died after that lunch. And it's believed that their symptoms were consistent with the death cap variety of poisonous mushrooms. Ian Wilkinson's family, and of course he's the local pastor there in the community, have put out this statement expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the Austin Hospital team here for their unwavering care and support in this very challenging time. They go on to say that the expertise, dedication and compassion of the medical team have been a beacon of hope for us. Furthermore, we're deeply moved by the outpouring of kindness, prayers and support from family, friends and the broader community. And they say that they remain hopeful and they continue to pray for his full recovery. Police are still not saying very much about their investigation. We do know, of course, that it's just over a week since they seized a food dehydrator from a local tip just south of Leongatha, and then they went back again to that tip to speak to staff. And at the moment we have Erin Patterson, the daughter-in-law of Gail Patterson, who remains a suspect because she cooked the meal and also didn't display any symptoms after that meal as well. But police say that they are keeping an open mind, and that is simply because the deaths remain unexplained. And Gail Patterson has also already told reporters that she's devastated by what has happened and that she didn't do anything. Now, we do know from forensic experts that it could take some time, perhaps quite a few weeks, for the toxicology tests to come back after those 3 people have already died. So we're still waiting for further information about that, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we hear anything further from the homicide squad.
remembered as loving, generous and deeply spiritual people who've left a gaping hole in their community.
It has been a tragic and devastating time.
Don and Gail were the kindest, the gentlest souls that I've ever met.
An emotional Simon Patterson today revealed his father underwent an emergency liver transplant but was too sick to recover.
As Mum and Dad lay in comas in the Austin Hospital in their final days, it was comforting to know that when we said, "See you later," we knew it was true. And in the meantime, we'll miss them.
Faith brought Don and Gail Patterson together in the 70s before they travelled the world as missionaries, making connections at home in South Gippsland and abroad. Hundreds of those people gathered today to farewell the couple in their home of Curramborough after their deaths in a suspected death-cap mushroom poisoning earlier this month brought intense and often unwanted scrutiny.
As homes and churches have been subject to cameras and reporters which have descended on this town.
4 guests fell gravely ill after the lunch at host Erin Patterson's home late last month. Gail and Don, Ms Patterson's former in-laws, died a day apart, about a week later. So did Gail's sister, Heather. The 4th guest, Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, was critically unwell. Erin Patterson wasn't at the memorial today. The only surviving guest from the lunch, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, remains in hospital. A spokesperson for the family says his condition is improving.
We continue to hold Ian in prayer and we pray for his recovery.
Erin Patterson maintains she did nothing wrong. Police have offered few updates since the investigation began, and a grieving community is still reeling from the loss. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Curramborough. In a week when the jury in Erin Patterson's Supreme Court murder trial heard for the first time from the only surviving guest of the mushroom lunch, in-laws of Erin Patterson and the doctors and nurses who treated her and her guests, it was the evidence of her 2 children that brought the accused to tears. Erin Patterson was highly emotional as the jury was played the pre-recorded testimonies, appearing visibly upset at some points and rocking backwards and forwards slightly. She also nodded in agreement when her children recounted some details. The relationship between Erin and Simon Patterson was laid bare, with their eldest child saying things had deteriorated before the fatal lunch. It's just all very negative, the then 14-year-old told police. I know Dad does a lot of things to try to hurt Mum, such as messing around with the school. Ms Patterson's son, who cannot be named for legal reasons, was quizzed about events just over a fortnight after the fatal meal. He said his mother was building Lego after the lunch and described clearing empty lunch plates from the table. His great-uncle, Ian Wilkinson, had told the jury earlier in the week that the host's plate was a different colour to the others. They were white plates, 15 centimetres in diameter, the boy said. Were they all just plain white? Police asked. Yes, he replied. The teen also said he wasn't sure if his mother liked mushrooms, but described her seeing them on a walk in the Curramborough Botanic Gardens during COVID. I remember Mum took a picture of them because she thought they looked nice, he said. The court heard earlier in the day from Erin's then 9-year-old daughter, who described eating leftovers for dinner on the Sunday. How did you know it was leftovers from the lunch? She's asked. Mum told me, she replied. I remember I was asking what we were having that night. She said she was making leftovers from yesterday's lunch. The trial resumes next week. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Lying to police, pressuring a witness, and a covert recording about burning evidence. These are the allegations against TV star Matt Wright. I'm ABC court reporter Olivana Lathouris.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. This is the case of the Croc Wrangler.
He's one of the Territory's biggest stars.
Flashing cameras and waiting reporters as Netflix star Matt Wright fronted court.
The Territory tourism operator is facing 3 counts of attempting to pervert the course of justice.
This was a tragic event that took the life of the crocodile egg collector.
Mr. Wright strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
In this episode, we're going to take you through the case for and against Matt Wright, the Croc Wrangler charged with 3 counts of attempting to pervert the course of justice following a helicopter crash in 2022.
That's right, Stocky. There is so much to unpack with this case.
Totally. And before we start pulling this case apart, can you just give us an idea, Ollie, of where you're going to take us today?
So I'm going to be taking you through the prosecution opening, which is essentially a roadmap to the prosecution's case against Matt Wright. And that includes things like what happened at the scene of that accident back in February 2022. It includes a bit of foreshadowing about covert recordings taken from inside Matt Wright's home, conversations that he had with the pilot just days after the crash when he was still in hospital. And then the defence gets the same opportunity. They get to do a bit of an opening speech to the jury. That one's a lot shorter, but I'll be taking you through both. And this is such a high-profile case here in the Northern Territory, so we'll be talking a little bit about how that's being managed here.
As you've kind of just foreshadowed for us, Ollie, this is a pretty incredible case. There's so many interesting twists and turns. And I'm really keen to have you unpack the first stages of this trial for us, Ollie. But before we do that, I mean, you've talked about how this is such a kind of high-profile case. I mean, how has it captured the attention of Darwin?
Yeah, I'm a court reporter here in the Northern Territory. So basically my job consists of sitting in courtrooms like all day, every day. And let me tell you, in the Northern Territory, sometimes that is a very lonely job. It's just me up the back of a courtroom being sort of a fly on the wall and observing cases, and I don't really bump into any other media or anything like that. This is not like that. It's very unusual here in Darwin to see press packs or lots of cameras and things like that. But there's been a lot of interstate media here. You get to court in the morning and there's just sort of like this crowd of reporters and cameras all waiting for people to come into court. So that's certainly an unusual thing. And yeah, we've seen lots of members of the public kind of coming to court. There's plenty of interest. You go to the cafe in the morning and it's front page of the local newspaper. So the news is sort of filtering out everywhere into the community, and certainly there's plenty of conversation happening about it, from people in the local community here.
Yeah, it sounds like it's really just sort of captured the imagination of the top end. And I think one of the interesting things about this case, Ollie, is the close relationships of everyone who is involved in it. I mean, these are all people that have worked together. It's dealing with really heavy topics. I mean, a man has died as part of this. Another man is now paralysed. He's in a wheelchair. You're doing long days in court. I imagine, sitting there, this must all be like quite emotional.
It is, Stocky. I think there's a tendency when there are high-profile cases, I'll be honest, particularly as a reporter, we get sucked up in sensational stories and big stories. It's our job to be curious and interested in these high-profile cases. But at the end of the day, a man, a father, a husband has lost his life. Another person has been left paraplegic with a brain injury in a wheelchair. It's heavy content matter. And like you said, the people in this case are very connected. They have close friendships and relationships. There are family members from both sides in the courtroom, and there have been plenty of emotions thus far because it's a tragic story and it's a tragic case. And so yeah, emotions certainly running very high.
We've only just had the case built out in front of us, started to be spelt out. And that's what we're going to do in this episode. We kind of like present, the prosecution and the defence kind of opening statements in this trial. And this is how, trials almost always work, right? We have a prosecution barrister. In this case, we have Jason Galacci, SC. He'll lay out the case of the prosecution. And then we have a defence barrister as well. In this case, that is David Edwardson, KC, working for Matt Wright, representing him. They take it in turn to kind of present the big statements of what they're going. And we start with the prosecution. Ollie, can you take us through kind of how Jason Galacci, SC, kind of spelt out this case?
Yeah, so Jason Galacci essentially went through a number of points. He went through background facts of the case. He went through some things that we need to know about the scene and the day of the accident. And then he sort of broke down one by one each of these counts of attempting to pervert the course of justice. So count 1 is allegations that Matt Wright lied to police about how much fuel he thought was in the tank of that crash chopper. Count 2 is about a visit that he made to Sebastian Robinson, the injured pilot, in hospital just days after the accident, and allegations that he tried to convince him to fabricate chopper records. And count 3 is based on these covert recordings taken from inside Matt Wright's home, where he allegedly talks to a witness about wanting to have important documents related to this case and the crash chopper torched or burnt. And so those are sort of the 3 individual counts. And Jason Galacci says that the motive for Matt Wright allegedly going and doing these things is that there was stuff going on in his business and in the aviation industry that he wanted to cover up. So things like the switching off of flight meters in his choppers or the under-recording of flight hours by his pilots. And that is something that both sides accept happened. But Jason Galacci and the prosecution say that is the reason why Matt Wright went and then allegedly did these things. He was worried that investigators were going to find out about it, and so he tried to get in the way of the investigation. And of course, Matt Wright absolutely categorically denies those allegations.
Yeah, and it was kind of incredible hearing through Jason Galacci SC's opening kind of some of the evidence that we're going to hear a bit later in this case. I mean, we're talking, secret recordings, a bugged house, lots of pretty wild stuff that was going to come up.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that in this trial. So, tapped phone calls between Matt Wright and various different witnesses. Of course, the recordings that come from inside his home. There's a recording that comes from, as I was talking about, that second charge, that conversation between Matt Wright and the pilot Sebastian Robinson Hospital. We're even expecting to hear a covert recording of that, of parts of that conversation. So, lots of secret recordings that will certainly be a big part of the evidence that we're going to be hearing over the course of the next few weeks.
I'm incredibly interested as this case unfolds to hear about the process of, how these recordings were acquired. I mean, that's not something at the moment we have the detail of, so we can't dive into it. But I think there's going to be some really interesting moments later in this trial as we start to learn more about what is in these various exhibits that are going to be presented to the jury. I mean, something I found really interesting, Ollie, in the opening statements from the prosecution was, Jason Galacci SC is presenting a case against Matt Wright. And then, he's talking about, allegations of all the things that a lot of people have done wrong, in the aftermath of this fatal chopper accident in 2022. But as he's doing that, he's talking about how the work that these men are doing was quite brave and how Matt Wright and these other people going to the site in the first instance was also quite brave. It seemed at odds with each other, but I guess what they're doing is really strange, this crocodile egg collecting, right?
Yeah, Socky, I guess, what you see in the movies is these prosecutors who are like yelling across the room and pointing fingers at the other side. And to be honest, that's just not always how court is. It's just because Jason Galacci is a prosecutor doesn't mean that every single thing is going to be argued. And like I said, there's a lot of this case that is agreed. And Jason Galacci was very upfront during his opening by saying that what these men were doing was incredibly brave. Objectively, it's dangerous, scary stuff. I mean, I certainly would not be volunteering to be hung on a 100-foot line and dropped into a crocodile nest. I would not be able to handle that. So I think it's just objectively scary and objectively, a pretty wild thing to be doing. And Jason Galachi said, yep, what these men were doing was brave. And yeah, I guess it can be a little bit jarring at first to hear that. But there's lots of things, as I said, that are agreed in this case, and that's certainly one of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear more about what was happening at the time of this chopper crash, jump into the episode we've got introducing the case of the Crocrunger. It talks about what these men were doing when they were collecting crocodile eggs in remote Arnhem Land. I mean, you've got one of them hanging underneath a helicopter on a rope, being dropped onto a croc nest to gather eggs before flying away, and that's when this accident was happening, during a mission like that. And I mean, yeah, it's just this kind of acknowledgement that it is, dangerous work. And I think the other thing that's interesting, Ollie, in this case is, you have Galachi as well, kind of acknowledging that, we're going to talk a lot about this helicopter crash, but this helicopter crash isn't actually what this is about. It's about the aftermath. It's about what Matt Wright did following the helicopter crash that is where this investigation and where this trial is based in.
Yeah, that's an important point because, Matt Wright isn't alleged to have caused this accident. It's not about whether he was responsible for the death of Chris Wilson or the injuries suffered by Sebastian Robinson. It's really about what happened afterward. But of course, the charges still hinge on allegations that he was trying to get in the way of the investigation into the crash. So the crash itself, what happened in the lead up to it, what happened on the day at the scene, is still an extremely integral part of this trial and this case, and certainly something that both sides will be spending plenty of time on. But it is an important, I guess, distinction that the crash itself is not what Matt Wright is on trial for.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, talking about the crash, and again, there's this tension, right? Like, this isn't what the trial's about, but we keep hearing so much about it. Jason Galachi, kind of introducing the helicopter at the centre of this crash, VHIDW is its registration number. And he even points out, like, you're going to hear a lot about this helicopter. We're going to refer to it as IDW. And it sounded to me like it would almost become, a character in and of itself in the courtroom in this trial, because a huge amount of the opening was taken up talking about this helicopter, IDW, the discussion of the number of flight hours that it had done. And I now consider myself like a bit of an expert in a Hobbs meter, which I never thought I'd learn about.
Stocky, if you think you're an expert now, just you wait. There's going to be so much helicopter chat in this trial, and obviously they're very complex machines. So certainly wouldn't pretend to be some sort of expert after a couple of weeks. But there is a lot of discussion about the mechanics of a chopper. Things like, as you said, Hobbs meters, which are a bit like an odometer on a car. They track how long a chopper has been airborne. Jason Galachi actually had quite a funny moment during his opening where he was trying to explain to the jury what a Hobbs meter is and what it does. And he got the tissue box off his desk and he put his arm out and he said, what the Hobbs meter does is it tracks how long the helicopter has been up in the air. So not just how long it's flying around. And he literally lifted the tissue box just off his arm to demonstrate when the flight meter is sort of engaged, or the Hobbs meter is engaged. And you could just see all the journalists like looking very carefully to see this very technical demonstration of what a Hobbs meter does. So yeah, a lot of discussion about that. And again, it is an important point that Matt Wright is also not on trial for breaches of civil aviation laws, but that doesn't mean that that's not a very integral part of what this case is about. And throughout his opening, Jason Galachi did keep going back to this idea that the things that were going on with disconnecting of Hobbs meters and messing about with pilot logbooks and maintenance releases is sort of the motive, if you like, for what Matt Wright is alleged to have done in terms of getting in the way of this investigation. Of course, Matt Wright denies all of those allegations.
Yeah, he does. And I mean, going back to the Hobbs meter and the flight hours, like as I was learning about, as you say, way more than I ever thought I would about a Robinson R44 is this, like, the service intervals, right? So, them needing this major service at 2,200 hours, and that being potentially the reason that you see the tampering with these devices across the aviation industry generally, because as Galachi said in his opening, that's a really expensive process. It's like almost $500,000 to refurb one of these helicopters, which is potentially a pretty good reason to for someone who's working on slim margins to kind of underreport slightly, right?
Yeah, definitely. These machines, these helicopters are, they're Matt Wright's business. And the allegation by the prosecution is that they were trying to keep them up in the air for as long as possible. And the best way to do that, to prolong the life of the chopper, is to reduce the number of hours it looks like it's been up in the air. And that way you can keep them up for as long as you possibly can. And that's really sort of at the crux of this. And that's what the prosecution says is the motivation for Matt Wright allegedly getting in the way of that crash investigation.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, this is a bit of a side to what we're doing here, but all through the trial of Erin Patterson, when we were doing Mushroom Case Daily, there was never a motive presented. So just for my own personal, benefit, I appreciate having a motive because, as a bit of a storyteller, it's nice to kind of frame these sort of things. So I appreciate the work of, Jason Galachi, SC, to give us that. Obviously, that's just the theory from the prosecution. That's not a sort of like confirmed thing at this stage. Matt Wright, as you mentioned, is pleading not guilty to all of these charges. And we heard as well from his lawyer, his barrister, David Edwardson, KC. I mean, as you've alluded to, Ollie, Jason Galachi, SC, prosecutor, real long run up into his opening statements. David Edwardson, KC, really felt like he just kind of like whipped through it and summed it up in a way that I may have appreciated slightly earlier.
Yes, I think at the start of his opening, David Edwardson said to the jury something like, "You'll be pleased to know I'm only going to be talking for about 20 minutes, which is a bit of a cheeky comment. But also the defence can only actually speak for a certain amount of time. So it's not as though prosecutors and defence lawyers can just talk about whatever they want in the opening. There is actually rules about what they can talk about, how they introduce evidence and all of that kind of thing. So the defence is limited in the Northern Territory about how much they can say at this point of the trial. So really he just had a much, if you like, actually simpler job than what the prosecutor had to do. Like I said, it's not David Edwardson's or Matt Wright's job to defend the case. It's the prosecution's job to prove it. But, he sort of gave this really nice little nutshell summing up of what the prosecution's case was. He sort of went through counts 1, 2 and 3 and said, well, that's just, if you like, in a nutshell, what the charges are about. And that was certainly very appreciated, I think, from everybody in the court after hearing from the prosecution for quite some time, this very detailed opening.
Yeah, no shade on Jason Galachi, SC, but I did feel like it wasn't until I got to David Edwardson, KC, that I really kind of wrapped my head around what the individual charges were. Because, he really simplified it, didn't he? He sort of like nailed down 1, 2, 3, this is what they are.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecution does have to flesh it out in much more detail, and there is only so much simplifying of these things that you can do. But David Edwardson did sort of just say, he said, count 1 against my client is that he lied on a statutory declaration to cops. Count 2 is that he encouraged Sebastian Robinson, the pilot, to fabricate his chopper records. Count 3 was these allegations that he instructed a different witness to destroy a maintenance release. And he said, that's the nutshell. So it was just this very tight summing up at the beginning of his opening.
Yeah, it was really simple. And again, very much appreciated from where I'm sitting. And, Ollie, did we get much of an idea? We know the defence opening is only quite short, but, do you get an idea from that about how they plan on kind of fighting those charges, how they plan on challenging the evidence that's going to be presented?
Yeah, like I said, there's, they are a little bit sort of hamstrung in how much they can say at this point. But certainly one of the things that David Edwardson sort of spoke a little bit about and alluded to was the poor quality of some of these covert recordings. And like I said, charge 3 really rests on these recordings that were taken from inside Matt Wright's home. Even Jason Galachi in his opening, said to the jury, I'll admit, the recordings aren't great. David Edwardson really said that, these recorded phone calls are a very poor quality, and And the other thing that he spoke about a little bit was sort of casting a bit of doubt on the reliability of some of the evidence that witnesses will be giving over the coming weeks. He said that, some of these witnesses and their evidence should be seriously in doubt. And one of those people is Sebastian Robinson, the pilot who was injured in that crash, and is certainly going to be a key witness in this case. So he sort of planted that seed, if you like, in that brief opening that he gave to the jury.
Yeah, David Edwardson, KC, rolling straight out by throwing shade on other people involved. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing how this unfolds. And I mean, Ollie, as we spoke about at the start of this episode, Matt Wright, this is a man who's been on a couple of TV shows. He's incredibly well known in the Northern Territory. This is a guy who's previously had a shop in the main street of Darwin. And kind of both the prosecution and defence acknowledging how well known this bloke is as they're going through their openings as well.
Yeah, and this was something that David Edwardson really sort of hammered home during his opening. He was very clear with the jury saying, Matt Wright is not on trial for breaching civil aviation laws. He's not on trial for causing the crash or the death of his friend. He is on trial for attempting to pervert the course of justice in a very specific way. And he drew attention to what he said were these ill-informed and scandalous, were the words that he used, views that have been presented in the public, social media and the like. And he said that, the jury really needed to cast those things out of their mind if they had seen them, and to totally ignore the commentary going on around this case. It can't be ignored that there is going to be attention on it. And he just said that there are two sides to every coin, and that every person deserves, a fair trial and a jury that is not going to be swayed or biased because they've consumed possibly incorrect information.
Yeah.
And that was actually something that Galachi mentioned in his opening, and which I actually thought was really an interesting point. He talked about tall poppy syndrome. And, he sort of said, for better or for worse in this country, we as a nation or as a people tend to cut successful people down. And there's no doubt that Matt Wright is a very successful person. He had this two hit television series. He had a very successful tourism business, and he specifically said tall poppy syndrome has no place in this court. And that was something that then Matt Wright's lawyer, David Edwardson, did echo during his opening as well.
Yeah, right. And I mean, Ollie, you're talking a lot here about the jury. Again, high-profile case, huge number of witnesses. Was it hard to find, the people to sit in the jury box who didn't have a relationship to any of these people, didn't know any of these people?
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting process. I think there was a call out for hundreds of people to, getting called up to their duty to sit on the jury. About 107 people rocked up on the day of the jury impanelment, 107 potential jurors for this trial. And the prosecution then reads a list of potential witnesses that could be called, just to give the potential jurors a heads up about who could be involved in this matter. And that's because they don't want people sitting on the jury that have connections with people or know people, things that could make them biased or could sway their opinions one way or another. And then he sort of said, all right, before we start calling jury numbers to select the jury, would anyone like an opportunity to be excused from this jury? And it was like this huge rising up of half the room, and they formed this long snaking queue around the courtroom to then be able to go up and say why they think they should be excused from jury duty. And there were many, many reasons, a myriad of reasons why people couldn't be on the jury. There was actually a surprising number of people who had Euro summer planned. Obviously, this trial comes in the middle of, the European summer period. It's a long trial, and plenty of people were like, I'm flying to France next week. I don't have time for this. And if they've already paid for their flights, the judge very kindly said, all right, well, there's nothing we can do about that. You'll have to be excused. So there were quite a few holidayers. But of course, there were lots of people who knew Matt Wright, who had worked for him before, who knew his lawyers, who knew business people, who knew the victim, Chris Wilson, who knew Sebastian Robinson. These are people that are high profile in the community, have big businesses and have worked with with lots of people, and trying to find 12 jurors in a small town is not an easy task.
I don't want to give people in Darwin a reality check here, but I feel like winter in Darwin is not too dissimilar from a summer in France. And from someone who is at the moment living through a Melbourne winter, I've got some thoughts that I would like to express to those people. Ollie, I want to get us to some questions very shortly, but before I do, any indication on whether or not Matt Wright is going to be giving evidence in this trial?
No, that's something that we'll have to stay tuned about. There is no indication of whether or not he will be taking the stand at this stage.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much, Ollie. Now, one of the wonderful parts of the Case Of is the community that we build around the podcast. And we do that with an email address, thecaseof@abc.net.au, where people can send us questions that they would like answered on the pod. And despite this email address being, at this point, less than a week old, it has already been peppered with questions and inquiries from our audience. And I want to take us through some here, Ollie, put them to you so you can take us through. I want to start with one from Alice, who is emailing from a beach in the Galapagos Islands.
Oh, jealous.
I know. Alice says, "Hi, really enjoyed the Mushroom Case Daily, and I'm looking forward to the new series as my family and I travel through South America over the next few months. My question is, was the croc egg collection that was being undertaken at the time of the crash an illegal activity in itself?"
Alice, great question, and very happy to clarify. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to answer these, but I can answer that one. No, it was not, and that was something that came up in openings. There was nothing illegal about what those pilots and those egg collectors were doing on that day. It was perfectly above board business, like we talked about in our introductory episode. This was something that it's a lucrative business in the NT. They had permission to be there, and there was nothing wrong or illegal about what they were doing.
Yeah, flying out, grabbing the crocodile eggs, taking them back to a croc farm somewhere so they can grow up to become handbags and crocodile skin boots, which is something I'm sure we will end up discussing more of during the course of this pod, Ollie. Got another question for you from Georgia. Georgia says, "Hey, Ollie and Stocky, really looking forward to learning more about this industry and this case. As someone who's never lived in one of the territories before, I'm curious if there are different ways that cases are investigated, funded, prosecuted and tried in the NT compared to other states."
Georgia, thanks so much for your question. I am not a lawyer, but, I can say that there are lots of differences, between different jurisdictions about how cases are run. There's lots of laws around criminal law practice and the different roles and rules that different lawyers have to follow. So there are certainly differences. And again, that comes down to investigation as well and how the different police powers that are given to investigators about how they investigate cases would certainly differ between jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Don't quiz me on the various jurisdictions. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I can definitely say that, there are certainly differences, and hopefully we'll be able to flesh a few of those out for you over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Georgia, we're not going to bore you with a legal lecture right now, but as we go, we'll explain different bits and pieces. Something that stood out to me, at least from the very beginning of this, is, the jury book that's given to the jurors in this trial. When we were covering the trial of Erin Patterson with Mushroom Case Daily, the jurors had iPads, so already a little difference there, and we'll highlight other things as we go, obviously a very minor one. Final question here from Sophie, who is 12, from Ivanhoe. Sophie says, "Hi, Rachel, Stocky and team. Can't wait for the new pod. I love the way you guys presented in such an informative way. My question is, will you continue to do updates on the Erin Patterson trial, like when we receive important info about the case? Will you make an episode covering that?" Ollie, I'll take this one if you don't mind.
I couldn't take any credit for the mushroom case, so please take the floor.
Sophie, we will absolutely bring you updates when there's news in the Erin Patterson trial, like we did on Friday when we talked through all of the evidence that we couldn't talk about during the trial, some of the things we couldn't talk about during the trial after a suppression was lifted, and then had another episode Friday afternoon around Erin Patterson's record of interview and a few other little bits and pieces. If you've got any questions, please do get in touch. Email thecaseof@abc.net.au. We love hearing from you. It's a really nice part of this podcast is the community that builds around it, so please get in touch. Also, don't forget to jump on the ABC Listen app. It is super. It is the best way to get your episodes of The Case Of. Ollie, what is coming up next?
So, Stocky, on the next episode, we're going to be hearing from the people who were at the scene of that crash in February of 2022, and that includes one of Australia's biggest crocodile farmers, Mick Burns, and also an off-duty police officer who went out there in his thongs, and we'll explain why that happened on the next episode when it drops into your feed on Thursday.
That's right. Make sure you've wrapped your ears around the ABC Listen app so you're one of the first people to find that. We'll be back in your feed on Thursday.
The Case Of is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Olivana Lathouris, and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to our true crime colleagues, commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and development producer Alicia Bridges, who did a heap of work getting us set for this trial. This episode was produced on the land of the Larrakia and Wurundjeri people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Deeply insightful.
An hour.
1 hour. Deeply personal.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
4 woks going at the same time, one for each hand.
Can you murder him, please?
Hey, what?
Unforgettable stories.
We got hit by a wave and I was just in this sort of penumbra of bubbles, this world of fizz. And it was very beautiful. I didn't notice that I was drowning.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Facts versus speculation. Justice Beale lays down the law. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday, June 26. We've just finished the 37th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We are now into the third day of the judge's directions. Again, a critical point of this trial. Really important that the jury understands the kind of law around the decision they're about to make. Rach, there's a lot to talk about, including some really specific directions from Justice Beale today. But before we get to that, can you give us a wrap of what we've heard in court?
We heard more of the alleged incriminating conduct and what the jurors should do with that. So some of the questions we've covered today. Did Erin Patterson get dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer? Did her children eat the leftover beef Wellington? Why was she reluctant to be assessed in hospital and have her children assessed? We moved on to the dumping of the dehydrator and back to that game of phones, which we've heard all about, Stocky. Now, at the end of each section of this alleged incriminating conduct, Justice Beale has synthesised basically the crux of the arguments from both the prosecution and defence to help consolidate this river of evidence for the jurors. And we also today got an update of the timeline of this 4 to 6 week trial that's now nearing the end of week 9.
It is quite the saga, the trial of Erin Patterson. And at this point, we are in the final stages, you'll be pleased to hear. The judge's directions, the judge's charge, this is where he is basically wrapping up all the evidence that we've heard, kind of taking the jury through kind of the main points, right? As you mentioned, the the kind of main arguments from each side, a kind of a general crux of that. And so when we're going through this section, which is basically, it's titled Alleged Incriminating Conduct, these are things that Erin Patterson has done after the lunch. The prosecution is saying these are things that show that she has committed this crime, that she has murdered these people. It's been a deliberate act. The defence is saying through all of this, actually there's reasonable explanations from all of this. You shouldn't be framing it in this way. And Justice Beale is kind of wrapping up the key arguments for all of that. And so, with the Asian grocers, which was the first point that we hit today, this is basically the point that Erin Patterson purchased mushrooms from an Asian grocer that she included in the lunch. And the prosecution is saying that this is a lie. This is something that she has made up to cover for the fact that she had put death cap mushrooms in this meal. And one of the things that they say kind of highlights that as a lie is that she doesn't remember what Asian grocer that she went to, that she sent authorities on a wild goose chase to lots of different ones, changed the story a bunch of times. And that is what the prosecution says, the evidence for this being a lie. The defence says that, well, actually, she was asked the same question or variations of this question by dozens of people following the lunch. She tried to give her best recollection of that. And, just a lot was going on at the time, and so she just couldn't remember. So that's the way that it's being framed by both sides. Justice Beale kind of highlights that and then leaves the jury with sort of like, the things they need to think about and remember throughout that process. We went through that with Asian grocers. And then we got onto the leftovers from the lunch, which Erin Patterson says she fed to her children the day after the lunch. And this is basically the same approach with the Asian grocer, right, Rach?
Yeah. So it followed the same suit, Stocky. So Justice Beale reminded the jury of the main prosecution arguments with regards to those leftovers, one being the only source that happened, as in that she fed the leftovers to the children, was Erin Patterson herself.
Mm-hmm.
Another was that, why would she feed her children leftovers when she thought, according to the prosecution, she told Dr. Muldoon this on the Sunday, she thought that lunch had given Don and Gail food poisoning. So why would you feed that same meal to the children? Thirdly, if they'd eaten the meat, they would have experienced symptoms themselves. And the prosecution's main argument that Justice Beale reminded the jury was that, Erin Patterson's story would have been more readily believed if she'd given the same food to her children.
Right.
That this was another lie to help cover her tracks.
Mm-hmm.
The defence, Justice Beale summed up the crux of the defence argument. One point being that there's no expert that gave evidence that the toxin, death cap toxin, had actually penetrated the meat, therefore would have made the children sick in the first place. There was no expert that gave evidence that scraping off the paste wouldn't be enough, to protect them, to not make them sick.
Yeah. And it's interesting, what you're saying there, because Justice Beale, once he'd done the kind of wrap, which means basically involves kind of like reading through the transcript of all the evidence, highlighting the main arguments, then kind of gives the jury some direction on what they should and shouldn't think. And he was really actually quite specific to the jury about, what argument they should kind of like basically rule out here.
Yeah, totally. So I'll use those two examples that I just said. So no expert gave evidence that the toxins penetrated the meat. Justice Beale reminded the jury that the evidence of Dimitri Gerostomoulos from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine wasn't saying that the Amanita poison had penetrated the meat. And we heard about a vial again, the testing that was done on the leftovers, and we were reminded of other material adhering to that piece of meat. So Justice Beale said to the jury, Dr. Rogers, the prosecutor, has overstated what that evidence was.
Right.
Because Dimitri Gerostomoulos was not necessarily saying that the Amanita had penetrated the meat.
So he's kind of saying that the prosecution's argument that, this meal, had it been fed to the children, would have made them sick, doesn't stack up. They haven't heard evidence that backs that up.
Correct. Justice Beale said, look, that has been overstated. Another point in this realm, would the children have experienced symptoms? Justice Beale said to the jury, now no expert was asked if the paste and the pastry had been scraped off the meat, would they have experienced some symptoms? No expert gave evidence as to whether that would be the case. So Justice Beale said, I direct you to disregard that.
Is this the most specific he's been around an argument or an idea so far in his charge?
Yeah, and I think this is where Justice Beale really comes into play. Like, this is his job. He has to steer them on points of law. He has to steer them on the evidence. He has to be very clear what was evidence, what was inferences. And these two examples I've just given you is a very good example of that. Like a coach saying to the team, remember this point. This is where your focus should be, or not be, as the case might be.
It'd be interesting as well as we get into the kind of the next couple of days, this charge continues, to see what else he's highlighting throughout this case. Like we've heard a lot, the way that questions are being asked, the way that arguments are being presented, it's his job to kind of cut that down. And, in this instance as well, really specific around it. Like ignore that argument. He was quite blunt. He was like, if you accept it, it would be speculation.
And to be fair also, he might do that with the defence as well. We're only hearing two that regarded to prosecution comments today, but we might in the next few days hear that as well. Just be careful not to overstate this defence line or this defence inference or argument. We don't know yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Like he's down the middle. Justice Beale does not have a side. He's making sure that both the defence and the prosecution are playing by the rules, and that the jury is not going to be kind of swayed by something that might have been included in a question that was asked or might have been presented as like an inference, or in this case, what he says would be speculation. We went through a few other things today as well, Rach. We covered off Erin Patterson's reluctance to get medical care for herself and for her children, the dumping of the dehydrator, her phones. Again, each one of these, we see a recap of the evidence that was given. Justice Beale often reading through a transcript of various experts, things like that. He does this is the prosecution argument, this is the defence argument, these are things to keep in mind. It is a lot of information that is being given to people. How is the jury through this? You're in the room, you're sitting there with them. I hope they're more engaged than I have been.
I didn't see you today, Stocky, so I can't vouch for you. I have a confession. I had to look out the window a couple of times. It is so dense and it has been so long. But when I do look back at the jury, they're still paying attention. They're trying to listen to this consolidation of everything that they've heard so far. I noticed a couple of them today looked like they were making notes. A lot were looking at their iPads, like looking through exhibits as Justice Beale was mentioning them as we go through each witness. So they still seem very engaged, which is great.
Yep.
Good on them.
And, there's been so much evidence presented, right? It seems like a lot to go through a charge for at this point. We're in the third day. But, there has been, there was last week closing arguments, but prior to that, 8 weeks of evidence presented in this trial. So there's a huge amount of information to go through. Speaking of the amount of time we have been running through all this, Rach, the jury didn't bring their toothbrush today. They're not being sent to wherever their accommodation is while they're sequestered to consider the verdict. Are they bringing one tomorrow?
No.
Oh.
No, I thought they would be. We thought they would be sequestered this weekend, but Justice Beale told the jury this morning that he will continue his charge tomorrow morning. He'll stop at 1 p.m. as they normally do on a Friday. They'll go home for the weekend, and then he said he'll finish his charge on Monday prior to lunch, and then that's when we'll have the ballot, Stocky, when the 14 jurors will be whittled down to 12. Now, I did look at their faces to try to get a read on on how they felt about this, whether they were happy about the weekend. There was lots of nodding. There was some smiles, but there were no sighs. So I think they're all in it for the long haul.
Well, that was certainly a difference from the room that I was in when that news was given to us, but glad the jury's having a good time. They're some very important people, and they will be the ones who are making the decision on whether or not Erin Patterson is guilty or not guilty of murder, sounding like they will be heading off to consider their verdict from next week, which is, getting us close to the end of this whole process. We will be back, obviously, tomorrow with a Friday wrap, so we'll wrap up the whole week for you there. Before we get to that, though, Rach, very keen to answer a few questions. We've got some fantastic ones coming through to mushroomcasedaily at abc.net.au. If there's something that you are wondering about, if there's a question you have about something we talk about on the pod or something you are wondering about the court process, please get in touch. Mushroomcasedaily at abc.net.au. Rach, I want to start with a question from Anton, North Epping in Sydney. He says, "Hi, Stephen and Rachel. Thanks for the pod. I've loved better understanding our legal system through it." Glad you're enjoying it, Anton. For the judge's charge, and also for the sets of the closing arguments, is it just one long monologue? Has the judge been talking through the various points without interruption, or is there any interaction or variation? Seems a long time of just one person talking.
It is a long time, and it is just one voice, and lucky he has a lovely voice, Justice Beale. So, but it is all on him. I wonder if, I get sick of the sound of my own voice when I hear it too much. I wonder if he's getting sick of his own voice, but he's doing a great job. And yeah, it's just all on him.
That's absolutely right, Rach. Great question, Anton. And also, just thinking back to, while it is a lot of time of one person talking, the thing I realised today as Justice Beale was going through all of this is that, while he's talking to the jury at the moment and they're having to absorb all this information, they will have transcripts of all of this to review when they're doing their deliberations, which, as I mentioned, they're going to head out and do from next week. And so when they're thinking about these main points, they can flick back through to the judge's charge, the judge's directions in this section here and go, oh, that's right, there was this bit here. And then from there, they can dive deeper into the evidence. Another question here, Rach, from Tim, listening in from Crossville in Tennessee. Tim says, great job so far. Don't worry, Tim. Still time to go downhill. It seems to me that the judge's charge can sway a whole case. He could potentially leave out a fact, or his personal bias could shine through. Do you agree?
Totally, Tim. But I mean, that's where his crucial role comes into play. He has had to listen through the entirety of this trial, work out how to best synthesise the evidence. Yes, bias could definitely shine through in a position like this, but this is what they're trained for and why they're picked. Justice Christopher Beale is the second most senior criminal judge in Victoria, and that is essentially their job, not to be biased and be independent adjudicators, to weigh up all the evidence, to instruct jurors on the principles of law. But you're right. I mean, there's room for that could happen, but they're trained not to let that happen. He made a good point in the start of his charge that just because I mention a certain piece of information, don't regard that as more important than other ones, or if I leave one out, it's just this is what I've chosen to tell you, but you're the keepers of the facts. You determine them. That's your job, basically. Yep. So he's been very clear with the jury.
Thank you, Rach. Tim, great question. And to round us out, we have the triumphant return of more of a statement, which is when someone emails us something that isn't quite a question, but it's just a very interesting observation on the trial. This one is from Sarah Jane in Brisbane. Sarah Jane says, "Hi, Stocky and Rachel. Absolutely loving the podcast and wish there was more out there like it. I listen to a lot of podcasts like this, but none have given me the kind of behind-the-scenes insights that you have. I just wanted to say how much I've appreciated the latest content covering the judge's charges. I've often thought that I wouldn't make a very good juror because I'd find it hard to weigh out the evidence, but now, hearing the charges, I understand that the directions the jurors get really do help you do this, especially like the discussion on not being a court of morals, but a court of justice."
Yeah, thanks, Sarah Jane. And even though this part is delaying the deliberations, Stocky and I have seen just how important it is, to crystallise their thinking as they go off to make that important decision.
Yeah, highlight the things they need to think about, and some of the things, as we've heard today, that they shouldn't consider. The arguments they shouldn't highlight. Rach, back tomorrow as we work our way to the end of Justice Beale's charge.
That's right. We have one more point to get through in the alleged incriminating conduct, and that is that Erin Patterson lied about being unwell and faked death cap mushroom poisoning.
We're back in your feed tomorrow.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The calm before the closings. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 13th of June, and we've just reached the end of the 7th week of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We've reached the end of the 7th week of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial, with the conclusion of evidence from the defence teams and the prosecution teams. Justice Beale decided to give the jury the day off today, Rach.
Not us though, Stocky.
No, he's unfortunately not our boss, but so much has happened this week, we did want to wrap it up for you. I'm really keen to get an idea of some of the moments that have stuck with you, Rach. Now that the prosecution and the defence have rested, I want to hear some kind of reflections on what we've heard throughout the entirety of the cases that they've presented. But first, this week has been a week of Erin Patterson's cross-examination. She has spent hours in the box, days, really. How long, like when you add it all up?
8 days of the week, Stocky, but 7, I think, in total. We had about 3 days of examination in chief from Colin Mandy, SC, her barrister, and then 4 days in cross-examination by Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor.
So we have, because Erin Patterson is a defence witness, throughout this trial we've seen Dr. Nanette Rogers or Jane Warren from the prosecution usually talking to the witnesses first. In this instance, because Erin Patterson is a defence witness, Colin Mandy kind of got the first go to run through that. That was most of what we got last week. And this week, Dr. Nanette Rogers taking you through it.
Yeah, she had the stage for most of this week, Stocky, and I want to take you through some of the bigger points that she was trying to make to the jury. One of them, we spent a lot of time on this, Dr. Rogers saying that you made things up to explain why you weren't as sick as your lunch guests, and this line, I think, has stuck with a lot of people. She said, and I quote, "I suggest that you never thought you'd have to account for this lie about having cancer because you thought the lunch guests would die and your lie would never be found out. Correct or incorrect?" Erin Patterson said that's not true. But Nanette Rogers was saying Erin Patterson allegedly hadn't expected doctors to work out so quickly that death cap mushrooms were in the meal. She alleged that Erin Patterson thought it would be just treated as food poisoning. So Dr. Rogers has said you had to make these things up quickly as you went. The reason why you weren't as sick as the others, Dr. Rogers said you made up the story about the Asian grocer. She said that was a lie. You sent the health department on a wild goose chase looking for a grocer that didn't exist. Now, this is a prosecution story.
Yep.
I should repeat. And then again, we went through the game of phones, which we talked about yesterday, all the phones in the household, the different SIM cards, when different numbers were used, why she used multiple ones.
Yep.
And we heard again, Stocky, about Erin's history of foraging. Erin says she liked picking mushrooms, wild mushrooms. Dr. Rogers said, no, that's a lie too.
Yeah, it was, the way you were describing that just before the kind of the proposition and then the correct or incorrect, if there was a theme of this week, it was that style of questioning from Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor.
Correct or incorrect, agree or disagree.
Yeah, I must have heard that. God, it would be
too many times.
Probably thousands of times at this point. That was really interesting. And it's interesting when you look at the way that this is framed between the defence and the prosecution, right? This is how the prosecution has, kind of presented these facts. The defence in their opening, when talking about a lot of Erin Patterson's behaviour following the lunch and following the deaths of the guests, was basically saying this is a person who has panicked. And we'll kind of come to the differences of the way the prosecution approaches this and the way the defence approaches this a bit later in this episode. The other point of this week, outside of correct or incorrect, disagree or agree or disagree, I should say, was the evidence from the Enrich clinic in Melbourne. And there's a lot going on here. Just a heads up, we're going to talk about eating disorders. So if that's something that is challenging for you, potentially just a heads up to skip through a bit of this. But yeah, to get to the Enrich clinic and what Erin Patterson has said over the last couple of weeks, and then what evidence is presented around that, I want to go back to the lunch, Rach, and kind of what the guests were told, particularly what Ian Wilkinson said he was told at that lunch.
Well, this is where it all started, didn't it? So Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest from that lunch, says that they ate their beef Wellingtons and then after the lunch, the issue of cancer comes up. So I think from memory, it was a relative of Don Patterson that had cancer. Ian Wilkinson told the court that Erin announced that she had cancer, that she was very concerned. She believed it was serious, life-threatening. She was anxious about how to tell the kids. Should I tell them or not tell them about this threat to my life? Ian Wilkinson told the court he remembered it being some sort of ovarian or cervical cancer. And he said she spoke about a diagnostic test because there was a spot on the scan that he remembered he thought was said to be a tumour.
Yep.
So they started talking about possible or planned treatment.
Mhm.
So that's what Ian remembers.
Yep.
Erin Patterson says, and this brings us to Enrich, that she was considering gastric bypass surgery or gastric banding surgery.
Yep.
She says she's been struggling with her weight since her 20s. Leading up to the lunch, she told the court that she'd been vomiting 2 or 3 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
So she says that she kept the cancer idea alive in their minds as a possibility for treatment because she was considering having gastric bypass surgery and she would need help with logistics around the kids.
Yep.
And then she could sort that out and see whether they could help with appointments after school, trips to school.
Yep. Kind of like
and that she wouldn't have to tell them the real reason because she says that she was ashamed and embarrassed that she couldn't control her weight.
Yeah, kind of like I think for lack of a better word, almost like a cover, this cancer story for the reason that, for this other, procedure that she was thinking of getting. And then as this was a kind of like question or sort of like looked at in a bit more detail. So we first heard about this story from Erin Patterson when she was giving her evidence in chief to Colin Mandy SC, who is her barrister. And then under questioning from Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, these are the people who have kind of brought the charges of murder and attempted murder against Erin Patterson. Dr. Rogers started asking a few more questions about, okay, so what was this clinic you were going to? What were you trying to get done? All of that stuff to try and pick it apart. And we saw that evolve over the course of this week. Starting last week, I think Friday last week, we first heard the name, the Enrich Clinic. And then this week, we started seeing a bit more detail and a bit more questioning about that, right?
And they'd quickly got, shall I say, a statement from the practice manager. Did she have an appointment? Yes, she did. The 13th of September. It seems it was cancelled on the 11th of September, 2 days earlier. Dr. Rogers raised this idea that clinic doesn't do gastric bypass surgery. So suggesting Erin Patterson was lying about this.
Yep.
Erin said, look, I was also considering other weight loss options like liposuction. Perhaps the clinic did that. So when we came back to re-examination, Colin Mandy SC picked up that line and said, we've looked, the clinic does seem to have offered liposuction in the past up until 2023, I believe.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing the screenshot, I think it was, that Colin Mandy SC showed the court yesterday, showing that firstly the clinic had moved since 2023 when Erin Patterson had made that appointment, and then also saying that from I think sometime maybe last year they weren't going to be offering liposuction procedures anymore. The thing as well from this whole process that we heard a little bit about this week with Dr. Rogers, Erin Patterson talking about, this kind of binging and purging that she said she had been doing in the years leading up to the lunch, talking about how following the lunch that she had eaten, the best part of an orange cake that was brought at dessert, and then, following that had vomited and thrown that up, and then questioning this week from Dr. Rogers, talking about how, well, is that why, you weren't as sick because you'd thrown up the beef Wellington meal with, the death cap mushrooms that you say, were kind of included in that accidentally. Yeah, I guess that was a really interesting point to see as well, in that line of questioning as well. Erin Patterson saying, look, I don't know. I can't say what I did or didn't throw up.
And she was trying to nail her down on the timing too. And Erin said, look, I can't remember when I threw it up. I think it was closer to lunchtime, like closer to 2:45, because that's when her guest left than dinner time, but I don't know the exact time. She can't remember. She was asked, do you remember what was in the vomit? And she said, oh, God, I didn't study it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Didn't see any corn or anything in there, and there was back and forth. Well, you didn't eat any corn, did you? And it was kind of a bit of a
testy exchange.
Yeah. Rach, as well as the, this evidence from the Enrich Clinic we've seen this week and the way that's been questioned by the prosecution and then kind of clarified, I suppose, as well by the defence. The other thing that I've noticed from this week is Erin Patterson seeming to disagree with a number of witnesses that we've heard from throughout this, entire trial. We've heard from dozens and dozens of witnesses, I think 50 plus. Dr. Rogers putting to her different testimony from different people, questioning her. Erin Patterson, in some cases saying, no, that's not what I said, or I don't remember, or clarifying details around that.
It was interesting, the difference. And she says that, she's spoken to so many medical experts that she told the court, and two spring to mind in my memory. Two, she says she can't even remember at all. Like, can't remember the conversation at all, not just bits of it. And she said, look, I was talking to dozens of medical experts, doctors, nurses. I also had the health department texting me and calling me, trying to work out where the grocer was. So that's her reason for not remembering certain conversations. But her answers to a lot of these questions from Dr. Rogers did get quite testy, as I said before, because her answers were, well, I'll give you an example. A nurse invited you into this bay to be assessed at Leongatha Hospital. And Erin said, no, I didn't respond to a question she didn't ask. Saying not only I'm not going to answer that because I don't even remember her asking that, because I don't remember talking to her at all. So she didn't want to be led down avenues like that.
And the way that she challenged the evidence, or not challenged is probably the word, kind of clarified is probably clearer what happened more often, was also different when there were kind of differences in what she had told compared to the testimony from her children as well.
The word that she used quite a few times for variances in her children's evidence were, I think they were mistaken. So one example, Stocky, is her son doesn't remember her stopping on the way to his flying lesson on the Sunday.
This is immediately following the lunch.
That's correct, the day after. Erin Patterson, as we know, has told the court that she had to pull over to do a bush poo, basically, that she had diarrhoea, used tissues, put them in a doggy poo bag, put that bag in her purse that she then says she put in the toilets at the BP service station. But her son doesn't remember that. So, and another one was whether or not she instructed them to go to the movies, her children. She remembers it being that they wanted to go to the movies, but we've heard evidence from the children that I think her daughter said something like, it was they were going to have adult discussion, like that.
This is instead of being present at the lunch on the 29th of July, 2023.
That's right. And her son gave evidence. Mum said she wanted it to be just the five of them. I thought it would just be personal reasons. She wanted to talk about something either to do with me or my sister that she was worried about. I'm not sure, But here's, Stocky, I think here's where it's so important, where nuance is so important, that some things that her son has said he doesn't remember, like it being put to him that his mum was a forager, for example, and the son and daughter don't remember Erin foraging in that sense. But remember our chat, feels like a billion years ago, but I do remember her son talking about a photograph of a mushroom that Erin took in the Corumburra Botanical Gardens, because I remember his comment on that Erin thought it was a lovely photograph, and he remembers it because of the symbiotic relationship between mushrooms and trees and how they support each other. Remember me telling you that's kind of, it's almost like it's like a family.
Yeah.
So I think nuance is going to be really important in this case.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. I mean, I'm reading a lot about what is happening in court, and the thing that I've noticed you don't get in so much of that is the kind of the tone or the pauses and the reflection, like the way that things read is so different to how they were actually said. So that nuance will be interesting to see how the jury interprets all of that and what weight they apply to that as well. They'll get all the transcripts and all that of these conversations, and then they'll be able to remember what was actually said, how those exchanges went.
Even pauses are so important, aren't they, sometimes? You've just reminded me of something that came up this week, that Dr. Rogers suggested to Erin that she paused before agreeing that Simon Patterson should pick the children up and bring them to the hospital. And there was a bit made about this pause, and Dr. Rogers was suggesting the pause was because she realised that insisting on picking them up herself might undermine her alleged pretense of being unwell. But Erin's reply to that was that she paused because she said Simon Patterson's tone was really sarcastic, and that put her off.
Right. Interesting. The thing, again, on the tone and, I mean, the style, I guess, of the questioning we've seen this week. We've seen most of the week Dr. Annette Rogers cross-examining Erin Patterson, which is that very, aggressive is not the word, but it is very direct, the questioning. It's putting a proposition. It is an agree or disagree. It is recounting things that have been said. That is one approach that we've seen this week. The other approach that we've seen this week, that we saw last week as well, is Colin Mandiasi and the way that he questions Erin Patterson. Obviously her defence solicitor, this is the person who is defending her from the charges of murder and attempted murder. So very different approach, very different style. And Erin is very different in her responses to the different parties.
That's right. And it's because, when dealing with Colin Mandiasi, he's part of her team, and he is trying to draw out, I think, more emotive replies, and paint her as a person, as opposed to some of the one-dimensional images that we're getting out of scientific witnesses, for example. So Colin Mandiasi, it's his job. He's keenly listening the whole time to see whether he needs to jump up as kind of her goalie, in a sense, to make sure that no questions that go through to the keeper are inappropriate or not phrased the right way.
Yeah, breaching the rules of the way that they're allowed to kind of question people who are in the witness box and the kind of the procedures of court. I've also noticed, and I noticed this particularly yesterday when we saw the change from Dr. Annette Rogers back to Colin Mandiasi for that re-examination. Erin Patterson talking a lot about her children, about her family and things like that to Dr. Rogers, and being quite direct in her response, quite clear in her response. And then, when questioned by Colin Mandiasi, when he's looking to draw those sort of longer, more emotional answers out, she got more emotional talking about her children.
The children and sense of belonging that we've spoken about before, belonging to the Patterson family, are the two issues that I've noticed her get most upset about when she's drawn on. But you're right, very different style from Dr. Rogers, as it needs to be. She doesn't necessarily want the long-winded answers. She doesn't want explanations. She just wants yeses or nos for the jury to consider, and that kind of explains the staccato tone that we've spoken about before, that sometimes machine gun fire style, incorrect, correct, incorrect, correct, agree, disagree. That she just wants quick answers for the jury.
Rach, as we find ourselves at the end of the 7th week of Erin Patterson's true or murder trial, we've spoken through kind of the key details and the key evidence that we've heard. What has been a moment of this week that you have found yourself returning to or thinking about?
It felt quite heavy this week, Stocky, and I don't think it's just because it's week 7. I think it's because Erin Patterson was in the box for all of it. And as you touched on, it's been very emotional, very personal. She has got upset when talking about her children, when talking about inviting Heather Wilkinson to lunch because she wanted to show her garden. Those emotional bits have really stuck with me. But that has also got me thinking about the Patterson and Wilkinson families who have been there for much of the trial, especially Ian Wilkinson. He's been there most days, and I just think it would be pretty tough to be sitting there listening to all this evidence, and he's done so very gracefully. So I just wonder whether these families, what they're hoping to get from coming every day, is it closure? Is it answers that they still feel like they don't have? I'm not sure, and we may never know.
I was in the court for a day this week. I'm not sure. It's all blurred into one, but I remember sitting reasonably close to Ian Wilkinson, who's the surviving guest of the lunch, and thinking exactly this. This is a man who's been here almost every day, as far as I can recall, sitting in the courtroom watching the proceedings. The thing I've thought back a bit on this week, and it's been dense. There's been a lot that we have been going through. It has been a lot of questions, kind of moving between different topics to Erin Patterson. But the moment that has kind of stuck with me was the way that Erin Patterson talked about Dr. Chris Webster, telling her, asking her, about her children, bringing her to Children's Hospital, saying, they could be scared and alive or dead. And not so much. I mean, that sentence itself is a big sentence, and the way that Erin spoke about it was that, that hadn't quite landed with her. The thing that sort of surprised her was that this doctor was shouting at her. And as we've discussed in this podcast previously, when Dr. Chris Webster was giving evidence himself, booming voice, very loud voice, filled the courtroom. And Erin said in the box that she had since realised that that was his inside voice.
Booming is the perfect word, and a lot of the witnesses have been asked to move closer to the microphone so the jury can hear them. Chris Webster did not get that direction.
Not one for Dr. Chris Webster. I also appreciated the mention this week of the Bristol stool chart. That's a small moment, and it's something that if you're not familiar with, I would recommend just chasing up and having a peruse of. It was a week of discussion of bodily functions in the courtroom, and that is something that you can really take home with you. Rach, as we reach the point where both the prosecution and defence teams have rested their case, what are your reflections on, I guess, everything we've seen or heard over the last 7 weeks?
This is a really tough question, but I think it comes back to the essence of this case, which is the lunch, and how the certain ingredients of this case, shall we say, has captured the world's attention, and we can talk about that later down the track, why we think that that's happened. Yeah. But that's then led to this trial where we've heard, rivers of evidence about amanitin, which is the death cap toxin, what it does to your liver. We've heard about base stations. We've gone from this whiplash from medical advice to scientific advice. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how all of this is distilled and contextualised for the closings and what each counsel wants to leave most with the jury.
Yeah, I think for me, it is partly just how much information there is. I've got a document that I'm kind of like noting down bits and pieces in, and my process of taking notes has changed dramatically over the course of the trial. Initially, it was for like very reflective, and I realised that the thing I need is actually more kind of like conversations and verbatim notes about what's actually happening. So that's changed. But I've got, over the course of the trial, tens of thousands of words that I have written. My notes are nowhere near as detailed as some of the kind of pure court reporters who we share the room with in the Latrobe Valley Law Courts. They would have hundreds of thousands of words of notes. There is just so much information. And the other thing is how the story appears to change as different evidence is presented. And we've spoken about this in the pod before when we were hearing about different scientists analysing the remains of the meal and, one person not finding, microscopic elements of death cap mushrooms, but then another person finding traces of the toxin and, how that sort of seems to change the story over days. And again, in the last week or so, Erin Patterson's story of, booking this, weight loss surgery pre-appointment with the Enrich Clinic, hearing the story of how she booked that and why she had made that booking and why she told guests or had this discussion with guests about cancer, and then hearing the different elements of that kind of presented to the court over the course of all this, I find really interesting. And how that seems to change what we're hearing. And it's a really good reminder that, we're not at the end of this. There's still things that don't seem to have been tied up and all of that, I guess. I mean, is that something that we get too soon?
Yeah, so Stocky, on Monday, actually. So the closings start with the prosecution. It will go through, I'm sure, its big ticket items. It said at the very beginning, as you remember, that it's not going to be proposing any motive. So the jury will have to decide on one of those important elements of murder, which is intent without motive. So it will have to draw its own conclusions. And then once the prosecution's closing has finished, we move to the defence, and that will be the defence's last bid to offer the jury some thoughts before it heads out to decide Erin Patterson's fate.
Yeah.
And then after that is the judge's charge, and that's when he gives final directions to the jury, and that's in relation to the law. They decide the facts, but he has to guide them on law, and he'll be summarising the issues and the evidence and the arguments that they need to consider. And then they'll retire to deliberate, and they'll be doing so sequestered.
Yeah.
So they won't be going home to friends and family as to quarantine their deliberations.
Yeah. We're about to enter a huge week in this trial where so much of what we've heard over the last 7 weeks is kind of put in a way that is going to, for both sides, for the prosecution and for the defence, to try and crystallise their arguments to the jury. And for you as well, if you're listening to Mushroom Case Daily, we'll be doing that as well, helping you understand where both of these teams are presenting and where they're going with the evidence that we've heard over the last 7 weeks. Rach, before we finish up for today, I've had some wonderful questions coming in. If you've got questions, please get in touch. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email. We love hearing everything from you, your feedback, your thoughts, your ideas, and obviously, most importantly, your questions. I want to start, Rach, with a question here from Lauren on Wurundjeri country, which is Melbourne. Lauren says, hi, Rach and Stocky. Firstly, hope Christian and family are doing well. Christian, if you haven't been playing along for a long time, was hosting the pod with me for the first 5 weeks of the trial and has retired, has departed briefly while he expects a child with his lovely wife, which is very exciting. Secondly, Lauren says, loving the pod and agree with the previous listener. Please bring the case of Samantha Murphy later in the year. So look, we'll put it on the list, Lauren. Thank you very much. Finally, to Lauren's question, does Erin have a dog? I'm a proud owner of a beautiful 7-year-old Staffy, Jerry, named after Jerry Seinfeld, of course, and I do not have dog poo bags in my car or handbag. I find it odd Erin had them handy to dispose of her diarrhea tissues in her car, and even more so if she doesn't own a dog.
Lauren, she does. And you might remember from evidence that Erin Patterson gave the court, this was one of the reasons why she left Leongatha Hospital, she says, because she couldn't just be admitted straight away because she had to return home to feed the dog, to move the sheep in to some kind of shelter away from the foxes if she was away overnight, and to pack her daughter's bag for ballet that night.
Great.
So, yes, she does have a dog.
Right.
Well, at least did then.
Yeah, thank you, Rach, and thank you, Lauren. Wonderful question. Another question here, Rach, from Adele in Queensland. Adele says, hi, I love listening to Mushroom Case Daily and I miss it over the weekends. That's what we've got our Friday episodes for, Adele. You can listen back, catch up on bits you've missed. Everyone does an amazing job with covering the details of the case and explains well what is going on. There is something that has bothered me last week and I haven't been able to get it out of my head, so I thought I'd ask. Twice you've asked what Erin is wearing. Have you ever asked what a male was wearing? I found this question asked 2 days in a row was very strange. I'd be interested to know what your thinking was behind that question. Well, Adele, this one sounds like it's for me because I was asking Rach what Erin was wearing.
I've got some thoughts on this too, though, but you go first.
The reason I've asked it is to give you an insight into the courtroom. That is basically what I'm doing. So you have an understanding of what Erin is wearing on any given day. It's a way of just kind of bringing you into that room with us.
Mm. Yeah, Adele, I was a bit annoyed by this at first too, not from Stocky, I should say, but, journalists in the overflow room asking those who were lucky enough to have a media ballot seat that day, what she was wearing. Initially, I thought, well, yeah, does it matter? But in radio, it does matter because we're trying to be the eyes and ears for you in that courtroom. And so radio is all about painting this theatre of the mind for you. And unfortunately or fortunately, what people are wearing does help with that.
And I know, Rach, I will say we have had, it's been probably mostly men in the witness box giving evidence through this case. They've been wearing suits a lot of the time. There's nothing much of note in their kind of outfits. There's also been a number of women that have given evidence too. We haven't described their outfits. I think the reason we're talking about Erin more is that she is the accused in this scenario, right?
And they're every day. We're watching her every day.
Yep. Very keen eye on her to see, notice, I guess, any changes that we can kind of share with you as you're listening to the pod. Rach, question here from Beth in Coffs Harbour. Beth says, I've binge listened to catch up and I'm now up to date on the podcast. And her question is, if Erin is disagreeing with the prosecutor's claims that she was foraging in Loch and Outram on certain dates based on the cell phone tower info, etc., what does she claim she was doing instead?
Beth, it was never actually put to her by either the prosecution or defence what she was doing that day, but she denied, as you said, she denied foraging ever in Loch or Outram. And one of the explanations she gave for her phone potentially pinging off a base station near Outram was that can happen when you're passing through on your way to Wonthaggi or Phillip Island.
Great. Thank you, Rach, and thank you, Beth. Wonderful question. Final question for this week, Rach, is from Cam in Resi. What does it mean when Rach says 2 of the jurors will, of course, be balloted off? Rach, we were talking about this yesterday. The number of jurors and the demographic of the jurors. There's 14 left. You mentioned that we'll end up with 12. What do you mean by that? What do you mean balloted off?
Well, the critical decision falls to 12 people, and we started with 15, so we had a bit of a buffer in case any get sick, so we don't have to start again, basically. One was discharged very early in the piece for potentially speaking to friends or family about this case, which is a huge no-no. So we're down to 14, but only 12 get to make this decision. So before they retire for deliberations, 2 jurors will be balloted off.
Yep. So they'll get to go home. They won't be sequestered while the rest make the decision, or while they would make that decision ordinarily. Rach, quickly before we finish up, I skipped this last week because basically I was busy. I didn't have time to go through the emails and check all the places that people have been emailing from, but I have found some time this morning to do a quick around the grounds from picks the last couple of days, people listening in some far-flung places of the world. I'd love some help as you go through this, Rach, but I'll start with some of our friends in the United States. You've got Brandy in Kansas, Amanda in San Angelino, Texas, Steph in Greenwood, Washington, Lorelei in North Carolina, Alania in New York, and Richard in San Bruno, California.
From over the ditch, Renee and Ben in Wellington, New Zealand.
Julie's in Essex, Manish in Manchester, Helen in Portsmouth in England.
Austin in Cardiff, Wales, Dom in Dublin, Ireland, and Erica's there too.
Anna and Noah in Amsterdam, Tim in Copenhagen.
There's Bob walking the Camino Trail in Spain. And this is actually, I think, the second Mushroom Case Daily listener doing that. There's quite a few. And my friend from the local pub, Oscar, is on it at the moment. Hi, Oscar.
There we go. And finally, Grace, Matt and Katie, who all hail from Melbourne but are currently in Colombia. Thank you all for listening to Mushroom Case Daily in these places around the world. Thank you for listening wherever you're listening from. Big shout out to all of our listeners living in regional Australia. It's been wonderful spending time in Morwell and finding ourselves living in regional Australia as well as we cover this trial. Also, I think a moment from this week that I will think about for a little while is one of our friends at the court, Ian, who's one of the security guards. I actually missed this yesterday, but it was retold to me, and it did make an impact. He popped into the media room in the court yesterday and thanked everyone in there for their politeness and professionalism as they've been coming into court each week and each day and saying, look, you've been living out of suitcases for 7 weeks away from your friends and family, and you've been lovely despite all of that. He left us with a box of musk sticks and said, look, if you find yourself some time, have yourself a musk stick and reflect on what motivates you. I had a musk stick and I thought, look, the thing that keeps me coming back each day is that we have a wonderful opportunity here to help people understand how the legal system works with Mushroom Case Daily. So that's why that's what motivates me, Ian.
What a beautiful gesture, hey, what a legend, because we hear about these circuses as the media is often lumped in, descending on tiny towns, and certain people make assumptions of how towns will receive us, but this was just such a lovely reminder of some of the colourful people that we've met during our time. And the musk stick just took me back to lolly jar days. My nanny would always have a lolly jar and musk sticks were always in it. So thanks, Ian, for that. Much appreciated.
It was a wonderful treat. Ian is a friend of the pod as well, so it was nice. Hope you're having a wonderful day and weekend, Ian. And just finally, before we wrap up this episode, if the discussion of eating issues has raised anything for you, you need to talk to someone, go chase up the Butterfly Foundation. You can find them online, butterfly.org.au, and you can give them a call, 1-800-ED-HOPE.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson. Huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out week in, week out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. Also, thanks to ABC senior lawyer, Jasmine Sims, for her legal advice every day, our legal queen. And also thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The heat is on in the witness box. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Thursday, the 5th of June. We've just finished day 26 of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
For the last 3 days, Rach, we have heard from Erin as she's been questioned by her defence team. Today, she's faced much more challenging questions under cross-examination from Dr. Danette Rogers. Now, before we get to the episode in chief, can you take us through an overview of the day?
Her defence barrister, Colin Mandy SC, wrapped things up for the defence case. Then the prosecution began its cross-examination. It took us back to that dehydrator that Erin Patterson dumped at the transfer station. We moved on to where the prosecution alleges that Erin Patterson sourced the death cap mushrooms that's been at the centre of this fatal meal. We learnt about cancer searches that Erin Patterson was doing using Dr. Google. We learnt about the cancer lie. We moved on to emojis. And we wrapped it up with a timeline for the jury about what's to expect here on in.
Thank you, Rach. You have been hanging out in court a few days this week, actually. You've been sitting in there as Erin Patterson's been given evidence, kind of watching her from across the room. As I mentioned earlier in the app, we're now up to day 3 of her in the witness box. How was she looking this morning? What was the mood in the courtroom like?
I think she was expecting a tougher day today. She's been questioned by her own lawyer, Colin Mandy SC, up until this point, running her through those things, and she would, I'm guessing, have a knowledge of what's to come with the prosecution. It's kind of now we're into hostile territory, so she'd pretty much have to be braced for anything that could come her way.
Yeah, right. What was she wearing today?
She was in a paisley top that I've seen before, like a black base with paisley and black pants, and her hair out as usual. And then she always has reading glasses close by if she needs to look at exhibits on the screen in front of her.
Yeah, right. Okay. And I mean, first part of the day was the final questioning from the defence team. So, I mean, what we've heard a lot in this trial and the way it has kind of worked is the prosecution has been calling witnesses. They are the people that question them first, and there is a cross-examination that the defence does. Because Erin has been called by the defence, they've kind of done the first round of questioning. They've gone through, we've heard the last couple of days. If you've missed any of that, jump into our episodes. You'll get fully brought up to speed on what she was questioned on. And then today from the defence with Erin seemed to be just kind of like initially clarifying a couple of points and then almost like running through like a list of dot points, like yes or no questions almost, right?
It was kind of like a laundry list that I think the defence team wants the jury to remember.
Right, okay.
The big points. Colin Mandy SC started off going back to the dehydrator. Remember in his opening, he said that people sometimes in times that they're overwhelmed, they panic and do things that they perhaps aren't proud of later.
Yep.
We've come back to this dehydrator today, which Erin Patterson admits she dumped on the Wednesday after the lunch on that Saturday.
Yeah.
So that was a lie. She told police. She's owned up to that. She said, I lied about owning or not owning, as the case may be, a dehydrator. That's the one they found at the tip. She admitted to lying about foraging. With the dehydrator, she said the mushrooms that I'd foraged were responsible for making people sick. And she said Gail and Heather had passed away. You remember that the police interview was on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Gail and Heather passed away on the Friday.
Yep.
So she said she knew that when she gave her police statement, and she said it was a stupid knee-jerk reaction to dig deeper and to keep lying. She said, I was scared, but I shouldn't have done it. And then Colin Mandy SC's laundry list starts of all the things that he, I think, wants the jury to take away.
Yep.
So he puts to her things like, All 6 beef Wellingtons were the same. She says yes. Each beef Wellington on each of the 5 plates were the same. Yes. Did you lie about purchasing dry mushrooms from an Asian grocery in April 2023? No. Did you pretend to be sick? No. Did you ever intentionally pick death cap mushrooms? No. Did you ever intentionally include them in the beef Wellington you prepared? No. And then the last thing that he hit the jury with, he went through Don Patterson, Gail Patterson, Heather Wilkinson, Ian Wilkinson, and for each of those 4 people, he separately asked, did you intend to kill or seriously injure them or harm them? And Erin Patterson said to all those 4, no, I didn't, and seemed quite distraught by the end of it. Her voice was kind of trailing off and became a whisper.
Yeah, it took like a little while for him to get through that list as he's going through, like, did you intentionally try to kill, Don Patterson? And he would ask that and Erin would answer. And then again, the same one, no. And, there's 4 people who were involved at this lunch. So this question's being asked 8 times, 2 for each person. And like you say, like she was kind of getting more and more emotional as she kind of went through that list.
And this is precisely what the jury is going to have to decide for each of these 4 people, 4 elements of murder.
Yep.
So there's a lot to digest.
Colin Mendy went through that list. He finished the list and then he sat down. He said, that is it. My evidence, my kind of like section of this is done. And for some reason in my mind, I thought we would have, we've had this morning, it's, quite an emotional moment that we've gone through just then. It's, kind of heavy. In my mind, I'm expecting like a bit of a break. Okay, cool, let's go, take a moment. Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor in this case, straight up at the little stand they've got on that bar table, and she is immediately asking questions to Erin Patterson. Like, it couldn't have been... She was up, wasn't it? Like a coiled spring. I don't even think Colin Mandy had finished sitting down yet. It couldn't have been more than 5 seconds. It was so quick, this transition. And yeah, she really kind of got to work. And like, these are quite like quick fire questions, right? Like she is throwing stuff in there. It's like, what happened to the dehydrator? Is this your dehydrator? Showing her pictures, did you visit Locke? Did you visit Outram? What about these kind of like death cap mushroom posts? Yeah. Are they your fingerprints on the dehydrator? And Erin said, well, if that's my dehydrator, like if that's the one that's in the bin. And so we went through these one after the other. And Dr. Rogers says to Erin, I suggest that you saw Christine McKenzie's post on iNaturalist on the 18th of April 2023 about death cap mushrooms in Locke. And Erin said, I disagree. Dr. Rogers continues, you then went to Locke on the 28th of April. Erin says, well, I don't know if I did. Dr. Rogers then shows Erin some images. Now, you might remember these images. Did they ring a bell today? I'm very familiar with anything that Tom May is involved in, so I recognise the images. These are pictures of the dehydrator on Erin Patterson's bench with trays of mushrooms in it, right? These are the same photos. These are the ones? Yep. Funky Tom, back in the frame. Yep. Literally. He was asked to look, when he was up giving evidence, he was asked to look at these photos, and he says the images were consistent with Amanita phalloides at a high level of confidence. Right. That's a scientist's way of saying most likely. Yep, yep. And we heard him give that evidence. Now, the same photographs have been shown to Erin Patterson, and she says, yes, that looks like it's my kitchen bench. That looks like the background of my house. And what the prosecution was trying to say is those were death cap mushrooms on those electronic scales. Right, yep. The same mushrooms that Tom May had said, high chance they're death caps. Yep, yep. So Dr. Rogers puts that to Erin Patterson and says, these mushroom images are the death cap mushrooms that you found on the 28th of April. Erin Patterson says, I disagree. Right. Dr. Rogers continues, you were weighing these death cap mushrooms so you could calculate the weight required for administration of fatal doses for one person and then for 5 people. And she disagreed with those propositions as well. So Erin Patterson's like, no, that wasn't it. That's not what I was doing. And one of the last questions she was put in this, speed fire round was that she intended to serve Simon had he turned up one of those portions. And Erin said, well, yeah, if he had have come, I would have given him one too. And she said, not one with death cap mushrooms intentionally, if that was your question. Yeah, yeah. What did she say when she was asked? I mean, did she give any clarification about where the mushrooms in those photos came from? It was interesting. I think, I could be wrong, but I think it's the first time we've heard from the prosecution where it alleges she actually got them from
the
Right.
mushrooms that have been alleged to have been in the beef Wellingtons.
Mm.
So Dr. Rogers is alleging that Erin got them from Locke after seeing that post from Christine McKenzie. Erin Patterson disagreed, but she did admit to foraging in that time between April and the lunch in July. And she was asked where she would forage, and she said, from my own property at Gibson Street, that's in Leongatha, Botanic Gardens at Korumburra, and the rail trail that runs out of Leongatha. And she said, look, that mightn't all have been after the 28th of April, and that date's important, Stocky, because that's when she buys the dehydrator.
Right. Okay. Yep.
But she said it was around that time.
You were saying before, this is the first time the prosecution's kind of said this is where where they kind of alleged she got the mushrooms from. I mean, we saw all that kind of like the phone tower evidence, the pictures of those, the posts. I guess, maybe I'd just been making that assumption that was the point, but I guess it wasn't explicit, right?
Well, I don't recall it being put that bluntly.
Right. Okay, good. Yeah, it's good to kind of have that clarification. It's one of those things, I think about a lot with this trial. There's so much that we don't kind of get tied off as we go through.
Yeah.
Like we're noticing this, I guess, less and less now. We're hearing some of these things come back together.
And we can make mental leaps ourselves, which isn't ideal.
Yeah.
So it's good when it's rounded up for us.
Yeah. And again, just another quick clarification. She has admitted at this point to foraging for mushrooms.
She has. She says, yes, around that time I was foraging for mushrooms in those 3 places I just mentioned.
Yep.
She has admitted to lying to police in the record of interview when she says that she hadn't foraged. The other important thing in this space is that she was pressed a lot on what she told staff at the hospital, Department of Health staff. A lot of people put questions to her about foraged mushrooms at that time. And it may come down to semantics, but the prosecution put to her, look, you had multiple opportunities to tell people at the hospital or the Department of Health that you had foraged before. And Erin's reply to most of those questions was, that wasn't the context they were asking me. They were asking me about ingredients in the meal, whether any foraged mushrooms were in the meal. And at that point, I didn't think there was.
Yeah, right. Okay. And something we spent a lot of time on this afternoon was this cancer lie. Now, we have heard this from a number of different people, particularly Ian Wilkinson, who's the only surviving guest from the lunch, saying that Erin Patterson at the lunch told them that she had cancer and that was, she was at that lunch basically to ask for advice on how to break that news to the kids, or that was the purpose for having these people around. Basically, we heard more about that from Erin yesterday, saying the reason that she was asking them about that was to cover for another medical procedure she was going to have, weight loss surgery, and she'd need help. But today, Dr. Annette Rogers, the prosecutor, really spent hours questioning Erin Patterson on this lie, lots of different angles, and really kind of tried to drill into different points, who she told what, when, who she lied to, all of that.
And the various facets of that lie. Yeah, Stocky, she began quite forcefully saying, all right, let's move to the so-called cancer lie. And it's like, here we go. You could tell we're going to spend a lot of time on this. Dr. Rogers really wants to nail down what was going on, why people were told this.
Yep.
So I want to start with talking about the screenshots. We've heard of screenshots of searches that Erin Patterson was doing for ovarian cancer, brain cancer, what stages of those certain cancers, what symptoms you would have.
Yep.
Now, it was put to her that she accessed these images around May 2023, and Erin Patterson replied, look, I remember that was something that I was worried about at the end of 2021, maybe going into 22, but she said, I don't think I did that in early 2023. The reason they were putting this to her is because Dr. Rogers proposed that information would allow Erin to tell a more convincing lie about having cancer.
Right. Okay.
And this is where the kind of the nuance and semantics got a bit confusing, because Erin Patterson asked Dr. Rogers, are you asking me what I did or what's possible from those screenshots, hypothetically? She said, theoretically, that's true. That would help build out someone's lie, but that's not what I was doing. I was just Googling these symptoms because back then I was worried I might have some of these conditions. And she also rejected the idea that she was coming up with this cancer lie as a legitimate reason to get people to this lunch.
I think the way that Dr. Annette Rogers is kind of questioning Erin Patterson is getting like really specific about what people have what evidence people have given and what was said at the lunch.
So Erin Patterson told the court that she'd initially thought she did have an issue with her elbow. She said she'd had pain for a number of weeks. She'd told Don and Gail what she was worried about. Then she said it started to resolve and she was a bit sheepish about that she'd probably whinged a bit too much about it. But she kept that story going because she said the care that she got from them was something that she wanted to continue. She said, I felt a bit embarrassed that they made me feel loved and cared for in the way that they were asking after me. So that story kind of perpetuated a little bit, but she admitted she'd never had a needle biopsy, never had an MRI. But when Ian and Heather and Don and Gail come to the lunch and the talk turns to cancer, as we spoke about yesterday, I think one of Don's in-laws was diagnosed with something, and then we talk about diagnosis, right? And we start splitting these hairs about what was actually told. So Ian Wilkinson, in his testimony, remembers something about a diagnosis, that she did have cancer, that she'd been diagnosed with cancer, that she was asking for advice on how to tell the children.
This is what Ian Wilkinson says Erin Patterson is saying at that lunch.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And Erin Patterson told the court, well, no, I didn't tell people I had cancer. I didn't say I'd received a diagnosis. She said, I don't remember using those words, but she said I was trying to communicate that I was undergoing investigations around ovarian cancer and that I might need treatment in the future.
Right. Okay. Cool.
So subtle difference, but she remembers it very differently to how Ian Wilkinson remembers it.
Yeah. Is this kind of how we can expect the questioning to continue? Or will there be different arcs and different things that we'll see as the cross-examination of Erin Patterson continues?
I think similar. You know, we also saw it today with the child protection worker, Katrina Cripps. Her talk with Erin Patterson came up again, and Dr. Rogers was trying to ascertain, look, you know, you told her that this medical issue was the reason for the lunch, to discuss a medical issue. And Erin Patterson said, look, I told her that we discussed it, but I never said it was the reason for the lunch.
Right.
So the jury's really going to have to dig in to the various sides of various stories.
Yeah. Something we've spoken about in this podcast, kind of at length from a few weeks ago, were messages between Erin Patterson and some of her Facebook friends. So these are messages that she has sent after basically kind of having a disagreement with the Patterson family. She's been frustrated that they're not helping her kind of resolve an issue with her estranged husband, Simon. It's about her in-laws. And in these messages, there was some very strong language and also some emojis. And at the time, we didn't know what the emojis were. We couldn't kind of like dive into them in the way that was kind of, you know, satisfying to me. But what we got today was a much better idea of what these were, including an interpretation from Erin Patterson.
Again, you're right. This all comes down to interpretation. So the emojis during the trial, we've learned at some points, you know, we've just heard the defence or prosecution use the word emoji and not actually tell us what it is. People were straining to see in the overflow room, trying to get closer to the screen to work it out themselves. It comes back to that time when there was chat on the family's Facebook or Signal chat about child support payments. Don and Gail didn't really want to interfere in or adjudicate, should I say.
Yep.
Some of the Facebook friends that Erin had been writing to said that she kind of got a bit frustrated at the response of Don and Gail that you know, then they won't adjudicate, but they'll pray for the children. Cue the emoji.
Yeah, and so this is it. So Dr. Danette Rogers today was reading through these messages, and there's a few points that she kind of landed on as she's reading through it. So it's, I can't remember the exact wording of these messages, but it's, you know, oh, look, we've spoken to, you know, this is from Don and Gail. Look, we've spoken to Simon. We don't really get his side. We, you know, he won't tell us his side, so we can't adjudicate. But why don't, you know, we recommend that you pray for the children. And that, you know, Erin's response, what is in the message after Erin says the recommendation is to pray, are these two, what she described as eye-rolling emojis.
Yeah, but after that, more pop up that I think Dr. Rogers was suggesting was the same emoji. And Erin Patterson said, oh, I'm not so sure. That's an emoji with a straight line for the mouth.
And where was Danette Rogers going with this point? What was she trying to make out of this?
Well, Dr. Rogers, thinking it's an eye roll, says, I suggest you are mocking their advice to you, you know, and mocking the religious component of this conversation. And she says, no, that's not true. I wasn't mocking. I was frustrated. And so, I mean, what would you even call that emoji, Stocky, with?
What was again, I'm not sure how you would describe it.
With the straight line
it's
for
just
a mouth.
2 eyes, straight mouth through the middle. That was, I'm not really sure how you would describe something like that.
Yeah, it's more ambiguous than the ones like the melt or embarrassed and ones like that.
Yeah. And I guess all of that in the context, so you've got the context of where this was coming from, where this emoji chat kind of arose from. It's around this conversation that Dr. Nanette Rogers is having with Erin Patterson, kind of questioning her Christianity.
Dr. Rogers tried to say that she told one of the women on the Facebook chat that she was an atheist, which Erin Patterson today said, no, I never did that. And she said, this particular name was put to her, were you a close friend of hers? And she said, nope. Remember that? It was very blunt.
It was a...
and she said, this conversation, this chat had been going for 4 years with these women, but there were certain things that she wouldn't have told people like this woman in question.
Yeah. Rach, it's interesting looking at that difference, I think, between the way that Erin Patterson was questioned by her defence team and then again by the prosecution. And I was interested, I wasn't in the room, you were in the room today, just at how that kind of process works, like what it's like for Erin in that space. Like, is she looking at her defence team for like clues, for a nod, like how she should be approaching questions, or is she just sort of getting on with it? How's it work?
I have noticed her looking quite intently at whoever's doing the talking at that time. So when Justice Beale asks some questions, which he's quite good at, he likes filling the gaps for the jury. If I think he's worried that something might have been stepped over too quickly, she'll look very intently at him. Yep. So whoever's talking, I haven't really seen her looking too much at her defence counsel. I haven't seen them looking at much at the jury. They're looking at their notes.
Yep.
I've only noticed that Colin Mandy SC has jumped up a couple of times. If the question seems to be bamboozling her, there was a couple of questions today, double negatives, and so she said, I don't really know how to answer that because it's a double negative. Or if there were too many propositions in the one sentence. So Dr. Rogers was asked to break it down a couple of times. So at that point, he'll jump up for Erin to say, can you phrase this a bit differently?
Yeah, and I noticed even Justice Beale, to Nanette Rogers at one point was like, actually, no, that question, you can't ask it that way. You've got to break that down. There's like...
too many clauses.
Yeah, there's 4 questions in that one. You've got to do it one at a time. Speaking of Justice Beale, he continued his great relationship with the jury, updating them on how long we've got to go in this trial.
They loved him today because they get a public holiday, Stocky. They all looked very happy.
That's on Monday.
So Monday they get a day off.
Great, good news. And what did he say about how much longer we've got to go in this trial? Because we originally set down for a 6-week trial.
4 to 6.
We're in week 6 now, so I think it is clear that we're not going to be done by the end of tomorrow.
No.
What did he tell the jury?
It's likely Erin Patterson will be in the witness box the rest of this week and probably into next week.
Right.
And as you know, they get a day off on Monday, so probably back in the witness box from Tuesday. There'll be legal discussion.
Okay.
Between the parties that the jury won't hear.
Yep.
Then any more evidence, if there is any, which Justice Beale says, I don't know, it's not a veiled, suggestion there might be, but that's when it'll happen.
Okay, yep.
If it happens. And then we will move into closings. And that should probably take at least a day each for the prosecution and the defence.
Right.
And then the judge gives his charge to the jury, which is basically 2 days, he says, which he'll explain the principles of law, and then he'll summarise the evidence and the arguments. And then that will probably take us into week 9.
Okay.
And then it's the jury's big job. And he said, look, the boot's on the other foot for that. None of you can tell me what you need to do in that time. It's how long is a piece of string. Take all the time that you need.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Justice Beale, for updating us on how long we can expect to be making Mushroom Case Daily from. I'm sure all of the people emailing mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au appreciate the timeline. There's a few questions about how long is this going to carry on for, so there you go.
I also appreciated the timeline.
It was very nice. But if you have been emailing, there is your answer. Rach, I'd love to jump into some questions that we have been sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I want to start with one from Kate in Canberra. Kate says, hi, and thanks for the podcast. Kate, it's our pleasure. Thank you. Kate's question is, when there is legal argument or discussion and the jury is let out of the room, does Erin stay in the court or is she let out as well? Could this impact on how she's giving evidence?
No, so she stays in the court. She's there for the whole time. The jury's let out because we've spoken about this previously. There are some things that both parties have to talk about where the evidence should be admitted or not, or certain points of law should be used. So they don't get to hear that, as to not taint their mind before the deliberation process. But Erin does get to hear all that.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Kate in Canberra. I have another question here from Karina on the New South Wales South Coast. Karina says, "Hi, Rachel and Stephen. Thanks for your excellent coverage of the trial." Thank you, Karina. Karina's question is, during witness questioning, especially fast-paced questioning, do lawyers refer to notes in hand? How much is improvised and how much do they look at their notes, if at all?
A lot of preparation goes into trials like this. You know, we're into week 6. It's a lot of work. I think both parties work very long nights. I did notice a couple of times today, Dr. Rogers in cross-examination, some of the things that she was putting to Erin Patterson, she had transcripts ready to go from what various people said in previous testimony. But at times when the conversation veered off to something perhaps she wasn't expecting, she said, "Sorry, Your Honour, we'll have to come back to this so I can check some notes." So I think it's quite a fluid process. She also has people on her team that would be frantically looking things up if they feel like that's where the evidence is taking it.
Yeah, for context, Karina, there's, it's not just Dr. Nanette Rogers standing up there. There's a couple of assisting solicitors that are just sitting next to her, and then there's also some other kind of associates that are working with them kind of around the table. Probably used the totally wrong word there.
Jane Warren and Sarah Lenthal have been working with Dr. Nanette Rogers.
Yeah, and there's some other people that sit around that table whose names I don't know, but whose faces I'm very familiar with. Thank you, Karina. Great question. Thank you, Rach. And finally, Rach, question here from Tanya. Tanya says, "I'm obsessed with the podcast." Thank you, Tanya. "I wish the episodes were longer." Look, it's, a lot of work as it is. Tanya wonders if the jury will be given any advice from the judge or legal experts before they make a decision about the verdict.
They will, and that's largely what I just said is part of the judge's charge. They'll learn about the principles they should consider.
Right.
The judge will summarise the evidence and arguments for them. He'll remind them that they are the judges of the facts. So that's up to them. He advises them on law and how to apply that law, but they are the judges of the facts.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Tanya. And thank you for listening. If you've got a question you'd love us to answer, send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We love hearing from you. All your feedback, all your thoughts are so welcome and so helpful. So we appreciate all of you getting in touch. Please continue to do so. That is all for today's ep. Rach, what have we got coming up tomorrow?
Erin Patterson is back in the witness box for day 2 of her cross-examination under Dr. Rogers.
Had a real moment there. Day 2, I was like, wait, no, it's been 3. No, it's going to be 4, of course. Day 2 of cross-examination. Thank you, Rach.
Thanks, Stocky.
Be back in your feed then.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and our supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
Hello, I'm Manushka Matanda-Doughty, the presenter of Diddy on Trial from BBC Sounds. Sean Diddy Combs is facing a fight for his freedom as his hugely anticipated trial starts for sex trafficking, racketeering with conspiracy, and transportation for prostitution. He denies all the charges. I'll be bringing you every twist and turn from the courtroom with the BBC's correspondents and our expert guests, so make sure you listen and subscribe wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Erin Patterson sits opposite detectives in an interview room.
I love them.
A week after serving poisoned beef Wellingtons to 4 relatives.
We're trying to understand what has made them so ill. You understand why we're asking these questions? Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill.
The Supreme Court today releasing Patterson's police interview, a month after a jury rejected the triple murderer's claims the fatal lunch was a tragic accident. In the interview, lead investigator Stephen Eppingstall tells her all 4 guests' livers have failed. Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson have died. Dom Patterson has had a liver transplant and Ian Wilkinson is gravely ill.
I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened.
Patterson lying to police.
Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for the mushrooms or anything like that? Never.
And recounting the moment a doctor told her he suspected death cap mushroom poisoning.
He said something along the lines of, "We've got a concern they've eaten death cap mushrooms." And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, that's what we think they've eaten."
The court today also lifting restrictions on other details kept from the jury during the marathon 2-month trial. Jurors were shown security vision of Erin dumping a dehydrator at a local transfer station 4 days after the lunch, but they weren't told of another visit, allegedly on the 29th of July 2023, the day of the lunch. Also revealed today, police had alleged they found multiple documents relating to poisons on Erin's computers, including one named Some Common Homicidal Poisons. Erin Patterson is next in court for a 2-day plea hearing in Melbourne later this month, with the court expected to hear a large volume of victim impact statements. Her lawyers have not yet indicated whether she intends to appeal. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Melbourne.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
It's all led up to this. Deliberations have begun. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Monday, the 30th of June. We've just finished day 39, the final day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, this is a big day. This is the day where the jury has stepped away from the courtroom to deliberate on its verdict to decide if Erin Patterson is guilty or not guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. And the reason we're here is because of a lunch that Erin Patterson held in late July 2023 that resulted in the deaths of 3 people, Don Gale Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and the near death of a 4th, Ian Wilkinson, who has been in court throughout this whole trial.
That's right. We're in week 10. There's been 53 witnesses, Stocky, 125 exhibits. But today it's crunch time and the jury will be deciding, did Erin Patterson deliberately poison with death cap mushrooms that beef Wellington lunch, and did she mean to kill her in-laws?
There's a lot to talk through for what has happened in the courtroom today, Rach. But before we get there, can you give us a quick wrap of what we've seen and heard?
The day started with the jury keepers. Now, these are the 3 people that mind the jurors while they're sequestered in a hotel. Justice Beale finished his charge, all 365 pages of it, Stocky. He finished covering off the issues that the jury has to decide and the evidence that relates to those issues and the prosecution and defence argument for those issues. He's reminded jurors how to treat issues like onus of proof, circumstantial evidence, motive, and reminded them of the 4 elements of murder. And finally, he explained the need for a unanimous verdict. And then the jury was down by 2. 2 jurors were balloted off, very abruptly, no goodbyes.
Thank you, Rach. The big day. The jury is now out, and I liked that today was kind of bookended by, kind of just like, not shenanigans, wrong word, but, jury proceedings. We had a little bit of kind of procedural stuff and more of the judge's charge to get through, but the first thing we saw this morning, Rach, was the, not the election, that's the wrong word, maybe just the selection of the jury keepers.
The swearing in.
A far more graceful way of putting it.
Yeah, and it's more theatre around the jury, isn't it, and how it all works. So jury keepers, and we talked about this last week. Our producer Yaz said it all sounds very mystical, so we'll try to shed some light on the jury keepers for you. They were sworn in. So their job is basically minders of the 12 jurors while they're in deliberations, while they're being sequestered at a hotel. Which hotel, we don't know, don't want to know. And they basically have two roles. They're a point person for the jurors' families. So if there's an emergency or someone needs to get in touch with them about something, you call one of these 3 jury keepers and that message will be passed on to the juror. Now, this is because, Stocky, the jurors aren't allowed to have any communication with the outside world. Nothing, not directly or indirectly. So everything has to go through these jury keepers. And these jury keepers were also told when they were sworn in that they're not allowed to discuss evidence of the trial with the jury.
I appreciated when Justice Beale was kind of going through this process. He said to the jury, look, we're going to elect the jury keepers. They're going to do an oath. And it's going to become kind of clear why they're doing the oath. And the oath is basically like, all right, you good to make sure that these people don't talk to anyone outside of themselves for however long it takes from here.
And like I said, only phone communication through these 3 people. One of them is Mr. Stuart Hastings, who we see in the court telling people off about their phones when he has to, so he's had good practice. But yeah, everything goes through him and 2 other women who were selected to be the 2 other jury keepers.
We'll come back to the details around the jury, how that's going to work, what the deliberations are going to involve later in the ep. But before we get to that, Rachel, I want to kind of run through a few more of the issues that the jury kind of was directed on by Justice Beale. So he was, continuing to give his judge's charge. If you want an insight into the judge's charge, jump into our Friday wrap episode from last week where we talk through in detail like kind of how or what this is supposed to do, and also episodes from last week where we detailed his charge all through that. But yeah, he's continued with that, kind of highlighted a few things that he wanted the jury to just kind of go back to and think about while they're running through the deliberations. This is things like, whether or not Erin Patterson foraged for mushrooms or not, the situation around the plates, a few other kind of like disputed statements. Then he highlighted something the prosecution had said, which was that Erin Patterson didn't have death cap mushroom poisoning because a PCR test on a stool sample she gave at the hospital didn't show amatoxin. Justice Beale kind of highlighted that, well, look, those tests wouldn't show that anyway, so you should disregard that argument. This lines up with something he did last week as well, where he highlighted a prosecution argument and said, look, don't worry about that one. There's no evidence you've heard to back that up. And it brings me to something that we've actually had a few emails about, Rach, which is people saying that Justice Beale seems to be taking kind of Erin Patterson or the defence's side when he's going through his charge. And that's not what's happening, is it?
Definitely not. Fairness is not bias. And I'll come back to this, but this is really important. But he's pointed out at numerous points during his charge examples like that, the ones that you've just given. He mentioned that just because Erin Patterson lied doesn't mean she's guilty of the offences that she's been charged with. That's one. You remember last week we spoke about hindsight reasoning. And it's the prosecution put to the jury, what would you have done? And the judge said, well, that would be applying a moral judgment. And she's not on trial here for being a liar. You can't use what's in your heart. It's the brutal facts here. And it's because of she's innocent until proven guilty. The onus is on the prosecution. So if the prosecution has overstepped, or if it's presented evidence that would create an inference that the judge has assessed as being not legally fair, it's his job to point this out. He's doing his job. So fairness is not bias, and lean in, people, because I hear about this a lot out in society and I cannot make this clearer. Fairness is not Justice Beale being biased. It's him doing his job. He's an independent adjudicator, and jurors might remember the big ticket items, like a search on Erin's computer on our naturalist, for example, or the dumping of the dehydrator. But he also has to highlight all the little nuances as well. He did this also today very starkly with motive. And he said absence of motive makes it more likely this is an accident.
The motive conversation has come up a lot through this. And the other thing as well, just, hearing you talk through that whole innocent until proven guilty point as well. Like, Justice Beale has come back to that a few times throughout his judge's charge. It's obviously something that, is a core tenet of our legal system, is that principle of innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, because we're not in a court of public opinion here, we're in a court of law, and sometimes those two things are very different.
And, as I've learned throughout this whole process, there's so many, different rules and processes to kind of make sure that the justice process is upheld through all of that. So, there's a lot that I hadn't understood or recognised, or, the minutiae of so much of this I hadn't truly kind of wrapped my head around until going through this process. And, little things, lots of little things that Justice Beale has done through his charge have underlined that. I think the big thing that underlines that is just his reminding of the jury, you are the judges of the facts. It is up to you to make this decision, but also the accused is innocent until proven guilty, and it's on the prosecution to prove that. Rach, talking about motive, which we're talking about as well. I mean, the thing I keep thinking about with that is that, the prosecution hasn't presented a motive in this case. They don't need to. It's not one of the 4 elements of murder. But the defence has presented a kind of like anti-motive, like a reason that Erin Patterson wouldn't have murdered these people. And Justice Beale reminded the jury of that today.
He did. And you're right, there doesn't need to be a motive. For some murders, there aren't. Some occur for no apparent reason. And as the prosecution said, the motive may only be known to the offender. But Justice Beale said today, this whole idea of an absence of a motive, the absence doesn't make it irrelevant. He said you must take into account this absence of motive in the accused's favour. He said, Stocky, if you find Erin had good reasons not to kill her guests, so a motive not to kill, that is significant consideration to which you must have regard when deciding whether the prosecution has satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that she committed the offences. So again, we've just spoken about bias. You might hear this and draw certain inferences from this about certain sides being leaned on, but it is simply Justice Beale doing his job. He's covering off his checklist, what the jurors can and can't legally do with all the evidence that they've heard.
Yeah, and as he was reaching the end of his charge, we've spoken before on the pod about the 4 elements of murder. I don't have all 4 of them in my mind right now, but Justice Beale kind of made the point today that really the jury's only looking at 2 of these. If you could, can you help me out on all 4 and then just highlight the 2 that he's told them to keep an eye on?
Yeah, that's right. So the first one is that the death was caused by serving a poisoned meal. And Justice Beale said, well, you'll have no difficulty finding this because that's not in dispute. The meal was poisoned, 3 people died and 1 nearly died. So that's element 1. Element 2 is that it was conscious, voluntary and deliberate conduct. This is a really important one. Were the death cap mushrooms put in that beef Wellington deliberately? So we talk about conscious. Justice Beale made the point, it's amazing what sleepwalkers can do, which I thought was quite interesting.
You got to laugh.
Yeah, but it has to be conscious. It has to be willed conduct. So this excludes accidents. So the defence is obviously arguing this tragic accident. Prosecution's like, no, she did it deliberately. So element 2 is going to be really important, whether she deliberately or accidentally served up death cap mushrooms. Element 3, that at the time that this meal was served, she intended to kill or cause really serious injury. Now, this goes to the accused's state of mind at the time of the offence. The prosecution has argued you can infer a state of mind. Justice Beale told the jury a person's intention may be inferred from what Erin said and did and what she failed to say and do, and that you should look at her proven actions before the lunch, at the time of the lunch and after, and that will help you work out what her intention was. He left them on this note. You need to find that she intended to kill Heather, Gail and Don or cause them really serious injury. That's the only inference open to you. He said if there's any evidence that causes you to have reservations, then the benefit of your doubts should go to the accused.
And the final point of murder is that there was no defence for the committing of these acts. And Justice Beale kind of quite quickly pointed out, look, the defence hasn't presented one. So again, that's not one you need to worry about. It's elements 2 and 3 that are really the ones that they're thinking about right now.
That's right. Number 4 is killing without lawful justification or excuse. So that's when certain self-defence issues can come into play, which don't apply in this case.
Yeah. Rach, once we went through all of that, the jury started kind of getting their, this whole thing's been judges' directions, but really clear directions on what happens from here. They were reminded that their verdict needs to be unanimous. So the 12 jurors who are the final jurors to make this decision, they all need to just have the same decision. They don't need to come to it in the same way, though. Justice Beale's been kind of clear on this. You can follow different paths to the same result, and that is totally fine. And then they were told what the process will be for actually delivering their verdict.
So once they've reached a unanimous verdict, they push a buzzer in the jury room, and that tells the tipstaff, we're ready to go, we're ready to return to court. They take their place back in the jury box. They are asked 2 questions. Have you agreed on a verdict? They say yes. And then they're asked, what is that verdict? And the foreperson will read it out, and then that verdict will be read back to them to confirm if it's correct.
Yeah. The foreperson, in this case, is the kind of leader of the jury. And we had an interesting moment today. We've been working with 14 jurors throughout this entire case. We started with 15. One was removed for potentially discussing the case with friends, and that's not allowed, so a juror was removed. There were another 2 jurors there as spares just in case someone got sick, things like that. No one has got sick. We still had 14 today, and so we had the number of jurors pulled down to 12. 2 were balloted off. The foreperson has the Supreme Court equivalent of a survivor immunity idol, so that person couldn't be balloted off. 2 others, Rach, not so lucky. Their numbers were pulled out of what I can only assume was a hat, and they had to leave. How did they take it?
I didn't see Stocky. I was benched. So there's a thin bench, not very comfortable, that runs alongside the room, and you can't see the jury from there. So I did ask one of my colleagues how they looked, and they said that they were pretty neutral, like they didn't give anything away. So I'm not saying impassive, but they did a good job of not giving anything away because they were warned quite sternly before all this happened about the process. And Justice Beale said to them, everything from everyone bring your luggage to this certain room just in case it's you who's balloted off so you can make a quick exit. I don't want you saying anything. I don't want you talking to anyone. No comments. So he basically said in the 5-minute break before the ballot, say your goodbyes now because you cannot do or say anything. You're gone,
I felt quite sad when he was doing that. And it's sort of like, you've spent 10 weeks with these people. You got 5 minutes. 2 of you are gone. You don't know who it is yet. Better say goodbye to everyone.
It is like Survivor. And they're not allowed to talk to them during deliberations either, which obviously makes sense. But if you've made close friends with someone, that would feel weird. But until the deliberations are finished, they're not allowed to have any contact with the jury. And nor can they talk to anyone. Still can't talk to friends and family or anyone in the outside world about this trial. So it's like they've still got a heavy responsibility even though they're not going to be part of the decision.
Who was taken off the jury?
2 men. Mm-hmm. That's all I'll say. I won't give any details. So that brings the jury down to 7 men and 5 women, so narrowing that gender gap slightly. Those 2 men left, collected their luggage, won't be able to talk to their friends if they made friends until this is all done. They were thanked beforehand. Like I said, Justice Beale said, I give you a warm thank you to those 2 people. He said, I don't know whether you're going to be relieved or frustrated, but you've made an important contribution to the administration of justice by your presence. He also added, Stocky, that not just for them, but the whole jury, they get a special dispensation of 15 years grace from jury duty if they want it.
It's interesting they all had to bring in, when they came back in for the kind of like the removal of the 2 jurors, they had to bring in their little chronologies and their iPads because whoever was going had to hand that over, and that was, the chronology will be destroyed if they've been taken off the jury and the iPads wiped. So we're left with 12 at this point.
I wanted a copy, one of the spare copies of the chronology, but no luck. And their iPads will be wiped. So any notes that they made on there will be gone. Yeah.
The jury's out right now.
I feel a bit nervous sitting here talking to you right now.
Quite nervous recording the podcast while unlikely we'll get a verdict today, but still a little nerve-wracking while they're out. Rach, can you tell us a little bit about the kind of process of these deliberations? What, how long they're working for? What happens if they've got questions, all that kind of stuff?
Sure. Justice Beale said they'll be deliberating in regular hours, so starting at 10:30, breaking for lunch at 1, resuming at 2:15 and sitting until 4:15. Those deliberations have to happen in the jury room. They're not to happen in the hotel where they're sequestered. So they sit in the jury room. They will be deliberating on Saturday if they need to, if it gets to that point. Not on Sunday, but they'll still be sequestered. But they've been told, don't talk about this in the hotel, only talk about it in the jury room.
Right.
Now, if there's any questions, we will hear about that, Stocky, so we'll be able to let you know. But if questions are raised, the question gets sent to the judge and he raises it with the counsel about how to answer it.
So like the defence and the prosecution teams.
That's right. And he said, in your question, I haven't heard this before, he said, in your question, don't give me any numbers. Numbers can't appear. So I don't want to know that, 7 of you are leaning one way and 5 another way. Don't want to know, don't want to hear about it, which is interesting in that he just wants really blind. He wants to be able to answer the question blindly, unaware of how they're tracking.
And how long have they got?
As long as they need, Stocky.
Cool.
Did you bring your toothbrush?
I did bring my toothbruch.
Yeah.
Had my toothbrush for 10 weeks. Thank you very much. Rach, I'd love to get to some questions now. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email address. We're going to do a whole bunch of questions throughout the week as well. So if you've got questions you want answered, particularly about the jury, do let us know. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We've got a heap coming in though. And Rach, I want to start with one. Christy in Melbourne. Christy says, hello to Rach, Stocky and team. My statement is, as the deliberations are private, the jury could ignore the charge and make up their mind in a different way, and we would never know. Any thoughts?
We would never know, Christy, you're right. And that's the whole point. We can't know how they got there, what evidence they used or didn't use. The judge even said in his charge, look, just because I'm selecting certain things to remind you doesn't mean they're any more or less important than anything else. You were the keeper of the facts. You make the decision. You make the call. I'm just here to guide you on law and how to apply that law, but you decide the facts. So how they get there, how they get to their verdict is up to them. And as Stocky, you pointed out before, they can reach it in different ways, but they have to still answer those 4 elements of murder that we talked about before, but hitting those 2 and 3, the most important elements in this case. They still need to honour those.
Yep. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Christy. Wonderful question. Another one here, Rach, from Matea and Kieran. They're from Wellington and Aotearoa. Kia ora, Rachel and Stocky. Like many others, we've found your podcast fascinating. We've just finished walking the Larapinta Trail in the Northern Territory outback over 22 days and downloaded episodes on the days we had access to the internet and then mulled over the information as we travelled west along the track. We're now back home and keen to hear the jury's verdict. We also want to better understand the concept of beyond reasonable doubt. Can you help us out?
Yeah, it's so interesting too how many people on pilgrimages are listening to this podcast. There's people on the Camino listening as well. I can answer that. So beyond reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof that we have in our legal system. So it's not probably guilty or very likely to be guilty. It's beyond reasonable doubt. Now, that doesn't mean absolute certainty because in most cases that's impossible. These jurors weren't there when this happened. But the evidence presented must be so strong that it leaves no reasonable doubt in the mind of the fact finder about the accused's guilt. And with beyond reasonable doubt, the jurors don't have to prove every fact at this standard, but the elements of the charge that we spoke about. So for element 2, for example, conscious, voluntary and deliberate conduct, the jury has to be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that these death cap mushrooms were deliberately put in the beef Wellingtons.
Yeah. It's interesting, the idea of reasonable doubt and, the different bits and pieces of this case as has been presented to the jury. We've heard the analogy of a jigsaw used a couple of times. The prosecution in their closing used, the idea of a jigsaw as like the evidence of the bits of the individual pieces, and the whole picture is what you need to be, satisfied of beyond reasonable doubt. And then the defence kind of challenged that, saying, well, look, jigsaw, you're working from a picture on the box. they're saying the prosecution's working backwards. Justice Beale today went back to the jigsaw analogy, saying that often one piece by itself, maybe not that helpful, but the whole picture might give you an idea of where you need to go. So interesting to hear that used in a number of different ways throughout the trial. Thank you, Rach, for answering the question. Matea and Kieran, thank you for getting in touch. Final question, Rach, from Anusha. What does everyone in the court do while the jury is deliberating?
We bite our nails, Anusha, which is what I'm doing right now, and kind of jump at every email notification that comes through, just in case it's the warning that we have 5 minutes to get back into court. So most of us are staying quite close to the courtroom, just in case we don't get a lot of warning. Everyone, I think, will be trying to leg it to try to get a seat in that courtroom when we're here. So we wait for that notification, unless it's a notification about a jury question, which are also very interesting.
Which, of course, we will also be rushing back for, just with slightly less anxiety than we would be for the verdict email. I've already started biting my nails, so we're at that point. Anusha, we basically just hang out, sit around. We'll be working on a few other episodes for you throughout this process. We will be dropping in your feed when the jury has a question as well. So we'll do short little episodes just covering off what the question was and what the answer was. As we go there, we'll have a few other episodes we'll prepare over this period as well. But mostly, it's as we are now, just nervously sitting around, trying not to jump at every email notification that comes through. Thank you so much for listening to Mushroom Case Daily. If you have a question as well, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We will be back in your feed as soon as we've got something for you. We'll have an episode on Wednesday answering some of your questions, so please get in touch. Again, we'll be back if the jury's got a question or a verdict. And so just follow us on Listen or wherever you get your podcasts, turn on your notifications so you don't miss it. And while you're waiting, Rach, I thought we'd take the opportunity to shout out a few of our favourite podcasts that you can find on the ABC Listen app. A couple of mine. The Weather That Changed Us. I actually worked on that podcast at the end of last year, hosted by the wonderful Tyne Logan and produced by the Climate Team. And also Saving the Franklin, hosted by Joe Lauder, an old friend of mine and a colleague of mine. So that is a wonderful series, also produced by Claire Rawlinson, who is our executive producer. So keeping it within the family. Rach, you've got something very big that, we actually can't talk about yet because the joys of the secrets of the courts, but surely you've got another recommendation for us?
Yeah, huge. And I know I'm annoying not being able to talk about it, but when it comes out, everyone listen, please, because I'm so proud of this one. The ABC's worked for a couple of years on it. I'm proud of everyone who has bravely given me their stories for this podcast. So as soon as I can let you know about that one, I will. Mm-hmm. And Stocky, here's where I can be biased. Another suggestion would be Trace, which was my baby back in 2017. So the first season is on the cold case of Maria James. The second season is on Lawyer X, Nicola Gobbo. Mm-hmm. So check that out at the ABC Listen app. And then Conversations is always a firm favourite of mine.
Oh, Sarah and Richard are lovely. That's very kind of you. Need all the help they can get, the up-and-coming Conversations podcast. For Rachel's upcoming series, you'll be able to check that out on Unravel. So if you're not already following Unravel on the ABC Listen app or wherever else you are listening to podcasts, get yourself around that because it'll be the first drop there. I'm sure we'll find a way to mention it in this podcast feed as well. If you don't manage to follow it, we'll give it a big rap because I've heard a lot about it and it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Rach, what happens now?
Well, apart from jumping at email notifications, we just have to hurry up and wait, Stocky, and wait as long as it takes.
My fingernails are trembling with what comes for them next, depending how long this extends for. We will keep bringing you updates when we've got them. But in the meantime, make sure you got Mushroom Case Daily followed in the ABC Listen app.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and our supervising producer is Yasmin Parry on Mondays. And huge thanks to our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, who keeps helping us out. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stabbed her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet. I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, coming to you from Gadigal Land. This is ABC News Daily. Almost a fortnight after 3 people died from suspected mushroom poisoning in Victoria, details about the fatal lunch are still emerging. The woman who cooked what's believed to be the killer meal has now produced a statement for police, which adds even more intrigue to the story. Today, investigative reporter Dan Oakes, who exclusively obtained the statement on what we now know and the lingering questions that have us captivated. Dan, we really wanted to get you on to talk about this case that you've been looking into because it's so intriguing and it seems to have people talking and wondering what's going on.
It has. It's the story that's sort of gripped the attention of the country. And in the middle of it is Erin Patterson.
Mm-hmm. Who's Erin?
Well, she's a lady from Leongatha, which is a small town in South Gippsland. Now she's, dealing with the fact that she prepared a lunch that it appears may have killed 3 people, and including her parents-in-law, and left another man in hospital in a critical condition.
Yeah, it's a tragic story. She spoke, actually, after she was stopped outside her home by journalists last week.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
How are you
I just can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
And that's audio there from News Corp Australia. So the case centres, Dan, around this family lunch. What else do we know about that lunch?
So it was on the 29th of July, and at that lunch were Erin Patterson, her parents-in-law, the parents of her estranged husband, that's Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail Patterson's sister Heather Wilkinson and her husband Ian Wilkinson. Ian Wilkinson's the only one of that quartet who is still alive. The lunch has taken place, and maybe 24 hours afterwards, it's become clear that there's some significant issues arising from that lunch. The Department of Health contacted Erin Patterson at that point and said, we have a suspicion that it might have been that lunch you prepared. So, and essentially everything's just progressed from there.
So Ian, he's a local pastor. He's still in a critical condition in hospital. Dan, the interest in this really exploded, didn't it, when police did say that the symptoms were consistent with mushroom poisoning?
Yeah, that's correct. And a couple of days after, these 3 people died, and the head of the homicide squad gave a press conference in which he explicitly referred to Erin Patterson as a suspect in the case.
The 48-year-old a suspect?
The 48-year-old is, yes, she is. And she is because she cooked those meals for us, for those people that were present. Now, again, she hasn't presented with any symptoms, but we have to keep an open mind in relation to this, that it could be very innocent.
That grabbed my attention straight away because I was a crime reporter for quite a while, and it's quite unusual for police to come out and do that, say immediately afterwards that someone is a suspect.
Yeah, right, and that was Detective Inspector Dean Thomas. So Erin is a suspect, according to police, because she cooked the meal, which was evidently a beef Wellington. And, Dan, she was the only adult at that lunch who didn't fall ill.
Well, Sam, that's not strictly true, and that's one of the misconceptions that sort of circulated immediately after the lunch. But we got hold of the statement last week that Erin Patterson had provided to the homicide squad last Friday, and in that statement she says no, that's incorrect. That she did go to hospital after the lunch, I believe on the Monday. So the lunch was on the Saturday. She went to hospital on the Monday. She was discharged and sent home, but then she went back to the hospital and was transported by ambulance to Monash Medical Centre in Melbourne and was there overnight.
Okay, so Erin, she's always maintained her innocence, and she's said that to the journalists that were at her house.
Police say you're a suspect. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, I say I didn't do anything. I love them, and I'm devastated that they're gone.
Now, as you mentioned, we have this written statement from her that she sent to police, and you obtained that this week. You got a copy of it. I gather, Dan, you're not going to tell us how you actually got your hands on that. But what else did we learn from it?
Well, yeah, look, the first thing that she addresses in the statement is that when the police first asked to talk to her, she essentially Googled criminal lawyers and found one, and she says that lawyer advised her to give a no-comment interview to police, which she now acknowledges was the wrong thing to do and she bitterly regrets. It's almost like she wrote this statement with the intention of point-by-point rebutting the various things that had been speculated on. She also, in the statement, gives the first account that we're aware of where the mushrooms came from. And she says it was a combination of button mushrooms from a major supermarket chain that we're not mentioning because there's no suggestion at all that supermarket chain was selling poison mushrooms. But the other mushrooms in the dish, she says, she got from an Asian grocery in Melbourne, and they were dehydrated, a pack of dehydrated mushrooms that she had sitting around for a long time and then just decided to use.
The ABC understands police searched the Coonawarra transfer station on Friday and removed a food dehydrator from the premises. Today, detectives visited the tip again.
Early in the piece, there was a report that police had seized a food dehydrator from the local tip. And when the police asked Erin Patterson about that initially, she told them that she had dumped the dehydrator at the tip a long time ago. In the statement, she admits that that's not true, that she actually dumped the dehydrator at the tip after this fatal lunch occurred. She claims her estranged husband said to her, "Is that what you used to poison my family?" Which sent her into a panic and she says led to her dumping the dehydrator. So she admits that she lied, but says that basically it was brought about by panic.
Okay, very intriguing. All right, so Dan, what about this Asian grocery store she mentions in this statement? Have police looked into that?
Well, yeah, it's police are being very, very tight-lipped about this. The Department of Health, according to Erin Patterson, she told the Department of Health immediately about these dried mushrooms, and she claims that before police seized her phone, she was sent photographs by someone at the Department of Health with packets of dried mushrooms in them, which very closely matched her description of the packet that she had bought. So, look, so far, as far as I'm aware, there's been no recall of products. There's been no public announcement about a particular store. There's been no store raided or cleaned out, which, suggests that, they still haven't located what the supposed source of these mushrooms is.
And Dan, there are also these reports that her husband fell ill last year. What are they all about?
So there were reports early on which appear to have been ripped from a Facebook post that Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, made last year, that he'd spent 2 weeks in hospital last year, severely ill with, what's described as stomach or intestinal problems.
And that doesn't mean anything necessarily, but it does add to these questions that everyone seems to have about this case. And Dan, obviously, 3 people have lost their lives, and this happened in a very small community. And that's been hard for that community, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world, South Gippsland. I was down there a couple of weeks ago myself. The locals down there, they're really struggling with what's happened.
To lose such people that were so giving and so much pillars of the community, really. And so I think that's been very difficult.
Devastated, absolutely devastated. Him and Heather were
soulmates. They did everything together.
I sat here crying. I'm going, it just can't be true. And I'm praying hard for Ian to survive.
Ian Wilkinson, who's still alive, he was a pastor at the church in Currumborough, which is a nearby town very close to Leongatha. Yeah, it can be very disconcerting for those people.
So there's no confirmation, Dan, that mushrooms are behind the deaths in this case because police are still waiting on toxicology reports. But police did say the symptoms of those who fell ill were consistent with having consumed death cap mushrooms.
Have we confirmed what type of mushroom it was that they've consumed?
No. And again, we are presuming at this point it's mushrooms. The symptoms that these people presented with are that of death cap mushrooms. And again, we're working closely with Department of Health. And of course,
what is it that makes these mushrooms so deadly?
From what I understand, the main and most serious effect is liver failure or serious liver damage. In her statement, Erin Patterson says that when she did go by ambulance to the hospital in Melbourne, they gave her what she describes as a liver protection drug. Also, early in the piece, it was reported that Ian Wilkinson was waiting for a liver transplant. Now, there's been some reports that that's now no longer the case. But yeah, from my understanding, the main and real danger with the death cap mushrooms is the effect on the liver.
Dr. Jonathan Carrow, he's at St Vincent's Hospital in Melbourne. He was telling 7:30 that even one of these mushrooms can kill an adult, so they're obviously incredibly poisonous.
The patient will often be okay for a few hours, 4, 5, 6 hours, and then will develop profuse, really heavy, watery vomiting and diarrhoea, and over the next few hours that will progress to liver failure and potentially death.
This case has kicked off a lot of concern about the dangers of mushroom foraging, hasn't it? Reminding people that actually you have to be really careful with mushrooms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's I don't know what it's like up in New South Wales, but down here, foraging for mushrooms it's quite popular, and it seems to be growing in popularity every year. Maybe that's something to do with, I guess, TV chefs talking about foraging mushrooms. But every year, there are warnings to people. You've got to be really, really careful.
So it's not hard to see, Dan, why there's so much interest in this case. It sort of reads like something out of a novel. What comes next then in this investigation?
Well, yeah, that's the big question. Yeah. And as I said, the police aren't talking. As far as I know, Erin Patterson doesn't know what's going to happen next. So I think she's basically just sitting there waiting. She said that she did collect up the remains of the meal and gave them to toxicology people at the hospital. And everyone is basically waiting with bated breath to see whether this just quietly fades away and Erin Patterson's completely innocent, or goes in the other direction. We just don't know. But I would assume it'll become clearer in the days to come.
Dan Oakes is an investigative reporter with the ABC. This episode was produced by Veronica App, Nell Whitehead and Sam Dunn, who also did the mix. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. To get in touch with the team, please email us on abcnewsdaily@abc.net.au. Thanks for listening.
Subscribe to listen to more free podcasts or download the ABC Listen app and stream ad-free.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Thousands of emails, all asking one question we couldn't answer. Until now. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
So all through this podcast, I've been checking the emails that you've been sending to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And there have been two massive ones that came up again and again and again. Sometimes I have to scroll past like 3 or 4 emails, Rach. And there were questions that we couldn't answer. Now, there are really strict rules about what we can and can't report during a trial. We've got kind of free reign when it comes to things the jury's hear, things that are said in front of them. But anything that happens when they're outside the room, anything they don't see or hear, we can't get into.
Yeah, because there have been interesting things that have happened in the room that I don't think would have kind of swayed the jury either way, but interesting bits of colour we wanted to tell you. But we haven't even been able to do that, Stocky, because we literally have to be your eyes and ears and only tell you things that the jury has seen and heard.
Yeah, we have loved getting all your questions about this trial as we've been making this podcast. There were so many fantastic ones that were sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And now that the trial has finished, we have got a little bit more latitude, I'll say, to get into some of these, to talk through and answer the questions that we couldn't answer during the trial. These are things like where Erin stayed during the proceedings, if she had any friends with her in the room, whether the jury was given the option of manslaughter, if they could have come to that themselves, and also what happens if the jury couldn't decide. So let's get into some of them now, Rach. I want to start with the question, where was Erin? And, we have so many questions on each of these topics. That's the reason we're making this entire episode around them, but I'm going to use examples of these to help us get them into them. This one is from Carolyn. Carolyn says, "Hi guys, thank you. I'm loving the podcast. One question, where is Erin staying while the case is on? Is she in a hotel or at the police station?"
I think she was at Ridges, wasn't she? Hotel? No, I joke. She was at the police station in Morwell. She was moved there on a Monday from Dame Phyllis Frost prison, and then she would stay in the Morwell cells during the week. And then in the morning before court, she would be brought up by 2 prison guards into the dock. Now, Stocky, we haven't even been allowed to use that word, the dock. And I think listeners would probably guess that if you're on trial for murder, it's very rare that you'll get bail. Very, very rare. So I think most people in today's day and age understand that you will be in custody, you will be in prison, but perhaps it's a hangover from older times, but the media is still not allowed to say she's in custody. We're not allowed to show photos of Erin in handcuffs or being flanked by prison guards. So in a lot of these episodes, I accidentally said doc, and we'd have to cut it out because we have to be so careful with anything that might sway a juror's perception about an accused's danger, I suppose, and connotation of guilt. Now, jurors should not have been listening to our podcast, and I'm sure they weren't, but we still couldn't talk to you about this. And it was interesting, Stocky, that early in the proceedings, her lawyer, Colin Mandy, SC, asked she'd be able to have access to certain things, like a laptop. Apparently she was promised that at the start. She had trouble getting a laptop in the Morwell cells. Some people might say, well, why does she deserve a laptop? It's so she can have access to the documents for her case, to help her lawyers run that case properly. Another thing they asked for was a blanket because the Morwell cells were apparently quite cold.
Yeah, it's been very chilly in Morwell as we've been covering this trial and going through that. One of the things that I sort of hinted at before we recorded this episode when I let you know that we were going to be making it was the tunnel. And so you wouldn't have seen very many photos of Erin Patterson throughout this process because she didn't walk from the police station, which is next to the Latrobe Valley Law Courts, into the Latrobe Valley Law Courts. There's a tunnel that links those two buildings. So every day during the proceedings, Erin Patterson would be brought through that tunnel into the Latrobe Valley Law Courts and would more or less just appear in the dock at the back of that room, flanked by 2 prison guards. Rachel mentioned in our verdict episode that, Erin Patterson had been flanked by those guards throughout the trial. That is not unusual. That happens to every person who is accused who is sitting in the dock. Those 2 are usually there. It's just something that we hadn't been able to mention up until that point.
I would love to see that tunnel. I think and it's not far, we're not talking far between the police station and the court, but of course for security reasons. The tunnel perhaps was a necessity, but I think there's a lift at the end of that tunnel that would have brought her up onto level 2 where we were, and then through a door at the back of the courtroom into the dock.
Yeah. Also, because you would have seen potentially some of the only photos that were taken of Erin Patterson throughout this trial were her in a prison van. And Rach, as you were saying, Erin Patterson would spend the weekends at Dame Phyllis Frost in the west of Melbourne, and then she would get in the prison van on Monday morning and be driven out to the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in Morwell. That's probably from there at least a 2-hour drive that she's doing in that. And it was really the only opportunity that the photographers had to get a photo of Erin Patterson. They were trying throughout. I remember, Rach, there was one Monday morning. I didn't realise what was happening. We were crossing the road from the cafe to walk into court, and I saw a white prison van pull up, and then I saw a photographer up against, holding a camera up against one of the windows, trying to take a photo, and I realised, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this shot.
And another thing we should say is apparently those prison vans are compartmentalised, so the snapper wouldn't have even known which compartment she was in.
Yeah, I know there were photos taken of someone completely different while they were trying to get a photo of Erin Patterson in that van. And, they weren't able to get a photo often as Erin Patterson was heading into the police station. There's a little gate that the van would stop at to go through. And that wasn't able to be kept open very long, so it would wait there. And that was the opportunity for the photographers to get that photo. Erin Patterson would often have a book or something covering her face, so they couldn't get that shot. Also, the photographers, quite canny, knowing they're not going to be able to get that, were trying to time the police van coming into Morwell and timing the lights to try and get it to stop at the lights to get a photo of that light. So I know they had someone crossing the road very, very slowly to try and get the van to slow down. The van instead would drive very slowly up to the lights if they were red, and as soon as they were green would pick up speed and get through, so it didn't have to stop.
The van drivers were onto him, were they?
They were, yeah. The van drivers onto the photographers there. But, the photos that you have seen were taken on a day where there was no actual hearing. So there was a legal argument that day. The jury wasn't in. Rach, I believe we were probably back in Melbourne that weekend. The normal photographers weren't there.
I think that was the one day we weren't there, Stocky, out of, 43 or something like that?
Yeah, so it was a day that, most of the reporters weren't there. There weren't any photographers there. There was one photographer there and saw the van going in, had a special rig built around the camera to, stop the flashes reflecting back off the glass. Got that on the window and got those photos, and you see Erin Patterson in the van reacting to the bright flash of the lights. She's not expecting any photographers there because, the jury's not coming in. Most of the reporters aren't there, and that's how we saw those photos.
Incredible photos too, because when we saw her in the dock, that word I can finally say, each day she was very composed. And like I said, when the verdict came down, very stony-faced, she didn't give anything away. She'd had 10 weeks to practice, and, we were all scrutinising her and any flinch or any movement or any eyebrow raise. So in the van as well, I think she knew the days that would get a lot of attention, but this day I think she just must have been off her guard, because there was no book up. Sometimes I've heard that she tried to kind of crouch under the bench so she wouldn't be seen, but I think this day she thought she was safe. And those are the photos. And I think that's the only photo, Stocky, that someone managed to get. And it's not an easy job. They stand out there all day, and days have been freezing, just on the hope, just on that one hope that today might be the day that they get it.
Yeah, there were some fantastic photos of other people coming and going from the court. We've been, as we've talked about, spending a lot of time with other media, and you get to see some of the photos they're taking of the defence team coming in, of the prosecution team coming in, of witnesses coming and going as well. And yeah, some incredible work being done by photographers from all outlets and all wires over the course of the trial. Rach, something we spoke about a lot through the trial was the Patterson and Wilkinson families in the court. They were in there, they're often supporting Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving lunch guest, when he was giving evidence. Saw Simon Patterson giving evidence during this trial as well. And we talked about that, and one of the questions we got a lot were about whether or not Erin Patterson had any supporters in the room. And now, as we mentioned, if the jury doesn't know this, we can't talk about it. And so when the jury enters, everyone's sitting down in their chairs. So you're not seeing people walking around, they're not seeing people talking to certain people, so they don't know that, person Y might be a supporter of Erin Patterson. One of the questions we've got here is from Meg on the Southeast Coast. Meg says, "Hi there, I'm learning so much about how a court case is run in our country. Thank you. I wondered if Erin Patterson had any support in the courtroom, any families or friends."
Meg, she didn't have any family, or none that at least I saw. She does have a sister. I don't believe she attended the trial. Her 2 children I didn't see there, and I think wouldn't have been a place for them. And even, their names and their images have been suppressed to protect them. And I hope they have been protected as much as they can through this. But I have been thinking about them a lot, and I really do sincerely hope that they're doing okay, because I can't believe the toll that this would be taking on them. In terms of friends, she has had one supporter that's been there most days, but she's been the only person there that I've seen for Erin. And then there has been a representative for the Patterson family there most days as well. And she was there on verdict day on her own. I don't think the families wanted to be there that day.
Yeah. It was interesting, with Erin's friends, one of the early days in there, while everyone's still figuring out who people are, this might have even been the same day that Stuart Hastings, the tip staff, told me to get off my phone when I was sitting in one of the public seats, not realising that I was a member of the media. Don't blame him. I don't dress like it. But he also, I think on that day, Erin's friend went up to her while she was in the dock, and Hastings kind of immediately got up to sort of flag, look, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to talk to the accused in these situations. And then the defence team kind of clarified, oh no, look, this is someone who is, a friend of Erin's. So, that was all kind of smoothed over. And then I don't believe there are any issues after that, because everyone knows who everyone is and kind of figures out, the roles and the places in that courtroom. Rach, another one of the questions we've had a lot of is around any psychiatric assessment that was done of Erin Patterson. Again, we've had this question a lot. We're getting most of these questions we're going through here. We probably had, dozens of times, if not hundreds of times coming through. There's one we've actually had thousands of times that we'll get to in a little bit. But this is a question from Eva. Eva says, I never thought myself as someone interested in true crime until now. I can't quite work out my slightly obsessive interest in this case, but I think it's related to my career in mental health. Hence my question. As a clinically trained therapist, I can't stop wondering about any forensic psychological assessment of Erin's presentation in this case. Are you aware of any forensic mental health assessments that may have been historically carried out or planned to be in the future, and how they may fit into this case?
Eva, no, I'm not. I'm not aware of any psych assessment before the trial. There may be one coming up to the pre-sentence hearing, so we will hopefully find out a date for that hearing in early August. The pre-sentence hearing is when the prosecution and defence get to run arguments about what kind of sentence Erin Patterson should be given. So that would be the time, if the defence wanted to offer a psych assessment, that would be the time for it. It's also the time when the prosecution offers victim impact statements, if they want to offer up one from Ian Wilkinson, for example.
Throughout a trial like this, the accused has a total right to silence. They don't need to submit to any of these sort of things. If they want to volunteer something like that, it's kind of up to them, but it's not something that can be forced on someone who's been accused of a crime. It's kind of similar, I think, to a question we answered earlier on in this podcast around whether or not Erin Patterson has done a lie detector test. She hadn't done one. It's not something that's actually very common in Australia, but something like that, forcing someone to do that, would take away their right to silence in a case like this. Rach, we have had a lot of questions about a book as well that's come through, a pop culture kind of crossover, I suppose. And this is around a book called Lessons in Chemistry. Now, again, we had this question a lot, and I'll use a question from Lee to get us into this one. Lee says, Hi Mushroom Case Daily, I've been listening to your podcast from Anguston in the Barossa Valley, South Australia. I'm wondering whether Erin Patterson has read the book Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmis. Does she have it on her bookshelf at home, borrowed it from the library, or listened to it as an audiobook? In chapter 30, the protagonist describes the use of death cap mushrooms to, in inverters, kill off your loved ones.
I've read that book. It's excellent. And I actually heard Bonnie Garmis speak at the Wheeler Centre, and she was brilliant. Millions of people, I think, have read that book and not killed off their loved ones. And I think there's a Bryce Courtney book also that involves mushrooms as a potential murder weapon. But no, it wasn't on her bookshelf, as far as I'm aware. We've done a search of the transcripts too and couldn't find it. The only books that were talked about were the books that police found during a search of her home, or what wasn't there, shall I say. Like, there were no foraging books or anything like that. So Lessons in Chemistry didn't come up, no foraging books. Erin's response to that was, well, there's a whole load of boxes in the garage. There might have been books on mushrooms in there, but you didn't check that. So we heard about the books that she did have. There were some diet books, Stocky, and then a bunch of other topics as well. Yeah. Interestingly, on Lessons in Chemistry, I remember going into the one of the cafes across the road from court after lunch, and I became familiar with this book because of all the emails that were sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au
And I walked into the cafe one day and I saw a woman sitting in there reading lessons in chemistry, and had to stop myself from going up and asking if she was there to sit in court and watch the trial of Erin Patterson.
Have you read it yet?
I have not read it. No,
I would highly recommend.
I've been reading court transcripts for 11 weeks, so need to get into some fiction, I think.
Maybe our next pod can be book reviews. A little easier on the heart.
Yeah, something for us to work towards, Rach. Now, look, the question that more or less, I'm not saying forced our hand to do this episode because we did want to do it, but the question that we got more than any other question was whether or not Erin Patterson could be charged with manslaughter if the jury could find her guilty of manslaughter. Now, we have had this question thousands of times sent into the Mushroom Case Daily inbox. There were days when I would have to scroll past 4 or 5 emails in a row to find ones that we could answer on the pod. This is not something we could answer at the time, so please forgive me for ignoring you. There were moments through the pod where I did say, look, if there's a question you think is really obvious that we're not answering, please forgive us because there's a reason. This is the question I was referring
That's
to.
what you meant.
Yep, so hopefully you don't hate me too much for not getting to this now. But yeah, look, Rach, let's get into it. Could Erin Patterson have been found guilty of manslaughter?
No. Not in this case. So I too, Stocky, have got this question over and over and over and over. Instagram, Facebook, in the cafes, family and friends. So no, it wasn't considered during this trial. It doesn't need to be on the indictment. It's often raised during trials as an alternate charge.
Right.
So I can give an example of Greg Lynn, for example. He was charged with the murders of 2 campers up in the high country.
Yep.
Now, during that trial, which I also covered in depth like this one, that came up during a day of legal argument, and the 2 parties argued about whether manslaughter should be considered as an alternate charge. Now, neither side wanted it left to the jury. Now, in that situation, it was because it was too confusing a prospect, because so much was unknown about the order of the deaths in the high country or the potential motive. So both counsels thought, just too confusing to add that into the mix with everything.
Yeah.
And sometimes in other cases, neither parties want it because the prosecution wants all or nothing. Prosecution doesn't want manslaughter. And the defence sometimes thinks, oh, we don't want to put it up as an option because if a jury can't decide, maybe they'll just take that as an out rather than a guilty or a not guilty.
Yeah, okay.
So that's historically speaking. In this case, every single day I listened out for the M word. And in all the legal argument towards the end, I'm like, is it going to come up today? Now, to my knowledge, it didn't come up even without the jury there. So it might have been something that the counsels discussed amongst themselves that they didn't want as an alternate charge. But to my knowledge, in court, when I was there, which was most days, it never came up.
Yeah, and it's not something that the jury, we had a week of deliberations in this case. It's not something they can kind of all sit around and go, yeah, I'm not sure if it meets this bar, but look, maybe it's just going to be manslaughter, and they kind of come back to the judge and go, yeah, actually, we think it's this. Is that an opportunity for them?
Definitely not for the jury, and because that's an issue of law. And so, like I said earlier, jurors are jurors on the facts, but Justice Beale guided them on issues of law. So if manslaughter was to be an option, Justice Beale would have to have taken them through very specific instructions on how to use that charge or what evidence to apply or not to that charge.
Yeah, my thinking throughout some of this, and my, not a legal expert by any means, my understanding of this was kind of like in sort of like a drink driving scenario. Like if you're drink driving and you hit someone, you've been acting recklessly, you've been breaking the law in the first place. And so, you can be charged with manslaughter because your reckless activity caused the death of that person. In this case, I just didn't see how that could be applied. On one side, you've got, a woman who says she foraged mushrooms and didn't realise they were death caps and accidentally put them in this meal. And on the other side, you've got, the prosecution saying this is a deliberate and calculated act. So there's kind of only really 2 paths, right?
Correct. The only way, and I've thought a lot about this, and we might have lots of lawyers write in after this, and if so, good, because I'm really curious about it. I guess the only way manslaughter could have been used is if it could be argued that she knew they were death caps but didn't necessarily know they would definitely kill them. As in if you were thinking, I might try to give these people gastro or bad gastro. I think that's the only way it could have been applied.
Right.
But because we heard so much evidence that, it's one or the other, that it's these toxins are fatal, I don't know whether manslaughter could be applied in this case. But yeah, if anyone has any more information on that, I'd love to hear it.
mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. You can send your thoughts, feelings, questions through to us, and we'll have a read, and we'll get back to you on that one. And yeah, I mean, the reason that we weren't able to get into this anytime sooner, that you've had to wait for the conclusion of the trial for us to answer this question, is because basically the jury just didn't hear it. It wasn't something that was presented before them. They weren't asked about it. They weren't told about it. It wasn't mentioned in front of them. So, you know, kind of as far as they're concerned, it doesn't exist. I mean, I think a really interesting kind of point to think about in this is there was a moment in the closing statements from the defence where Colin Mandy SC said there were only ever 2 death cap mushroom sightings in Gippsland, referring to the evidence that was presented during the trial. Like, there were obviously more death cap mushrooms in Gippsland, but as far as the jury's concerned, there have only ever been 2 sightings because that's what was presented to them. So, something to kind of think about as we're going through this. Rach, another question we've had a number of times is about the interview that Erin Patterson did at the front of her house. So this is in late 2023. It's following the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. We have had a few questions about this, so I'll go in with one from Fiona. Fiona says, "Hi, I'm interested to know if there's been any discussion in the trial of the media interview Erin Patterson gave outside of her house in early August 2023. During this interview, Erin mistakenly said a number of times that Ian, rather than Don, had passed away. For someone who has shown a particular attention to detail in her testimony, who says she loved her in-laws, this seems like a very strange mistake, and I wonder if it had been raised at all."
Fiona, no, it wasn't. And a lot of people have found this quite interesting, and this is where we come to the difference between the court of public opinion and what is legally admissible. We didn't see it as an exhibit during the trial, not sure why. It was never mentioned. So what Stocky's talking about is a doorstop that I think Channel 9 did. Erin Patterson was returning to her house, parked it under the carport area, got out of the car and was asked a couple of questions about the lunch. And she starts looking like she's getting distressed, and she's saying, you know, I loved them. They were the only parents I have because, you know, my mum has passed away. There was a lot. Remember at the time, Stocky, there was so much public opinion on what that meant. Was she crying? Were they real tears? Was it not? I'm going to be honest, it made me angry because it reminded me of Lindy Chamberlain, and we hadn't had the trial yet. That's why we've been very careful with our language during this trial, because under our system, innocent until proven guilty. But there was a lot made of this interview. And no, it didn't come up during the trial. I did ask, if you're interested, Stocky, before the trial, what a body language expert made of it.
Yeah.
So he said you have to consider a lot of different things, and this kind of science fascinates me. So he talked about pronouns, and I'm not just talking about Erin here, but when we're studying people for guilt or innocence, he says pronouns, you're talking about taking ownership or you're trying to create distance from something. He said people can lie with words, so you also have to look at body language to see if there's any conflict or contradiction there, like what you're doing now, Stocky. I know you don't hate me, but you're looking very defensive with your arms crossed across your chest. Thirdly, there's paralinguistic style. That means the tone, the pitch, the voice modulation, that kind of thing. So he looks at all those types of things, but most importantly, he looks for deviations from normative behaviour. So you would have to get to know a person. You can't just judge in a couple of minutes. Right. And he did an example on me. He said, "Let me ask you, what was your very first job?" And I remember thinking, God, what was it? Was it Pizza Hut? I can't even remember. And he said, you had to stop and you looked up to the right, you know, and because I didn't allow you time to answer that question, so that loss of eye contact is not indicative of deception, but in your case it was neurological record. And I thought that's really interesting. And a lot sometimes is made of if eyes go up to the left or the right. Sometimes it signals deception. Sometimes it's someone trying to remember. Crying, he said, just because someone's not crying doesn't mean they're not experiencing emotion. He used to work for the police and had to deliver very awful death messages, for example. So he couldn't cry during that. And the last thing, Stocky, he mentioned was tenses. So there was a case in Queensland that a man murdered his wife, and then he started talking about his children. And he said, I'm really worried about my children. And this expert said it was interesting he didn't say worried about our children. So he was already talking in past tense. So there's a lot to consider. It's very fascinating science. With this particular video, a lot was made of it. You know, were they real tears, were they not? But I don't think you can judge a person in one moment of extreme stress. For example, you mentioned she forgot, was she confused Don and Ian's name? Maybe as we know now, maybe it was deception, maybe it was stress.
Thank you, Rach. It's interesting. Again, not something that came up during the trial, not something that was mentioned to the jury. The video itself wasn't even presented as evidence. So again, we have to kind of consider that, the jury doesn't even know this exists for all intents and purposes until something is presented in front of the jury, introduced as evidence. We have to imagine that thing is not real, just like death cap mushrooms outside of the 2 sightings in Gippsland that we heard about during this trial. Rach, another interesting one that we've had a number of times was whether or not witnesses get paid. So this question here is from Georgia from Newcastle. Georgia has loved hearing the updates and chatting about the podcast with her mum and her friends. And she has a question about how Dr. Sorrell is being compensated for his work analysing phone records and then giving evidence. So Dr. Matthew Sorrell was the mobile phone location expert. So he was studying the phone records of Erin Patterson, the location data, all of that, and then presenting that evidence to the court. Georgia says that she saw that Dr. Sorrell works for a private company and was wondering who pays for Dr. Sorrell's work. Is it the prosecution or the government or someone else?
I think you do, Georgia, or we do, the taxpayer, through Victoria Police, who has to compile a brief of evidence against Erin Patterson. We heard from the informant, Stephen Eppenstall, in the witness box saying, it is cost prohibitive, these kind of base station records. They got enough, like the level that they needed to be able to run this trial. But he was talking about the extra layer up that he said he was trying to be upsold. EBN data and records, he said, is cost prohibitive. It's something like $1,700 for 2 hours. And so for a year, the records that they needed, he'd said we'd be talking well into 6 figures. And he said, my boss isn't real keen on us spending too much money.
Yeah, do remember that day. It's nice that that's something that extends across all aspects of work. There's a boss somewhere that's like, no, actually, let's not spend the money on that. You can do with it what you will. There's a follow-on part to George's question, Rach, which is, if it is the prosecution who pays for this, or in this case, the police, how do they ensure that the expert/witness is not being, in George's words, bribed or paid to say certain things? Is it just expected that the expert or witness will take their civic duties seriously?
That's where Colin Mandy comes in. So his cross-examination. So he had a lot of time with Matthew Sorrell to try to eke out, really the closest you can get is possible, right? There were possible visits to Lock and Outram because sometimes phones can ping off towers that are further away because they have a clear line of sight when you might be closer to another base station. So even in your house, Georgia, your phone might ping off one station at the front door and a different one at the back door. Yeah,
it was interesting hearing him going through all that as well. The other kind of expert witness we had in this case was Sharman Fox-Henry, the digital forensics officer from Victoria Police. He was paid for by Victoria Police. He works for them. They would have covered him to get out there, and I assume he gets his usual rate, maybe a bit of travel allowance or something for living in Morwell for the days he was giving evidence there. Rach, another question we got a lot, again, we couldn't get into this at the time because, as I've said, the jury didn't know, was basically why the trial was in Morwell. I'm going to use one from Lynn to get us into this. Her question is, I was wondering if you know why Erin's lawyers wanted her to be tried in the Morwell court rather than in the city, Melbourne.
It's not so much about her lawyers or even Erin Patterson, Lynn. The presumption is that crime is local, so trials should be conducted in the area in which the offence is alleged to have occurred. And then trials are moved if it's deemed necessary. So that might be, if there's a risk of an accused not getting a fair trial in their local area, or maybe due to logistics. I think there was a case a defence barrister told me recently that was moved from Shepparton to Melbourne because the accused wasn't getting enough sleep in the cells, kept getting woken up, and so they couldn't work on their case properly and inform their barrister properly. In this case, we were in Morwell because it was the default location. Now, if a trial is to be shifted, one or another party has to apply, and then both parties get to make submissions on that application.
This is something we talked about a bit before the trial started in some of our really early episodes and the conversations that were had around that. So if you're interested in learning a bit more about that, jump back into some of the details in there as well. Rach, one of the biggest questions that we were asked over the last week or so, I think it was, as the jury was deliberating, even during the judge's charge, as people were kind of turning their minds to the jury's deliberations, was what happens if the jury couldn't decide? What happens if the jury couldn't work out if they thought Erin Patterson was guilty or not guilty of murder? If they couldn't pick one. We couldn't say because it hadn't been presented to the jury. So the jury, again, gets these really specific directions from the judge, Justice Beale, and they weren't told what would happen in this case. I'm going to go into this one with a question from Trav. Trav says, "Hi Stocky and Rachel, I've been hooked on the pod since my wife got me onto it. I have a question. In the event of there being a hung jury, is this a type of case that would be retried, or would it be greater odds to result in a dismissal for Erin?"
Yeah, Trav, this is actually something we were all really worried about, what would happen and whether would we be doing this all over again. So generally in trials, if jurors are locked, they can tell the judge. Remember in this case, Justice Beale gave them an instruction before they went out and said, if you have a question, I don't want to know about numbers. He wanted to be blind about which way they were leaning. So he's like, don't tell me 7 and 5, just ask your question. I thought that was interesting. But they might come back to him and say, look, we're stuck. In that case, I think it's called an Allen's charge or a persistence charge. He might say, look, keep trying, and maybe give them ideas about how to do that. I don't know how many times persistent charges are allowed, whether they can just continue indefinitely. In the interest of justice, I would assume not. Lawyers might want to write in and let me know about that. But there might be a case where they're sent out a couple of times with a persistence charge, try again, because it's been a lot of time and a lot of money. If not, if it gets to the point of a hung jury, then that trial is abandoned. And then, there'd be a retrial if the OPP decides to run it again. I think I vaguely remember that case that was a hung jury, held again, another hung jury. So the OPP abandoned what would have been the third attempt.
Justice Beale did tell the jury that they would have all the time that they needed. And we did say in one of our episodes that, what's the maximum time that a jury can deliberate for? There's kind of no limit on it. I mean, there's no formal limit. The judge will basically give them that charge to go, look, you need to figure this out. You need to get your act together and wrap this up. You either need to go guilty, not guilty, and if you're not going to get there, this is where we're going with it. Trav has a follow-up question, Rach, to this, which was, if it is a retrial, are you mentally prepared for that outcome?
In short, no, Trav. I think Christian might be back soon, so maybe he might be prepared for it.
Yeah, Trav, really simple answer to your question there. Absolutely not. Thank you so much for all of your questions that you've sent through to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Please keep sending them. Please keep getting in touch. We've got a fair bit more freedom now than we did previously. There's still things we can't get into, but get in touch. Send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and when we've got room to answer your questions, we will absolutely jump into that and bring them to you.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson. A huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior.
Are they evil or are they damaged? Are they both?
After the stealing, they often will describe a sense of pleasure or gratification.
Join us on Criminal Psychology, a special series exploring some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
What have your phones done to your attention spans?
I can't even watch a YouTube video that's more than 5 minutes long without putting it on 2 times speed.
I'm Angela Pierre, the ABC's national technology reporter, and this is Brain Rot, a new series from Science Friction about the science of being chronically online and what it's doing to our brains.
We've found that taking photos can impair memory.
I data dumped my entire life into this language model.
All that and more is coming up on Brain Rot. Find new eps each week on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The mystery of juries. Your questions answered. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Wednesday, the 2nd of July, and it's the third day of jury deliberations. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
12 men and women have begun the process of determining Erin Patterson's fate.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Okay, so as you may have figured out at this point, we're not daily anymore. As we promised at the beginning of this, we would be daily every day that this trial is in court. And with the jury retiring to consider their verdict, this isn't in court every day anymore. So we'll be doing episodes like this one where we answer your questions about how the jury works. We'll also be bringing you any questions that the jury has, anything they come back to the judge with and ask so they can think about it. We'll be here. We are playing a waiting game while the jury's out. We do have lots of questions though, so I thought it'd be a good time to jump in and answer them. You can send us a question, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and we would love to hear from you and we will answer that question if it's something we can answer. But Rach, before we get into this, just a quick recap. We are sitting here with 12 jurors, right, in a room working out if Erin Patterson is guilty or not guilty of murder and attempted murder, right?
That's right. 12 jurors, 7 men, 5 women. We started with 15 jurors, stocky, so there was a bit of a buffer if anyone got sick.
Mm-hmm.
You might remember one was discharged early in the piece, I think it was week 3, for potentially speaking with friends or family, which is a big no-no. He was let go, and then we had a spare 2 just in case anyone got sick. They were balloted off on Monday. Now, in Australia, jurors can't be identified, so we can't give you any details any more than that 7 to 5 jury pool, which has lessened the gender gap there. Now, during the trial and deliberations, they can only discuss the case with their fellow jurors, and they can only do that in the deliberations room at court. So they're sequestered at the moment in a hotel.
Yep.
We don't know where.
Yep.
They're not even allowed to talk about it at the hotel.
Yeah.
So the jury keepers, 3 liaisons, shall we say, they make sure that all the proper protocols are followed, and they help the jurors get to court each day, and they start deliberations at 10:30.
If you are wondering where the jurors are staying, don't ask us. Don't send us that email. We won't answer it. We don't know where they're staying. As Rach has mentioned, we can't identify jurors. There is no interest in us finding out who these people are, what they do, anything like that, because they can't be identified. So there's no point around that. And Rach, as they're coming to their verdict, as they're trying to work out, again, as if Erin Patterson is guilty or not guilty of murder and attempted murder, they all have to agree, right?
That's right. It has to be unanimous. They don't have to get there the same way. They could get to their verdict using different evidence or different testimony or different exhibits, but they do have to be unanimous in their final decision.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. We've had a lot of questions about jurors, juries, how all this works, so we wanted to spend a bit of time just answering that for you. Rach, I want to start here with a question from Anna in Kansas City. Anna says, thanks so much for the podcast. I'm a court reporter in the US, confusingly, not in the Australian sense, but a stenographer, so a little typewriter thing that has the very few keys and very tricky to use. Anna, congratulations on mastering that. And Anna says it's been fascinating to listen to the podcast and learn the differences between the Australian and the American judicial system. She's got many examples, but one of the questions that's been bugging her is, do jurors get paid? And if so, how much? In the US, or at least in Anna's state, it's a pittance, like $6 a day. Employers are required by law to let people off for jury duty, but they're not required to pay their salary. In Australia, do employers still pay them?
$6 a day. Anna, that'd barely get you a coffee here. Yeah, they do, Anna. They get paid $40 Australian for the first 6 days, and then $80 a day after that. Now, then their employer is expected to fill the gap between $80 and what they would normally be paid for that day. So quite an onus on employers, but that's part of our system. It's, so we get people of all kinds, a wide pool who can sit for jury duty and not kind of lose out themselves. This is treated like a job, and the jury's commission monitors hours and workloads and breaks to make sure that all of that is above board.
Yeah. There are, you can apply for an exclusion from jury duty if you are, for example, self-employed. So if you're someone who's paying yourself and you're not going to be able to pay yourself while you're doing jury duty, the jury's commission's there's like a little clause in there. There's a few other clauses as well for things that you can be excluded from jury duty from. But yeah, that's kind of how it works. You have to getting that kind of gap filled up by the employers.
I wonder whether we would be excluded now, or if we were called up, they'd see us and go, nope, No way. Out.
I would probably try and exclude myself. Thank you, Rach. Anna, wonderful question. Thank you. Another question here from Beck. Rach. Beck says, "Hi, Rachel and Stocky. I'm from Perth, Australia, and absolutely loving the podcast. It gives such a clear and engaging overview of our legal system. I recently had my final semester uni exams and always look forward to tuning in to the latest episode during my study breaks. I have a quick question about juries. What is the process for deciding who the foreperson is? Is this something the jury members decide amongst themselves, or is the foreperson appointed by the judge?" So the foreperson is kind of like the team leader of the jurors. They were elected right at the start of the trial. Rach, how did that work?
That's right. Good luck with your exams, Beck, but that's right, Stocky. They're like the manager of the jury, but they are decided by their peers, by their fellow jurors. And the day that happened, they all filed back into court and the judge said, "Have you chosen a foreperson?" And they said, "Yes, we have."
Yeah, and that foreperson gets like a special seat in the
They
jury box.
They get the same seat instead of just musical chairs every day.
Yeah, that's something I don't think we have spoken about at all. Is that the jury? They're in the jury box. There's 15 seats or however many seats in there that they all fill up. They sit wherever they want. Sometimes they're a different day. Sometimes they're sitting next to different people. Sometimes they're sitting next to the same person all the time, which is quite cute. But the foreperson always sitting in the same seat.
Yeah, front, furthest on the left, closest to the judge.
Yep. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Beck. Wonderful question. Question here from Jem. Mary Beck in Melbourne. "Hi, folks. Love the pod. Can you just clarify for us the jury keepers? These are the people who are basically keeping an eye on the jury, as you mentioned, Rach. Are they court officers, part of the sheriff's office, police? Is it a paid position? How do you become one? Is it like being a justice of the peace and you get nominated? I'm sure I'm not the only one who has never heard of them before."
Jem, it's not a dedicated role. Jury keepers are usually either associates, tip staffs, or jury's Victoria staff members. Sometimes I've heard that it's, almost always the judges to associates.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, one of them, as we mentioned before, is the tip staff for Justice Beale. That's Stuart Hastings. Now, the tip staff, we also had a question about this. This is kind of an administrative position, in a sense, helps the judge with, keeping order in the courtroom, perhaps legal research, administration, those formalities that need to be done.
And the tip staff, they will be, if there's someone standing up in the courtroom or like not getting their seat quickly enough or causing any sort of disruption in the room, they will be the person who acts and says, "Look, you need to get out, or you need to sit down," or they're kind of directing and managing that kind of stuff.
And I think historically they're usually ex-army or ex-police.
Yeah. And the judge's associates, that's kind of like a similar kind of assistant, right?
Yeah, they sit in front of the judge and they help him, keep on top of the rivers of evidence coming in. I think, the transcripts, the protocols for the day, the administration side of things.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Jem. Wonderful question about the jury keepers. Again, I learned about the jury keepers like 5 days ago. This is all new to me as well, so it's been wonderful to learn about all of this with you. Question here, Rach, from Troy in Adelaide. "Hey, Rachel and Stocky, loving the pod. We've been hearing a lot in the last week about what the jury should consider while deliberating, but I'm curious to know more about the actual deliberations themselves. Are the jury directed to discuss the case in any particular way? Is there an agenda set? Is someone nominated to chair the deliberations? Is there a regular poll of the jury taken to establish how close the jury is to a unanimous decision? Or is all this left up to the jury to figure out on their own?"
Good question, Troy. A lot of some of the clauses of this question are still a mystery to me, and I think it has to be. Things like, is there a regular poll of the jury taken? I'm not sure, and I think it's up to the particular jury. They'll all have their own characters depending on what the alleged crime is and who the makeup of the jury is. I'm not sure about the poll, whether they'd test the waters every few days. I guess it would be up to them. I don't think they have any agenda as such to work through. I think they can do it in whatever manner they like and what suits them. But it was interesting in this case, and I'm not sure if it happens in others, but Justice Beale has provided a document to help them work through the important questions because he acknowledged there was just this mountain of evidence and I think 125 exhibits.
Yep.
So remember, he gave them a binder, and I would have loved one, of the chronology and a way to manage, the density of the questions and evidence they'll have to consider. So he put it in chronological order. He put the exhibits in chronological order. He said, I hope it'll help you managing the information you've received over the past 8 weeks. He also said, remember that you might be thinking, oh, this is supposed to help us manage the information, and here's another 86 pages of it. But he said it's not homework. You don't have to plough through it. It's just something you can dip back into if you're wondering, I think something happened in May 2022. What was that again? And you can just dive back into this folder.
Yep. Something that I spoke about last week, or we both had a chat about, the judge's charge went for, a number of days. I think it was 5 days or something in the end, the judge's charge, where Justice Beale was giving his directions to the jury, things they should consider, things they should, keep in mind, how to treat certain things at certain points. And while that was going for a long time, while he was presenting it to the jury and just talking through it, the jury will also have a transcript of that. So if there's things they're wondering about, they will have the opportunity to dive back into certain points of that, and just go, oh look, what was the discussion around the plates again? And they can jump back in and they'll be able to see in that section about the plates in his judge's charge all the various relevant bits of transcript, and then from there dive further back in if that's something that they would find helpful.
And like the game of phones, for example, which hurt our heads in early days trying to work all that out. There was a spreadsheet done. I love a good spreadsheet. And so they'd be able to go back and look at this spreadsheet.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rach, and thank you, Troy, for that wonderful question. I have a question here from Adam, who is 12 in Canterbury in New Zealand. He says, hi, what can the jury do when they're not deliberating? Can they watch TV, or do they just have to sit around the hotel?
Excellent question. They can't watch free-to-air TV, because they're not allowed to watch the news or anything like that. So I think that's been drilled into them by now. I don't know if any of them even would. If they had a television in their hotel room, I'm not sure whether the TVs have been taken out, Rockstar style. I'm just not sure. They probably can watch streaming services. So the jury keepers would monitor all that and make sure they're not watching anything they shouldn't. But otherwise it would just be maybe read some books or play cards like we're doing in the overflow room as we're waiting, and just chat to each other.
Yeah, if they've got a pile of books that have sat unread for a while, I'm sure that has found its way with them to the hotel where they are sequestered while they're deliberating in this trial. We've got a similar question, sort of a similar vein here from Mia Oren, who's listening in from Texas. Mia says, thank you so much for such detailed, interesting updates. What are the lawyers doing while the jury deliberates? Are they sitting around with the judge waiting for a question to come in?
I don't think they're sitting with the judge. I think he does his own thing, but I know the prosecution is waiting in a room in court, and I've seen the defence team out and about in town, but not too far, hanging out in the cafes or in local shops, doing the same as us, really, pacing around, biting their nails, waiting like a coiled spring. And they might, like us, be doing some work on some other cases as they wait, but albeit distractedly.
Yeah, I'm very busy with all of the other legal matters that I'm advising people on at the moment.
You're doing well,
so
though.
It's giving me something to do.
You could now, actually.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Mia, for that wonderful question. I will also say that, while we are waiting in court, we're in the room that we've been in with like a link to the courtroom. The courtroom is now closed. So there's no one in the courtroom, no one sitting in there. It's not like the judge is just sitting in his chair, kind of spinning around while everyone else sits at the bar table. They're in various rooms, various spots around at the moment. Question here, Rach, from Kate. Kate says, hi, Rachel, Stocky and team. My daughter and I have loved listening to the pod every evening as we've been travelling around Malaysia and India. We've now been up with my husband and parents and have brought them onto the Mushroom Case Daily ritual. Can you please answer one of our many, many questions? Is there a minimum amount of time the jury must spend in deliberations? For example, whether to come back with a verdict on Tuesday morning, could they be admonished for not taking enough time to carefully consider the evidence presented?
Kate, I'm not sure there is a minimum time, and I don't know whether they'd be admonished. I guess it depends on what's happened during the trial, for one, because I know in another case that I've covered, the jury would talk after court of a night time, which I found interesting that they'd catch up on the day and talk about some of the issues that day. So I don't know in this case whether they've been talking at night or just leaving and going home. So I don't know how much they have to work through because, as we've said a lot, there's been rivers of evidence in this case. There's a lot of really heavy issues to consider, both legal and in testimony. So they do have a lot to work through, and that's why I think Justice Beale helped them out with that chronology. So I think their job includes working through all the issues, but I just don't know how long that will take.
Yep.
But no, I don't think legally there's any minimum time they have to deliberate for.
Cool. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Rach. Another one here, similar kind of timelines. This one's from Amelia. Hi, Rachel and Stocky. I've been a listener from the start and absolutely love the pod. Admire your stamina and endurance after nearly 2 months of reporting on the case. I have a question about the jury. How many hours a day are they deliberating for? And what's the maximum amount of time that they have?
Amelia, there's not a maximum time either. There's no deadline or cutoff. They start deliberating in the morning at 10:30 and go to 1 at lunchtime. And then they start again at 2:15 and go to 4:15. So they're their daily hours. If they need to deliberate this Saturday, they will. Not sure what hours. I'm assuming it's the same. But if they're still going on Sunday, they're still sequestered, but they won't deliberate. That would resume on Monday. But I think it's as long as it takes to get to this unanimous verdict. And like we said, it doesn't matter how they get there. They just need to get to the same destination.
Yep. Thank you, Rach, and thank you, Amelia. Another one here from Laura, Rach. Hi, Rach and Stocky. A bit of a random one. Can the jurors become friends? I would assume after 9+ weeks together, they would know each other quite well and may become close. Can they continue a friendship or continue seeing each other outside of the trial once it's finished?
I don't think there's any laws against friendship. So I assume some of them would. Before they were sequestered, I'd often see some sitting together, having lunch together, and it's a pressure cooker environment, right, Stocky? They're dealing with a very heavy case. These people are all they have, really, to talk about this really sensitive issue. They can't talk to friends and family. They're all they have. So I'm assuming some strong bonds would have been formed. Maybe there's people that annoy them. I don't know. It's like us. We've been out in this really kind of collegial, lovely bonds that we're making with other people from other networks that we don't usually work with. So, Laura, I'm pretty sure that, there's no rules against friendship, and I'm assuming that many of these friends would continue after this trial.
Yeah, well, Stuart Hastings, the tipstaff who keeps order in the court, does keep a very tight courtroom and keep order in the courtroom. I haven't seen him telling off anyone for being friends with other people. So, it'd be nice to think that they are able to be friends.
I did hear, I could hear some giggling before they came in one day. Someone had obviously made a joke, and I heard him kindly turn around and go, shh, as in remember what you're walking into. So I think they like each other.
That's very nice. Wonderful question, Laura. Thank you, Rach. One here from Anita in Melbourne. Anita says, job well done getting to this point, Rachel and Stocky, and to your families too. Speaking of families, in trials like this where jurors are away from their families while deliberating, is there additional support for their families' needs? Also, do jurors have access to a service like an employee assistance program where they can kind of discuss some of the things that they've heard or been exposed to that might affect them in some way?
Yeah, thanks, Anita. I found this question really interesting because I didn't know. So I did some research on this, and yes, there is a program, and it's because, while some people might find jury service a fulfilling experience and leave with a sense of achievement, they've helped the administration of justice, some will find it really distressing because of the issues that they're dealing with. So they might need time to process it. And so there is a free confidential counselling service, a juror support service, and that's staffed by qualified counsellors and registered psychologists. So I think you can get up to 6 one-hour sessions, over phone or video link. With support for the families, that's a big role of the jury keepers. So if there's an emergency or a message that one of their family members needs passed on, they would call one of those 3 jury keepers.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Really helpful, really interesting. Good to know that there is some support for them there as well. Wonderful question, Anita. Thank you, Rach. One here from Eleanor in London. Hi, Rachel and Stocky. Thank you so much for making a fascinating podcast. I'm learning so much, not just about this case, but about the justice system in general. You and me both, Eleanor. I have a question for you. How do you and the other journalists find out the verdict? Will you sit in the empty court, hang out in the courtroom until the staff tell you the jury are ready to give their verdict, or is it done electronically now via email?
It's done via email, so this is why we're all quite jumpy. We've all made sure our notifications are on, that they're working properly. I've done a couple of tests. But even yesterday, every notification that came through, my heart would leap just in case it was a verdict back. And there was Stocky, one of the reporters in the overflow room. Yesterday, I heard her go, and I'm like, oh, God, it's back. And it's like, no, she just lost her hand at Uno, So it's our nerves are frayed.
I go through waves of anxiety is the word I'm looking for. where like I'll kind of forget what we're doing and I'll have a nice time just doing some work, and then I'll be like, oh, that's right, we're waiting for this thing, and it will slowly build and I'll have to like go for a walk or something. It's going to be really tense while we wait for this, and we'll just get an email and then we will try to pile into the courtroom and watch the jurors return and look at how everyone's reacting to the verdict when it is delivered. But we're just hanging around. We're sitting in the media room in the court, playing cards, just talking absolute rubbish a lot of the time, keeping ourselves busy.
For the record, I'm working. I have a lot to catch up on because we've been here for 10 weeks. So I wish I could play Uno, but no.
Yeah, haven't played cards yet, but hopefully, if we get a few days into this, I might have a bit of time. Wonderful question, though, Eleanor. Thank you, Rach. And our final question today here is from Brian. Hi, folks. Love the pod. Been listening from Queensland. Was wondering, once the case is over, are the jury allowed to talk to others or the media about the case if they choose to? Also, are they allowed to seek out and speak to other jurors about the case?
No way, Jose. That's just Australia's system. So they definitely can't talk to the media about the case, ever. And I know in America that's different, that jurors are allowed to do interviews, which I'd be fascinated by. What's the temperature in the room? How did they work through issues? Psychologically, how they're faring? But no, they can't give media interviews here in Australia. As for their family and friends, I think they can speak generally. They might be able to say, look, it was this case, but they can't reveal the mysteries of that room. What happens in the room stays in the room. They can still talk to their fellow jurors about it if they remain friends with them.
Yep.
But the intricacies of those deliberations have to remain a secret.
Yep. Wonderful question, Brian. Thank you, Rach. Thank you all for sending in your questions, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We do need to be really careful about what we answer. So there's still limitations on what we can and can't talk about at the moment. If you sent in a question and we haven't answered it, there's usually a pretty good reason for it. I know it is, not ideal if you've sent something in and you've thought about it really carefully and we haven't gotten to it. I've seen the memes. It's fine. But look, we are getting through them all. We're having a look at them. If we can answer it, we really want to. But oftentimes, a lot of what we've gone through in this episode, we can only do now because the jury learnt a lot of this over the last couple of days. When you're looking at, who's been balloting off and how that process is going to work. They only found out how that worked, on Monday when it happened in front of them.
Like if the foreperson could be balloted off, for example.
Yeah.
We had to wait until they knew before we told you.
Exactly, yeah. We can't get ahead of what they know, but they now know all of this as they are going through and experiencing it, so we can bring it to you, even though they're not supposed to be listening to Mushroom Case Daily. It's just an extra level of protection and insulation on the process, so it's able to stay just kind of pure throughout. Rach, thanks so much for taking us through all of these.
Thanks, Chucky. And thanks for the questions. They're really good. I mean, I learnt some things myself researching for this.
No, it's been great to go through them all and, help people understand this process a little bit more. We will be, while the jury is out deliberating, we will be back in your feed if the jury has any questions. Other than that, we'll be dropping an episode every couple of days or so. Make sure you got the notifications on in your various podcast app. Just keep frantically refreshing, and we will appear when we have something for you. Of course, when there is a verdict, we will be straight in your feed with an episode on that, the mood in the courtroom, what happened, all of those things as well. So please make sure you are following Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app firstly, but if not that, on whatever app you're using. And if you're on a different app, please leave us a review, give us a rating. Makes it easier for other people to find us and, help understand a bit more about this process as well.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
In 1999, a well-to-do young American wandered into the Great Sandy Desert, alone.
What hope has he got?
He went out there to find meaning, but unwittingly sparked an international media storm and one of the biggest searches Australia had ever seen.
I'm looking for a body.
At a time when so many of us feel lost, what's the most extreme thing you do to feel found? Coming to ABC Listen on July 2nd, Expanse, Nowhere Man. In the meantime, catch up on all the previous seasons. Search for Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
OK, we begin with breaking news out of Queensland this morning, where there's been a tragic update on the house fire in Toowoomba yesterday. Peter Sanders joins us now from there. Peter, can you give us an update on what's happened this morning?
Well, good morning, Catherine. Yes, what has started as a devastating story has taken another tragic turn, with police confirming overnight that a 4-year-old girl and a 7-year-old girl have passed away in the Queensland Children's Hospital overnight from their injuries. What we know about this story so far is that about 12:30 yesterday morning, police were called here to Merritt Street in Harristown. It's a small, quieter suburb just outside the main CBD in Toowoomba. A lot of young families living around here. What crews found was the house behind me well engulfed in flames at that point. Now, after crews managed to extinguish the fire, they went inside and found what was believed to be the body of a 9-year-old boy inside. However, it is important to point out at this stage that formal identification is yet to be completed on that identity. The 4-year-old girl and the 7-year-old girl were taken to the Queensland's Children's Hospital in critical conditions, but as police have now confirmed, they have passed away from their injuries overnight, just adding another devastating layer to the story.
Devastating indeed. Thank you for the update.
Yeah, that is tragic. Well, we're going to take you to some other news now, and the ABC is projecting that Greens leader Adam Bandt has lost his seat of Melbourne as the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese prepares to announce his new cabinet after Labor's big election win. Our political reporter Nicole Hegarty joins us from Parliament House. G'day, Nicole. What should we expect to happen today?
Hi, James. Well, yes, we've seen the ABC projecting that Adam Bandt has lost his seat of Melbourne. He's held this seat since 2010, but this election encountered a 4.4% drop in his primary vote at the same time as Labor saw an almost 6% rise in primary vote support. This, of course, means that Sarah Whitty is on track to pick up the seat for Labor in what was seen as quite a shock of the election campaign. We saw the initial suggestions that this might be the outcome on Saturday, but obviously the focus was elsewhere with the significant defeat of the coalition. So votes are continuing to be counted today, but it's clear that Melbourne is no longer on that seat of the ABC's 11 seats in doubt. Those seats scattered across the country, but that counting does continue. On the other side, there's still this continued discussion about who will take on the leadership of the Liberal Party, recriminations continuing within the party as to what caused this historic defeat, the worst in the history of the party. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is getting ready for a caucus meeting tomorrow and then swearing in of his new cabinet come Tuesday, James.
All right, Nicole, thank you for that. Well, to more news now, and Pakistan says the death toll from Indian airstrikes and artillery fire has increased to 31. The Indian Army says at least 15 civilians have been killed by Pakistani shelling on its side of the contested border in Kashmir. India says the strikes are in response to a deadly militant attack last month, to which Pakistan has denied any links.
A doctor who treated accused triple murderer Erin Patterson after a deadly mushroom lunch was surprised Miss Patterson discharged herself against medical advice when he told her she'd been exposed to a potentially deadly toxin. Dr. Chris Webster also told the court she was reluctant to get her children out of school and to hospital for fear they'd be frightened. Miss Patterson has pleaded not guilty and says it was a terrible accident.
Scientists are urging communities to get the flu vaccine as Australia reports over 71,000 flu cases this year. The Royal Australian College of GPs says low vaccination rates across the nation should be ringing alarm bells.
A Sydney government employee has allegedly spent almost $50,000 of public funds for personal holidays. The AFP alleges she used the money to pay for multiple international flights and accommodation across 4 overseas trips. She was granted conditional bail and will reappear in July.
Nagi Mahashi, the founder of popular food blog Recipe Tin Eats, has bested fellow cookbook author Brooke Bellamy in a major book prize last night. Both were up for Illustrated Book of the Year at the Australian Book Industry Awards just a week after Mahashi accused Bellamy of plagiarism. Bellamy has denied those allegations.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
It's the topic at the centre of this trial, the mushrooms. Today, Erin Patterson, in her own words, in the days after the deadly lunch. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Monday the 26th of May and we've just started the 5th week of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, we are back in Morwell.
I can't believe it's the 5th week.
It is the 5th week of this trial. We're still here, rolling through. Can you give us a rundown of what we saw today?
Sure, Stocky. Sally Ann Atkinson from the Victorian Department of Health was giving evidence today, taking the court through text messages between her and Erin Patterson as they tried to uncover the source of the mushrooms. According to Miss Atkinson, there appeared to be inconsistencies with Erin Patterson's story. Victoria Police digital forensic analyst Sharman Fox-Henry was also cross-examined by the defence. The topic of the factory reset phone from last week was a major discussion point. We also saw more pictures of Erin Patterson's dehydrator and the tiny samples of food scraps that police pulled from it.
Thank you, Christian. A great rundown of the day. Actually moved through quite a few witnesses in the end, bouncing across quite a bit of ground sort of after the morning tea break. I'd like to start with Sally Ann Atkinson. She's the woman in charge of the enteric team at the Victorian Department of Health. She works in communicable diseases, I should say. I want to clarify, this woman is not the former Lord Mayor of Brisbane.
Correct.
I was wondering why she was being a witness for a long time, but no, very different person. Basically, you know, the best way to think of this woman is she's the woman who's worried about a potential public health risk from these mushrooms, and she's trying to get to the bottom of where they may have come from and what the source of them is. So that's why she's talking to Erin, and she started by explaining what Erin told her about how she felt after the meal.
Effectively, Miss Atkinson's job was to be in charge of effectively the gastro squad within the Victorian Health Department. So she was on the phone directly to Erin Patterson, and Erin Patterson, according to Sally Ann Atkinson, described feeling explosive diarrhoea about 12 hours after the lunch. And she said that she was feeling quite sick, frequently going to the toilet. Then the following day, Erin Patterson allegedly told Sally Ann Atkinson that she started to feel a little bit better on the Sunday evening, but then felt worse again. And it was the following day, the Monday, when Erin Patterson went to hospital.
Yeah. And just so I'm clear in my mind, when are we hearing from Sally Ann, or when Sally Ann talking to Erin Patterson? She's trying to call her or text her while she's in hospital, right?
Correct. Sally Ann Atkinson is one of the many people who get dragged into this story as part of the investigation into where the mushrooms have come from.
And she talked today a bit about when she was trying to work out the source of this. I mean, she's spoken to Erin while Erin's been in the hospital. She's also spoken to Erin's estranged husband, Simon Patterson. And in the process of trying to figure out where these mushrooms might have come from, she's asked Simon Patterson quite directly if Erin Patterson's ever foraged, and Simon says he'd never known her to do that.
And Sally Ann Atkinson also asked the same question of Erin Patterson, and according to this evidence, asked her directly if Erin had foraged the mushrooms herself. And according to the response, the answer was a clear-cut no. Sally Ann said, I did ask her if she had foraged for mushrooms, and she said no, she had bought them.
Yeah. And we heard about the source of the mushrooms again. And so this was buying some from Woolworths, pre-sliced mushrooms from a Woolworths in Leongatha, and then that she had bought the other ones from an Asian grocer around the suburbs of Oakley, Glen Waverley in Melbourne in April that year, April 2023, when she was, I think Sally Ann was saying that Erin had told her it was likely she'd bought them when she'd been there dropping her kids off for some school holiday activities or something like that.
So what Sally Ann Atkinson said was that Erin Patterson told her it actually could have been Clayton or Oakley or Mount Waverley, but then in a later conversation, Glen Waverley was brought into it, and the timing is correct. Yes, it's around the time the two kids were doing some school holiday activities. There was a property in Mount Waverley that Erin Patterson and her kids would sometimes stay in.
Right.
And according to this evidence, Erin Patterson told Sally Ann Atkinson that when her kids were doing these school holiday activities, she would drive around the suburbs, and that might have been when she picked up these mushrooms, but was not able to narrow down the shop that she went to.
Yeah. And Sally Ann went to some what for me I consider like a fair bit of effort for a public health official to try and track down the source of this. We saw a lot of text messages between her and Erin Patterson, and also Sally Ann going to the lengths of marking up little plastic bags in her own home to kind of send to Erin as an example, being like, is this the packaging that you bought these in?
According to Sally Ann, Erin has told her that she purchased mushrooms in some sort of clear packaging with white labelling, and all of this did not look very official, if I could put it that way.
Yep.
Looked like something in a Ziploc bag with a handwritten label. So, yeah, Sally Ann has gone and kind of mocked this up in her own house to sort of create something that might look similar, and then has sent the photos on to Erin saying, does it kind of look like this? She's also sent Erin Patterson photos from inside some of these stores saying, does it look like this store? But the answer came back no. So Sally Ann Atkinson was working with another one of the witnesses that we heard from last week, Troy from the Monash City Council, who was going and actually doing these store visits himself. We heard about his very comprehensive spreadsheet that he'd done from visiting 14 stores. But Erin Patterson has allegedly told Sally Ann Atkinson, look, she doesn't have any of the packaging anymore. But the reason why the dried mushrooms from the Asian store were purchased was that this beef Wellington recipe required 1 kilogram of mushrooms. She had bought some of the mushrooms from the local Woolworths, but it sounded like she needed a bit of a top-up. So that's where she's used these. However, these mushrooms are a few months old by the time they end up in the beef Wellington. And Erin Patterson had said that after she purchased them initially to use in another dish, she's opened them up. The smell was quite strong. She placed them in a Tupperware container. And then it sounds like, 3 months later, she's pulled them out again, rehydrated them, chopped them up, and put them in the beef Wellington as some sort of big paste that goes over the meat in that dish.
Yeah. And it was interesting to hear that, Sally Ann was quite keen to find out if all of the paste had been used, or if, some of the paste was made with the Woolworths mushrooms, other paste was made with the mushrooms from the Asian grocer. And Erin Patterson said, no, it's all been used in one. I put it all over them and then, wrapped them in puff pastry to make those Wellingtons.
That's correct. And another thing Sally Ann Atkinson was trying to get to the bottom of was purchase dates for all the ingredients in the beef Wellington. So we can go through some of the text messages between the two because it appeared that there was an inconsistency. Oh, this is according to Sally Ann Atkinson, where Erin Patterson said initially she had bought all the ingredients on a Friday. So this is the day before the lunch.
Yep.
But then in further conversations suggested that maybe some of the ingredients had been bought throughout the week.
And can you take us through some of those messages?
So one of the text messages sent on the 2nd of August, so this is about 4 days after the lunch, and Erin Patterson writes that she's not exactly sure when she went to the shops, but she went a few times last week. And she says, I know I got some of the ingredients on maybe Wednesday or Thursday. And she writes, I know I bought some discounted eye fillet steaks one time. And then I went back on Thursday or Friday and I bought a couple more, but they weren't discounted. It was just at the normal price. And then Erin says, I bought the rest of the ingredients at one of those shopping trips. I often go daily or every second day to pick up a bag or two and get what I need as I go. So it's hard to pinpoint the exact day I bought this or that, but I know I bought all of it at some stage last week on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. We saw a lot of messages between Sally Ann Atkinson and Erin Patterson over a period of a few days where Sally Ann's trying to get to the bottom of the source of these mushrooms. And despite many text messages sent, she never really gets a clear answer about where they were purchased or what they looked like or even the date on which they've been obtained. These are the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer.
Yeah, and one of the things I noticed happening today is while Sally Ann Atkinson was being questioned by Jane Warren from the prosecution, Jane kind of like asked quite specifically a couple of times about inconsistencies in the story that Erin had told to Sally Ann Atkinson.
So the apparent inconsistency around the purchasing of the ingredients was one thing. And also going back to the mushrooms, the Asian grocer mushrooms themselves, Sally Ann Atkinson said initially Erin Patterson indicated that she'd actually used some of these mushrooms before, but then changed the story to say actually she had not. And Sally Ann said she wasn't very clear.
Interesting. And I suppose it's in the prosecution's interest to try and highlight where there's these inconsistencies and moments like this in a trial, right?
Yes, because let's be clear about the case the prosecution is trying to make. And we go all the way back to the opening day of the trial when Nanette Rogers outlined to the jury what this case is from the prosecution side. The prosecution clearly says Erin Patterson lied about getting death cap mushrooms from an Asian grocer. They're trying to point out that this Asian grocer story is a complete falsehood. It's completely made up. It's not a situation where there could be an element of truth to it. Prosecution says it's complete nonsense and fabrication. And the prosecution's also saying that they do not believe that Erin Patterson herself ate poisonous beef Wellington, and they do not believe that Erin Patterson fed contaminated beef Wellington to her kids in the following day.
Yep.
On the topic of leftovers, though, this is something that I know we've got lots of questions about. We've talked about it for the last 4 or 5 weeks about leftovers being chucked out and ending up in a bin, and we've definitely had questions around where were the leftovers from and things like that. So this was also something Sally Ann Atkinson was thinking about, because a couple of days after the lunch, the police did go to Erin Patterson's house and found some leftovers in a bin, and people have questioned, were those the leftovers from the Saturday meal or were those the leftovers from the following night? And so when Sally Ann Atkinson asked that question to Erin Patterson, whether there were 2 sets of leftovers, it appeared that Erin agreed that there were and said, yes, it all went in the bin.
And it's interesting because the way that question was asked was kind of like did this leftover go in the bin or did this leftover go in the bin? And it was, Erin's reply kind of lumps it all into one kind of object, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Today we also heard from a doctor who was involved in the autopsies of the lunch guests. And you might remember that while we have heard about amanita toxin being found in Don Patterson, it wasn't found in Gail Patterson or Heather Wilkinson. When we heard from this man today, he explained that he'd seen injuries consistent with death cap mushroom poisoning. The scarring of the liver, the death of the liver, the death of the bowels in some parts as well. So that was also something that was interesting to kind of like draw some of that evidence back around a bit.
It was a pathologist, Dr. Brian Beer, and this did confirm what other witnesses have said in this trial, that even though those toxins weren't found in the ladies' bodies, all the other medical analysis clearly points to mushroom poisoning.
Yeah. Christian, we also had somebody else from Victoria Police talking through the dehydrator that they found at the tip.
Ben Goodwin was his name, and he's involved in crime scene examinations. So this is the dehydrator that, wound up at the tip a few days after the lunch. Prosecutors alleged this was used to prepare the meal, and we saw some photos of the dehydrator and some tiny breadcrumb-like brown dots, basically.
Yeah. So I think described as debris, I think.
Debris,
wasn't it?
but it was pieces of vegetable pulled off the dehydrator. They were really small in these tiny specimen jars. He said that 7 samples were collected from various points of the dehydrator, and he'd actually used tweezers to pluck them off. This kind of goes back to some earlier witnesses that we heard from in the trial. So clearly this guy, Mr. Goodwin, was just involved in pulling the samples, but we've heard from other witnesses that when those samples were analysed, 2 out of the 7 were found to be death cap mushrooms.
Yep. We also continued some of the evidence from forensics officer Sharman Fox Henry, also from Victoria Police. This was his cross-examination. So this was the defence's opportunity to ask him some questions, try to get just clarify a few things I guess he was talking about. This was probably the most awkward I have felt in this trial, watching Colin Mandy just kind of pick apart the professional qualifications of a witness. What's he trying to get at there?
It was a fox trap, so to speak, that the defence tried to set. So, his cross-examination, the first set of questions go right back to who he is. How well qualified is he? Had he undertaken the training for the various programs he was using? These types of things. And a lot of the time, the answer was actually no, he hadn't undertaken formal training. And Mr. Fox Henry said that these programs, he used them after getting some guidance from his colleagues.
Yep.
And on one of them, he said he basically just needed to press go on the program, and then it would start its analysis.
Yeah.
And these are programs that Victoria Police use to look at phones, computers, iPads, tablets, these kinds of things, and they produce what are called artifacts, which are taken off those devices and then later used as evidence.
And there were a lot of artifacts.
Yeah, some 2.6 million digital artifacts just off the computer alone.
Wow.
However, we did hear from Mr. Fox Henry that police did try to narrow down the search perimeters. So there were some keywords that they were looking for to kind of hone in on relevant or potentially relevant records. So Mr. Fox Henry said the program that he used, it's called Magnet Axiom, love the name, can translate extremely detailed information on computer disk drives into material that's decipherable. And there was a nice exchange in court when Mr. Mandy asked if all that raw information is gobbledygook. And Mr. Fox Henry said he preferred the term data.
Oh, that's very sweet. One of the lines that that Colin Mandy was going down today was really questioning Sharman Fox Henry on like checking on metadata, finding out where things came from, being really kind of pedantic, I guess. It felt like around like time and date stuff and things like that. Where's this going? What are they trying to kind of uncover or make the jury aware of here?
I think what it goes to is questioning the accuracy of these reports and also looking at whether these reports are producing results that give answers that are contextually correct, if that makes sense. So, for instance, we were looking at the accuracy of times on a particular report about a phone called Phone B. This is a phone that was factory reset 3 times in the week after the lunch, and it was a phone that police took from Erin Patterson's house. Now, according to this report from police, it was factory reset on the 2nd of August, the 5th of August, and the 6th of August. But because it's been reset so many times, Mr. Mandy was questioning the accuracy of some of these timestamps and even the time zones that the phone is displaying in these records. You know, do we know for sure that it's Australian time, or is it the UTC time, which is another time zone? And Mr. Fox Henry said it's simply not possible to say which time zone this phone was in, according to the results that it sort of spat out in the report. I hope that makes sense.
No,
struggling to explain it.
Well, Sharman Fox Henry did a good job, actually. I'm not going to say that he struggled to explain it, but certainly faced some pretty hard line of questioning from Colin Mandy today.
The other thing as well around the factory resetting is prosecutors allege that this phone was factory reset while it was actually in the police custody remotely. And Mr. Fox Henry said he confirmed that there's no evidence that the phone contained any data on this phone when it was factory reset for the final time.
Yeah. I think something I'd like to just pick up as well, because we got the cross-examination of Sharman Fox Henry today, and what sometimes happens following a cross is you'll have the prosecution come back and ask a couple of quick questions. Jane Warren from the prosecution did follow up very briefly with Sharman Fox Henry just to get him to clarify, what exactly is carried across on a phone after something's deleted, because he was questioned a lot about missing bits of data attached to some things, but Jane Warren was quite specific in asking, if something's been deleted and you've recovered this data, is it likely to be missing bits of information?
This was a general question just around when something gets deleted, can you get it back? Basically, was the question. Can it impact whether you can find the original file? And Mr. Fox Henry said, yes, things can be overwritten. You may not be able to find all of the information that relates to this artifact because of the deletion.
Yeah, and when we're talking about like these phones and these computers and all these bits and pieces, I mean, are we talking about data that has been deleted at some point, or is it not clear if it's been deleted or if it's just always accessible on those computers?
From my understanding of the evidence, and I'm just trying to follow it along as best as everyone else is.
Yeah, as the jury would be.
Yeah. My understanding is it sounds like a bit of a mix. There are some devices, i.e. Phone B, where there's no data that police have been able to recover. Then there's the tablet where they've been able to pull some thumbnail images from a cache file, I believe. And with the computer, they've looked through some search history and got some results. That's my understanding of it. But yeah, I'm not a tech expert, and I'm trying to follow this along as best as everyone else is.
Yep, yeah. Christian, before we wrap up and jump into some questions today, we mentioned a beetle disturbing proceedings in the courthouse, in the court last week. Today, an actual human being.
A genuine pest.
Genuine pest. What happened?
So the jury was coming back after their mid-morning break and just sort of resuming their seats when this man stood up in the courtroom and started yelling all sorts of weird conspiracy theories. I think some of them were targeted at the judge, Christopher Beale, and this man was swiftly removed from the courtroom.
Do we know what happens to him after this? Is this something you can face charges for, or is he just sort of ejected and sent on his way?
Yeah, in theory. I mean, this is contempt of court in the most obvious way, like some guy getting up and disrupting court proceedings. I mean, this is completely irrelevant to the Patterson case, and I think everyone in the room quite maturely moved on very, very quickly. He was wearing some sort of yellow T-shirt which said, all we are saying is give truth a chance. I wonder whether that is a play on a song by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. I think the lyric is, all we are saying is give peace a chance.
We go full circle with our Beatles disturbing the courtroom.
Yeah, but I don't know for sure whether that is a link to the Beatles, and I certainly wasn't keen to ask him.
No, not at all. We are getting so many of your questions sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. They are really insightful. They're really interesting. They're things that often I haven't thought about. So it's great to kind of get them to think through. The one I want to start with today, Christian, is a question from Barbara in Brisbane. She says, thanks so much for your addictive podcast. You're welcome, Barbara. Thank you. And her question relates to the relationships Erin had with her in-laws and her ex-partner, Simon, just before the mushroom meal. She understands from the messages we heard yesterday, Erin was unhappy with Simon and his family 8 months before the lunch. However, has any evidence been presented to suggest the relationship remained difficult closer to the lunch?
Well, certainly with Simon, there was tension, and there was a series of messages between the two the night before the lunch when Simon bailed via text, and Erin sent him this message saying something along the lines of, I'm very disappointed and I hope you change your mind.
Yep.
But evidently he didn't, and he didn't show up.
Yep.
But his two parents did, and obviously Ian and Heather Wilkinson showed up.
Yep. And we did hear as well that Heather Wilkinson was very excited by the idea of going to this lunch as well earlier in the trial.
Ian Wilkinson, I mean, this is a fairly distant relationship Ian and Heather have with Erin. Like, she is, for Ian, she is the daughter-in-law of his sister-in-law. So it's a pretty long bow. And Ian Wilkinson anyway said that to him, Erin was practically an acquaintance, someone he didn't know too well. Obviously, the Patterson parents, that's a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question here from Steph. Age 11. Hi, Christian. Love the pod. Thanks, Steph. I'm here as well. You're welcome. She listens each night with her dad, and her question is, does Ian Wilkinson have a perspective on Erin's innocence? Has he publicly shared his thoughts?
Thanks, Steph. Thank you as well for listening. Ian Wilkinson was not asked questions like that on the stand, and it sort of goes back to what this case has to do in terms of focusing on cold, hard facts. What did you hear? What did someone say to you? What did you see? It's not really what did you think this meant. It has to be a lot more specific than that.
Yeah. Steph, it is a great question. It's actually one that I've wondered about as well. I did wonder why we didn't get to that, and then I think might have even had this conversation with Christian, and you gave me the same answer you've just given to Steph there as well. So Steph, great question. And just to clarify, that was sent from Steph's dad's email. So she's listening with supervision, at least we know. So that's good. Finally, Christian, we've got one here from Katie. Dear Christian and Stephen, I'm glued to your pod. Katie, as I mentioned, there is a solvent for that. Katie is wondering if you can comment on Erin's demeanour during the presentation of the evidence.
Hi, Katie. I think Erin has ridden the ups and downs of this trial in front of the jury, it must be said. I can think of times when she's become quite emotional, when she was watching the video of her kids giving evidence. It was obvious that she was crying and visibly quite upset. There's been other times when she's focused really intently on witnesses in the box and has been, listening very, very closely. Other times she wears quite a neutral, calm expression. And occasionally when the odd joke is cracked in the courtroom, about once a day there's a joke and everyone laughs quite loudly. Erin, at best, sort of offers a bit of a wry smile. But this is what the jury has all seen over the last 4 weeks.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Christian. Do we know what is coming up tomorrow, Christian?
Tomorrow, Sally Ann Atkinson returns to the witness stand. And Stocky, I hope you'll be in good condition as well. We are going out to celebrate your birthday tonight.
I will. I'll be very responsible. We'll be in fine form for tomorrow. Before we finish up for the day, I would remind you all to make sure, if you'd like to get me a birthday present, you should download the ABC Listen app and listen through there. You get the episodes of Mushroom Case Daily slightly earlier than you will get in any other spot as well. And if, you're not willing to do that, please just leave me a birthday rating or review on one of the other podcast platforms.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. Also to our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
An hour.
1 hour.
So I had this pig and I'm rubbing its stomach.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
So sound wave travels into the ear canal and it hits the eardrum.
Unforgettable stories.
Strutting, fluffing up your neck feathers, making booming sounds in your throat.
And you use the word really. And the answer to these reallys is always yes.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
An hour.
1 hour.
So I had this pig and I'm rubbing its stomach.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
So sound wave travels into the ear canal and it hits the eardrum.
Unforgettable stories.
Strutting, fluffing up your neck feathers, making booming sounds in your throat.
And you use the word really. And the answer to these reallys is always yes.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Seven weeks after Erin Patterson's guilty verdict, her victims tell the court how they really feel.
The fallout of the triple murder laid bare.
I'm ABC court reporter Christian Silver.
And I'm investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome back to Mushroom Case Daily.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
It's been over 2 years since Erin Patterson served her lunch guests a poisoned beef Wellington, a dish filled with death cap mushrooms that resulted in the deaths of 3 of them and the near death of another guest, Ian Wilkinson. Christian Silver, Rachel Brown, thank you for joining us again for Mushroom Case Daily to talk through the sentencing process of Erin Patterson.
And Stocky, you've made it from the warm climate of Darwin back down to Melbourne.
Oh, look, I can be many places at once, so it's lovely to be back here with you. And Rach, you've made the journey back from the Supreme Court of Melbourne.
Have a long way, but I'm here.
It's great to have both of you back with us for this episode where we talk through the plea hearing of Erin Patterson. Now, this is kind of like a pre-sentence hearing, basically, and in this we've heard from the victims. Justice Christopher Beale has heard from the prosecution and defence for taking some time to consider the sentence that Erin Patterson will be handed down for murdering 3 people and attempting to murder Ian Wilkinson. In this episode, we're going to talk through those victim impact statements, Erin's condition in prison, and some of the factors that were presented. And Christian, I want to start with the people at the centre of this crime, the victims of it. We heard a number of victim impact statements yesterday in court, principally that of Ian Wilkinson, the sole lunch survivor.
We did. We actually thought we might be hearing upwards of 20 people giving statements to the court, which would have been incredibly emotionally draining. And what actually ended up happening was only 2 people actually gave their statements in person. There were another 4 others that were read on behalf of the authors, and the rest of the statements were actually directly handed up to Justice Christopher Beale and weren't read out in open court. But definitely the key impact statement that was presented was that of Ian Wilkinson. He was the first one called, and it was an incredibly emotional, passionate, and at times quite a beautiful tribute to his late wife. And there were some other moments in there which I certainly will never forget.
The lunch that Erin Patterson held in July 2023 led to the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. And Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor, spent a long time in hospital, basically trying to recover from the effects of death cap mushrooms that he'd eaten at that meal. And Rach, Ian Wilkinson talked a lot about his late wife, Heather Wilkinson, in his victim impact statement.
He did. And guys, as you know, like we talked a lot in the podcast about how there's no room for feelings in a court case, in a trial. But this is their time. This is the victim's time to stare down the defendant in the eye, if they like, and say, this is what you've done to me, to my life. And my God, it was harrowing. Did you, like, I will, like
There were
Christian,
a lot of tears in the courtroom.
Oh, I will never forget yesterday. He did such a brave job. I'm not sure I could have done it. His voice was wavering, and I'm not sure whether that's to do with his health issues since the lunch or pain. But there was one point, he described Heather beautifully, her sense of humour, her generosity, her love of helping strugglers. You know, she used to teach migrants English, just her care for the community. And then he spoke about how he feels sad pottering around the house or in the garden because he misses her so much. And he said, I feel like I'm living half a life. And then he went quiet, and I was worried he'd fainted because I could only see the top of his head at that point.
Yeah, he took a long pause and he bent down and I think he had a sip of water, wiped his eyes with some tissues. And it was interesting that after paying tribute to his wife, he then turned the speech towards Erin Patterson and gave quite a critical assessment of this horrific crime that Patterson committed. He said that she'd acted in a callous and calculated way with a disregard for his life and also the lives of the three other people who died. And I really liked a couple of the quotes that he gave. He said, "What foolishness possesses a person to think that murder could be the solution to their problems?" And he said Erin had brought deep sorrow and grief to his life and the lives of many others. And then he also kind of zoomed out a bit. And I think this was probably a criticism of the wider attention of this case. And fair enough too, when he said it's some of the most distressing shortcomings of society that so much attention is showered on those who do evil and so little on those who do good. And it makes you think about all the media coverage about Erin Patterson. And I mean, this is the flaw of the legal system. So I don't think it's entirely the fault of the media, but so much attention on Erin Patterson over the last 2 years and really not as much on those victims.
He's right. And victims do get lost because it's a legal system. It's not necessarily always a justice system, and this is the one time that they have to have that moment. And I just felt that there was this harrowing excavation of grief that he just laid bare on that Supreme Court floor. I've never heard anything like it. And then for him to offer her forgiveness and say, you know, I hope you accept it because you will be the victim of my kindness. We all spoke. And this is something I think we did keep the victims in mind during the podcast. We tried to ensure they weren't lost. It's not a story, it's their living nightmare, especially Ian's. So we tried to not forget about that in our reporting, but a lot of people in these victim impact statements did make that criticism, and probably rightly so, that they felt their trauma had become entertainment for others.
Yeah, I'm keen to talk through what some of the people had to say about the media in their victim impact statements as we get a bit further into this episode. I mean, one of the things, Rach, as you were talking about that stuck with me was, Ian Wilkinson basically offering forgiveness to Erin Patterson for what she had done, for murdering his wife, right? Like, this guy is the pastor of the Corumburra Baptist Church. He's a very religious man. All the lunch guests were very religious people. Erin Patterson herself has said that she's a religious person as well. And for him to offer forgiveness to her, saying he bared her no ill will, and then praying that she uses her time in jail to become a better person, was the thing that stuck with me. It was one of the last things he said in his victim impact statement, I think, and that, really, really landed and, shows a lot of, I think, of his character in this situation.
It does. It shows you the calibre of the man. And Don and Gail Patterson moved in similar circles. We can only presume they were very similar too. And I guess it goes back to the fact that Erin Patterson has killed these people who seemingly didn't have a bad bone in their body, and that's just what makes it even more horrific.
And we spoke a lot about his grace during the podcast, and I'm not sure I know anyone else in the world who would have been capable of what he showed yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, talking about how emotional Ian Wilkinson's victim impact statement was, the other person who was reading out their own statement was Ruth Dubois. She is the daughter of Heather and Ian Wilkinson. And yeah, I mean, if Ian Wilkinson was an emotional listen, Ruth's victim impact statement as well, really painting a lovely picture of what her mother was like, and then kind of detailing how much she misses her and then what they've missed together as well. The birthdays, the milestones, all these other things in their lives that they now don't enjoy together because of this lunch.
What struck me with Ruth's and also Tim Patterson, another victim impact statement, was the act itself of doing the victim impact statement. I hadn't really thought about that. And Ruth said, how can you possibly reduce who these people were to just a few words on a page? And that really affected me in thinking about, Tim said the same thing. Tim Patterson, he said, is in the volume of tears cried? Is it in the doctor's bills, because of my heart palpitations since? Like, how can you possibly put this on paper to read out to a court? So that was very stark to me. Ruth was another one that talked about the intrusion, and their trauma revoltingly turned into entertainment for the masses, she said, or for some people's own personal gain. And we do need to talk about that. Were the media intrusive?
I think it's an uncomfortable conversation for some people in our industry, and frankly, we've seen a wide range of behaviour throughout the last 2 years, some of it absolutely disgraceful from members of this industry, including just a matter of weeks ago when Simon Patterson was confronted and had a microphone shoved in his face, and the reporter asked him, "Why did your wife try to kill you so many times?" It was a disgraceful bit of journalism, and you can understand why this family is just distraught by the way they've been treated. It is shameful to see the conduct of some of the people in this industry. Now, I honestly think that most of us have conducted ourselves ethically and done the right thing with respect to the families, but as the saying goes, a few rotten eggs spoil it all, and I think we've seen some appalling journalism over the last 2 years.
I can also understand how they'd be angry even if the media was doing a good job, like even at our most sensitive. I totally get it, because they're angry that we're there, because they're angry we need to be there in the first place. Like, this should never have happened in their mind. They're still scratching around trying to work out an explanation or a reason, and there's been no remorse shown. So not only are we there, but they would also be thinking these people shouldn't even be, this should never have happened.
One really notable absence from yesterday was Simon Patterson. We were all interested to see what he would say in his victim impact statement. I mean, both of his parents were murdered, and so was his aunt. He wasn't there. A statement was read out on his behalf, and it was a lot shorter. It didn't have the same emotion that Ian Wilkinson and Ruth Dubois did, and that's not a criticism of Simon, but the thing I took away from it was he spoke about the impact that this crime will have on his family. It's broken his family, and for the two kids that he shares with Erin Patterson, he said something along the lines of, everyone knows that their mum murdered their grandparents, and that's something that's going to stay with them for a very long time.
And talking about the impact that kind of the media interest has had on all these people as well, I mean, the thing that kind of stuck with me from Simon Patterson's victim impact statement was how him and the children kind of have this plan when they're out. If he says we need to leave somewhere quite quickly, they understand that they need to leave because someone's trying to record them or someone's trying to film them, and that impacts kind of how it's permeated their lives, how they react when they hear noises outside their house. All of that is, just really sad in the scheme of all of this as well. And, talked about Ruth Dubois earlier, her talking about how the light has gone out of the world in some senses, and in some places, she thinks the world is much colder now. She doesn't trust people in a similar way because of how calculated Erin was in preparing this meal and preparing the lunch. Another moment from the victim impact statements that I found was really interesting was Tim Patterson. His victim impact statement was read out in court. He is the nephew of Don Patterson, who was murdered at the lunch. He is Simon Patterson's cousin, just to give you a sense of the family tree. And something I found really interesting in his statement was this insight into what the family was thinking in the immediate week following the lunch. He recounted a diary entry he had made when he heard that Don and Gail were sick in hospital, said something along the lines of, Don and Gail are sick in hospital following lunch at Erin's, food poisoning, or something more sinister, which, is not an insight we've had into the thinking of the family throughout this. We didn't get any idea of their suspicions through this period. So that was, I thought, a really interesting insight into what they were thinking in the weeks following the lunch. And they couldn't share it, remember? So they were dissuaded from sharing with other family members as to not taint other people's memories before, if they had to give statements or testify in court. So that'd be quite hard too. That was from, Simon Patterson's victim impact statement that again was read out. Him talking about how they haven't been able to kind of process the grief that they've experienced because, they haven't been able to talk to each other for fear of kind of compromising the investigation and the court process that they've just been through. Now, with all of this happening, Erin Patterson is in the courtroom, sitting in the dock, listening to these victim impact statements being read out. All of them are about her and about her actions. How was she? This hearing was in the Melbourne Supreme Court, a historic old building, so a very different setting to where we were in Morwell. So Erin Patterson was effectively brought into this courtroom, paraded through the room and up some stairs into a court dock. The room was really packed. It was at times a bit difficult to get a clear view of Erin's face, but what I could gather was that she did appear to be emotionally affected to some degree. She clutched a tissue at one point. I don't think she was visibly sobbing, not audibly anyway. So it would appear she was somewhat affected by it. Yeah. Certainly the people reading these statements, people affected by the crime she committed, are feeling this really deeply. And something you've probably gotten a picture of as we've been talking through the people who've been giving these victim impact statements is the breadth of the harm that has been caused by this. And, you've got all these different generations of the Patterson and Wilkinson families. And Rach, at one point, Justice Beale kind of acknowledging the ripples or the waves that this has sent through those families. Yeah, 4 generations. He did comment. He said, usually we say the ripples of a crime, but this is a tsunami. So that also gives you an idea of where his sentencing is heading. It's not just the families too, it's entire communities affected, tarred by this crime. Yeah, I'm sure the people in Corranborough, where Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson lived and Ian Wilkinson continues to live, will feel this for a long time. I think the people in Leongatha, where Erin Patterson lived, will feel this for a long time and have to deal with the stigma associated with it as well. So that's something that those communities have to manage too. In the pre-sentence hearing yesterday, we also heard from corrections about the condition that Erin Patterson is being held in at the moment. So, we know that she had been held in Dame Phyllis Frost, the prison in the northwest of Melbourne. But Christian, yesterday we've got more detail on exactly where in that prison she is and what sort of access and kind of activities are available to her. Yeah, this was the first time that we got an insight into what Erin Patterson's daily life has been since her arrest in November 2023. So the lunch was in July 2023. So she's been locked up for close to 2 years now. And the court was told that Patterson has actually been isolated from nearly every inmate in this women's prison due to fears for her own safety. She's in the highly restricted Gordon unit of the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre. That's a women's prison on the outskirts of Melbourne. And the court was told that there's only one other prisoner that Erin Patterson has permission to speak to. And this conversation that she may be able to have is like through a wire mesh fence in a tiny exercise space outside
a cell. It's hardly going out for coffee. That person that she is allowed to speak to is a convicted terrorist who has a history of attacking other prisoners. So Colin Mandy, the defence barrister for Erin, said that, look, she's got the opportunity to speak to this person, but she's never done it. She's not able to mix in with the general prison population. In terms of what she's able to do during her days, apparently she's locked down for about 22 hours a day, sometimes a full day, completely locked in her cell. She has things like a television. There's plenty of room for her crochet wool and other whatever you use to do crochet. And she's got a computer, books, magazine, a hair straightener and a fan.
We heard that she'd gotten quite into crocheting and so had a number of blankets that she'd made as well in her cell. Rach, what stood out to you from what we heard about the conditions that Erin Patterson is living in at the moment and basically has been for the last kind of 400 odd days?
What stood out to me was that it seemed like that's all the defence had to work with in terms of mitigation. So the defence usually is rolled to try to mitigate the sentence, why their client deserves a lesser sentence. It's the prosecution's role to list aggravating factors that we'll get to. But this is really, correct me if I'm wrong, all we really heard about a potential mitigating factor, that she's in isolation for so long. This could continue for the foreseeable future. So he used that to say this is something that Justice Beale should consider when he's considering the sentence. And Colin Mandy was arguing for a non-parole period. And of course, the prosecution thinks that there shouldn't be one, there should be a life sentence and that's it. And that's interesting to me because all the other plea hearings that I've gone to, especially recent ones, you hear character references. They might have fostered a child. They might have taken church classes. We heard none of that. We heard nothing about... I really thought I would learn about Erin's background yesterday. Didn't hear a thing.
Usually like to reference the good character, that, you know, the nice things that they've done in society, but none of that was brought up. And often what they do is also point out health problems that the accused person has. Usually in these pre-sentence hearings, we hear about psychological reports or things or mental health assessments. But Colin Mandy yesterday said Erin Patterson had Asperger's and that would make her time in custody more difficult, and he asked Justice Christopher Beale to take that into account. Now, he didn't really provide any medical evidence to back that up, which I thought was really unusual. Instead, what he presented were other people's secondhand accounts that Erin had this condition. It just struck me as very odd that you wouldn't go and get her assessed. They've had 7 weeks to do so, and if they needed more time, they could have asked the court for that. Courts generally at this point in the process, when they know that the accused person is going away for a very long time, they're willing to grant those extensions so that the judge has the full gamut of information so they can sentence. So it really struck me as weird that he said she had this but gave no evidence.
And I mean, this is when Beale was quite candid at this point too, because at one point I think it was mentioned her claim to have been diagnosed, and Justice Beale piped in with, well, she doesn't have a lot of credibility.
No, well, she had cancer at one point too, didn't she?
Christian, you're talking about the psychological assessments that, you know, often get done. I mean, that's quite a common practice, right? Like ordinarily in a situation like this, you would expect someone like Erin Patterson in a similar position to come to court with that, right?
Yeah, because what the defence lawyers do is they use that potential diagnosis to argue to the judge that, look, prison's going to be worse for them than for a quote-unquote normal person, so you should give them a small discount or factor that in.
Yeah. And I mean, we're at the process now where we're talking through kind of the aggravating and the mitigating factors for the sentence that Erin Patterson will be handed down for murdering 3 people and attempting to murder someone. I mean, you were talking a bit before about a non-parole period. Now, just so I've got that clear in my mind, that is a period where someone isn't eligible for parole, but then after that would be. Have I got that right?
Effectively, it's a date when they could potentially walk free. They still need the parole board to conduct an assessment and determine that this person has been rehabilitated and is fit to be released into the community. But what it does is it gives an accused person that glimmer of hope that they'll one day walk out. And what Colin Mandy was pleading with the judge was to give Erin Patterson a date to look forward to at some point in the future. Both Colin Mandy and the prosecutor agreed that for a crime where a jury has found someone guilty of a triple murder and an attempted murder, that the only appropriate sentence is a life sentence. But he's calling for that parole option to give her that glimmer of hope.
Whereas the prosecutor, Jane Warren, mentioned a sentence handed down by Justice Lasry and said sometimes a crime so horrific and so cruel that a step towards mercy becomes too difficult to take. And Jane Warren was arguing that this is one of those cases, and she said the offender is not deserving of this court's mercy. And Justice Beale said, I agree with you that the offending here is horrendous.
One thing to note, all of this makes it sound as if Colin Mandy is making submissions that Erin accepts this. She does not. She maintains her innocence. They have not formally lodged an appeal yet, but they have some time to do so. So these are delicate submissions he's making. He's saying, look, given the fact the jury has found her guilty of this, they have found her guilty of a horrific crime, but that's not to say we admit that she did it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they didn't submit a psychiatric report, perhaps.
And I mean, we're talking life in prison here. Something I have learned over my several years of existence is that when you say life imprisonment, it doesn't actually mean life. There's a number of years that tends to be associated with that. When we say life in this instance, are we talking about a number of years?
No. So you're right. Across the country, this term life imprisonment doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. But in the state of Victoria, if you say someone's got a life sentence as the head sentence, that is life behind bars. So the critical thing is that non-parole period, and it's up to the court to set that. Colin Mandy said that the standard is 30 years, but it's really up to the court to decide whether they give her the 30, they add a few more, or they give her none at all. So if she gets a life sentence with no parole, that's it. She's locked up forever. She will never step out of prison again for the rest of her life.
Wow. We've talked through the mitigating factors that have been presented by Erin Patterson's defence. What have been some of the aggravating factors that the prosecution has put forward in this hearing?
The prosecution put forward 4. 1, that Erin had an intention for a long time. 2, that she knowingly submitted victims to a slow and painful death. 3, she took steps to cover up the offences. And that included 4, that she didn't say anything about death cap mushrooms at all. The prosecutor said even if she had have said wild mushrooms, that would have changed the course of their treatment. And this particular bit stuck with me. We've all spoken about psilocybin a lot, the antidote to amatoxin, death cap mushroom poisoning. And on Sunday night, so the night after the lunch, doctors were debating whether to give 2 of the patients psilocybin, but they weren't sure because they didn't know for sure that it was death cap mushroom poisoning. And so they held off on that. And then when they did make the call to administer this antidote, it was hard for the hospitals to find it and to get it, So that the prosecutor was saying maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but maybe it would have.
And this came back to actually a comment that Ruth Dubois, Ian Wilkinson's daughter, made in her victim impact statement when she was denouncing Erin Patterson. And she said, along the way, you had so many opportunities to call off this evil plan right up until the moment you served them this lunch. And even afterwards, you could have said something, it might have made a difference.
We've talked a little bit about, Erin Patterson not admitting guilt in this stage, maintaining her innocence. You talked a little bit about kind of how candid Justice Beale has been in this process as well, and it sounded like he will not look favourably on the fact that Erin Patterson has not admitted guilt in this instance when coming to his sentence.
Remorse is something that the judges do take into account, or lack of remorse, which is what this appears to be. They also obviously look at the circumstances of the crime and the context of what happened around it, and the fact that, Patterson took so many steps to cover it up, threw the investigation off, pleaded not guilty, which she's entitled to do. But when you plead not guilty, you waive the right to a discount for pleading guilty early, if that makes sense. So she will get the full whack.
Yep. Rachel, was there anything that Justice Beale said that surprised you in yesterday's hearing?
He was just, like you said, very candid. We've spoken about some of the things he said that I agree with you that the crime was, the offending was horrendous. He said, he piped up and said she maintains her innocence. And we spoke about before the tsunami effect through the 4 generations. And he pointed out various facts like, asking questions about, well, what about the invitation given at church? Was she planning it that early? Not to mention the lies Erin told Gail Patterson in the lead up to the lunch. And then the one bit that I think stuck with you, Stocky, was when he said, I place a lot of store in what Pastor Wilkinson said about the plates. And then Colin Mandy said, who? And he said, I do. I place a lot of store in that. And that's, of course, Ian Wilkinson's testimony about how there were different plates. There were 4 grey plates for the guests and 1 orangey tanny one for Erin.
Yeah, hearing him offer an opinion on the weight of evidence and what he thought had happened in those situations was surprising. I did not expect that.
Well, I guess this is his chance too. He's had to be that neutral umpire right through the case. And now the verdict has come in from that jury. It's his job to sentence. So I think he might have given us a little preview as to some of the main points that he'll be making when he passes that sentence. It's going to be a comprehensive sentence. There's so many things to go over. There's going to be many topics that he'll have to address before finally revealing the penalty that Erin Patterson will receive.
Yeah, he's got a couple of weeks that he's going to spend sitting through, absorbing the victim impact statements that we heard yesterday. Also, the 28 that weren't presented to the court that he was given. He will go through and read them, and then he'll think through the mitigating and the aggravating factors that have been presented by defence and prosecution. And on September 8 in the morning, he will hand down the sentence of Erin Patterson.
And just quickly, props to him. This is pretty quick. It's in a fortnight. Usually we can wait months between pre-sentence hearing and the actual sentence.
I believe he's got a trial starting in late September, so he has been one to run a tight ship and true to form, he'll do it right till the very end.
Yeah, and when we get to that stage, how does that process look? We'll get there in the morning. Will he just come out and hand down a sentence, or is there a bit of reading that goes on? Are there reasons that he takes us through? What happens on that day, Christian?
Well, that day is going to be a hectic day, a big logistical exercise because Patterson will be brought into court in a prison van. There'll be lots of people trying to get photos and get vision of that. This is going to be realistically the last snap, the last picture that people are going to have of Erin Patterson potentially for a very long time. Now, we do know an appeal is possible, whether she shows her face. Let's think about that down the track. But if she doesn't, it could be the last time we see her for ages. When she's brought into court, I expect the courtroom will be full. They'll have to assign seats for family members, media, public. Erin will be brought in, and once everything is in place, then the judge will come into the courtroom. And generally what happens is the judge checks with the lawyers, are we right to go? Is there any last minute thing that I need to know about? If the answer's no, he'll launch straight into a written sentence and he will begin reading it out. Now, whether he chooses to read an abridged version or the entire sentence, that is up to him. Generally, these things tend to go for a couple of hours, but this is an unusual case with 4 victims, 3 of whom were murdered, and quite extraordinary circumstances. So I would say it will go for a few hours.
Yeah. Rach, what will you be thinking about between now and September 8 when that sentence is handed down?
I guess how the families and the community of Korumburra regroups and tries to find a way forward through all of this. And I mean, with Pastor Ian Wilkinson, that community will hopefully look to him, given the show of strength and grace that he's shown. But man, yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead for everyone, I think.
We'll be back in your feed on September 8 with an episode of Mushroom Case Daily to bring you everything from the sentencing of Erin Patterson. Christian, Rach, thank you so much for being here and taking us through this.
Thanks for having us back.
Thank you.
To make sure you don't miss that episode, wrap your ears around the ABC Listen app. It's the best place to find a whole bunch of ABC content, including this podcast. And if you need something to tide you over between now and then, we do have the case of the Croc Wrangler coming out in this feed as well. And on Thursday, we'll be back with that one with the details of the closing arguments.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News.
It's presented by me, Christian Silver, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hey there, Mark Fennell here, and I have a brand new podcast. No one saw it coming. Each week, we hunt for seemingly insignificant moments that change the course of history, and let me tell you, we've found some wild ones. Like the murder that caused absinthe to be banned pretty much everywhere for around a century, and the wrong turn that started a world war. It's the podcast that will completely change the way you look at history. No one saw it coming. Find it now on the ABC Listen app.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning in South Gippsland in Victoria. Reporter Bridget MacArthur headed down to the affected towns yesterday. She joins us now from Melbourne. Bridget, good morning. So how is this small community coping with this huge loss?
Yeah, Michael, well, to give some context, Korumburra, where the 4 victims are from, is a really small town, just 5,000 people. So to cope with the sudden death of just 1 person is an enormous loss, let alone 3. And we know that all 4 of those people, speaking to people in the community yesterday, were enormously involved in their community. All 4 were part of the Korumburra Baptist Church as well. Actually, the 1 man who's in a Melbourne hospital at the moment fighting for his life was their pastor. And then one of the women who died on Friday night was his wife, along with her sister that same night. And then on Saturday night, the death of her sister's husband. And so we headed down to the congregation in the church yesterday to speak to a few people there. They had a candle lighting ceremony and a lot of mourning for the people who have been lost, as well as praying for the pastor who is still fighting for his life. And speaking to one man, he said they had to actually bring in extra chairs. There were about 80 people filling in what was a pretty tiny church, and then heading down the street afterwards, really it sounds like everyone either knew the 4 people or knew of them, even the mayor who we spoke to after the service.
This is extremely difficult at the moment as we grieve the loss of multiple people at one time. And as I said, people who are very integral, positive, loving people and who give so much to our community. So it is difficult, but I'm confident that those in our community who know the family will get around them and support them as best they can.
And Bridget, what do we know at this stage about the investigation?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of question marks. We do know that homicide squad detectives are investigating the matter. And in terms of the actual series of events, so a week ago on Saturday, the 2 couples had a meal together at a private residence in Leongatha. They then fell sick the next day with what they thought at the time was food poisoning. Both couples presented separately to Korumburra and Leongatha hospitals, and then had to be referred onwards to, I believe, Dandenong Hospital and then to a Melbourne hospital where they received further care and treatment. Obviously, as I mentioned, the 3 have now died, and that's where the 4th remains fighting for his life. And it is the Department of Health did say that they suspect that mushrooms were involved, so it is a potential mushroom poisoning. But we also did hear from Victoria Police that they executed a search warrant 2 days ago in Leongatha and interviewed a woman in her 40s. She's been released pending further inquiries, but the police say that they're working closely with the Department of Health to figure out the exact circumstances surrounding these deaths, and they've extended their condolences to the families.
The Victorian Supreme Court's released exhibits and evidence shown in the 9-week trial of Erin Patterson. On Monday, Patterson was found guilty of all charges, 3 of murder and 1 of attempted murder after a lunch she hosted at a home in 2023. Throughout her trial, she maintained her innocence, saying the deaths were a tragic accident. Here's some of the evidence used to convict Patterson of her crimes. The beef Wellington leftovers. During the trial, the jury heard Erin Patterson cooked individually wrapped beef Wellingtons for her lunch guests from a modified recipe of Australian author Nagi Maihashi's cookbook, Recipe 10 Eats Dinner. 2 days after the lunch, police found leftovers of the meal in a bin at Patterson's home. After testing, expert analysis found the beta-amanita toxin was present in the leftovers, a toxin also present in death cap mushrooms. The death cap mushrooms. Images of mushrooms on a scale were extracted from Patterson's tablet and was shown to several people during the trial, including fungi expert Tom May, who with a high level of confidence identified them as being death cap mushrooms. In cross-examination, Patterson denied weighing the mushrooms to administer fatal doses to her lunch guests. The dehydrator. Patterson admitted to lying to police about owning and dumping her Sunbeam food dehydrator after the lunch. This CCTV footage from Coonawarra transfer station shows Patterson dumping the dehydrator. Days after the lunch, police found the food dehydrator at the tip. The toilet stop. The day after the deadly lunch, Patterson took her son for a flying lesson. During the trip, Patterson told the court she made a stop at a service station to go to the toilet and dispose of soiled tissues she'd used after an emergency stop to relieve herself. CCTV footage shows the now convicted triple murderer walking to the bathroom and walking out just 9 seconds later. The diary. Mother-in-law Gail Patterson was one of the guests who died after the fatal lunch. Throughout the trial, there was plenty of evidence that she was warm and caring towards Erin Patterson. The court was shown Gail Patterson's diary, marking out the date of the beef Wellington lunch, which she then attended with husband Don and sister Heather and Heather's husband Ian. The jury of 12 ultimately found it was that lunch where she was murdered by her daughter-in-law. In the coming weeks, Erin Patterson will be sentenced, after which she could attempt to appeal her convictions.
Admissions of panicked lies upon lies to avoid suspicion, and acceptance that death caps were in the meal, but firm denials from Erin Patterson that she intentionally set out to poison her guests and that it was a tragic mistake. Erin Patterson has spent days in the witness stand, and this is what happened in week 6 of her triple murder trial. Erin Patterson entered the witness box on Monday wearing a paisley shirt and generally remained articulate and composed. But as the week progressed, she had to address difficult questions, including evidence she lied about multiple things. The prosecution asked about a police interview which shows her saying she never foraged for wild mushrooms, did not dehydrate any food, and did not own a food dehydrator, as well as video showing her dumping the dehydrator at the tip. You lied about dehydrating food and mushrooms because you knew that if you told police the truth, then that would implicate you in the poison lunch. Agree or disagree? Dr. Nanette Rogers asked. I agree that I lied because I was afraid I would be held responsible, Erin Patterson said. I had disposed of it a few days earlier in the context of thinking that maybe mushrooms that I'd foraged or the meal I'd prepared was responsible for making people sick, telling the court it was a stupid knee-jerk reaction to just dig deeper and keep lying. I was just scared, but I shouldn't have done it. She said this panic is why she reset her phone multiple times, saying she first did it after the lunch because her phone had photos of foraged mushrooms, then after the phone was seized and put in a police locker, did another remote factory reset. It was really stupid, but I thought, I wonder if they've been silly enough to leave it connected to the internet. So I hit factory reset to see what happened, and it did. Erin Patterson made a beef Wellington meal for her former in-laws Don and Gail Patterson, as well as Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson and her husband Ian in 2023. All guests became seriously ill because of death cap mushroom toxins, and 3 died. The only surviving guest, Ian Wilkinson, told the court all the guests were given individual beef Wellingtons, that each guest had a grey plate and Erin Patterson had a tan or orange plate and insisted on serving. This week, Erin Patterson said she never owned grey plates. Instead, that she used multicoloured plates, some black, some white, and a black and red plate that her daughter had made at kindergarten, and that she told her guests, grab a plate, guys, I'm just going to finish off the gravy. Ian Wilkinson also said Erin Patterson announced at the lunch that she had cancer, and the court has seen messages between Gail and Erin Patterson about her getting tests for a lump. Erin Patterson says she told these lies to hide plans for gastric bypass surgery. I led them to believe that I might be needing some treatment in the next few weeks or months. The 50-year-old also described how she struggled with her body and with binge eating. That after the guests left, she ate several pieces of a cake Gail Patterson brought to the meal, and then I felt sick. I felt overfull, so I went to the toilet and brought it back up again. The court has heard medical evidence that Erin Patterson was not as intensely sick as the other guests, but she said along with vomiting up the cake that night, she was nauseous and had diarrhoea. It felt pretty frequent to me, every 20 minutes at some times, maybe further apart at other times. Erin Patterson said she'd always liked mushrooms but had developed a special interest during the pandemic, saying she first picked wild mushrooms near her home in South Gippsland and a few months later started cooking them. I cut a bit off one of the mushrooms, fried it up with some butter, ate it, and then saw what happened. They tasted good and I didn't get sick. That she had been foraging for mushrooms in the months before the meal but did so in her own property in Leongatha or the Corumba Botanic Gardens. Erin Patterson also detailed to her defence team how she made the beef Wellingtons, saying she first used store-bought mushrooms, but she did add dehydrated mushrooms for extra flavour. At that time, to your knowledge, what was in that Tupperware container? Colin Mandy asked her. At that time, I believed it was just mushrooms that I bought in Melbourne. And now what do you think? Now I think that there was a possibility that there were foraged ones in there as well. And at one point, she was asked by her defence team, do you accept that there must have been death cap mushrooms in it? Yes, I do, she replied. The prosecution has raised questions about evidence her computer had visited a citizen scientist website, iNaturalist, in May 2022, which logged the locations of death cap mushrooms in Victoria. It's possible. I don't know, she said. I don't have a specific memory of this day or this internet search, but my evidence is it's possible. I remember at some point wanting to find out if death cap mushrooms grow in Gippsland and finding out that they do not. The prosecution also directly asked Erin Patterson about photos showing mushrooms on a dehydrated tray in a kitchen and electronic scales. One photo appears to be mushroom matter on a tray, and the prosecution tells the court they are consistent with what mushrooms experts say death caps would look like. Dr. Nanette Rogers then suggests these were death caps foraged in Lock after seeing a post on the iNaturalist site. Erin responded, "That's not correct." And at one point during the week, the defence directly asked Erin Patterson if she intended to kill or seriously injure each of her guests. Each time she said, "No, I didn't." The trial is set down to go for 6 weeks, but it enters its 7th week next week. The prosecution outlines acts of deception it says proves Erin Patterson intentionally killed her guests with death cap mushrooms. But her defence team argues that she is a devoted mother that had no motive to deprive her children of their grandparents. And she only lied about some details because she was freaking out. This is what happened in week 8 of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. A fog covered more when Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers SC began her final arguments for the jury. She began by saying Erin Patterson lied about her health, first with lies about tests that never happened, then false cancer claims to her guests during the lunch. Why on earth would she tell such a lie? The Crown Prosecutor asked the court. She did not think her lunch guests would live to reveal it. Her lie would die with them. The guests were Don and Gail Patterson, as well as Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson and her husband Ian Wilkinson. They were served beef Wellington. All guests became seriously ill, and 3 died from death cap mushroom poisoning. Erin Patterson is charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 of attempted murder, but she maintains her innocence, saying it was a tragic accident. Ian Wilkinson has testified each guest was served an individual beef Wellington on a grey plate, but Erin Patterson used a smaller tan or orange plate. However, when Erin Patterson was questioned, she said the plates were a mix of colours and that Ian Wilkinson is mistaken. Dr. Rogers told the jury this week to believe the sole surviving guest. He is a reliable witness and you can confidently accept what he told you about the detail of the lunch, including the 4 grey plates and the 5th odd plate. Across the 8-week-long trial, which included 50 witnesses, the prosecution presented police evidence showing a computer found in Erin Patterson's home had visited a citizen scientist website which allowed people to log the locations of toxic mushrooms, and that her mobile phone had connected to towers near the locations where death cap mushrooms had been seen. The Crown Prosecutor told the court the accused had the knowledge to locate death cap mushrooms, the knowledge, skill and equipment to dehydrate mushrooms, blitz them into a powder, and hide them in food. She had complete control over the ingredients that went into the lunch. The prosecution also said Erin Patterson deceived people about how sick she was after the toxic meal. Dr. Rogers telling the jury Miss Patterson left Leongatha Hospital after on-call Dr. Chris Webster told her he feared she had been exposed to death cap mushrooms. This is the moment we suggest to you that she realised what she had done had not gone undetected. Her reaction? She wanted to leave. Then, that the mother of two allegedly committed to a sustained cover-up. This included lying to police about owning a food dehydrator, then dumping it at the tip, allegedly concealing her usual mobile phone from police and lying about the source of the mushrooms, including claiming some came from an Asian grocer, but later admitting she had previously foraged for wild mushrooms and that dehydrated foraged mushrooms may have accidentally been added to the meal when she added mushrooms from a Tupperware container for flavour. And her claim that she was also sick with diarrhoea but was reluctant to be in hospital and also reluctant to bring her children to hospital even though she said she had fed them leftovers from the lunch. She's told lies upon lies because she knew the truth would implicate her. The Crown prosecutor also told the jury it did not need to find a motive for murder to find that there was intent. You don't have to know why a person does something in order to know they did it. The question you have to determine is, has the prosecution proved beyond reasonable doubt that the accused did this deliberately? Erin Patterson's defence team, however, maintains she is not guilty. Colin Mandy, SC, began his closing statement saying the jury essentially has two questions to answer. First, is there a reasonable possibility the death cap mushrooms were put into this meal accidentally? And second, is it a reasonable possibility that Erin Patterson did not intend to kill or cause serious injury to her guests? And to do this, they must focus on facts, not feelings. Our moral impressions of right and wrong aren't evidence. You must work very hard in this case because it is confronting to put that kind of thing to one side. He also said the prosecution lacked a motive, which is normally fundamental to proving an intent to kill or seriously injure. If anything, the 50-year-old had reason to keep her in-laws in her life. Erin Patterson had a motive to keep these people in her world so that they could keep supporting her and her children. And there's absolutely no doubt that Don and Gail had a great relationship with their grandchildren. Absolutely no doubt that Erin was devoted to her children. He dismissed messages allegedly written by Erin complaining about Don and Gail as a brief spat about child support that was resolved amicably. It's an unsatisfactory piece of evidence, he said. One agreed fact between the prosecution and defence is that Erin Patterson lied to police about the dehydrator. But Colin Mandy said these lies were born from panic rather than guilt. He said if there was a plan for murder, Erin Patterson would have disposed of the dehydrator months before and never told anyone she had one. It speaks volumes about her state of mind. And later in closing arguments added, she was freaking out. People were blaming her, understandably, because whichever way you look at it, it was her fault. He said lies about her health before the meal was not a ruse, but as Erin Patterson said while in the witness box, it was to cover for planned weight loss treatments. It's got nothing to do with any intention to kill or to harm them. It can't possibly have anything to do with that. He also addressed the issue around how sick Erin Patterson was after the meal, saying her younger age, weight, the amount she ate, random distribution of death cap mushrooms in a paste, and that she says she binge ate cake and then quickly threw up soon after the lunch explains her reduced reaction. That combination of reasons suggests that Erin may have reacted much better to consuming that same meal. That's just what happens. The question around computer history and Erin Patterson's admitted interest in wild mushrooms was also addressed by Colin Mandy. Erin loved mushrooms, not only the wild ones, also eating them. She told people that she believed that they were full of nutrition and flavour and she used them in cooking. And her wanting to know if toxic death cap mushrooms grew in Gippsland was an obvious question, but the visits were brief, meaning this was not a deep and abiding interest in this subject matter. It was passing attention in exactly the same way as many of us would do on our devices. Something pops into our head in an idle moment. Justice Christopher Beale will give the jury final instructions next week, which will be the trial's 9th week, before allowing the jurors to retire and find a verdict. Erin Patterson's police interview played to court, shopping list history and apparent shock that someone had died. This is what happened in week 5 of Erin Patterson's death cap mushroom murder trial. In the 21-minute-long video played to the Supreme Court, Erin Patterson appears in a small white-walled interview room in the Wonthaggi police station. She's wearing a beige-coloured jumper opposite 2 officers and appears composed, and her voice and tone remain level. When asked why she hosted the lunch the week before, she says she had no other family and wanted to maintain relationships. They always said they would support me. I loved them. They're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong, she said at different times in the interview. Those at the beef Wellington meal were Don and Gail Patterson, the parents of her estranged husband Simon, as well as Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson and her husband Ian. All guests became gravely ill and 3 died because of death cap mushroom poisoning. Erin Patterson is facing 3 charges of murder and 1 of attempted murder. She's pleading not guilty to those charges, and her defence team says the deaths were a tragic accident. The police interview played to court shows Erin Patterson lying to police about foraging for wild mushrooms and owning a food dehydrator. Detective Stephen Effingstall asks in the interview, "Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house?" "No," she responds. "Do you own a dehydrator?" "No," she says again. "We've got concerns in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Is that something you've done in the past? Foraging?" the officer asks. "Never," Erin Patterson responds, shaking her head. Erin Patterson's defence team has earlier admitted she lied about the dehydrator and foraging, but maintains Erin Patterson did not seek out death cap mushrooms and panicked about the dehydrator, which the court has heard she dumped at a tip. A manual for a dehydrator was found by police in her kitchen drawer during a search that happened on the same day as the police interview. The court heard that during the search, Ms Patterson asked police officers who died. Detective Sergeant Luke Farrell told the court he did not know what Erin Patterson was aware of at the time, but she had expressed surprise when she found out Heather Wilkinson had died. Police also told the court that while the search was happening, a SIM card was being transferred from one of Ms Patterson's phones to another mobile phone. Police say they never recovered that first phone, dubbed Phone A. In the police video, Erin Patterson says, "I've been very, very helpful with the health department during the week because I do want to understand what happened." Sally Ann Atkinson from the Department of Health told the court this week Erin Patterson kept giving her team different information. The Ms Patterson told her the mushrooms used were a mixture of Woolworths button mushrooms and dried mushrooms from an Asian grocer from Melbourne's Oakley, Clayton or Mount Waverley areas. Then that the store could have been Glen Waverley. And rather than buying most of the fresh ingredients on the Friday before the lunch, she had in fact bought the fresh ingredients over Wednesday to Friday. Previously, a Monash City Council investigator told the court he visited many Asian grocery stores looking for mushrooms, but did not find any death caps. The jury was also shown Erin Patterson's shopping history. It records Erin Patterson bought packets of frozen puff phyllo pastry, 1 kilogram of chopped fresh mushrooms and shallot onions from the Leongatha Woolworths several days before the lunch. Then, on the day before, she returned to pick up more pastry, beef eye fillets and sliced mushrooms, along with gravy packets and 1.5 kilograms of mashed potato and 340 grams of beans. Prosecutors this week also showed evidence from Gail Patterson. First, a diary note in the weeks leading up to the lunch that her former daughter-in-law would be going to St Vincent's Hospital for a lump on her arm. Then text messages between the two read, "Hi Erin, just wondering how you got on at your appointment today. Love, Don and Gail." Then the next day, Erin Patterson replied, "I had a needle biopsy taken of the lump and I'm returning for an MRI next week and will know more after the results of those 2 things." Then when Gail asked about it 2 weeks later, Erin Patterson said she had a bit to digest and would talk to them in person. The sole surviving lunch guest said Ms Patterson announced she had cancer and was seriously ill. But the prosecution told the court there was no evidence she visited doctors for the lump, no evidence she was given an MRI or had cancer. However, the defence also presented medical records between 2021 and 2023. They show doctor notes saying Erin Patterson had a family history of ovarian cancer and she was worried about it. And while tests were all fine, further tests were ordered. The trial is scheduled to go for 1 more week. Erin Patterson allegedly complaining about her ex-husband's family in the months before they died. Evidence her phone connected to mobile phone towers in areas where death cap mushrooms were sighted, and a report showing repeated factory resets of her phone. This is what happened in week 4 of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Erin Patterson had a strained relationship with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, and had argued over finances and child support. Facebook messages she allegedly wrote to online friends read out in court this week call him a deadbeat and show that she'd gone to his parents, Don and Gail, about her issues, but was frustrated with them. One message from December 2022 read, "I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them. I thought his parents would want him to do the right thing, but it seems their concern about not wanting to feel uncomfortable and not wanting to get involved in their son's personal matters are overriding that, so f*** them." Another exchange read out said, "His mum was horrified I had claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim?" Erin Patterson is accused of using death cap mushrooms to poison 4 relatives at a family lunch in Leongatha on July the 29th, 2023. 3 people died, Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, while Gail's husband was hospitalised but survived. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Police seized a range of devices from Erin Patterson's home after the deadly lunch, including her computer and phones. And this week, Sharman Fox Henry, a digital forensics expert with Victoria Police, said there was evidence the seized computer visited the iNaturalist website on the 28th of May 2022. iNaturalist is a citizen scientist website where people log sightings of flora, including poisonous death cap mushrooms. He then said the computer went to web pages about a death cap sighting in Melbourne. Erin Patterson's phone records were also raised, and telecommunications expert Dr. Matthew Sorrell was called to the witness stand. He said records show her phone connected consistently with a Lock South phone tower for 43 minutes around 9 a.m. on May the 22nd, 2023. And the phone also connected to a base station near Nielsen Street in Outram for 25 minutes that same morning. The court heard this week and previously that citizen scientists had posted about death cap mushrooms around Lock and Outram on iNaturalist. But Erin Patterson's defence team raised doubt about the reliability of the phone record. And under defence cross-examination, Dr. Sorrell said a phone could theoretically connect to a phone tower from outside that area and that he could not be certain Erin Patterson visited those towns. Erin Patterson had multiple phones, one of which police could not recover data from. Mr. Fox Henry told the court it appears the device had been factory reset. Analysis shows 4 factory resets, including 3 after the fatal lunch. The trial resumes next week. Erin Patterson disputes evidence, including some from her children, a focus on why she let her children eat leftovers from a meal that ended up killing 3 people, and firm and repeated denials from Erin Patterson that she intended to murder her 3 lunch guests with death cap mushrooms. Erin Patterson has spent 8 days in the witness box as part of a triple murder trial. Here's how this week unfolded. Erin Patterson has said she fed her children leftovers of a beef Wellington meal she made. That Saturday lunch ended up poisoning all of her guests. All guests were hospitalised and 3 died because of death cap mushroom toxins. On day 7 of Erin Patterson's 8 days in the witness box, the prosecution honed in on the leftovers. Isn't it the fact that on Sunday the 30th of July you found out that at least Don and Gail were unwell, Dr. Nanette Rogers asked. Yes, I did find out about that, the mother of 2 answered. So why did you proceed to feed the same meal to your children when you knew or suspected that the meal that you'd served had made them ill? I didn't know or suspect that, she said. The court was then shown Erin Patterson's son's police interview, where he tells police his mother told him his grandparents were unwell and she suspected the Saturday lunch was the cause. I think he's confused. I didn't say that to him on the Sunday, Erin Patterson said. She also said she was sick after the lunch, suffering diarrhoea, but she says she scraped off the mushrooms and pastry before giving the lunch leftovers to her children. The prosecution also asked why she resisted requests from medical staff to bring her children to hospital. Erin Patterson said, because they don't have symptoms. The issue was mushrooms and they had not eaten the mushrooms. I suggest that you would have wanted them to have immediate medical attention, Dr. Rogers told the court. The prosecution suggesting Erin Patterson was reluctant because she knew they had never actually eaten leftovers from the lunch and their lives were not at risk. Incorrect, she replied. Erin Patterson also disputes some evidence from the sole surviving guest of the meal, Ian Wilkinson. The pastor said at the lunch all guests were served individual beef Wellingtons on grey plates, but Erin Patterson had a smaller orange plate. Erin Patterson said that's not true and instead there were white, black and red and black plates. This week the prosecution asked, do you say that Ian Wilkinson has given incorrect evidence around the issue of the plates? Yes, I do, Erin Patterson said. Then later, I suggest that after you had plated the food, you carried the smaller plate over to the dining table for yourself. Agree or disagree? There was no smaller plate, Erin responded. I suggest that you knowingly served death cap mushrooms in the 4 separate beef Wellingtons you served up to your 4 lunch guests. Incorrect, she replied. Erin Patterson says most of the mushrooms in the meal were bought from the supermarket, but that for extra flavour, she added dehydrated mushrooms she had in a Tupperware container bought months ago from an Asian grocer. But she's conceded that she may have stored foraged mushrooms in the same container and they could have found their way into the meal. Erin Patterson says she'd become interested in foraging for wild mushrooms during the pandemic, but Dr. Rogers pointed out her son had told police he'd never been aware of his mother picking mushrooms. I suggest that your son never knew you to go foraging because foraging for non-toxic mushrooms was not something you did. Disagree, she responded. Erin Patterson told the court she never woke up and said, I'm going mushroom picking. Instead, she went picking them while going on walks, something she said her children had seen her do. Erin Patterson also denied visiting the citizen scientist website iNaturalist, which featured posts with the location of poisonous mushrooms despite search history evidence. I don't remember ever visiting iNaturalist. I suggest you were familiar with the iNaturalist website before this date because you entered iNaturalist as the specific search term. Agree or disagree? I would have to disagree. Did you have an interest in death cap mushrooms on the 28th of May 2022? I have no idea, Ms. Patterson said. My only interest ever was to find out if they were in South Gippsland or not. During the lunch, Erin Patterson says she led her guests to believe she might need treatment for ovarian cancer, but she said she did it as a lie to cover for planned gastric bypass surgery. She told the jury she had an appointment at the Enrich Clinic in Melbourne for the procedure. But this week, the prosecution revealed the clinic does not offer gastric bypass surgery or pre-surgery appointments related to it, that Erin Patterson never obtained a referral to a specialist for the procedure. Yes, I never got anything like that from a GP. No, Ms. Patterson said. Her defence barrister Colin Mandy SC said the clinic appeared to offer liposuction in 2023, and Ms. Patterson told the court she was investigating this procedure. Erin Patterson remained mainly calm during the days of questioning and cross-examination, but her voice became emotional at times, including when questioned about why, after the meal, she drove her son from Leongatha to Tyabb, an hour away, for flying lessons despite saying she had diarrhoea. He was really passionate about it, and he's had a lot of cancelled lessons and I just didn't want to disappoint him, Erin Patterson said. Erin Patterson has now finished giving evidence, but the trial goes into an 8th week next week for closing arguments and final instructions before the jury begins to deliberate and reach a verdict. How toxic is a death cap mushroom? Evidence poisonous mushrooms were growing wild at the time of the deadly lunch and security vision of a dumped dehydrator. These are some of the key developments from week 3 of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. This is a death cap mushroom located and identified in South Gippsland in May 2023 near Erin Patterson's home of Leongatha. Mushroom expert Dr. Tom May gave evidence this week and says he found it under an oak tree and posted picture and information about it on a website under his handle Funky Tom. I believe it would have been Nielsen Street in Outram, Dr. May told the court. I don't think I typed the street name in, but I put a very precise latitude, longitude geocode with the observation, he said. He told the court it was one of 3 reports of death caps growing in the region, including sightings in Morwell and Loch in early 2023. Dr. Tom May was also questioned by Erin Patterson's defence team about how hard it is to identify mushrooms. Do you agree with this statement that poisonous mushroom identification is fraught with challenges? Defence lawyer Sophie Stafford asked. It is challenging, he replied. He also said many apps available for identifying wild mushrooms are inaccurate and can give wrong classifications. In 2023, Erin Patterson made a beef Wellington from a Recipe Tin Eats cookbook for her lunch guests. All guests became gravely ill. 3 died. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty and says the poisoning was a terrible accident. Victoria's chief toxicologist said the toxins in death cap mushrooms cause necrosis, liver damage and cell death. When asked how much is fatal, he said roughly 0.1 milligrams per kilogram. So for a 70-kilogram adult, it's about 3 tablespoons. But the court heard there are a lot of variables that determine a lethal dose. The toxicology reports for everyone at the lunch were also tabled, with some samples taken while the person was alive and others after they had died. Donald Patterson tested positive for death cap toxins. Gail Patterson showed no death cap toxins. Heather Wilkinson also showed no toxins. Ian Wilkinson, the only guest that survived, tested positive. Erin Patterson tested negative, as did her children who ate leftovers from the lunch. Victoria's chief toxicologist explained that toxins are eliminated quickly from the body, and if samples are not taken within 24 to 40 hours, will very likely not be detected. Leftovers from the lunch were found by investigators and sent for testing, and Dr. Camille Trong, a research scientist at the Royal Botanic Gardens, took the stand. I opened the package. I saw it was a food item which contained mushrooms inside, she said. Did you find any death cap mushroom pieces? Crown Prosecutor Dr. Nanette Rogers asked. I didn't, Dr. Trong replied. She did tell the court under microscopic tests some mushrooms were found, but they were field mushrooms commonly found in supermarkets. Prosecutors allege Ms. Patterson used a dehydrator to make the meal. Darren Canty found a small electrical device at his waste site in August 2023 after he was asked by police to investigate what had been dumped there. The CCTV footage shown from the Kunwara transfer station showed a red four-wheel drive arrive at the tip. Then a female driver, believed to be Erin Patterson, walks into a shed with the item and emerges empty-handed. An employee was asked to go and look for the deposited item. It looked kind of like a microwave dehydrator, Mr. Canty told the court. The dehydrator was tested by Victoria's chief toxicologist. Vegetable matter from it tested positive for toxins. He also testified that a mushroom paste he tested detected death cap toxins, as did one sample of leftover meat, and so did a jug with brown liquid appearing to be gravy. The trial is set to run for 3 more weeks. Erin Patterson breaks down in court. Facebook friends say she seemed to really like mushrooms and the deadly beef Wellington she made was delicious. These revelations and more from week 2 of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Erin Patterson was in tears as the jury was played video of police interviews with her son and daughter, recorded several weeks after the deadly lunch. The children described eating leftovers of meat, green beans and potatoes the following night, but no mushrooms, and did not get sick. Hospital doctors who testified initially thought the lunch guests had food poisoning or gastroenteritis, but after abnormal evidence of liver damage and a delay in the onset of some symptoms, suspected death cap mushrooms. Erin Patterson, the chef at the meal, also went to hospital. Dr. Veronica Foote told the court she reported that she had since Saturday night diarrhoea and abdominal pain, but no vomiting. Dr. Foote says she measured blood pressure, temperature and pulse, and that Erin Patterson's metrics were within normal ranges, but her pulse was high, hitting 140 beats per minute at 10 a.m. Over time, it settled and it was approximately 100 beats per minute on the last observations, then saying stress and anxiety can make your heart rate go up and then go down. Don and Gail Patterson, Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson and her husband Ian Wilkinson all became gravely ill after the lunch. Ian Wilkinson is the only guest who survived. Dr. Chris Webster says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent care, but Erin Patterson discharged herself from hospital against medical advice. He says he then called police to bring her back. And when he found out her children had eaten leftovers, insisted they be checked out, but she resisted. She was concerned they would be frightened, he said. I said they could be scared and alive or dead. He also said Heather Wilkinson described the beef Wellington as delicious, and the court was told Ms. Wilkinson had also raved about the meal to friends before falling ill. The sole surviving guest of the deadly lunch, Ian Wilkinson, also gave evidence, saying he was surprised but happy to be invited to lunch. He said the group talked about Erin Patterson's recently built home and she was reluctant to show guests her pantry. He told the court, "I thought maybe the pantry's a mess." Ian Wilkinson also said Erin Patterson rejected offers to help plate the food, and this is how he remembers everyone sat at the table. He also reiterated that all the guests had grey plates, but Erin Patterson's food was on an orange plate. Friends Erin Patterson made on an online true crime group were also called to give evidence and told the court she seemed to really like mushrooms. A Facebook message she sent the group showed Erin Patterson had been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything, including chocolate brownies. The court heard Erin Patterson also asked the group advice on how to cook a beef Wellington 2 weeks before the fatal lunch. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The trial resumes next week. Panicked lies, fake cancer claims, different coloured plates and an admission that wild mushrooms were foraged and used in a deadly dish. The trial of Erin Patterson, a Victorian woman accused of murdering members of her extended family with death cap mushrooms in a beef Wellington, has begun. These are the key revelations from the first week of the trial. Erin Patterson had previously said she bought mushrooms used in the dish at an Asian grocer months before the meal. But Erin Patterson's defence lawyers have told the court that she now admits she did forage for the mushrooms at the centre of the case. They say she lied to investigators after panicking, but never deliberately went looking for death cap mushrooms. The Crown prosecutor has told the jury that Erin Patterson prepared 5 individual beef Wellingtons with mashed potatoes and green beans. They were served on individual plates. All were grey except for Erin Patterson's, which was orange and smaller than the others. The defence, though, argues the poisonous meal was a terrible accident and that Erin Patterson is innocent of murder. The guests at the meal in July 2023 were Don and Gail Patterson, the parents of Erin Patterson's estranged husband, Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, and her husband, local church pastor Ian Wilkinson. Ian Wilkinson is the only guest who survived. All the guests became gravely ill and were quick to go to hospital, but the prosecution says Erin Patterson was extremely reluctant to receive treatment and checked herself out of hospital at one point. Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband, was invited to the lunch to discuss a serious matter about her health. Text messages read to the court show he declined because he felt uncomfortable and that Erin Patterson was disappointed, saying the work was exhausting and that she'd spent a small fortune to make the meal special. He was the first witness in the trial and described Erin as very intelligent, witty and funny, but their relationship went up and down and they had disagreements about child support and property. Erin Patterson had inherited $2 million from her grandmother in 2006, which was used to purchase properties and facilitate loans to Simon's siblings. At the lunch, Erin Patterson revealed the serious matter to her guests at her home in Leongatha in regional Victoria. She told them she had cancer and they prayed for her. But the defence and prosecution agree that cancer diagnosis claim was false. The trial is scheduled to take 6 weeks in total.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stabbed her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The week started with Erin Patterson's estranged husband on the stand. It ended with her son giving evidence. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 9th of May. We've just reached the end of the second week of this trial. You're listening to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
So in today's episode, Christian, we will run through the second week of Erin Patterson's trial, talk through some of the stuff that has stood out to us, things we remembered, also catch up with the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, and we'll get to some of your questions as well. Before we do that, can you give us the top line of today? What did we see in court?
Today was only a half day in court, so there's a bit less to talk about from today. We got the final 12 or so minutes of the police interview from Erin Patterson's daughter, and straight after that, the jury was played about 1.5 hours of her son's interview. Both of these kids took a police officer through their memories of what happened before the lunch, on the day of the lunch, and in the aftermath. And then the jury was sent home for the weekend.
Thank you, Christian. And if you are just joining us on Mushroom Case Daily, if you haven't been following this story along, this trial revolves around a lunch that Erin Patterson held in July of 2023. There's a few names you will hear. Erin Patterson is one. She's the woman who's on trial for murder and attempted murder. You'll also hear about Don and Gail Patterson. That is Erin's mother and father-in-law. You'll also hear about Ian Wilkinson and Heather Wilkinson. Ian is a pastor of the Patterson's family's church, and Heather is Gail's sister. And also Simon Patterson, Erin's estranged husband. His parents are Don and Gail Patterson, and Ian was his pastor as well. So it gives you a bit of an update on who the key players are in this. And something you will hear a lot about this lunch is beef Wellington. That is the meal that was served to these guests. It was the meal that was the last meal for three of them who passed away following the lunch. Ian Wilkinson survived the lunch, and we heard evidence from him earlier this week in the trial.
And the prosecution case is that the beef Wellington is the murder weapon.
Yes, that's right. The mushrooms that were included in the beef Wellington are the alleged murder weapon in this case. Now, Christian, today in court we continued to hear evidence from Erin Patterson's daughter. This evidence is pre-recorded. It's a video interview that was conducted by police after the lunch in 2023. And one of the things that stuck with me from that conversation that was being had was at one point the police asked Erin's daughter if she'd ever been foraging for mushrooms with her mum.
Yeah, that's correct. And obviously the source of the mushrooms in the meal are a key part of this trial. And we have heard during the trial that authorities were trying to get to the bottom of where these mushrooms came from. And Erin Patterson has told several people that the mushrooms that she used in the dish came from Woolworths, a supermarket, and from an unspecified Asian grocery. Prosecutors have hinted that they don't believe that is true. So that gives a bit of context for why this 9-year-old girl was asked by a police officer if she'd ever been foraging for mushrooms. And this girl said no. She also said that personally, she said she actually doesn't like mushrooms herself. But she said that she has seen mushrooms growing in the wild before, but it's never been something that she's picked or she's seen her mum picking. And she said that sometimes when they go to the supermarket, mushrooms are purchased.
Yep. Yeah. And following on from the evidence from Erin's daughter today, we also heard from Erin's son. This is another recorded interview. This is a video, again, recorded with police following the lunch. And this one was done when he was 14 years old. And I found it really interesting in this, hearing him talk a bit about his parents' relationship, that is Erin and Simon, and what was happening between them in the lead up to the lunch. Well, not in the lead up, but in the years prior to the lunch.
The relationship between Erin and Simon has been one of the key topics of this trial so far, and several witnesses have said that after the couple became separated around 2015, that their relationship wasn't the same as when they were married, and then it deteriorated quite a bit in the years leading up to the lunch. So Erin and Simon's son was called to give evidence, and he did say that in the recent lead up to the lunch, the relationship between his mum and dad was very negative. And one of the things that they were in dispute over was the fact that Erin Patterson changed the school that these two kids went to, and there was a fight about the dad not being put on the bill to receive school fees. And that's what he said.
It sounds like he didn't really like going around to his dad or staying at his dad's place.
It does sound like that. And the boy said that his dad was trying to convince him to actually spend a bit more time at his house because there was a split custody arrangement. But the teenager said he didn't really want to because when he was with his dad on the weekends, apparently they never really did anything, and it was his choice to spend more time at his mum's house.
We heard earlier this week in Ian Wilkinson's evidence that Erin's son arrived home just towards the end of the lunch, just as they were wrapping up. And we heard Erin's son today talking about coming home as the lunch was finishing. What did he have to say about that?
So he'd been out with his younger sister, who's 9, and another friend of theirs. They weren't at the lunch in question. Earlier in the day, Erin Patterson had dropped them off at the local McDonald's and they'd gone and seen a movie. And then their dad had picked them up and brought him and his mate back to the house. So the 14-year-old said that when he came in, he saw all the lunch guests. Everyone seemed kind of chatty, so he spoke to some of them. He'd been going to a flying school, so he pulled out one of his textbooks and showed his granddad the flying book. But not long after that, people headed off. And he said that he picked up some of the plates that were on the table and he put it next to the sink. Basically, he says that once everyone left, that he went to his room with his mate and they were playing computer games for a few hours. And he said that Erin Patterson went upstairs in the house and she was building some Lego.
So that's Saturday night. What did we hear about what happened on the Sunday?
On the Sunday, both of the kids said that their mum was complaining in the morning of feeling sick and complaining of diarrhea. And the boy said that their regular trip to church on a Sunday was called off because Erin wasn't feeling well. He also had his flying lesson, and that's about 90 kilometres away, closer to Melbourne. And he said that he told his mum, look, if you're sick, we can call it off for the day. But he said that she was insistent that she would take him to this lesson. So even though Erin Patterson was apparently complaining about having diarrhea, she has put the boy in the car and they've headed off towards Melbourne. It's a fairly long drive, and he said that about 10 minutes before they reach their destination, they get a call from the school. They've actually cancelled the class that he was meant to be going for because the weather's not suitable for flying. So he says that they stopped off to buy some food. His mum bought a coffee and then they headed back to Leongatha, the town that they live in. Importantly, he did say that his mum didn't stop off to go to the toilet at any point. And this is a fairly long round trip and she'd been complaining about feeling sick. But he said that as soon as they got home, she raced in to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
It's I should say as well, it's kind of uncomfortable talking about people's toilet habits, but unfortunately that is the reality of what this case has got to explore. So bear with us.
In the interview that was played in court today, we also heard a bit about Erin's son eating the leftovers from the lunch that Erin had held. I found this really interesting because at this point he described it as probably the nicest piece of meat he'd ever eaten in his life.
He did. I think there's a bit to unpack there with this leftovers thing. So he and his sister said that on the Sunday evening, Erin Patterson prepared them some dinner. She told them it was the leftovers from the lunch on the Saturday. A bit of a modified version though, because the beef Wellington dish that was served to the guests on the Saturday includes pastry and mushrooms. And Erin Patterson has also said that what she served the kids on the Sunday did not include the pastry and the mushrooms. And the kids in their evidence said that they ate some steak, some mashed potatoes and some beans. And yeah, this teenage boy, 14 years old, was raving about the meat. Apparently it was so good he was even taking some of his mum's share because she was complaining about feeling sick. But one thing to note about this is that the prosecution has claimed from day one that whatever these kids were served on the Sunday night was not the same dish as what the 4 lunch guests ate. Prosecution says that Erin Patterson told these kids it was the leftover, but they insist that whatever these kids had was not contaminated with mushrooms. And we do know that from the medical evidence, these kids were checked out by doctors in the subsequent days and they were cleared.
Yep. I just want to flag, you probably noticed that we're not naming the Erin's children at this point. That is because there's a suppression order over their names, so we can't mention their names. I'd love to go back and have a look at some of the big moments of this week that we've seen in the trial. Again, we've just finished the second week of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Christian, what have been some of the key moments as we've wrapped up this second week?
It's been a really big week with a lot of witnesses churning through the court. So just looking at it from a day-by-day perspective, we got the tail end of Simon Patterson's evidence on Monday, and some of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends took the stand. And it was interesting to hear from them because they gave a different perspective about who Erin is. Up until that point, the only witness we'd heard from was Simon.
Yeah.
So these women broadly painted Erin Patterson as a very loving and supportive mother. And they also flagged that she was very into mushrooms and had been talking up this food dehydrator that she had been bought and had been raving about that. The following day was undoubtedly one of the big days in this trial. It was when Ian Wilkinson, the sole guest who survived the lunch, took to the stand, and he shared some of his recollections of what happened at the lunch. In a nutshell, talking about how Erin Patterson allegedly ate off a different coloured plate to the others, how she made a claim about having cancer, which we now know is admitted by both sides that she doesn't have cancer.
The thing I remember and has sort of stuck with me the most from Tuesday with the evidence of Ian Wilkinson was just the moments of light and shade in that day as well. Obviously sharing such difficult stories, but also, there was laughter in the court when his, chair sank down and little bits like that, which I found really interesting and sort of like relieved some of that tension.
Definitely. I mean, this man has lost his wife and extended family members, and less than 2 years on from that, he's testifying in court. So there were elements of his evidence which were incredibly serious, but his profession is as a church pastor. He's used to talking to people. He's used to speaking in front of a crowd. And I think he knows that sometimes you've got to inject those lighter moments to keep people engaged. And I think we saw some real moments of warmth and good humour from him, despite what was incredibly heavy material that he had to talk about.
We were talking about this earlier in the week, and one of the things that you mentioned when I was talking about some of those like lighter moments was how, when he was recalling really key moments, he did really focus in. He did become quite serious and quite clear in his recollections.
Absolutely. Ian Wilkinson can crack a joke, but when it came down to the key moments of the lunch, he was incredibly serious. And when questions were asked under cross-examination about whether he remembered things correctly, he was very definitive in his answers.
Yep. On Wednesday, we heard from a number of medical professionals who were treating Erin Patterson and the family members when they presented to hospital.
Yeah, Wednesday was really filled with a lot of medical experts really charting the very sad decline of Heather, Ian, Don and Gail in hospital. Dr. Chris Webster was one of the witnesses, and he actually gave evidence about Erin Patterson and how she presented to hospital and some of the grave concerns that the hospital staff relayed to her, knowing what was going on with the other 4 people. And what Dr. Webster said was that Erin Patterson seemed reluctant to receive treatment.
Yeah. Also, just on Dr. Webster, a man with a very loud voice.
incredibly loud voice, a booming voice, and so loud that he even acknowledged it and said that in the hospital, everyone knows when he's talking because that's how loud his voice is.
Oh, it's really interesting. That sort of laughed, and he was. I mean, at one point even talking about how he was had to take confidential phone calls outside, because otherwise they bleed through the walls or something like that. So that was interesting. And of course, this week we've had the children, not only of Erin, as we've heard about today, but also of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson taking the witness stand as well.
But very different children in the sense that the children of the lunch guests, the 4 who fell sick, they're adults, whereas the children of Erin Patterson are kids.
Yep.
One would be about 11 years old now and one is about 16. So the way that they were questioned and the way that their evidence was adduced, as they say, very different.
Yeah. What has stuck with you from this week?
A couple of things really stuck in my mind. It was probably the side of seeing Erin Patterson's daughter giving her police evidence. And this was a pre-recorded video. She wasn't there in court. But when they flashed up the picture of her on the screens and you can see this 9-year-old girl sitting in an armchair in a police station, kind of playfully kicking her legs about and then being asked questions, in relation to an alleged triple murder, I found that pretty confronting, and that really, really stuck with me. And the other thing I think that stuck with me was Ian Wilkinson and seeing him in court, not just on the stand, but in the days afterwards. He actually came to court, he sat in the public gallery, the jury had a clear view of him, and he was there to support his extended family. You mentioned his daughter was one of the witnesses who took the stand, but also, given the connections between the Pattersons and the Wilkinsons, he was also there to support some of the Patterson children who were giving evidence.
Yeah. I think one of the moments that has stuck with me was hearing Anna's evidence. Anna is the youngest daughter of Don and Gail Patterson, and it was she just seemed like someone who really struggled to speak through some of those moments, mentioning at one point, choking up while talking about a beef Wellington. I was in the courtroom when that was happening, and that sort of image has really stuck with me over the course of the week.
I think Anna was really torn on a lot of levels. The deaths of her parents, incredibly traumatising. And the fact that Erin Patterson was in the court dock, those two actually go back a long way, used to be really close. So I'm sure that was pretty difficult for her.
Yeah, that was something that, again, it made me really think about this, seeing how emotional she was and then hearing the story of how her and Erin were pregnant at the same time. Their children were born days apart, referred to as the twins, and how close they would have been. So, just, really, really difficult to watch some of those moments as well. I also found it really interesting. One of the things we heard a lot about last week and at the start of this week was around the kind of, the loans that Erin Patterson was offering to members of the Patterson family. And we heard a little bit of more detail in cross-examination this week. During Anna's evidence, she was talking about how they'd had a loan in the hundreds of thousands of dollars just after they'd bought their house. And it was interesting, after Erin and Simon separated, the repayments went to Simon. And then we heard another family member who a loan had been made to, after the separation, the loan payments went to Erin and not Simon. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, and these loans dated back well before the lunch. In short, Erin received a large inheritance, and it seems agreed by all sides that she loaned out quite a bit of that inheritance to help members of the Patterson family, and then they agreed to pay the money back.
Yeah, absolutely. Joining us again this week, we have Rachel Brown, who is the ABC's true crime investigative reporter. She is the woman behind Trace, a wonderful podcast series. Very excited to have you back in the chair, Rach.
Thanks, Stocky.
What moments have stuck with you from this week?
Same as Christian, actually. Seeing Erin's daughter in that chair that seemed to swallow her. And I just remember seeing her pink trainers dangling over the edge of the chair. So she's so young that her feet didn't even touch the floor. She often puts one arm in the sleeve of another arm, that kind of restless kid thing. She's 9 years old. And as soon as she started talking in the courtroom, everyone hushed. And partly because it's evidence that we've been waiting for, but also partly her voice really got me. So it's a very thin, bird-like voice, which often dropped to a whisper, which really brought home, I think, how vulnerable she is. And Christian mentioned the interview that she was doing with the detective. He said his name was Jason. And on the side of the screen of the video, it said SOCIT, which stands for Morwell Sexual Offence and Child Abuse Investigative Team.
Right, yeah.
Now, I'm not suggesting there's any sexual abuse in this case, but that's the room that they were using, and perhaps using a detective from that team because they are very and highly skilled at interviewing children.
This is something that I noticed when we were listening to this evidence yesterday and today, is that the manner that these interviews are done is so different to how we've heard people questioned in court.
It was so delicate, and he leant down to her level, very gently spoken. You could tell he's tried to make her feel comfortable because she looks really nervous at the start. And that is a very specialised skill, to be able to interview children, to make them feel safe. Also, so they understand what they're answering. You know, we've all spoken about that he started with asking her whether she knew the difference between a truth and a lie. And he said to her, "What if I said to you, I'm holding a bunch of flowers?" And she said, "Well, that would be a lie." And it was tough watching this because Erin was very distressed for most of it. Her bottom lip was wiggling. Her eyes looked very pained. She cried at a lot of points. But I also noticed that the jury looked over. Like, I noticed at least 4 jury members look over, which is not something I see a lot of during this trial. But it's a pretty horrific thing to be watching a 9-year-old give evidence like that. And Christian has gone through most of her evidence, but the one thing that stuck out to me was when she talked about playing Monopoly, over that weekend.
It's the sort of thing that kids remember, right?
Yeah, and I thought, that's, little buddy, like that's what you should be doing. You know, you should be playing Monopoly, not being interviewed by a police detective. So that really stuck with me. And also from The Sun, again, Christian's stepped you through the evidence, but the thing that stuck with me, because he was also asked about his and Erin's kind of affinity with mushrooms. He was asked, "Did you go foraging ever?" And he said, no, I can't remember ever doing that. But he did say that one of his fond memories during COVID was a trip that they took to the Corumburra Botanic Gardens. And he said Erin took a picture of some mushrooms. And he was asked, "Well, why is that such a fond memory?" And he said, "I just like the story, because mushrooms and trees support each other, because mushrooms grow onto trees.
Yeah.
And so in that ecosystem, they work together, they support each other." And I just thought, and that's what families do or are supposed to do, And here we're watching the implosion of a wider family. So from The Sun's evidence, that really, stuck with me.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. We'll get into some audience questions very soon, but before I let you go and we get Christian back, I thought we should shout out the ABC's other hit true crime podcast that is called Unravel. If you haven't heard of it, you're missing out on one of the most gripping podcasts in Australia with real investigative journalism in every season too.
Yeah, the most recent season is called Mr. Big, and it's an incredible story with a huge twist along the way. So give that a listen if you can.
Yeah, look, do yourself a favour. Unravel's won a bunch of Walkley Awards. It's had many millions of downloads, almost as popular as Mushroom Case Daily, I hear. And I understand, Rach, you've been investigating a new case for the next season of Unravel as well.
I have, Stocky, and I'm very, very proud of this one. I've been working on this for a couple of years now, and that season is ready to release, and we're hoping it'll see the light of day very soon. But meanwhile, everyone needs to go and check out the latest season, Mr. Big, and you can do that by searching for Unravel where you find your podcasts. And of course, you can get it on the ABC Listen app.
It's always a pleasure to have the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, joining us on Mushroom Case Daily and sharing those insights and telling us about the other wonderful podcasts that you can find around the ABC. We are continuing to get a lot of your questions coming at us. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is the email address. And there's one here that's really interesting, Christian, from Pauline. She's written in with a question about the people who are drawing the court sketch artists, the people that are drawing the images. There was one of Erin Patterson that we saw around last week in a lot of the ABC news articles.
It's not just the ABC, it's every outlet covering this case is using the same sketch. So, Pauline, we know the one you're referring to.
I was trying to be a corporate man. Anyway, Pauline is asking just about that. She's wondering who the artist is, how are they chosen, will it be the same artist throughout the trial, is the artist there every day, and who do they draw? It's just Erin's portrait that Pauline has seen. Will we see the judge or the jurors depicted as well?
Very detailed questions, Pauline. The artist who drew that sketch of Erin Patterson that you've been seeing, his name is Paul Tyquin, and he's one of the regular court sketchers that does work for the media outlets in Melbourne. There's actually not a huge pool of sketch artists out there, so he's one of a few. He was given permission to come into the court on the very first day of the trial when the jury was being given some instructions. So he was allowed to sit relatively close to Erin Patterson with his paper and his pencils, and then draw the sketch. And I've seen Paul's work. He's fantastic. And what he does is he sketches everything in his pencil, in grey lead, and then he goes away and actually colours it in. I think he uses a water paint to do it.
Yeah, right. And he's using paper and pencil. He's not using a tablet or anything like that.
Paper and pencil, but there are some of the other sketchers who like to use the tablets to do their drawings. In terms of what he draws, there's kind of an accepted arrangement that the court sketchers only draw the accused. I know in other countries we do sometimes see these grand scenes painted of the courtroom. That's not really the accepted practice in Victoria where this trial is being held. So we settle for the sketch of the doc.
Yeah, and will we also see any drawings? I mean, we're not going to get this grand scene, but will we get a drawing of the judge or any members of the jury?
No, because Paul has only been allowed in for one day of the trial, and he's not allowed to draw jurors. We're not allowed to really give any information away about who they are. We can say that they're from the local area, and the panel of 15 at the moment are 10 men and 5 women.
Yep. Felicity and April have written in. They say, love the pod. Thank you, Felicity and April. And they're enjoying the details that they're giving out. What their question is, though, is how are you managing with putting out an episode every day after being in court for most of the day, as well as filing stories for news and socialising with colleagues? What does your routine look like each day being in court? Well, Christian and I have slightly different routines because we do slightly different jobs. Christian, do you want to start with yours?
Thanks, Felicity and April. I'll try not to bore you. Usually get up pretty early in the morning, calling around the news directors to figure out our plan for the day. We head into court, sit through about 6 hours of evidence, and there are some breaks in between that. So you're filing stories and taking notes while doing that. After court's done, I come over to meet Stocky, where we've got our makeshift studio set up, and we chat about what we want to put on the podcast. And then we record it and we try to get it out as soon as we can.
Yeah, my day is quite similar to Christian's, except it starts a little bit later. I have been in court in the mornings for the last couple of weeks, so I tend to go in about 9:30, I get a coffee, go into court, sit in court for the first half of the day till lunch break, and then I come back to the house that we're staying in with the studio, prepare the episode, start thinking of things we can do, and then Christian and I record, and we try and turn it around as quickly as possible. So we sit in here, we record the episode. The episode is listened to by our executive producer Claire Rawlinson. Claire, would you like to say hello?
Hi, joining you from Melbourne, listening in as always.
Claire is also helping us plan the episodes before we jump in, figuring out what we're going to hit. And then once we finish recording, we jump out. I get a transcription of the episode. That goes to our lawyers to be checked and reviewed, make sure we're not going to get ourselves in trouble. Shout out to the wonderful Jasmine Sims from ABC's legal team, who's been helping us a lot with this. And then I cut it out, try and get it all edited and uploaded to the internet. And once we're done, we're out for dinner somewhere.
Yeah, we take in the sights of Morwell. It's about an hour away from Erin Patterson's house where this lunch actually happened, which is in a town called Leongatha.
Just to wrap us up for the week, we've had so many lovely messages from overseas listeners, emails from New York, Bremen in Germany, the Austrian Alps. My personal favourite is from Rihanna and Chris, who are listening in Vancouver, Canada. But they grew up in Leongatha, which is the town where this lunch happened. And they have confirmed for us that people in Leongatha still refer to the Woolies there as a Safeway. This is something that popped up in evidence yesterday with various nurses and doctors referring to the Woolworths there as a Safeway.
There you go. It explains a lot.
With the dated reference. And Christian, to wrap us up, to bring us to the end of the second week of Erin Patterson's trial, there's something that we've seen outside of court a couple of mornings this week that warrants a little mention.
Yeah, well, the court where this trial is happening is also the home to lots of other cases. This is a regular Towns court. So all we do is talk about the Erin Patterson trial, but there's a million other cases coming through. Many of them are at the magistrates level, which is, for people outside the great state of Victoria, the lowest level of court. So there's a lot of cases that come through. And one of the prosecutors that turns up every morning from Victoria Police, he's been serenading the reporters outside. He sang New York, New York a bit, and he sang Fly Me to the Moon earlier this week. So it's been a lovely treat to hear from him, and nice to have a little bit of humour as well outside court.
Yeah, adds to some of the colour of living and working in a regional area as we're covering this trial. So thank you for enlightening us there, Christian. We will be back in your feed on Monday, but we won't have a court episode on Monday.
Indeed. What's happened is that both parties have agreed to take Monday off and basically do it as an admin day. And the purpose of this, they say, is actually to speed up the rest of the trial. And the jury's been told they can have the day off and will resume on Tuesday. It's a bit of an unusual arrangement, and it prompted a question from the jury, actually the first jury question that we've had from this trial. And they wanted to know, well, if we're not coming to court, do we have to go back to work? And because they've given up their jobs while sitting on the jury. And Justice Christopher Beale said, look, if you want to go back to work, you can. That prompted one of the jury members to vigorously shake his head, and it drew a lot of laughter in the courtroom. So safe to say he will not be attending work, and he'll be fresh and coming back to court on Tuesday when everything resumes.
We will have an episode for you on Monday. We're using this as an opportunity to get through a lot of the questions we've been sent to the inbox. So mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. If you have a question you'd like us to answer, please flick it through over the weekend, and we'll add it to the list on Monday. We're going to spend a bit of time answering a few of those questions, going over some of the things that we haven't had time for in some of the episodes over the last week. So please get in touch.
Absolutely. We really appreciate all the emails.
We certainly do. And as well as the emails, make sure you track down Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app and hit follow. That way you won't miss an update. Also, if you're enjoying this podcast on a different podcast platform, please rate us and review us there. It makes it much easier for other people to find us and listen to the same thing that you're enjoying.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, ABC court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and thank you to the ABC's Victorian Newsroom, Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
The highly anticipated triple murder trial of Erin Patterson is set to get underway, with a jury being chosen for the trial in regional Victoria in a case which has attracted global interest. She's accused of lacing a beef Wellington with poisonous death cap mushrooms during a lunch at her Leongatha home in late July 2023, resulting in the deaths of the 3 relatives and the hospitalisation of another.
Her former parents-in-law, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, died in hospital around a week after the lunch. Heather Wilkinson's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, also became gravely ill but recovered after weeks in hospital. Our court reporter and co-host of the Mushroom Case Daily podcast, Christian Silva, joins us now from Morwell, where the trial is being heard. Christian, we know people have come from all over for this trial. Just remind us about this case and exactly what it's all about.
James, you provided a great summary off the top there, and as you say, this is a case that has garnered attention all over the world. It centres around the lunch that was held at Erin Patterson's house in July 2023, and really what happened after it. As you say, There were 3 of her relatives who attended. They ate a beef Wellington meal, and police allege they felt gravely sick afterwards, and they say that Miss Patterson deliberately poisoned those people. Miss Patterson has pleaded not guilty, and that's really the whole point of why we're here for a trial. She's always maintained her innocence, and we saw that very shortly after the lunch itself when she made some tearful denials outside her house.
And Christian, what are we expecting to happen today on this first day in court?
Well, this is a trial that's likely to run for 5 to 6 weeks. So today really is the first step, and that is picking the jury for this case. In Victoria, murder trials are decided by juries. So it's going to be a case where 12 ordinary Victorians decide Miss Patterson's fate. So the process of picking the jury, it takes a couple of hours. They get a jury pool who are drawn from the local area to come to court, and then from there they pick they'll pick a pool, probably about 14 or 15 who'll sit through the trial, but it'll be only 12 who will make the final call. After the jury is picked, the judge will give some jury instructions, and once that's done, we'll get into the case itself. Today, I think what we'll see is probably the selection of the jury and the instructions. I think later in the week we'll get into the proper case where we'll hear the arguments from the lawyers and start getting into all of that evidence.
And Christian, this was of course a case that captured interest from around the world just a few years ago. Are we expecting a lot of people to be turning up for the start of the trial today?
Certainly, James, there's been a lot of local media interest today. As you say, this story made headlines around the world a couple of years ago. So I think the proof will be in the pudding as to whether that international attention is reignited again during the trial. But certainly a court like this in regional Victoria doesn't usually have more than a couple of journalists come along for cases, and there have been dozens that have descended on Morwell over the last couple of days. You know, you walk down the street or you go to the pub and you'll see documentary makers or TV crews and reporters there. So there's certainly a lot of interest, and because that interest is so great, the courtroom itself, while it's not tiny, it just can't accommodate the level of public interest in this case. So the court has had to take some extra measures. They've set up overflow rooms for reporters to attend. There are very limited seats for the public to come and watch. But actually, if members of the public want to see this trial in the flesh, that is really the only way. They're going to have to come to court and see if they can snare one of those prize seats. Now, of course, there's other ways to follow the trial. The ABC will be covering it pretty extensively across all of our platforms. And we've also got a podcast that's going to be following this trial daily. I'm the co-host of that. It's called Mushroom Case Daily, and it's on the ABC Listen app.
There you go. Plenty of ways to get your updates on this trial via the ABC. Christian, thank you for that.
From cook to killer, Erin Patterson has been convicted of murder. Jurors today found the 50-year-old guilty of murdering her estranged husband's parents and aunt and trying to kill his uncle with a beef Wellington laced with death cap mushrooms. The verdict comes almost 2 years after the fatal lunch that devastated a family, rocked a small community and captured global attention. After an intense 10-week trial, the jury deliberated for days before delivering its decision. Sasha Payne was in court and begins our coverage.
2 months after she arrived in a prison van for the start of her Supreme Court murder trial, Erin Patterson is leaving Morwell, a convicted triple murderer.
What Erin Patterson had to say. Will you be
How's she feeling, Colin?
expecting to appeal?
The jury deliberated over 6 days, returning just after 2 p.m. today to deliver their unanimous verdict. Erin Patterson showed no emotion as all 4 charges were met with the word guilty. Several members of the public sitting in the court broke down in tears, while outside the court, one supporter spoke of her disbelief.
I'm saddened, and it is what it is.
Police congratulating the prosecution and detectives.
I think it's very important that we remember that we've had three people. Three people have died, and we've had a person that nearly died, and that has led to these charges.
Today's verdict comes nearly 2 years after Erin Patterson invited her estranged husband's relatives to a special meal. The guests started feeling unwell late that night, going to hospital the next morning. A week later, sisters Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson died within hours of each other. Don Patterson died a day after his wife of nearly 50 years. 7 weeks later, the sole surviving guest, Ian Wilkinson, was discharged from hospital. In November, Erin Patterson was arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Exhibits released by the court today showing photos of the deadly meal. CCTV showed Patterson's movements in the days after the lunch as she discharged herself from Leongatha Hospital against medical advice. Also heard by the court, the 000 call by Dr Chris Webster to police requesting their assistance to bring Erin back to hospital.
The meal was consumed by 5 people, and 4 of those people are now hospitalised, and Erin presented this morning.
A doctor took photos of the leftovers of the beef Wellington meal. Photos of the police investigation showed the table where the deadly lunch was served. Ian Wilkinson's writing showing the seating arrangements, as Erin handed over a phone to police, with plates and cooking equipment scattered around the kitchen. Despite attending almost all of the 2-month hearing, no family members of the victims were in court for the verdict. Ex-husband Simon Patterson seen leaving his home late this afternoon. He has not spoken to the public. Erin Patterson's prison transport departing Morwell earlier this evening. She'll be sentenced at a later date. But for now, this chapter in a case that has captivated the world is over. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
We're joined now by our reporters Sasha Payne and Alexandra Alvaro, who have both covered this case extensively for Morwell over the past 10 weeks. First to you, Sasha. You were in court for the verdict. What was it like?
It's a very small courtroom and it was packed with supporters of Erin, supporters of the Wilkinson and Patterson families, lawyers, detectives and of course a jury of 12. There were lots of sweaty palms and shaky hands and as you could hear a pin drop as we waited for that verdict. First, attempted murder in relation to Ian Wilkinson, guilty. Then very quickly after that, 3 more guilty verdicts for the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. And earlier today, just an hour ago, the Corranborough Baptist Church released a statement. Ian is, of course, a pastor at that church. They paid tribute to the victims, saying that the journey has been a very long one. They thanked church members, the community and church members around the world for their support. They also said they would continue to support the Wilkinson and Patterson families and asked for privacy at this very difficult time.
And to you, Alex, what are the next steps in this case?
Well, Isk, we're now entering the sentencing phase. So in the coming weeks and months, there'll be pre-sentencing hearings. This is where the parties will get together. The prosecution and the defence will both have the opportunity to put forward submissions, arguments on what they think Justice Christopher Beale should take into account when he delivers that sentence. Now, we haven't heard from Erin Patterson's defence team as to whether they would possibly launch an appeal. After the sentencing takes place, they'll have 28 days to lodge that potential appeal, and they'll be able to appeal the conviction or the sentence or both. So no word on that yet, but what we do know is that Erin Patterson is facing up to life in prison.
Alexandra Alvaro and Sasha Payne in Morwell, thank you both. Now, today's verdict brings an end to 10 weeks of intense focus on the town of Morwell in the Gippsland region southeast of Melbourne. Dozens of local journalists and media from overseas have been covering this case. Joseph Dunstan has the details.
I want to tell you about this
wild story I'm covering out of Australia.
A global focus on a Victorian country town.
It's a case straight out of a true crime TV drama.
Olha só que história curiosa. A polícia da Austrália...
Erin Patterson invite ses ex-beaux-parents à déjeuner.
The Australian mushroom poisoning fatalities made headlines far beyond the sleepy Aussie town in which they happened.
I can't actually remember an Australian case which has garnered quite this much international attention.
Australian podcasters, including the ABC's Mushroom Case Daily, have been trawling over every detail. But so too have international reporters.
It just resonated. It resonated with an audience all over the world. Within days, he was in a coma and he was in hospital for 7 weeks.
Caroline Cheetham hosts the Trial podcast for Britain's Daily Mail.
For a UK audience, it's got glimmers of Agatha Christie, of Midsummer Murders, and it just feels so totally off the wall. Bizarre, crazy, bonkers.
All the ingredients she needed to travel to this remote corner of Australia to cover the trial.
People like me coming in from the UK, the States, wherever we're from. And I think the local community are perplexed by us, probably irritated by us. I think we spend a lot of money around here, so that's also good.
The local council has released figures confirming the financial benefit of the media influx, with spending in May up $2.5 million on last year, while Morwell's businesses raked in more than $300,000 extra.
Bit of hype around the town, especially being Morwell, a smaller town, so definitely a lot of attention for us, which hopefully that's good for business, so we'll take it.
We try to invest in the area to make sure that we can keep what's here, so it's nice to actually see a little bit more around and hopefully they come back.
And with plans already in place for a TV drama on the case, the impact of this trial could flow on for some time yet. Joseph Dunstan, ABC News, Morwell.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Hey, Jules and Jez here, and on Not Stupid this week, we're talking about baking.
Yes, it's a copyright stoush between two cookbook authors, Nagi Mahashi and Brooke Bellamy.
So who owns a caramel slice recipe? You can find Not Stupid on ABC Listen.
I'm hungry.
He was the sole surviving guest of a deadly beef Wellington lunch, and now he's had the chance to tell his story in court. Pastor Ian Wilkinson has given evidence in the trial of Erin Patterson, who's accused of attempting to murder him and of murdering his wife and another couple. Today, investigative and true crime reporter Rachel Brown on the latest from the mushroom murder trial. I'm Sam Hawley on Gadigal land in Sydney. This is ABC News Daily. Rachel, it's been such a dramatic week in the trial of Erin Patterson. For the first time, we've heard from the sole surviving guest of the lunch, which led to the deaths of 3 people.
Yes, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, he was the only guest that survived that deadly beef Wellington lunch. He gave evidence. He was sitting in the witness box wearing a black vest and a grey-coloured shirt. Erin Patterson is accused of attempting to murder him, and she's accused of murdering his wife, sister and brother-in-law. Now, she sat in the court dock, which was only about 10 metres away from him, and she sat listening intently, mostly a neutral look on her face as Ian Wilkinson gave evidence.
Yeah, it's good to remember that she's actually there in the courtroom throughout this trial. What's Erin Patterson's demeanour been like?
Most of the time, I think she's been staring straight ahead. It's fairly emotionless. She's behind me, so I don't really like looking around. I've noticed a lot of other court journos turning around, and I understand why they need to do that. They want to see kind of interactions or, I don't want her to feel like a zoo exhibit, so I've tried not to turn around a lot. But the one time I did see her smile was at a memory of her son making a rocket-propelled car with Don, his granddad, in their backyard.
Okay, so he's taken the stand and he's questioned about the day of the lunch itself, which was on July the 29th, 2023. What did he recall about that day and the meal?
He described arriving at the house, exchanging pleasantries with Erin, talking about the house itself. Ian Wilkinson spoke then of Erin working in the kitchen as the guest stood on the other side of the island bench in the open plan kitchen. Ian said he didn't see the preparation of the lunch itself, just some potatoes being mashed and food being plated up. He described the meal as individual beef Wellingtons with green beans and mash. And he said that Gail and Heather offered to help with the plating up, but Erin said no, she was fine, she'd look after it. And then Ian described the plates, confirming some of the earlier testimony we've heard by her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, about the colour. Ian Wilkinson said there were 4 large grey dinner plates and 1 smaller plate, which was a different colour, and he remembered it being an orangey tan colour. Now, he said Gail picked up 2 of the grey plates, Heather picked up the other 2 grey plates, and then he says Erin picked up the odd plate and carried it to her place at the table, and that's the plate that she ate from.
And then what does Ian say happened over the course of that meal while they're sitting down eating this meal?
He says there was a little conversation mostly about the meal, who ate what. He and Heather ate their whole meals while Don ate his and some of Gail's beef Wellington. She couldn't finish it all. After the lunch, though, Ian Wilkinson says Erin Patterson told the guest she had medical issues to discuss. She announced that she had cancer, and Ian says she believed it was very serious, that it was life-threatening. The defence has told the court, however, it concedes that Erin had never been diagnosed with cancer.
Okay, so that's what was happening during the lunch. And then the questioning turns to when Ian and his wife start to feel really ill.
Yeah, they felt okay during the afternoon and in the evening, but in the night they camped out beside various bathrooms each, both experiencing vomiting and diarrhoea. He says that Simon Patterson called him because Simon had heard his parents are sick, Don and Gail. Simon called to see how they were. They were reluctant to go to hospital, but Simon was adamant that they should. So he drove them to Korumburra, but the Korumburra beds were full because Don and Gail were there. So he drove them on to Leongatha Hospital. The next day, a doctor informed them of suspected mushroom poisoning, and they were both advised they needed time-critical treatment. So they were transferred to Dandenong Hospital. And Ian Wilkinson says the last thing he remembers is being given a charcoal substance to drink at Dandenong. And then he doesn't remember anything after that. And during that time, his wife passed away. The 2 women died on the Friday after the lunch. Don died the next day. And I think that was the same day Ian was put into an induced coma.
Okay, and Rachel, as you mentioned, the court has also heard from Erin's ex-husband, Simon. So just briefly, what did he share with the court? Because he was actually invited to the lunch, wasn't he? But he didn't go to it.
And he did say yes. He was invited 2 weeks out. He initially said yes, but the jury was shown a text exchange where Simon, the night before at around 7 p.m, pulled out. He told Erin via text he was too uncomfortable. Erin replied that she was disappointed. You know, she'd spent a lot of time and money on cooking this meal. She wanted him there because she said in the text message it might be the last time she could host a lunch like this. Simon's testimony outlined his relationship with Erin. He said that despite separating in 2015, the pair had remained amicable until the end of 2022. Now, that's when tensions arose when Erin found out Simon had listed himself as separated on a tax return. So that has implications for the kind of government benefits that Erin could claim, including child support. So Erin apparently was not happy and sent, quote, extremely aggressive messages to the family group chat over these child support payments in the months leading up to the alleged murders.
Okay, so Rachel, the court has also heard this week what Erin Patterson was doing in the lead up to this deadly lunch. Now, this goes to friends that she'd made online. They were called as witnesses, weren't they?
Yes, several women befriended Ms. Patterson online on a Facebook group chat that started talking about the investigation into Kelly Lane. Now, she's the water polo player who was charged over the disappearance of her newborn baby. So it started as chat over that. It grew into things like about current affairs, their lives, their kids, and cooking.
And the jury was shown a series of screenshots from their group chat which showed Erin's enthusiasm for cooking with mushrooms.
One of the women told the court she seemed to really like mushrooms. She'd bought a dehydrator. She was excited about that. She'd been blitzing things, hiding powdered mushrooms in everything, mixing it into chocolate brownies. She said the kids had no idea. So the court was showing this Sunbeam Food Lab dehydrator that she'd bought for $229, if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
And she then also was asking for advice about cooking beef Wellington because she hadn't done it before. One woman chimed in with some advice, and then Erin asked what kind of cuts of meat would be best.
And the court also heard that Erin was talking to this group of friends online about the relationship that she was having with her ex-husband, Simon.
Yeah, one friend mentioned coercive control 3 times and was asked why she put abusive when it came to Simon Patterson in her police statement. She said, well, that's what I consider coercive control, as abuse. And a couple of the women used the word controlling when it came to Simon Patterson. One said that Erin had painted her husband, who's a devoted Baptist, as coercive and abusive, and she spoke about how the religion of Simon and his family was a point of tension. She said that Erin had said she was an atheist. Sending the kids to a religious school was apparently a point of tension. We also heard that Erin wasn't that happy with Simon's cleanliness and how he kept his house, when the kids went over there. So hearing that and watching Simon Patterson, who was sitting in the courtroom at the time, I just thought this would be so uncomfortable for both of them, listening to all this, the detritus of their relationship on show for all to see.
Right, well, Rach, that's some of the key evidence that the court has heard already, but let's just zoom out for a moment. It's all still playing out, of course, but just explain to me and remind me what the prosecution's case actually is. What are they putting to the jury?
The prosecution, led by Nanette Rogers SC, is alleging that Erin deliberately poisoned, with murderous intent, each of her lunch guests. Now, the prosecution says that Erin invited Don and Gail Patterson and Ian and Heather Wilkinson for lunch on the pretense that she'd been diagnosed with cancer and needed advice on how to tell the kids. But the prosecution says Erin didn't consume any of the death cap mushrooms, but just pretended she was suffering the same type of illness as the lunch guests to cover it up. Now, the prosecution is alleging Erin told a number of lies. They are where she had sourced the mushrooms. She says it was from Woolies and an Asian grocer. The prosecutors allege Erin used iNaturalist, which is a website to locate mushrooms and other flora and fauna. The jury was told of 2 posts to that iNaturalist site, 2 sightings of death cap mushrooms in the Lock and Outram areas. And the prosecution says that Erin visited both of those towns, Lock and Outram, soon after those posts were made.
All right. And quite interesting, Rachel, that the prosecution has told the jury it doesn't need to have a motive. It's not alleging any motive.
No, and Sam, it's not one of the 4 elements of murder that the prosecution needs to prove. And Dr. Rogers SC said in her opening remarks, you might be wondering now, why would the accused do this? What's the motive? You might still be wondering at the end of the trial. But motive is not something that has to be proven by the prosecution. You do not have to be satisfied what the motive was, or even if there was one. But Sam, I will say it might not have to prove motive, but it does have to prove intent. So it seems that without a motive, the jury will have to still somehow decide if Erin Patterson did deliberately and intended to deliberately poison her guests with death cap mushrooms.
And Rach, of course, Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges. So what is her defence arguing in the court?
When the trial opened, her defence barrister, Colin Mandy SC, said there was no intent to hurt anyone and the deaths were the result of a tragic accident. He said the main issue that the defence will be arguing is that Erin didn't deliberately serve poisoned food to her guests. Colin Mandy told the court the issue in the trial will be how she acted after the guests fell ill and whether that was reasonable. You know, we've heard a lot of things that she did, it's called post-offence conduct, that she told police that she'd never foraged, that she didn't own a dehydrator. But we know some of those things have been conceded that she did forage and her dehydrator was found at Leongatha Tip. But Colin Mandy said to the jury that his client panicked and now admitted to dumping the dehydrator. And he said that was because she was overwhelmed that people had died because of a meal she'd served, you know, disputing claims by the prosecution that she was trying to cover her tracks. He said to the jury, might someone panic in a situation like that? Is it possible that people might do and say things that are not well thought out and might, in the end, make them look bad? So the prosecution says it's, you know, incriminating conduct. The defence is saying people died and she panicked. But the defence has argued Erin Patterson did not deliberately serve poisoned food.
Well, of course, the trial is continuing. It's got a while to go yet. What are we expecting? How many witnesses are to be called and how long will it last for?
I don't actually know, Sam, and we can only tell you who's up next if the jury's heard. We're in prosecution witnesses at the moment. I don't know whether the defence will call any witnesses. I don't know whether Erin will take the witness stand. Now, she doesn't have to give evidence in our legal system. As you know, she's innocent until proven guilty. So it's really on the prosecution to prove its case. The defence doesn't have to put Erin in the stand. And of course, I should say, there should be no adverse view taken by the court and by the jury if she chooses not to give evidence.
Rachel Brown is an investigative and true crime reporter with the ABC. For daily updates, follow the Mushroom Case Daily podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This episode was produced by Sydney Peed and Adair Shepherd. Audio production by Sam Dunn. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. Thanks for listening.
The accused triple murderer Erin Patterson has faced court for the first time in 5 months over the alleged mushroom poisonings of her relatives last year. Reporter Sasha Payne joins us now from Victoria's Latrobe Valley. Sasha, this case has received international attention. What's happened today?
Well, as you mentioned, this is the first time we've seen Erin Patterson in court since she was arrested and charged in November last year. What's happened today is the magistrate, Tim Walsh, has had a special hearing to discuss how the case proceeds. Erin Patterson was not in the court today. She appeared via video link. She only spoke to acknowledge that she could hear the judge or the magistrate, and her lawyers and the lawyers for the prosecution were also appearing via video link. The magistrate's concern is that it could be 14 or 15 months, so next year, until the case is heard, if it does stay here at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts, which is southeast of Melbourne. He offered to fast-track the case to the Supreme Court in Melbourne. However, the defence, lawyers for the defence, have said that they would prefer the case to be here, as Ms Patterson is from the local community, she lives here, and many of the witnesses that they intend to call also live here. The prosecution have said that they would prefer the case to be fast-tracked.
The case, as we mentioned, has received a lot of international attention. What's it been like for the community there?
Well, it's been an enormous amount of attention on the community today. Journalists, media crews have again descended on the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in Morwell. In November last year, or from July to November last year, attention was around Leongatha and Korumburra. As we know, there was a lunch at Erin Patterson's Leongatha home on July 29 last year. And after that lunch, about a week later, her ex-parents-in-law, Gail and Don Patterson and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, all died about a week later after attending that lunch. Heather's husband, Don Patterson, who was a local pastor in Korumburra, also spent many weeks in hospital after that lunch, but has since recovered. In November last year, Erin Patterson was charged with 3 counts of murder. They relate to those deaths, and 5 counts of attempted murder. One of those counts relates to Pastor Ian Wilkinson, who fell ill after the lunch. Another count of attempted murder relates to her ex-husband, Simon Patterson, who was invited to the lunch but didn't attend. And there are 3 other counts of attempted murder that all relate to Simon Patterson and various dates in 2021 and 2022. So that's what's happened today. The next hearing is going to be here on May 7th.
Sasha Payne reporting from the Latrobe Valley.
There's been another development in the case of suspected mushroom poisoning in Victoria, which led to the deaths of 3 people and left another in a critical condition. Reporter Mike Lorigan joins us now from Melbourne with the details. Hi, Mike. What new information do we have?
Well, Ros, I can tell you that a 5-page written statement has been sent to police by Erin Patterson and has been obtained exclusively by the ABC. And in that statement, she details the intense toll this is having, the media scrutiny has been having on her mental and physical health. And it's also the first time she's given a detailed version of events surrounding that lunch, this now fateful lunch at her Leongatha home on July 29. Now, in this statement, she says that the mushrooms that were used to cook this beef Wellington, that she'd bought them from the local supermarket, as well as using other dried mushrooms I'd bought from an Asian grocery store. This is Erin's statement. She also says that she too consumed the meal and she too was hospitalised and spent the night at Monash Medical Centre. She said that she'd gone there because I had bad stomach pains and terrible diarrhoea. I was put on a saline drip and stayed in hospital overnight. I was also given some medicine I was told was a liver protective drug. Now, her in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson died within the week after consuming this meal. Heather's husband, the local pastor in town, Ian Wilkinson, is in hospital in a critical condition. Now, as I said, the ABC has obtained this document, this statement exclusively. Erin has written this statement to police in a way to clear up the record. At the time, in the days following this incident and this lunch, the police interviewed her and she gave a no-comment interview during her interactions with police based on legal advice at the time. She says now in this statement that she regrets that and is considering giving another statement to police. So a significant development, Ros.
OK, thank you for the update, Mike.